Ah, I see we have some confusion, he said, his tone still light but now tinged with purpose. Let me clarify before the speculation gets out of hand. The audience hushed, leaning forward in anticipation. Yes. There are participants from the Steel Kingdom. That brought a wave of murmurs. But the commentator didn't stop there. And yes, he said, voice dropping an octave, we also have participants from the Earth Dragon Kingdom. Then the crowd erupted, not with cheers this time, but with boos. Loud, angry, almost thunderous boos. Even in the noble balconies, some lords were seen turning to each other in disbelief. Others gestured to attendants, likely demanding confirmation. The Earth Dragon Kingdom. The same kingdom that had fought wars with Lionheart. That had tried to annex frontier territories just a decade ago. Even the commoners reacted. They might not have followed politics, but everyone knew stories. The border skirmishes. The merchants who never returned. The silent bitterness between both nations. And now they were here. Participating. Competing for the Duke's rewards. For his daughter. It was outrageous. I know, the commentator shouted over the noise, both hands raised. Believe me, I don't get it either. The crowd quieted just a touch at that. The commentator leaned slightly toward the center of the stage, his voice becoming a touch more serious. However, one thing is clear, no one should cause trouble. You're here to support your participants. His grin returned. So pick your side. Choose your warriors. Support your own. He stepped back and gestured broadly toward the illusion screen. Now, let's return to the drawing. Inside the preparation rooms, the reactions varied. In Group A, Yuga's eyes had barely opened. His massive arms folded over his chest. He had no business with what was happening outside the room. The words were confusing and gave him a headache. It made him hungry too. Yuga gave up. In Group C, Rin clenched the hilt of his wooden sword tightly. The Empire Prince was already bad. But now there were kingdoms. He did not like how things were turning out. In Group B, Michael's expression remained unreadable. He glanced at the Earth Dragon Kingdom warriors, who wore smug grins as if the booing didn't reach them at all. Michael's gaze returned to the screen just in time to see the youth in red robes prepare to draw again, this time for Group C. The crowd had mostly settled. The confusion had become fuel. Everyone now watched with burning interest. This wasn't just a local contest anymore. Now, onto Group C, the crowd hushed. The first to enter from Group C, Lord Fenric Valen. Next, Jostrin of Eastrun. Third, Serna of House Reliner. Then the fourth name fell. The gates at the edge of the grand stage suddenly rumbled as one opened and 4 participants from Group A were led into the arena. The first through the entrance was Delamire. Slender. Focused. Graceful in her stride. She wore lightweight leather armor with a weathered cloak draped across one shoulder. Twin daggers glinted at her hips. Her long braid swayed behind her like a whip of shadow. The moment she stepped onto the stage, the commentator lit up. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for our first entrant. Delamire. Yes, you heard the name right. I've heard whispers that she's the only female among all 100 participants. Yes, you heard the name right. I've heard whispers that she's the only female among all 100 participants. The crowd murmured at that. Others cheered. And a small but vocal segment began chanting her name. That's right. Delamire. An adventurer, from what I hear. And the last female standing out of all who applied. The commentator lowered his voice theatrically. Now tell me, folks, what kind of strength does it take to reach this stage, alone, when so many others fell? The applause rose. Some clapped in admiration. Others simply appreciated the novelty of seeing a woman up there. Della. Step forward and introduce yourself. Della, still calm, nodded slightly. She stepped to the front, her voice clear and measured despite the noise. Della Meyer. A gold rank adventurer. I'm here to win. Simple. Direct. The crowd loved it. As for why a woman was on a stage competing in what seemed like it was tailored for men, the crowd couldn't care less. Ah. She's got the tone of a warrior and the eyes of a hunter. Look at that calm. Beautiful, dangerous, and deadly. The crowd whooped and hollered. The commentator then gestured to another member in Group A. The youth's hair was combed back, his expression confident. Look at the shine on that armor. I can see my reflection from here. Please introduce yourself. The youth stepped forward and bowed slightly. Lionel Hartright. House Hartright. I look forward to bringing honor to my house. Folks. This young man is here to prove himself. Following him came Yuzen Kerr, a stout, scarred man with a rugged beard and a heavy axe strapped to his back. No noble crest, no fancy gear. Just raw presence. Now this one, whoo boy. Look at him. I bet that axe has tasted blood more times than we can count. Yuzen said nothing for a moment, then stepped forward. Yuzen Kerr. He announced his name with a roar. The crowd equally responded with a roar. Commoners in the stands rose to cheer, fists pumping into the air. And finally, Sir Ma of House Corwin. This one walked with deliberate grace, armor polished to a silver gleam, and a narrow sword resting elegantly at his hip. He gave a sharp, practiced bow to the crowd. Sir Ma, everyone. A noble knight from the Steel Kingdom, yes, the Steel Kingdom. The commentator added, stoking the tension. Looks like this competition is really going to live up to the hype, folks. The crowd didn't know how to feel, some clapped, others booed, but all eyes stayed on the arena. Back in the preparation rooms, participants were watching with grim focus. Then came Group C's turn to step into the arena. First was Lord Fenric Valen, tall and haughty with a long white coat that swept the ground like a robe. His weapon, a rapier with a silver-engraved guard. Fenric Valen, he said with a raised chin. May my blade honor my house. The crowd gave a muted response, neither welcoming nor hostile. Next. Josh Trin of East Run, the announcer called. A lean figure with short-cropped hair and a curved saber strapped across his back strode forward. His eyes scanned the crowd but offered no introduction. Joss is quiet, folks, but don't mistake silence for weakness. Eastern scouts have a reputation. Then came Sirna of House Reliner, whose steel-gray armor bore deep scratches across the chest. He raised his shield high, nodding once to the crowd. There was no title, no fanfare. A short figure stepped out. No armor. No flashy gear. Just a weathered cloak and a single curved dagger strapped to his thigh. His face was hidden beneath a hood. Odd. Mysterious. I love it, the commentator cried. No title, no background, no introduction. Just Lige. Can't tell if we should be worried or excited. The two teams now stood across from one another on the vast arena stage. The commentator stepped back to a raised platform just outside the shield. All right, settle down, people. The first team battle begins now. A resonant gong echoed through the Colosseum. Instantly, Della moved. No hesitation. Her twin daggers flashed into her hands, and her body blurred into motion, a streak of leather and shadow. The crowd erupted. Yuzen raised his axe with both hands and let out a thunderous war cry before charging forward like a battering ram. Dust flew up around his feet with every heavy step. Lionel followed with practiced grace, sword held high and aura burning with noble intensity. Sir Ma, cool and collected, moved like a fencer preparing for the perfect counterstrike. On the other side, Group C was just as fast. Fenric raised his rapier, activating an aura technique that made the blade shimmer. Joss flanked wide, his saber drawn low, knees bent in a runner's crouch. Cern stayed central, shield high, spear braced. Lige disappeared. One moment he was there, the next, gone in a shimmer of light. "Did anyone see that?" the commentator yelled. "He vanished." "Where'd he go?" Back in the preparation rooms, jaws clenched. Some participants now realized they were woefully unprepared for the level of skill they were about to face. Even among the Earth Dragon Kingdom's smug elite, a few now leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Then it came. The first blow. Not from any of the visible warriors, but from above. Lige, in the form of a formless shimmering blade, a strike descended like judgment itself toward Della's head. The crowd gasped, though most hadn't actually seen what had happened. To them, Della simply flinched and twisted, her body blurring sideways in a motion so fast it seemed she'd vanished for a heartbeat. One moment she stood mid-dash, the next she rolled beneath a sweep of air, her daggers flashing up defensively. A blade struck the ground she had been standing on. The stone cracked. The commoners in the crowd leaned forward, straining their eyes. What just happened? Did she trip? Why did the floor crack? Their voices rose in confusion, not fear. But the excitement didn't dim. In fact, it increased. Because while they couldn't follow the details, they could feel the pressure. The hum in the air. The impossibility of human movement being displayed below. It didn't matter that they couldn't see the magic. This was what they came to witness. A show of power. And power had arrived. Phew. Did anyone else feel that? I don't care if you can't see it, folks, you felt that chill run down your spine, right? The commentator's voice echoed once more, clear and booming. And for those of you wondering what just happened, yes, that was an assassination attempt, launched from the shadows, by our mysterious Lige. The commentator proved he too was no ordinary person simply by his ability to see what was going on. See that? That wasn't just a strike, that was a slash meant to kill in one hit. And Della. He pointed dramatically at the screen. Dodged it like she was born in the shadows. The crowd exploded in cheers. On the field, Della crouched low, one knee bent and her eyes narrow. She didn't smile. She didn't speak. She moved. Twin daggers danced again in her grip, and then she vanished in a blur, heading straight for Josh Trin. "You want to talk about instincts?" the commentator said. "Della's not waiting to see if Lige tries again. She's going on the offensive. Straight for the flanker. And she was fast. Joss barely managed to intercept. His saber clashed with her twin blades, sparks flying. But the clash lasted only a second before Yuzan slammed into the melee like a wall of muscle and steel. The impact sent both Joss and Della tumbling. Della flipped back in perfect form while Joss staggered away, gasping. The crowd erupted again. They didn't need to see every detail. The momentum was visible. The energy was real. The magic of the stage barrier allowed some of the impact force to ripple through the Colosseum air, giving the audience a faint taste of the battlefield's fury. Meanwhile, Lionel engaged Fenric, both warriors weaving light and blade like dancers. Their weapons moved with precision, clashing at speeds the eye could barely follow. Lionel versus Fenric. Nobility meets nobility, folks. The commentator said, now fully animated. But watch their footwork, Fenric's favoring his left. Did Lionel already land a strike? Sir Ma still hadn't moved. He watched, patient, his hand on the hilt of his blade, eyes never leaving the space behind his teammates. The commentator noticed. Sir Ma hasn't joined the fray yet. Waiting. Calculating. protecting the rear, or expecting another sneak attack. And he was right to wait. A flicker behind Sir Ma. But his sword was already moving. Steel rang through the arena. Some sharp eyes caught it, a glint, a flash, a faint shimmer in the air that collided with Sir Ma's guard before vanishing again. No kill today, Lige, the commentator barked, grinning. Looks like the Steel Kingdom's knight is sharper than he looks. The crowd was enthralled. Every clash, every movement, every surge of power. Many didn't understand the techniques, but they understood spectacle. This was a spectacle worthy of nobles and commoners alike. And the tension kept building. While the crowd was still roaring from Sir Ma's last-minute deflection, the sharpest watchers started asking the question that had been lingering since the beginning of the battle: where was Lige now? The answer was everywhere and nowhere. He hadn't disappeared. There was no magic veil, no spell of invisibility. He was simply fast. Too fast for most eyes. Too fluid for the untrained mind to track. Lige didn't move in straight lines. He didn't stay in open space. He weaved through the smoke, the dust, the shadows cast by lunging bodies and flaring auras. And that made him terrifying. He was a phantom not by spell, but by movement. The commentator saw it. Listen carefully, folks. I know some of you are wondering, did he vanish? Was it a spell? But no. There's no illusion. No blink. No teleportation. What you're watching is pure technique. He doesn't vanish. He hides in motion, the commentator continued. A combat style used by certain rogue circles and Eastern assassin guilds. Each step made to draw no sound, each angle taken to fall just outside the line of sight. Even many of the combatants haven't realized how close he's gotten. He's fast. But more than that, he's smart. He's not looking for a duel. He's hunting for a moment. And just like that, the scene jumped back to the present. Down below, Fenric launched a lunge at Lionel, aura crackling at the tip of his blade. It was a brilliant strike. Not from Lionel, but behind Fenric. A dagger arced forward, silent and curved like a snake's fang. It was perfect. But Lionel, twisted at the last moment, and Fenric stepped forward a half-step more than planned, causing the dagger to barely miss his spine. Lige flowed with emotion and disappeared into the dust again before either of them could counter. The commentator barked a short laugh. Ha! Almost had two birds with one blade, but Lionel's noble instincts aren't just for show. And Fenric. Well, he's blessed by fortune today. The crowd howled in disbelief. Some screamed Lige's name, others Lionel's, others just cheered the madness of it all. This wasn't just a fight, it was a game of shadows, bursts of raw might, and flashes of insight. And amidst it all, Della re-entered the fight. In the preparation rooms beneath the Colosseum, silence reigned. A young swordsman from Group D whispered, "Was that a feint or, no, wait, he's behind him again." "How?" "No. He's not blinking," another muttered. He's just fast." Even the arrogant, smirking warriors from the Earth Dragon Kingdom had stopped laughing. Their eyes followed the flow now. Not a single one underestimated what was happening anymore. Among them, Michael sat still. His spear rested beside him, one hand lightly on the shaft. His eyes were fixed on the illusion screen. For a time, he was confused. This wasn't like the previous trial rounds. Not even close. Della, Yuzan, Lionel. Even that phantom called Lige, especially him, they were fighting like their lives depended on it. And perhaps it did. But then, slowly, the realization settled in. Of course it was different. This was the main event. There was a reason the climax of every event was always so far beyond the preliminaries. because this was the moment they showed it. However, unlike the others, for Michael, the current battle in the arena, it was a bit boring. Everyone moved so slow. Back on the stage, it was chaos. Della was bloodied but breathing hard, her daggers slick with effort. Joss was finally down, collapsed after a brutal exchange with Yuzin and a well-placed kick from Sir Ma that shattered his footing. His sword had clattered to the floor. Joss is out, the commentator bellowed. And look at that, Sir Ma finally joins the attack, and bam! We lose a scout. The crowd roared. Then it happened again. Yuzin caught in a shield with one hand and ripped it away, dragging the man off balance. Della slashed behind his knee just as Yuzin brought his axe down, not to kill, but to crush N's shoulder into the arena floor. 2 down. N's out. Group A is rolling strong. But not without cost. Lionel had collapsed to one knee, bleeding heavily from his right arm after a precision thrust from Fenric earlier. Della's left ankle had been twisted during a misstep near Lige's zone of influence, and Yuzin had a deep cut running from his ribs to his lower back courtesy of Fenric's desperate flurry. Lige was moving. Each time they cornered him, he darted away like a phantom. He slashed across Yuzin's thigh and disappeared. Flicked a cut along Sir Ma's gauntlet and vanished. But he was slower now. It was 3 versus 1, and it was catching up. The crowd sensed it. The commentator knew it. All right, what's the time here? We've got a dangerous Lige dancing between 3 injured but hungry lions, he said, voice electric. But make no mistake, this man is not down yet. Sir Ma lunged forward, cutting the field off from the east. Yuzin came from the left with a swing heavy enough to shake the stone. Della waited. Eyes like daggers. As Lige darted through a small arc of smoke, Della moved. She threw one dagger, not to kill, but to distract. Lige's foot faltered. It was slight, but enough. Sir Ma's blade swept in. Not at Lige, but to force him toward Yuzin. Yuzin roared, his axe raised for the final blow. A bell rang. A chime that echoed through the Colosseum like a divine interruption. Every fighter froze mid-motion. Even Yuzin's axe stopped, mere inches from Lige's side. What? Della breathed, lowering her stance. Sir Ma stepped back, blade humming with halted mana. And Lige, still crouched low, chest heaving, blinked slowly in disbelief. Above them, silence spread across the crowd like a wave of confusion. Then, with impeccable timing, the commentator coughed into his magical mic. Ha ha ha, thoops. I might have forgotten to mention something important earlier. He cleared his throat dramatically. For the team battle, he said, voice rising again into theatrical glory, the time limit is 15 minutes. The crowd exploded with laughter, boos, applause, all blended into a chaotic storm of noise. But hey, no deaths, right? Just glorious, bruised, battered warriors and one mysterious rogue who refused to die, he added quickly. Let's give it up for both teams. What a fight. The arena barrier shimmered once more, lowering the combat field's enchantments. Healers began to move in. But before anyone could speak, the commentator's voice once again boomed across the Colosseum. Group A, victory by eliminations. 3 down, 1 standing, and a rogue who managed to survive a pack of wolves. I don't know about you all, but that's what I call a perfect opening round. The crowd exploded. And just like that, the first battle ended. The applause was still echoing through the Colosseum when the commentator's voice returned, this time with a tone of deliberate drama and deep satisfaction. Phew, he exhaled theatrically, letting the tension hang for a beat. Was that not a sizzling start to our grand team contest? He paced along his platform, robes fluttering. That matchup, folks, he said, pointing to the scene, was quite special. Unique, even. Do you know why? He held a hand to his ear, waiting for a response that would never come. The crowd laughed, already locked in his rhythm. "Well, allow me to enlighten you," he bellowed. All 8 participants, yes, all of them, were either at the late stage of the intermediate rank or just stepping into the early advanced stage. That's right, folks. We weren't just watching good fighters, we were watching peak performers, right at that razor-thin edge where technique meets power and instinct decides the rest. The commentator wasn't done. He gestured to the center of the arena, now being cleared and reset. They were all so close in power. That's what made it so hot. So intense. The crowd erupted again. Applause, cheers, and chants rose like a wave. The commentator's voice cut back in, now with a teasing grin lacing each word. But alas, the stage does not rest. The crowd does not sleep. And the blood of warriors does not cool for long. His voice boomed louder. It's time. A slow, dramatic pause. For our second battle of the team phase. A cheer broke out. And Group D, 25 warriors in each. 6 squads to enter. And 1 lucky soul to advance without lifting a blade. The commentator clapped once, sending a ripple across the field. He leaned forward on his platform, grinning. "So, what do you say, folks? Shall we see if Group B and D can match the fire?" The answer from the stands came in one thunderous voice, and in the waiting room, Michael watched everything quietly. What he hadn't expected was what happened next. I hope the planned pace is a bit better now. Maybe it was because he was never the first to come out in the previous trials. Michael was a little taken aback. But it didn't take long for him to recover. Immediately he stood up. His grip tightened around his spear and he continued listening to the commentator. Second member. Frill. A lean youth with sun-darkened skin and mismatched boots stood up beside Michael. He gave a short, awkward nod. A commoner, from the look of him, one of the quiet ones. Third, Rago Varun of the Earth Dragon Kingdom. A tall, broad-shouldered boy with gold-threaded armor and a curved blade strapped to his back stepped forward confidently. He didn't spare Michael or Frill a glance. And lastly, Tyron Vel, also of the Earth Dragon Kingdom. This one was smaller, wiry, his silver-plated gauntlets humming faintly with energy. He joined the other 3 in silence. Their moment had come. They stepped through the entrance hall. The gates creaked open. As one, they stepped out into the light. The crowd greeted them with cheers. Several people in the audience with tools that looked like telescopes quickly zoomed in on the entrance. The 4 strode side by side, 2 Earth Dragon elites, 1 rugged commoner, and a youth clad in black armor, his long dark hair drifting slightly in the breeze. The commentator leaned in, smiling like he was holding onto a secret he could finally share. "Well, well, well," he said, voice thick with mischief. He raised his hand and pointed directly toward the young man at the front. "You there, in the black armor, what's your name, young sir?" Michael stopped. He took a small step forward, raised his head, and spoke. "Mike Noor," he said clearly, voice low but firm. The crowd hushed slightly at the name. And then came the commentator's grin. "Mike Noor, is it? Let me tell you all a little secret," he said, his voice dropping into a hushed tone, loud enough to echo through the arena, but soft enough to feel conspiratorial. He turned slightly, his gaze now focused in on Michael's face. His pale skin looked almost polished beneath the sunlight. Delicate features, beautiful, even. A face as fair as a noble lady, the commentator mused aloud. Skin so pale it's like he's never stepped outside. Hair like a painting. If this was a beauty pageant, I dare say he'd steal the crown from half the princesses. Laughter rippled through the crowd. But then, the tone shifted. "Ah, but don't be fooled," the commentator continued, now more serious. "You see, despite looking like a porcelain doll, this one here. You shouldn't underestimate him. The crowd leaned in. In fact, between you and me, I've heard whispers. And not just the idle kind. No, serious whispers. That this boy in black might just be faster than our little shadow dancer from earlier. A roar broke out from the commoner stands. Faster than Lige. Now the gossip began. From one end of the stands to the other, whispers turned to gasps, which turned to full-blown chatter. But it wasn't just the commoners. Up in the noble balconies, the atmosphere darkened. Some sat still, brows furrowed in thought. Others whispered to aides. They'd heard about what happened to Leonard yesterday. Rumor said it had been a very effortless win. And now the boy who had done it stood calmly in the arena. Mike Knorr, one noble lord muttered. So he's real. Another nodded slowly. I didn't believe the rumors. But if it's true, among them, a few had even darker expressions. Because they'd heard other things. Those lords watched Michael now with narrowed eyes. Today, they would find out if the whispers were lies. Down in the arena, Michael barely reacted. He simply stepped back into position with his squad, spear resting against his shoulder, expression unchanged. To him, it was simple. Talk was talk. Now was the time to act. The commentator clapped his hands together. All right. Enough secrets, let's get to know the rest of the squad, shall we? He swept his hand toward the others. First was Frel. The lean youth took a hesitant step forward. His boot scraped slightly on the stone floor, and he gave a brief, almost bashful nod to the crowd. Frel, he said. I'm here to give it my best. The crowd gave a few encouraging claps, mostly from the commoner stands. There was something honest in his awkwardness that earned a smattering of support. The commentator grinned. The humble ones always surprise us. Let's hope that quiet spirit hides a sharp blade. Then came Rago. He stepped forward like he owned the arena. Head held high, golden armor glinting under the sun, his sword resting against his back like a sleeping beast. Rago Varun, Earth Dragon Kingdom. I'm not here to lose. The commentator let out a soft whistle. Well. Confident. And why not? A blade that heavy usually comes with the strength to back it up. Then Tyron Vel stepped forward. His silver gauntlets sparked faintly as he flexed his fingers. The line was sharp, almost threatening. It drew a mix of reactions. The noble stands, however, simply watched, unmoved. The commentator chuckled. Oh ho ho. Looks like the Earth Dragon Kingdom didn't come to play today, folks. Fire and Frost in one squad. He stepped back, throwing his arms wide. And there you have it. Frel, Rago, Tyron. And Mike Knorr. He turned toward the crowd, his voice rising again. Let's hear it for Team B. Cheers, whistles, and scattered applause burst across the Coliseum. From the far end of the arena, the youth in red robes stepped forward once more, his expression calm, his posture precise, as he reached into the fourth bowl. All right, he said, voice magically projected across the stadium. Representing Group D. A hushed silence swept through the stands. The youth pulled a slip of paper and unfurled it smoothly. First, Arn Valcrest of House Valcrest. Second, the youth in red called, drawing the next name. Mike Daniel of House Daniel. The third name came quickly. Drin Voss of House Voss. And finally, the youth in red reached into the final bowl. Kale Rynth. Of House Rynth. Silence. The entire Coliseum stilled. No commentary. No cheers. Just stillness. Even the commentator had gone completely quiet. On the space between both teams, nothing moved. except the hundreds of bone spears floating in the air. They were as thick as javelins. All of them glowed faintly with dark energy, swirling in concentric layers above the heads of the Group D team. The temperature across the entire Colosseum had dropped several degrees. The commoners shivered. The nobles sat rigid. Then came the sound. Not of battle, but a single voice. He stood alone at the front of his team, eyes half-lidded as he looked toward the frozen nobles across from him. "Should we continue?" he asked softly. No one answered. His voice wasn't loud, but it echoed across the arena like a hammer blow. Because every bone spear above the stage trembled at his words, like they were just waiting for a command to fall. Rago, behind him, had one foot shifted backward, sweat beading on his temple. Tyron stared wide-eyed at the sky, gauntlets trembling. Frel had nearly dropped his weapon. And across from them, the noble team. Still frozen. Finally, the commentator cleared his throat. "Well," the commentator said dryly, "I was going to say something like, 'Let the battle begin.' But apparently, the battle ended before I could even open my mouth." A burst of laughter broke through the tension from the crowd, scattered but growing. Still, the tension hadn't fully faded. Because while the spears began to dissolve into drifting bone dust, the image of them, hundreds, formed instantly, lingered in everyone's minds. All of this was thanks to Michael's understanding of magic. If you cast a spell well enough, repeatedly, instinctively, even without fully grasping the theory, your subconscious begins to internalize it. Eventually, you reach a point where a magic circle can form instantly, without gestures or incantations which Michael never even used. Though Michael often relied on his spear and undead in combat, he never abandoned his identity as a mage. He simply didn't use it often, brute force had been more convenient. Victory. To Group B. A pause. Then, louder, with cheer, and we'll be taking a short break before the next match. Don't go anywhere, folks, just a few, logistics to sort out. A wave of disappointment rippled through the crowd. A break. Now. After that. Boos followed, light at first, then swelling as spectators from the commoner stands expressed their frustration. Let them fight. But even as the cries grew louder, the buzz didn't die. It intensified. The air was electric. People talked over one another, speculating, repeating what they'd just seen, describing the terrifying elegance of it. Because Michael hadn't just ended a fight. He'd performed. The beauty of it, the sheer, awful beauty of magic made visible, made deadly, had left them craving more. It was the first real taste of spellwork the arena had seen today. Back in the waiting rooms below the arena, the mood was wildly different. "Wait. What?" one youth from Group A breathed, his face pale. "He's a mage. I've seen him fight before, he doesn't cast spells." He did now. From one of the corners, Della, who had treated her injuries, stared at the illusion screen. "I thought he was just a physical type," she muttered. "Knights can't cast like that," said Lionel, bandages wrapped tight around his arm. "Even most battle mages can't." That was something else. To avoid drawn-out battles, the Duke didn't provide healers for the participants. As long as they were not close to dying, only after the competition would they be healed or after forfeiting. Even the elite nobles from the Earth Dragon Kingdom, who had looked down on the rest since the start, were unusually quiet. Michael stepped back into the waiting room. He didn't speak. Neither did anyone else. Rago kept glancing at him sideways, jaw twitching, while Tyron hadn't quite stopped looking at the entrance they'd walked through, as if expecting the bone spears to come back at any second. Frel just looked shaken. No one congratulated Michael. No one dared. He sat down calmly, resting his spear against the wall like nothing had happened. And yet, even the silence that followed his arrival felt heavy. Across the arena, far above the noise and crowds, two figures hovered unseen to mortal eyes. One of them wore long dark red robes edged with silvery runes. His arms were crossed, but the corner of his lips twitched every few seconds, Mage Lien, trying very hard not to laugh. Beside him stood a man in layered crimson and navy robes, embroidered with a subtle, glowing crest on his chest, the same sigil worn by the red and blue officials overseeing the tournament. Duke Evermoon. The Duke's arms were behind his back, expression unreadable as he watched the arena below. His silver hair billowed softly in the wind. To most in the capital, the name Duke Evermoon carried a weight that went far beyond his title. In power, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the other three dukes who formed the backbone of the Lionheart Kingdom's nobility. But in influence and ambition, Evermoon surpassed them all. He was no figurehead. Not just a political schemer hidden behind papers and handshakes, he was a grand-tier mage in his own right, just like Mage Lien. All agreed on one thing: the Duke of House Evermoon was dangerous. In noble circles, he was called many things: the Crimson Strategist, the Quiet Wolf, the Duke with no chains. Ambitious. Power-hungry. Calculating. But never foolish. And that was why he had thrived for decades without slipping, without giving the court or royal family a clear reason to suppress him. Well, until recently. With the old king stepping down from the throne and the battle for succession quietly erupting beneath the surface, it was the rarest kind of opportunity. In a time like this, the one who could back the right prince to victory would rise beyond measure. Wealth, favor, positions, no price would be too high for loyalty that led to the crown. Duke Evermoon had all three pillars of power needed to influence the throne: gold, renown, and powerful subordinates. If he moved carefully, and aligned with a few other forces, any prince he supported could practically walk into the throne room. And what's more, if the timing was right, even the king wouldn't be able to stop it. But for all his ambition, the Duke wasn't without scars from the past. His earlier, bolder moves in court had nearly sparked a coalition against him. He'd pulled back, retreated into silence and neutrality for years. But now, the moment had returned. This time, however, subtlety would win. And it was during this cautious planning that the idea of family ties struck him. A marriage bond. A quiet string that could turn into a chain of loyalty. He, among the four dukes, was the only one with a daughter of age. The problem: he couldn't openly offer her hand. Doing so would alert the court, and worse, the other princes. They would use his intention against him, turn it into leverage, or worse, snatch the prize for themselves. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. And so the competition was born. The competition wasn't just a spectacle. It was a scheme. One crafted with deliberate care to favor a very specific candidate, the 13th Prince of Lionheart, a grand knight of 25 years with peerless reputation among the middle-tier nobility and enough charisma to sway the people. He wasn't the strongest of the princes in raw might, but in terms of balance, image, and reliability. He was ideal. Duke Evermoon had watched him for years. The competition was a perfect fit for him. The requirements: simple, but precise. A minimum level of power. Enough to keep out weaklings and insignificant noble heirs. And a maximum age limit of 25. A cutoff that conveniently eliminated most of the older princes and war heroes from the competition, narrowing the field exactly how the Duke wanted. It should have been easy. The prince was in the prime of his strength. His name was respected, his bloodline clean, his martial achievements already marked in border skirmishes. He would have dominated the event without breaking stride, gaining favor with the crowd, impressing other nobles, and further legitimizing the Duke's hidden hand. But the Duke made a mistake. Contrary to what most believed, the old king hadn't stepped down simply to pursue a peaceful retirement or focus on breaking through the great knight stage. That was the rumor, one he'd allowed to spread freely. But the truth was far more dangerous. It began with the discovery of a ruin within the Lionheart Kingdom's territory. When the kingdom's adventurers first found it, they believed it to be the remains of a great mage. It was the remnant of a legendary mage. A realm above even the great stage. A tier so rare, so unfathomably powerful, that only a handful of names across the entire continent, and just 3 in the history of the Black Serpent Empire, had ever reached it. This wasn't a ruin. It was a legacy. And it just happened to be where the Duke's plan started to fall apart. It was all meant to be perfect. To show that he wasn't aiming for the throne, at least not directly, Duke Evermoon made the competition open to all, regardless of origin. A calculated show of fairness. On the surface, it looked like a generous, risky move. After all, who's to say some hidden prodigy from outside the kingdom wouldn't enter? Someone just as powerful, or even more special, than the 13th prince. But in truth, it wasn't much of a risk. To reach such a high level of strength at a young age, enough to rival a Grand Knight at 25, was no small feat. It required training, resources, powerful mentors, and lineage. And Duke Evermoon didn't believe people like that could rise from nowhere. If such individuals existed, they wouldn't be anonymous. They would have names, noble crests, reputations. They would be known. And within the Lionheart Kingdom, the Duke had eyes everywhere. From the smallest baronies to the largest duchies, he had scouts, informants, reports. He knew who was rising, who posed a threat. And among the notable youth eligible for the competition, none came close to the prince he supported. As for outsiders, another layer of foresight. By offering his daughter's hand as a prize, he'd laid an invisible boundary. One that discouraged foreign nobles from meddling. No true noble would risk offending a duke from another kingdom over a bride already claimed in political spirit. Especially not one like Duke Evermoon, who held considerable influence. It was an elegant wall. One that didn't need to be spoken aloud but was understood in every noble court around. A foolproof plan. Or so it seemed. But the ruin changed everything. At first, the Duke knew nothing about it. The king had kept the ruin discovery buried. Even most of the royal family remained in the dark. But secrets, especially ones that monumental, rarely stay buried for long. And by the time the Duke heard whispers of a legendary mage's legacy, it was already too late. The stakes had shifted. The competition, once merely a tool for succession, had become a spotlight. A grand event the world watched, now held in the very kingdom that housed one of the greatest magical discoveries. And the ruin wasn't just any tomb. Even the mighty Black Serpent Empire, rulers of the continent for over thousands of years, had only produced 3 publicly acknowledged legendary beings in its entire existence. The presence of such a ruin was enough to shake the foundation of nations. Unfortunately for the Empire, they had rules binding them. All land under the Empire belonged to the Empire. But if governed by due allegiance, seizure without cause is forbidden. A law set by one of the most revered emperors in history. It gave security to vassal kingdoms like Lionheart and fostered loyalty across the Empire. Because even the weak could keep what was theirs, so long as they did not rebel. On a normal day, the Empire could only watch such a pie pass them by. But this time, things were different. Thanks to a certain Duke. The ruin, originally meant to stay within the grasp of the Lionheart Kingdom, could now be opened just wide enough for others to step in. After all, Lionheart wouldn't refuse an in-law with a notable background, would they? Rules could be bent, and the powerful Empire knew this. And for a time, the Duke was unaware that the world had begun to take notice. Not until the second trial ended. Not until a day before the finals, when he from the Empire and other powerful kingdoms began to arrive. It was like clockwork. like a planned operation. And it was only thanks to them he knew the secret the kingdom was hiding. The Duke was not pleased. He stood tall above the arena, arms behind his back, watching and listening to the noise of the crowd. The situation had spiraled out of control. This was no longer the competition he had orchestrated. The game board had changed. He had never been naive. Ambition, yes. Cunning, always. But disloyalty. Duke Evermoon might have thirsted for power, but he was still of the kingdom. Lionheart flowed in his veins. He had bled for this land. He had helped shape its policy and protected its borders. His daughter, his Pearl, was never supposed to be a bargaining chip for outsiders. Now she was a tool. A prize for foreign opportunists to squabble over. He scowled faintly. Just because the Empire's prince had joined the competition didn't mean he was celebrating. On the contrary, he detested it. The Empire's reach was vast. Their nobility arrogant. Their princes even more so. Becoming in-laws with a crown prince from the Empire sounded powerful in theory. But it was hollow in practice. He had no illusions. The difference between their families was a chasm. His daughter would not be a wife. She would be an appendage. Something to be claimed and discarded at convenience. Her voice would be muted. Her future would be unrecognizable. He'd rather she married no one. He'd rather his influence remain rooted in the kingdom, where his hands could still shape the future. And this mess. He blamed the old king. How could he allow such a discovery to slip out? How could he, knowing the stakes, allow the secret of the ruin to be exposed? But Duke Evermoon also knew the man well enough to understand something must have happened on his end. The king had been careful. Very careful. For him to fail meant an unknown force had intervened. Perhaps someone within the Empire court. Perhaps the ruin itself wasn't dormant. It no longer mattered. The damage was done. The Empire had moved, and they had come with company. That was the part that angered him the most. If it had been the prince alone, Duke Evermoon could have leveraged the kingdom's structure, bureaucracy, and political theater to stall or resist. To control the narrative. But with the arrival of multiple dignitaries, adventurous nobles from various kingdoms and factions, it had become a diplomatic powder keg. That was the word. It wasn't about fairness. It wasn't even about marriage anymore. It was about making it impossible to say no. If the Duke rejected this sudden surge of interest, if he tried to block these entrants, the backlash would be immense. Accusations of discrimination. Disrespect. The kind of stain no kingdom could afford in front of the Empire. He would be forced to open the gates. And once that happened, there was no telling what else might flood through. Still, all was probably not lost yet. Duke Evermoon's eyes flicked briefly to the man beside him. Mage Lien stood calmly, gaze locked on the arena below, where dust still lingered in the wake of Michael's display. There was a glimmer in his eyes. Duke Evermoon didn't speak, but he followed that line of sight. A name unfamiliar to the Duke's reports. But he remembered hearing rumors of a certain mysterious youth. This boy. He might be the one from the rumors. But if that was true, based on the operation that happened weeks ago, there was only one person who would have the full story. Grand Knight Vurin. That icy bastard. Mage Lien might know too, but the Grand Mage wanted nothing to do with him after getting a grasp of the current situation. Duke Evermoon was just about to address Mage Lien when a voice echoed. Both of you. Come. They turned to look at each other. It was the princess. A great mage of the Lionheart Kingdom. The people below didn't know what was happening in the kingdom. They couldn't. Not even most nobles did. Thanks to Michael's overwhelming show of power, something shifted, not in the arena, but behind the scenes. The commentator, normally flamboyant, excitable, the voice of the people, sat rigid in his private section of the stands. His hat had been removed. He wasn't speaking now. He was listening. Beside him sat a middle-aged man clad in blue robes lined with silver trim. One of the officials overseeing the tournament. His brows were furrowed deep, his mouth drawn into a tight line. The commentator looked at him sideways. "Well," he whispered, voice dry. The robed man didn't answer at first. His fingers drummed on his knee, rhythm tight, anxious. "It's complicated," he finally muttered. "We've had disruptions." The commentator blinked. "Disruptions." The man rubbed his forehead. "Withdrawals." Now that made the commentator pause. "How many?" 53. 53. He hissed, barely able to keep his voice down. 31 remaining now, the man replied, grim. "Not counting the teams that won." The commentator leaned back, stunned. He wasn't new to competitions like this. Withdrawals were normal. Cowards existed. Injuries happened. But 53. All at once. Because of him. He tilted his head slightly toward the arena. The man sighed. He didn't need to finish. "People don't want to be the next sacrifice," the official muttered. "Especially the ones who thought they had a chance. Now they're scrambling, making excuses, talking about family matters or personal limits or no use competing. The only good thing I can say is it's only the capable ones that remain." The commentator looked down at the arena. "So what now?" he asked softly. Still continuing. The blue-robed man didn't answer at first. He stared out at the arena, lips twitching like he was chewing something bitter. Then he finally said, "We continue the team battles." The commentator raised a brow. "But the numbers are low." "I know," the man muttered. "We'll rotate as needed. But none of them will proceed to the finals. Only 4 will." The commentator blinked. "Why?" "I thought the team rounds were a qualifier for the next stage." The man gave him a look. "They were." Then he added, quieter, "But the current state of things changed everything. Those 4. They're different." Michael sat quietly in the waiting room of Group B. The air was different now. Not heavier, just thinner. Emptier. Only a few participants remained in the room, scattered across the wide chamber like uncertain shadows. The benches that had once been filled with nervous tension were now silent. He sat alone. Not just metaphorically. There was a wide berth around him, an invisible boundary the others seemed too afraid to cross. They stole glances when they thought he wasn't looking. A few stared outright. Some with fear. Others with bitter curiosity. Michael didn't care. In fact, he preferred it this way. The less time he spent here, the better. He leaned back slightly, arms resting over the bench, letting the stillness settle around him like armor. He imagined it was the same in the other waiting rooms. But like before, he just didn't care. He stared at the illusion showing the situation outside just to see the commentator that was previously absent return. But before he could say anything, the illusion display switched to white. Michael wasn't the only one taken aback. The other participants were too. What they had no idea of was that the officials didn't want them to see or hear what was going to happen next. Back in the arena, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. The massive Colosseum, which had briefly gone quiet following the delay, roared back to life as the commentator's voice rang out once more. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, voice booming with renewed energy as he stepped onto the floating stage platform. "There has been a slight change." The audience shifted uneasily. The nobles leaned forward. The commoners straightened up. "The team battles will continue as planned," the commentator said, raising a hand. "But," he paused for effect, they will now be purely for entertainment and demonstration. A stunned silence settled. No one from these matches will advance to the finals, he said. Instead, the final stage of the competition will be fought between 4 individuals selected by the officiating council. A decision made due to the overwhelming difference in power displayed thus far. There was a brief murmur, some confusion rising from the stands. He pressed on. These 4 participants are not just contenders, they are the strongest. The finest the tournament has produced. Their abilities are beyond the expected scope. They have surpassed the original scale of this competition. He took a breath. Among them as a ripple of reactions followed. Some gasps. Others cheered. A few muttered indignantly, no doubt unhappy with what they saw as favoritism. But before anyone could voice those thoughts too loudly, the commentator clapped his hands together with a grin and declared, "Now then. Back to the stage. For those still fighting, for glory, for honor, or just to prove a point, your time has come. Next up, we have again Group A versus Group C." The names of the participants appeared in bold script across the skies above the arena, and the stage began shifting, adjusting for the upcoming team match. The crowd's uncertainty began to melt away as cheers returned, swept up in the motion and momentum. The commentator had expertly redirected their focus. That was his job after all. The battles resumed with renewed intensity. The arena echoed with the roars of combatants who remained not for glory alone, but for pride, defiance, and the refusal to back down. Those who had stayed behind were not fools. Especially those with more knowledge about Michael. Many had seen what Michael did and had done before, and still chose to stay. Whether out of unyielding will or sheer stubbornness, they remained, and it showed. Every clash on the stage now felt heavier, fiercer. The crowd watched, gripped by the relentless back and forth. Power exploded like fireworks. Blades clashed with ripples. There were fewer participants now, but that made each bout stand out more. But elsewhere, a different kind of tension grew. Back in the waiting chambers, the atmosphere had changed drastically. Michael had noticed it first when the illusion displaying the outside events had cut out. At first, he thought it was a malfunction. But when it didn't return, even after several minutes, his suspicions deepened. Then people began to leave. One by one, once the participants in Group B were called on stage, they never returned. He kept track. The first few didn't rattle him. The middle few made him raise an eyebrow. Now, only he was left. Michael didn't panic, but his senses were fully alert. What he didn't know was that he wasn't the only one. In the waiting rooms of Groups A and C, 3 others also sat alone. Ren was seated with his hands folded calmly across his lap. His wooden sword rested against the bench, untouched, but never far from hand. Yuga was also alone, but unlike before, his eyes were open. And the 4th, the prince. Well, he also stayed in silence with Ren. Michael had no idea they were the others. Just as his thoughts began to whirl faster, the illusion center on the wall of his chamber flickered, then returned. The image of the Colosseum filled the space again, showing a battle already in progress. A young man wielding twin daggers was locked in a vicious exchange with a staff-wielding opponent. Their movements were a blur. Around the stage were 6 other people, collapsed. The impression it gave was that they took each other out. Fortunately, it didn't seem like anyone died. But the bloody stage, unlike its earlier appearance at the start of the competition, told a lot of story. Michael stared. The dagger wielder launched forward with blinding speed, flickering like a shadow across the stone. His opponent spun the staff defensively, parrying 3 strikes in rapid succession before planting its base against the ground and releasing a sudden shockwave. Dust burst upward. The crowd gasped. But the dagger user wasn't deterred. He weaved through the dust like a phantom, appearing beside the staff user with a sharp pivot, dagger aimed at the neck. It was blocked, barely, by the flat of the staff. Sparks flew. Their battle raged like a storm trapped in a cage. The staff wielder, a tall, wiry youth, backpedaled swiftly, then swept low, trying to trip his opponent. The dagger user jumped, flipping backward midair and tossing a small dagger as he did. The projectile was caught. Not by the opponent, but by the staff, which had twisted mid-spin to intercept it with almost lazy precision. Then came the counterattack. The staff came down in a vertical arc, fast and unforgiving. The dagger wielder crossed both weapons in defense, but the force of the blow knocked him to one knee, cracking the arena stone beneath. The crowd roared again with the commentator making comments in the background. The dagger wielder shot back up, spinning into a whirl of slashes that forced his opponent to retreat. But even as the staff user moved, he did so with grace, every step measured, every motion fluid. The match was close. It could go either way. But it wouldn't last much longer. It was about to end. And just as expected, the next exchange happened in a flash. The staff wielder feinted high, then jabbed the base of his weapon toward the dagger user's side. But instead of dodging, the dagger wielder stepped into the strike, twisting as he did. The staff hit, but the blade found its mark first. A clean slice across the shoulder. The crowd roared. The staff dropped. The wielder stumbled. But the dagger user didn't gloat. He didn't smile. He just stepped back, panting, and waited for the announcement. The illusion dimmed slightly, shifting to a wide-angle view of the Colosseum as the announcer's voice echoed once more. Let's hear it for our brave fighters. Of spirit. Of skill. Of everything they represent. The crowd cheered. The commentator stated the winners. Group D. Cheers erupted across the arena. The commentator smiled brightly, his voice booming again. Please head to the waiting room. The officials will be with you shortly to guide you on what comes next. As he spoke, several individuals in flowing red robes stepped onto the arena stage. They moved swiftly, efficiently, and without much ceremony, tending to the unconscious participants. The crowd grew quieter, watching the figures carefully lift the fallen fighters and carry them toward an archway that had opened at the far end of the Colosseum. Michael leaned forward. That wasn't the exit normally used by participants. He had watched the earlier matches while participating in one to know where each group typically entered and exited. This was different. Michael narrowed his eyes. So it's not just my group, he thought. None of them are coming back. Then the commentator's voice broke through again, vibrant and theatrical. And that marks the end of the team section. Thunderous applause followed. Michael kept his eyes on the illusion display, but now he was listening more intently. Spectacular, wasn't it? The commentator went on. From the vicious clash to unshakable pride. We saw warriors rise, fall, and shine with everything they had. The crowd cheered again. Nobles clapped and commoners stood and hollered. I must give special mention to our bold contenders, Delamere, who fought with elegance and unshaken will. Lige the Shadow, who moved like wind through his enemies. And the twin blades of Kalen and Riss. Heroes, all of them. The names caused murmurs and reminiscence to ripple through the stands. And now, the commentator's voice suddenly sharpened with excitement. It's time for what we've all been waiting for. The individual matches. The reaction was instant. Michael's gaze locked on the illusion panel. In another waiting room, Prince Rue straightened, eyes glowing faintly. He brushed a loose strand of black hair behind his ear. Ren Noah's calm expression finally shifted too. Yuga blinked lazily. Then returned to staring at the wall. He'd know if something concerned him, once it called him to the stage. These four, the commentator went on, are the reason the tournament took a different path. The reason the council was forced to rethink everything. The audience leaned forward. Power, the commentator said simply. Overwhelming power. And now, these four will fight. They will show us why their presence shook the scales of this competition. He raised his hand. The first match will be between, a brief silence. Ren Noah versus Prince Rui. Michael blinked. Michael remembered the youth. Putting aside his personality, the wooden sword he wielded was unforgettable. But while he recognized Ren, the other name caught him off guard. Prince Rui. Who was that? Could he be the real candidate the Duke wants to win this competition? Michael couldn't help but suspect it. Also, though he wasn't entirely sure yet, the commentator's words painted a picture. From what had been said, and more importantly, what hadn't, Michael could guess that the competition, which should have stretched longer, had been abruptly cut short. Excessively short. And he could guess why. People like him had changed the landscape too drastically. His earlier display alone must have thrown the whole bracket into chaos. The officials likely didn't want to drag out a competition whose ending was already clear. Why waste everyone's time when only a handful had the strength to stand at the top? 4 people, Ren, this Prince Rui. Me. And who else? The image of a bear-like youth flashed in Michael's mind. That brute was strong. No question. But was he the fourth? Michael wasn't sure. Even as he mulled it over, his eyes didn't stray from the illusion display. Back in Group C's waiting room, Ren and Prince Rui stood up at the same time. The motion was subtle, but the tension that followed was anything but. Both youths turned their heads slightly, their gazes locking for the first time not as spectators or strangers, but as opponents. Ren's fingers instinctively curled around the hilt of his wooden sword. This was it. He was one stage away from the next ladder. His family's dream, the Noah dream, was within reach. But now, standing across from him, was not just any opponent. An Empire Prince. Ren's grip tightened. If it had been a kingdom youth, even a noble from a high house, he wouldn't have hesitated. But this wasn't just some noble's son. This was Prince Rui, a scion of the Black Serpent Empire. He was just a baron's third son. An insignificant name on a land barely worth defending. For a moment, doubt stirred. Was this really possible? Could he, Ren Noah, stand against the weight of an empire? But just as those thoughts began to deepen, just as the fear started to thread its way into his resolve, Prince Rui's voice cut through the air. I would advise you, Rui said calmly, his tone bordering on cold courtesy, to give up. Ren blinked. Show me face, Rui added, voice still soft but bearing a weight that could crush pride. There's no shame in knowing your limit. Then he turned and walked out of the room. No threats. No mockery. Just superiority. The kind that didn't need to be explained. Ren remained frozen for a breath longer, staring at the spot where Rui had stood. Then the commentator's voice rang out through the illusion. Prince Rui has entered the arena. Now we await his opponent. Ren Noah. The crowd roared at the name. Some out of excitement. Others simply to fill the silence. But the silence stretched. Ren hadn't moved. From the arena, Rui stood poised, arms crossed behind his back, his long dark coat billowing faintly in the wind. The commentator, clearly growing impatient, began to count down. The audience grew restless. Disappointed murmurs spread. Boos began to rise from the crowd. Some already turning their attention away. The crowd was losing interest, already starting to see it as a no-show. But Michael's focus wasn't on the stage anymore. It was on Ren. Why hasn't he come out? He didn't know the boy well, but from what little he'd seen, Ren Noah wasn't the type to back down. Even after seeing what he could do, the youth made sure he knew he wouldn't lose. At least to him, he wouldn't lose. Michael leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowing. Could something have happened? It wasn't that Michael was worried, not really. But curiosity gnawed at him. Ren's presence had left an impression, no matter how faint. There was something about that youth. So why the hesitation? The opponent. Michael's gaze flicked back to Rue. Just as the countdown was about to end, Ren stepped out. The crowd gasped. The commentator grinned. Well, well. Look who found his courage. Rue turned, calmly, to face his opponent. His expression hadn't changed, but his eyes narrowed just slightly. He hadn't expected Ren to show up after all. But what really vexed him wasn't the fact that Ren came. It was the look on Ren's face. Determined. Not a trace of hesitation remained. Perhaps Ren was talking to himself. Perhaps he was talking to the prince. Either way, his words came soft, but sharp. Nothing's going to stop me. He took one step forward, then another. And for the first time, a flicker of irritation crossed Prince Rui's otherwise emotionless expression. He didn't like that look. Didn't like that defiance. Because in Rui's world, people like Ren were meant to kneel or vanish. Not like this. The Colosseum grew louder. The match hadn't even begun, yet the tension had already reached a fever pitch. Two youths. Two worlds. And the arena was ready. Rue vanished. One moment he was standing tall and composed, the next, there was only a blur. Dust kicked up from where his foot had been. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Ren, his fist already halfway to the boy's chest. Ren managed to cross his arms just in time. The impact thundered against his guard, sending shockwaves down his bones. He skidded backward, his boots carving twin lines in the stone platform. Oh ho! The prince makes the first move. What speed, the commentator shouted, barely keeping up. But wait. Ren Noah blocked it. He blocked it. The crowd exploded with noise. The nobles looked at each other. Many had expected Ren to be blown off stage in seconds. Though they didn't recognize this prince, it was a title that only those of at least a duke lineage could have. Such a figure could not be simple. While Ren, on the other hand, aside from looking quite handsome, he didn't stand out much at first glance. He must be a commoner, they thought at first. But there he stood, arms shaking but unbroken. Rue tilted his head, surprise faint on his features. Impressive, he said coolly. I didn't expect you to react. He took a slow step forward, still relaxed. Though, you do know that wasn't me going full power, right? Ren didn't answer. His arm still ached from the punch. His ribs throbbed faintly. That hadn't been Rui's full strength. He believed it. The blow had felt heavy, but lazy. Like someone swatting a fly they didn't consider worth the effort. Just as Rue hadn't gone all out, neither had Ren. He rolled his shoulders, adjusted his footing. A subtle nod passed between them. Then both vanished. They reappeared a heartbeat later on opposite sides of the arena, then again, then again. They moved like shadows, their feet barely touching the ground. The commentator squinted, trying to keep up. They're moving. Faster than before. Is anyone else struggling to follow this? Because I know I am. His voice, usually dramatic and exaggerated, had become sharper. Big sounds flared as would met knuckle. Again. Again. Rue frowned. He was stronger. There was no question. But every time his fist met Ren's blade, it was like striking against water and stone at the same time. His strength dispersed. It didn't make sense. The sword was wooden, yet it didn't snap. Not even a splinter. And that technique, the way Ren shifted his stance to redirect Rui's momentum. Every strike, every clash, felt like half of Rui's force vanished into thin air. Ren, on the other hand, had no such confusion. He felt every punch. His arms were getting numb. The reverberations of each blocked strike rattled through his body. His legs were already tiring. But it was fine. Because he could still move. He hadn't been broken. And as long as he still stood, then he still had a chance. Rui stepped back, breathing slow and even. "You're not bad," he said at last. "But you're annoying." He surged forward. Ren pivoted. The next exchange was cleaner, sharper. Rui's punches came like arrows. But Ren was no longer trying to match strength for strength. Redirected. His sword, though light, carried weight in how it moved. Each deflection wasn't just defense, it was control. And on stage, Rui felt it too. From the waiting room, Michael watched silently. He narrowed his eyes. A faint white glow coated Ren's sword now. He'd seen it before. Advanced mastery. Michael muttered. No perfect stage mastery. Only Grand Knight Vurin had shown that before. Not bad, Michael whispered, watching the stage. But that prince doesn't look like he's done yet. Michael was right. On the field, Rui's expression twisted. This was not fun. This was embarrassing. He was a prince of the empire. Even if he didn't carry his title on his face, the pride of it burned in his bones. The Lionheart Kingdom might be strong, but his empire had two more forces like them under it. He had always been told, "You are a genius. You are a ruler. Superior." And now he couldn't put down a commoner. Rui's jaw clenched. His punch missed by a hair's breadth as Ren slid under and tapped his knee with the flat of his blade. A harmless hit, but a statement. Rui felt insulted. Disgraced. His patience snapped. He stopped holding back. A wave of power erupted from his body. The platform cracked beneath his feet. He unleashed it all. The full strength of a grand tier. Gasps filled the stands. The commentator choked on his words. What's this? This burst of raw pressure. Rui launched forward, his fist glowing faintly with compressed force. It screamed through the air, aimed straight at Ren's center. Ren's pupils shrank. He raised his sword, and a white light flared. Chi surged. The wooden blade shone like steel. The punch collided. Ren blocked. The sound tore through the arena like thunder. Dust swallowed the two figures. When it cleared, Ren was still standing. Knees bent. Arms locked. Sword intact. Rui stared. More than surprise, there was something darker in his eyes now. The white glow surrounding Ren's sword hadn't been a trick of the light. Rui's eyes, trained from years of education within the Empire, recognized it instantly. His fist lowered slightly. So that's what this is. Even a strand of grass wielded by someone at that level could be lethal. It didn't matter that Ren's weapon was wood. It had long been baptized in the aura of its user and fused over years of use. That made it sharper than steel. No wonder it hadn't broken. Even in the Empire, perfect stage masters were rare. Especially young ones. And now he was staring at one. A boy younger than him. A nobody. A commoner. Something hot boiled in Rui's chest. Before, he had held back. Not out of mercy, but out of calculation. He didn't want to kill anyone yet. Especially not when the Duke of Evermoon was watching with the current situation of things. Now he wanted blood. Not because of honor. Because of pride. Because this peasant dared to match him. He activated it. His bloodline. Dark scales crept across Rui's arms and neck, stopping just short of his jaw. Faint black steam wafted from his skin. His eyes burned with deeper clarity. The black serpent bloodline. A mark of imperial lineage. It enhanced strength, boosted reflexes, thickened skin, and sharpened instinct. He hadn't reached full transformation. Not yet. But even partial activation gave him more edge. With this, Chi wouldn't matter. He wouldn't just win. He would break Ren. Ren saw the change. Saw the scales, the inhuman transformation. And he felt relief. The sudden release of pressure from his heart caught him by surprise. So the prince had more cards. Ren tightened his grip on his sword. The blade hummed faintly now. He had hesitated before. Held back. Because he was afraid. Afraid of the consequences of hurting an empire prince. Of offending something larger than himself. It made him angry. But more than anger, it made him cautious. He wasn't stupid. But he wouldn't back down either. Let the prince wear his armor. This way he'd be able to take more beating. Rue's figure blurred. The stage trembled. At the same time, something instinctively awakened in Ren's mind. It was like his consciousness expanded, his awareness sharpened, perception refined. Every shift in wind, every twitch of muscle on his opponent's body, every creak in the stone beneath their feet, it all registered. It was not that his body had grown stronger, or his speed had suddenly doubled. No. The method he was using didn't change his physical stats. It heightened everything else. His reflexes. His instincts. His combat sense. This was the same method Grand Knight Vurin had displayed weeks ago, when he'd repelled mental attacks using nothing but his chi. It didn't raise one's strength or agility directly, but in the flow of battle, it elevated a fighter to a whole new level. Right now, Ren Noah was wielding the combat method of a perfect stage weapon master. And it showed. From the outside, nothing dramatic changed. His stance was the same. His wooden sword still looked simple, unassuming. But Prince Rue felt it instantly. The flow of their fight shifted. Rue struck again. This time, before he could even complete his step, Ren had already moved. A flick of the wrist. A white arc of chi burst from the tip of his wooden sword. It carved through the air like a blade of light, forcing Rue to twist mid-motion. The blast erupted behind Rue as he dodged, debris flying upward, bits of stone and dust catching the wind. The self-repairing arena groaned. The scars left on the platform shimmered faintly, but didn't heal right away. The restoration room was overwhelmed. Cracks spiderwebbed out across the floor, glowing dimly. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Ren didn't chase. He stood, sword low, eyes calm. And again, he flicked his wrist. Another arc Rue braced this time, crossing his scaled arms. The blast collided with him full force. Boom. He staggered back. His boots dug furrows into the arena stone. Steam hissed from his arms as the chi attack seared across his scaled defense. He didn't fall. But his mouth twisted. That shouldn't have hurt. Not like that. He charged again, closing the distance. But just before he reached Ren, another strike came. This time not straight, but curved. The blast of chi spiraled, forcing Rue to leap aside or risk taking the full brunt. Another. And another. The air was no longer still. Chi arcs danced like ribbons of light, ripping across the stage from all angles. What is this? The commentator murmured. Even he had lost some of his dramatics. The nobles didn't speak. The commoners held their breath. One part was simply stunned and the other was just as stunned yet filled with several emotions. Only the sound of chi splitting the air, of crumbling stone and shrieking wind filled the Colosseum. Rue ducked, rolled, then took another hit to the shoulder. It burned. He felt the pain through the scales. It wasn't fatal, but it was consistent. Again, he charged. And again, he was forced to dodge. He couldn't get close. The arrogance he carried as a prince, as a genius, was cracking. Every time he moved, he had to rethink. Had to recalculate. His strength meant nothing if he couldn't touch the target. Ren didn't smile. Didn't gloat. He just moved. His body no longer reacted. It anticipated. Every step Rui took, it felt like Ren already knew. Michael, still watching, exhaled slowly. A second later his lips twitched. He was confident in his body defense, but he wasn't sure if it would fare well against Ren's sharp cuts. I might have to gang up on him if I encounter him later. As for the mysterious prince, to be honest, Michael found him a bit boring. Rui stumbled, one knee dipping as he tanked another glancing blow. Ren finally moved. He appeared beside Rui with no warning. A single downward slash. Rui blocked, barely. But the floor cracked beneath him. The two figures now stood a few paces apart, panting. Rui's chest rose and fell heavily. His breath came in ragged bursts. Every inch of his body, from his bloodline-fueled muscles to the scales covering his arms, ached with strain. His transformation wasn't without cost. The longer he sustained it, the more it taxed him, and not just physically. On the other hand, Ren's breath was steady but sharp. His brows were furrowed, however, sweat trailing down his temples. His exhaustion wasn't physical. It was mental. Using chi like he did wasn't a matter of brute force. If one had the mental resilience, the clarity of mind, they could keep drawing chi from the world around them. Because external chi was infinite. But only those with the awareness to channel it. Exhaustion came when that awareness frayed. When the mind started lagging behind the blade. And Ren was nearing that edge. He wasn't drawing chi from within himself, that was the domain of true cultivators. He was far from that. Right now, he was simply grasping the energy around him with pure technique. He could keep going. For a while. But not forever. Still, he stood. Rui's fingers flexed. The bloodline energy in him was unstable. The two circled. The destruction around them painted the aftermath of their clash. The arena's floor was scarred and scorched. Cracks crisscrossed the stone, restoration arrays humming louder as they struggled to keep up. In the stands, no one spoke. Even the commentator had fallen silent. The sight before them was the grandest most had ever witnessed in their lives. They didn't need to understand what was happening to be awestruck. To them, it felt like watching a clash between supreme beings. And in a way, it was. Rui's jaw clenched. He couldn't afford to keep this up. Not for long. His bloodline-enhanced form was potent but unstable, it drained him with every passing moment. He had hoped to conserve strength for the finals, but this damn commoner had forced his hand. He clicked his tongue. A deep pulse of energy flared within him. Rui lowered his stance. For a moment, the ground around his feet fractured as if recoiling from what was about to come. Ren didn't know what Rui was about to do, but he could feel it. That surge of pressure, dense, coiled, waiting to explode. Rui slammed his palm into the ground. A shockwave burst out, black energy flooding the arena like ink spilled on stone. Rui stood in the center, steam curling off his skin. Around him, shadows writhed like living serpents. The technique was reckless. And horribly taxing. Rui knew he'd pay for it later. Even if he rested, his body wouldn't recover its peak before the next match. But that was fine. He refused to let this commoner make it out. There shouldn't be anyone else this perverted in the next round, he reasoned. This was one of the top 4. He didn't believe there were others on their level. Even in the Empire, youths of this caliber were rare. That there were 4 in this kingdom. Impossible. He was just unlucky. The wrong time. The wrong place. Rue's figure vanished again, and this time, he didn't hold back. The domain twisted his movements, made him blur through shadows. He came from the left, then the right, then behind, a phantom of killing intent. Ren's eyes glowed faintly. He didn't chase the flickers. He waited. Then he moved. His blade slashed upward, not where Rue was, but where he would be. The two collided. A pulse of light and dark. Chi and bloodline. Wood and scale. They bounced off each other, both staggering. Both breathing harder now. Ren winced. Not from pain, from pressure. His mind was fraying. His awareness faltering. Chi manipulation was slipping from his grasp. Rue's lips curled. "You're done." He raised his hand. Dark mist spiraled, forming a writhing spear of shadows. It crackled with power. One final move. It would cost him. But Ren would fall. He hurled it. Ren didn't block. He moved. His stance changed. His eyes sharpened. And in that moment, he remembered something. A sensation. The time he had reclaimed his ability to use Chi in the second trial yesterday. The way he had cut through magic. That was the technique. Ren raised his wooden sword. The glow around it was soft, almost faint, but there. The air split. A line of white light stretched from his blade. It didn't clash with the shadow spear. It sliced through it. The spear wavered. Flickered. And then shattered into mist. Rue's eyes widened. He hadn't seen the attack. Not properly. Only felt the moment his technique crumbled like smoke. Ren got into his stance again. His heart pounded. He thought of his father. His family. Of the wooden sword gifted to him on his birthday. He thought of the village. Of the reason he came here. His grip tightened. And then, it happened. Ren's eyes narrowed as something shifted within him. His sword rose again. But this time, it wasn't the previous move. Not the same cut that pierced illusions and spells. Ren's feet grounded. His chi, though faint, pulsed with razor focus. And in the space between moments, Ren comprehended something new. A path opened in his mind. He slashed. Rue felt it coming. Before it landed, before the blade even touched him, he felt the pressure. The force struck Rue's domain. And like glass under strain, it fractured. Rue's technique, his gathered mist, the serpent energy, all of it, broke. The shadow writhing around him scattered like ink in water. His enhanced senses dulled. His speed slowed. And for the first time, Prince Rue stumbled. Then to one knee. Silence fell. Ren didn't pause. He moved forward again. Same stance. Same clarity. Another swing, another break. The second strike hit Rue square in the chest. The blow didn't cut flesh, but the force of it hurled him backward across the stage. His back hit the ground. And this time, he didn't rise. The Colosseum erupted. It's over. It's over. Ren Noah has done it, the commentator's voice cracked as he screamed. He wanted to add more, but he didn't dare mention anything about the prince. Anyone with such a title had at least the lineage of a duke. The fact the officials specifically included prince made him alert. He didn't know the background of this mysterious prince, and to be honest, he found himself happy at the fact. Cheers exploded like thunder. Ren stood still. His body swayed. His eyes trembled. But he remained upright. However, his heart raced. Because defeating Prince Rue meant one thing. He was no longer a stage away from fulfilling the Noah's dream. He was now a match away. In the waiting room, Michael exhaled. "He's strong," Michael muttered to himself. His fingers tapped lightly against the armrest. Is this what advanced mastery looks like? He frowned. He was currently at the latter half of intermediate mastery in spearmanship. Just a few percentages left. When he first got the skill, he had thought, naively, that it was a clean transition. That once the bar hit 100, he'd enter the next stage and everything would click into place. But now, seeing Ren, feeling the pressure through the screen alone, he realized it wasn't that simple. There was a wall, a barrier, and breaking through it. Step by step, Michael said under his breath. Whether it was advancing his spearmanship to advanced mastery, whether it was evolving his undead units, whether it was reaching rank 2, even dealing with everyday life, his family, the exams he registered for and the school he applied in, the Awakener Academy. He had to take it one step at a time. Michael looked up just as attendants in red robes stepped into the arena to retrieve Rue. The prince was unconscious. His bloodline transformation had retreated. Ren only took a glance at him before he turned and walked back to the waiting room of Group C. The boy with the wooden sword had changed the tone of the entire tournament. What a battle! What a clash! His voice boomed through the Colosseum, passion flooding every syllable. And that's only 2 of the 4. He took a breath, letting the crowd ride the high before raising his voice again. Now then, who remembers the name that prompted the higher-ups to change the rules of this competition? That's right. Mike Knorr. As his words echoed, many heads in the crowd perked up. I wonder, the commentator continued, letting a teasing note enter his voice. Will these next 2 be just as spectacular? Or even more so? A low murmur ran through the audience. As if in response, the gate at the far end of the arena creaked open. A calm figure stepped out. It was Michael. His steps were steady, controlled. He walked as though the weight of the arena meant nothing to him, as though this was just another ordinary task. In the waiting room of Group B, Yuga stirred. He stood to his full height, stretching a little as his massive frame shivered once. Then, with a grunt, he placed a hand on his stomach. Hungry, he muttered. His words were slow, broken, but heartfelt. Miss Big Sis. Miss her stew. He rubbed his belly, sighed, and trudged toward the entrance like a bear emerging from hibernation. The crowd gasped as Yuga stepped onto the field. The sun hit him and cast a large, looming shadow over the stage. Muscles rippled beneath his ordinary hunter clothes. Oh! Oh, the commentator blinked, taken off guard. There was a baby face. Round cheeks. Big innocent eyes. A soft, confused pout. The massive warrior looked like a lost child, just one who happened to be 6.5 feet tall and built like a fortress. The commentator twitched but quickly recomposed himself. Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, on this side, we have Mike Knorr. Some of you may remember him as the first contestant to use spells to instantly win a team match. A few audience members perked up and nodded. And on this side, the commentator paused. We have. Well, wow. Look at this big guy. The commentator coughed, keeping it professional. That's a mountain wrapped in skin. Ren Noah sat in the quiet of his waiting room, his body finally still. He was no longer trembling, but the aftershocks of the fight still echoed in his bones. The clash with Rue had wrung him out, not physically, not exactly. The healers assigned by the Duke's estate had entered earlier. They didn't administer healing or health potions, as he wasn't physically injured, but one had offered him a blue vial, a stamina potion. He accepted it with a quiet nod and drank it without hesitation. Cool energy coursed through his limbs a moment later. His muscles loosened slightly. His breathing steadied. But it did nothing for his mind. Mental fatigue, that creeping fog behind his eyes, the weariness that dragged on his awareness, remained untouched. And that, Ren knew, was what would limit him next. He leaned back slightly as he looked toward the projection screen showing the Colosseum stage. Mike, Nor, and Yuga had stepped onto the field. The commentator's voice echoed faintly through the crystal in the corner. That's a mountain wrapped in skin. Ren let a small breath escape. That commentator never ran out of things to say. He should have been focused, analyzing Mike, gauging Yuga's movements, trying to read his future opponents. But a part of him knew it didn't matter much. He wasn't going into the finals at his peak. Not even close. No amount of rest in this short window would fix that. Still, he watched. Or tried to, until the door creaked open. Ren tensed. His eyes drifted toward the figure stepping in. If Michael were here, he'd have recognized him immediately. Back on the stage, the commentator raised a hand theatrically and shouted, "Are you ready?" The crowd roared as one, a wall of noise shaking the air. Then let the match begin. Silence followed. An awkward silence. The boom, the clash, the explosion of energy the audience had been expecting, never came. Neither Mike nor Yuga moved. They simply stood there, a dozen meters apart, as if this wasn't a battle but a casual encounter in a marketplace. The commentator blinked. And we're off to a slow start. Still unmoving, Michael tilted his head slightly, studying his opponent. Yuga looked more like he was waiting for food than a fight. The giant rubbed his stomach absently and let out a long, wistful sigh. Michael finally spoke. "You're not going to attack me." Yuga blinked at him. "Big sis say." Yuga's hands. Too big for pretty faces. Michael was taken aback. "What?" Yuga nodded, serious as stone. "She say. Even if they man. If face too fine. No punch." Yuga listened to Big Sis. Michael stared. Then blinked. Then blinked again. "Are you saying you won't fight me because I'm too good looking?" Yuga looked away sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. "You look like girl. But stronger. Big sis say don't hit pretty people." A ripple of laughter ran through the audience. Even the commentator stifled a snort. "Well, that's a first," he said. "Mike Nor has just been disarmed by compliments." Michael sighed quietly, raising one hand to his forehead. "Whatever." As his voice faded, Michael's figure blurred. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yuga, spear swinging downward in a swift arc. His speed was impressive, sharp, precise, but his posture remained casual. Relaxed, even. Had it been Ren standing before him, Michael would have approached differently. After witnessing Ren's fight with Prince Rue, he knew better than to underestimate him again. Despite his clear strength and potential, Michael suspected the bulky youth could even contend with those a stage above his current rank. His earlier performance hadn't shown anything particularly threatening. Michael's eyes narrowed as Yuga raised a single hand and caught the spear mid-swing. A dull shockwave burst outward from the clash, rippling through the air like a stone dropped in still water. Dust rose. The arena floor trembled faintly. But neither of them budged. The force of the strike, which would have sent others flying, felt like a breeze to the two standing at the center. Michael's gaze sharpened slightly. Interesting. Back on the stage, the dust slowly settled. Michael didn't pull back. He let the shaft of his spear remain in Yuga's grip, as if testing the boy's strength further. Yuga didn't squeeze. Didn't twist. Didn't even seem to register the tension in the moment. He simply held it, curious, like someone wondering if this was part of the duel or some strange ritual. Michael's fingers shifted slightly along the haft of his spear. He tilted his head. You don't want to win this competition, do you? Yuga blinked. Why say that? You're not taking it seriously, Michael replied, voice calm but firm. You're not trying. Yuga's brows furrowed for the first time. That not true. Yuga will win. Michael raised a brow. Oh. By just standing. Yuga scratched his head, then said with surprising clarity, Big sis say. Yuga not hit pretty faces. Not mean Yuga can't win. Yuga can still make you surrender. That made Michael pause. There was something in Yuga's tone. For the first time, Michael saw a flicker of wisdom in the large youth's eyes. Not mindless. Not clueless. Just honest. Michael sighed softly and gave the spear a tug. Yuga, without resistance, opened his hand and let go. Michael took a step back, distancing himself slowly, then stopped and planted the butt of his spear into the ground. A faint crack split the arena floor. If you won't take this seriously, then let me show you what happens when I do, Michael said, tone shifting. My next attack won't be a tap. It'll be a real punch. Michael blurred. The air cracked. He reappeared before Yuga like a streak of lightning, twisting as his leg came whipping up in a powerful kick aimed at the waist. It wasn't flashy, but it was sharp. Fast. Clean. His arm snapped down. Blocked it. A gust of wind rolled out from the clash. Michael landed and took 2 light steps back. A smile slowly stretched across his lips. You can see me, can't you? He whispered. For the first time, he also used detect on Yuga. Yuga LV-25, there was no professional at all. Yuga had always been different. From the moment he was able to walk, he had shown innate strength that was outside the norms. He came from the village of Darren, nestled deep in the southern hills of the Lionheart Kingdom, far beyond the borders of what most nobles or officials even remembered. A place left off maps. Left off reports. Forgotten. There were years they didn't pay taxes, and no one noticed. Or maybe no one cared. But Darren had never needed much. The people farmed. Hunted. Lived simple lives. Bartered and shared among themselves. They had clean water, game in the forests, and fields that yielded just enough. It wasn't wealth. But it was peace. Yuga, even at a young age, had been a part of that peace. At age 3, he had beaten the strongest hunter in the village in an arm wrestling match. At 4, he once lifted a boulder no grown man could shift, just because he was looking for a lizard under it. At 5, the village elder had taken to calling him Godborn. They meant it jokingly. Mostly. Then came the tragedy. It wasn't a raid or a war or a fire. It was monsters. Silent. Quick. Many. They came at night, at the exact moment the hunters had returned with their largest catch in months. The scent of blood and meat must have drawn the beasts. What should have been a celebration turned to massacre. The strongest hunters died first. The rest tried to fight. Some grabbed their bows, others grabbed knives, farming tools, anything they could find. But it wasn't enough. The few who escaped didn't run through the roads, they fled through the forest. The monsters, drawn more to the raw meat of the day's hunt, didn't chase them all. But some did. Yuga ran with his older sister. She was 8, fast, and clever. She had always protected him, even from himself. But in the chaos, they were separated. One moment, she was pulling his wrist, dragging him forward through roots and leaves, telling him not to cry, to keep moving, then something roared behind them. She shoved him forward. Hide here, Yuga. Don't move. Don't move. Big sis will distract that big guy, okay? She never came back. 3 days. 7 days. Yuga stayed hidden, just like she told him. Curled up under the roots of a large tree, holding his breath every time he heard footsteps, whether beast or man. But hunger doesn't wait. Eventually, the ache in his belly overpowered the fear in his chest. On the 7th day, the 5-year-old boy could no longer bear it. Driven by instinct and desperation, he crept from his hiding spot and stumbled into the forest. In search of food. And in that search, he almost died. For the first time in his short life, food nearly killed him. Yuga didn't leave the forest. At first, he was just a lost boy, wandering, afraid, driven by hunger and instinct. But somehow, he survived. He learned which fruits made his stomach hurt, which rivers were safe to drink from, which caves were too quiet to be empty. He was scratched, bitten, starved. But he survived. Eventually, he found his way back to the tree where his sister had left him. And he waited. For 5 months, he slept beneath that tree every single night, curled up in the hollow, still listening for her footsteps. Still hoping. After a while, it became every other day. Then once a week. Once a month. By the 4th year, he stopped going entirely. Not because he didn't care, but because he forgot. Forgot why the tree mattered. Forgot why that ache in his chest twisted each time he passed it. He was still a child, and memories, especially painful ones, blur in solitude. He lived deeper in the forest then. Lived by instinct. Lived by strength. The animals became his teachers. The monsters became his nightmares. And nature became his world. He stopped speaking. There was no one to speak to. The sounds he made became grunts, hums, growls. His language faded, replaced by rhythm and reaction. Hunger and alertness. Years passed like seasons. Until one day, something changed. It was midday. The sky above was blue, birds flying overhead, their songs mingling with rustling leaves. Yuga was crouched on a high branch, observing a creature below, a 4-legged beast with antlers, when he heard it. He blinked. He tilted his head, then leapt from the branch with a quiet thud. The forest responded to him. Birds scattered. Squirrels darted. The wind shifted slightly. He followed the sound. Soon, he saw them. A team of adventurers, running. By something large. Yuga didn't move. He didn't rush to help. He just watched. These 2-legged figures looked like him. That alone made him curious. They shouted to each other, pointed, screamed names. Language poured from their mouths, unfamiliar, but familiar. His heart stirred. So he moved. In one leap, he landed between the beast and the fleeing adventurers. The ground cracked beneath his weight. The monster barely had time to snarl. Yuga's fist crashed into its skull. It didn't get back up. The adventurers froze. Blood dripped from Yuga's knuckles. He looked at them. They looked at him. Then she stepped forward. Elegant. Graceful. Her presence commanding, but not threatening. Her hair was tied back, and her eyes were kind. She spoke softly in the same unfamiliar tongue. She looked at him with an uncertain gaze and fear of something. He didn't know what it was because it wasn't from him. Yuga stared. Something clicked. Some buried part of him surged forward, like a flame catching old oil. His lips moved before he knew it. Big. Sister. His voice was rough. Hoarse. Childlike. A word not spoken in years. The woman froze. She took a step forward. Then another. He didn't resist when she rushed into his arms. She was his sister. That was the day Yuga returned to civilization. Though civilization was a stretch, he barely knew how to talk, let alone live among people. But she helped. Taught him. Fed him. Gave him clothes. Considering his condition, she even stayed in a rural village for months with him. Yuga was still Yuga, but now, he had somewhere to sleep that wasn't mud. Had a blanket. Had soup. Had warmth. Had someone to tell him it was okay to hit mean faces. But not pretty ones. Because pretty people didn't need fists. They needed smiles. And so it stuck. That was Yuga. Her name was Sira. The girl who once dragged a small boy through the forest with a trembling hand, whispering courage she didn't feel. The sister who shoved him into safety with every ounce of strength her thin arms had. The sister who smiled and said, "Big sis will be right back," even as her eyes filled with fear. Sira hadn't come back. Not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. That night, when she ran to distract the monster chasing them, she didn't get far. She tripped. Fell. Slammed her head against a root hidden under the thick ferns. She blacked out in the darkness, just a child with scraped knees, torn sleeves, and a heartbeat thumping like a war drum. When she woke up, the forest was gone. So was Yuga. She wasn't in the forest anymore. She was lying on the straw-covered floor of a wagon, covered by a thin blanket. Her head pounded, her throat was parched, and strange voices spoke around her. A man sat nearby. He had tired eyes, a thick beard, and the kind of smile that came easily but didn't stay long. His name was Darren, and he was an adventurer. A silver-ranked one, by his own admission. He had found her unconscious while returning from a solo monster hunt. Carried her all the way to the city. He gave her water. Bread. A place to rest. Then he vanished. He had a kind soul, yes. But Darren had flaws. Gambling was one of them. That night, the night after the village incident, after dropping Sira off in a shared adventurer lodging, he lost every copper he had earned. Took another risky quest the next morning, and never returned. Some said he died from the quest. Others claimed he ran off to avoid his debts. For Sira, the result was the same. Alone. In a city of strangers. 8 years old. She wept the first week. She screamed for Yuga. She asked every guard and merchant if they could take her back. No one had. Eventually, the hunger set in. Just like it did for Yuga. But unlike her brother, Sira wasn't born with strength that could split boulders. She had nothing. So she learned. She cleaned tavern floors for scraps. She washed laundry at the guilds. She fetched water for grumpy potion brewers and old swordsmen who barely looked her way. She was hit once, scolded a dozen times, but she survived. Every coin she earned, she saved. She saved and saved, until saving became second nature. She saved until she could afford a roof, then a stall, then finally a business of her own. Still, Sira didn't stop. Even as she grew, she never stopped searching. The moment her small stall turned a steady profit, she put aside a portion, not for clothes, not for food, not for herself, but for him. She didn't know if he was still alive. Didn't know if he'd stayed in the forest. But she had made a promise, the kind made not with words but with tears. And she would keep it. Not just for her brother. For her sake as well. The day Sira could finally afford to hire help, she did. Hunters, guides, mercenaries, even shady trackers who claimed they knew the southern hills better than the deer that roamed it, anyone who might know the forests near Darren. And she sent them out. She went with the one she could. At least 4 times every year, without fail, a team was hired. A week's search at a time. At first, she focused only on the areas she remembered. The place where she last saw his wide-eyed face, where she whispered, "Don't move." When nothing came of it, she expanded the search. Slowly. Year by year. Every time they returned with no trace, Syrah added new notes to her maps. Marked down where they searched, who had gone, what they saw. By the 5th year, she had a full room in her modest home dedicated to nothing but these maps. Her shop assistants called it the forest room. She called it his room. Because it was for him. She once spent nearly half her yearly earnings on a team of 6 elite scouts from the guild just to comb the forest for 1 week during the rainy season. They said it was madness. That no child could have survived that long. That even if he had, he'd be unrecognizable. A child couldn't have survived in the forest for that long. It wasn't possible, they said. She didn't care. Because Syrah believed that one day. Maybe she'd be lucky. Maybe the forest would give him back. And so she continued. Year after year. Season after season. Spring. Summer. Autumn. Winter. Every coin she earned from her business, a portion always went into that search. Even when her store grew, when she began importing goods, when noble women started frequenting her, she still never missed a single search cycle. The world called her the Iron Sister. They thought it was because of how she ran her business. But the truth, it was because she never let go. Never forgot. And never stopped looking for the little boy who once said, "I'm not scared. Not when Big Sis is here." Until, at last, after over a decade of silence, the forest answered. And it gave Yuga back. On one ordinary day, in the middle of a dull expedition, everything changed. She and her team were tracking for traces as usual when it ambushed them. Half her squad was scattered in moments. She ran. They ran. A shadow fell. And with it, a fist. A monster died. And standing there, barefoot, filthy, wild-eyed, was him. Not a child. Not the boy she remembered. But the man her brother had become. She stepped forward slowly. Her teammates shouted behind her. She ignored them. Big Sister. The voice was hoarse. Like bark cracking. Like forgotten memory brushing against the present. Her breath caught. He looked at her like he was seeing a dream. And then she ran. Into his arms. Into the warmth she thought she'd lost forever. And there, in that quiet moment, as the forest sighed around them, and he didn't understand why. But he held her all the same. That was Syrah. The sister who never gave up. 14 years passed. 14 long, bitter years. She grew from a scrappy child to a capable woman, one who walked through fire without blinking. Men in noble cloaks who thought her pretty face made her weak. She survived them all. But she never forgot the boy under the tree. Never forgot his wide eyes and messy hair. His oversized hands and unstoppable arms. Never forgot Yuga. And that was Yuga. The brother who waited long enough for her to return. However, reuniting with Yuga didn't mean bringing him back to the city right away. When Syrah saw the wild look in his eyes, the dirt caked under his fingernails, the confused way he tilted his head at the sound of simple words, she knew the truth. He wasn't ready. He wasn't scared. Just out of place. So, she didn't push. Instead, she asked around and chose a quiet village not too far from the edge of the forest. It was small, peaceful, full of green fields, soft hills, and kind people who didn't ask too many questions. They built a modest home there. Nothing grand. Just a roof, a bed, and a place where Yuga wouldn't feel like the world had become too big too fast. That was where she began to know him again. The first thing she noticed, beyond the feral instincts and silence, was the strength. Not just strength, but strength. Yuga's innate power, the same divine strength he was born with, had not just remained, it had grown. At 5, he had lifted stones twice his size. Sira had seen him jump several meters high. He didn't even seem to notice how absurd it was. She was aware of supernatural people, but it seemed as though they were significantly weaker compared to her brother. And that terrified Sira. Just a little. Not because she feared him, but because the world would, if they ever saw him as anything other than human. So, she kept him close. She taught him things slowly, how to eat with a spoon again, how to speak in full sentences, how to bathe regularly. That one took time. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. And he followed, like he always had, with silent loyalty and that dopey, wide smile he wore for her, clumsy, warm, and impossibly pure in a way only he could manage. Then came the day he snuck out. Sira woke to find the house empty. Panic surged through her like lightning. She ran outside, barefoot, asking the neighbors if they'd seen him. Some had, headed toward the forest again. She grabbed a knife and sprinted after him, heart-pounding. Only to find him a few hours later, dragging a 2-horned rock boar behind him, its massive body covered in wounds. He wasn't bleeding. Wasn't even scratched. Just sweaty. And smiling. "I got breakfast," he had said proudly. Sira stared. Blinked. Then stared some more. It was that moment she realized something. The boy who once cried when his favorite rock disappeared had now become a walking monster slayer. And Sira, Iron Sister, money-hungry and practical, had one immediate thought. She resisted at first. Truly, she did. But the numbers didn't lie. Monster parts were valuable. Cores, pelts, bones, the villages and cities paid well for those things. And Yuga. Well, Yuga was basically a walking monster trap. So, after a few long discussions, and a lot of worry, she gave in. She crafted a plan. They would do occasional hunts. Not too often. Not too far. Just enough to build capital. Enough to secure a future where Yuga wouldn't have to fight forever. Safety first. Brother first. Then money. Still, the money was good. In 1 month, they earned more than Sira had made in 2 years at her peak. It became a cycle. Quiet days in the village. A few short hunts a month. Simple living. Peace. And for a while, that was enough. Until the letter from her assistant came. It was just a side note. A competition, hosted by the Duke's estate. The victor could even win the favor, or hand, of the Duke's daughter. Most dismissed it as a political stunt. Sira saw gold. Most importantly, she saw a better future for her brother. "You're joining," she said one evening, arms crossed, expression fierce. Yuga blinked at her, chewing on a roasted root. "Joining what?" "The Duke's competition. If you win, we marry you off." Yuga tilted his head. "What's marry?" Sira sighed. "It means you'll become family with the Duke. Because then we'll be rich. You'll be able to eat anything you like and not have to worry about anything. Are they pretty?" He thought about it. Frowned. "But pretty people don't like dirt. They'll like you just fine if you win. But why do I have to win?" And so, Yuga entered the Duke's competition. Not because he sought fame. Not because he wanted a bride. But because Sira had asked him to. Because if his sister believed it mattered, then it mattered. Even if he didn't get it. Even if those little soft-looking girls made no sense to him and smelled like flowers he couldn't name. He came to win. Because Sira wanted it. Yuga, with wide eyes and a tilted smile, addressed Michael once again. Pretty people don't hit like you. You hit hard. So he would win. Just not too rough. After all, Big Sis said pretty faces should be spared. And Yuga always listened to Big Sis. Michael didn't have time to process before Yuga moved. Just as Michael's kick was blocked with that frighteningly casual strength, Yuga's other fist swung forward, straight toward Michael's chest. It wasn't fancy. There was no technique or footwork. No clever feint or twist of the waist. It was just a punch. But it was fast. Michael barely raised his hands in time to intercept it, and even then, the impact rang out like a muffled explosion. The collision sent a shockwave rippling through the stage, flattening the dust around them into a ring. Michael was thrown back. Not stumbling. Not sliding. He twisted midair and landed with graceful precision several meters away, the heels of his boots digging slight grooves into the stone. The crowd roared at the sight, but Michael barely heard them. His hands tingled, a subtle numbness crawling up his arms. He looked down at his hands, then at his fingers. They were fine. But not unshaken. That strength, Michael murmured under his breath, narrowing his eyes. As a high human, his race came with incredible advantages. Magic affinity, sharper senses, heightened agility, and yes, even great physical strength. Especially since he had been an awakener. Though he wasn't born as one, changing race mid-stage meant his body had undergone further enhancement. Yuga's raw power matched him. That boy wasn't just strong. He was something else. Is he even human? Michael muttered, flexing his fingers. But he had no time to dwell. Because Yuga moved again. The bulky youth vanished from his original spot with surprising smoothness, almost like a bear melting into mist. And then, whoosh, he was behind Michael. Arms outstretched. Like he wanted to hug him. Michael didn't wait to find out what that meant. His figure blurred once more, warping a few meters away. The air cracked in his wake. He landed softly and turned. Though you're strong, Michael said coolly, adjusting his stance, your overall speed is quite lacking. Only he could say something like that. But Yuga didn't seem offended. He blinked at Michael's words, then slowly tilted his head, as if considering the point. Yuga not fast. Michael arched an eyebrow. You're fast. Just not very fast. Oh, Yuga said, nodding solemnly. Then Yuga trained legs more. But Michael didn't let down his guard. There was no doubt. Yuga had no formal training. But he had power. Real power. And instincts. Wild instincts. He really did move like a beast. Still, Michael wasn't about to lose. The next second, he launched himself again. Michael didn't go for a wide swing this time. A sharp jab straight to Yuga's shoulder with the heel of his palm. The kind of strike that could dislocate an arm if delivered right. But Yuga tilted slightly. Not dodging. Just adjusting. Michael's strike landed but didn't dislodge him. It was like striking a tree, firm, unmoving, indifferent to pain. Yuga's eyes blinked slowly. You fight like birds. Michael's brow twitched. You flap. Peck. Fast. But not heavy. A small chuckle escaped Michael's lips. You're comparing me to a chicken. No, Yuga said seriously. Chicken weak. You strong. Michael cracked his knuckles. I'll take that as a compliment. Then he lunged. His fists blurred, 1 strike, 2, 3. A rising elbow, a sudden back fist, followed by a low sweep kick that Yuga stepped over with the same ease one might avoid a rock on the road. Michael didn't pause. He moved in again. A hammer fist toward the collarbone. A palm thrust to the ribs. He twisted and struck with both hands, palms open, aiming for pressure points. Each strike landed with the sound of flesh slamming against muscle, but Yuga didn't so much as wince. Instead, he grinned wider. This fun. Michael's heart was thundering, not in fear, but excitement. Punch. Block. Strike. Counter. He had faced stronger opponents. Spartan, for instance, his most intelligent undead, could go toe-to-toe with him. But even Spartan had become a chore to go against. Too stiff. Then there were the Goliaths. Sure, they were powerful. More powerful than even him in terms of raw strength. But there was no fun in getting smashed. And now here was Yuga. A mountain of muscle wrapped in clueless charm and raw potential. He was strong, yes, far stronger than a regular human should be, but not so strong that Michael couldn't play. This was play. Michael darted forward again, fists blazing like twin comets. He threw a flurry of short punches aimed at the chest, the neck, the temple, but Yuga moved with a wild rhythm, ducking, shifting, blocking without a single stance. It was like fighting a storm given legs. He wasn't trained, but he was reactive. He learned fast. Every blow that landed seemed to teach Yuga something. Every dodge refined him further. Michael twisted mid-air and landed a solid double kick to Yuga's chest, his full weight behind it. The sound was deafening. The crowd gasped. Yuga slid back 2 feet, heels digging twin furrows into the stone of the arena floor. Michael landed, rolled, and immediately pressed forward with another fist, only to be caught. Yuga's massive hand grabbed his wrist in midair. "Caught you," he said cheerfully. Michael's eyes widened. He twisted his body, flipping upward and kicking Yuga in the chin before yanking his arm free and flipping backward to land several meters away. A slight trickle of blood formed at the corner of Yuga's mouth. He licked it. And smiled. Michael straightened, breathing a little heavier now. His muscles were warm, loose, primed. His heart raced, not out of panic, but out of joy. He was alive. This was why he trained. This was why he evolved. And as the light glinted off his black armor, Michael realized something with clarity. He didn't want this fight to end too quickly. This was one of the few times he could let loose as him, let loose as Michael. Not as a dark mage. Not as a necromancer. But as him. So, he took a slow step forward. Then another. And charged again. He struck harder this time, each punch accompanied by subtle bursts of mana enhancing his strikes, just enough to test Yuga's limits. Left jab blocked. Right cross absorbed. Palm thrust caught. Shoulder slam matched. They clashed again and again, blow for blow, exchanging strikes like it was an unspoken conversation. Michael's fists were a blur, but Yuga's reactions were natural. Like he wasn't thinking, just being. Every time Michael landed a hit, Yuga responded with childlike wonder. "Nice hit. Ooh. That one tickled. Almost felt that." And yet the crowd could barely keep up. Dust swirled. The stage cracked. A small crater formed where Michael had landed earlier. Another formed now under Yuga's heels as he blocked another charge. Then came the moment. Michael spun and threw a brutal punch, one meant to finally knock the breath out of Yuga. It connected squarely with his gut. A sound like thunder echoed. Yuga didn't move. Didn't flinch. He laughed. A loud, joyous, unrestrained laugh. "Fun," he said. "You hit hard. Yuga liked you." Michael stepped back, stunned. The punch had been full force. Enough to break stone. Enough to shatter bones. Yuga just stood there. And for a second, Michael just stared. Then, he laughed too. For the first time in a long while, he laughed mid-fight. A genuine laugh. All right, Yuga, he said, adjusting his sleeves and bouncing lightly on his feet. Let's keep going. Let's stretch these limbs a little. Because opponents like this didn't come around often. And Michael intended to enjoy every second. Michael launched forward again, his body moving in a blur. His fists danced with precision. A jab. A hook. A rising knee. A spinning elbow. Every strike was calculated. Boom. 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 Yuga blocked them all. Sometimes with his forearm, sometimes just by turning his thick body into the path of the blow. Not once did he flinch. If anything, the more Michael attacked, the more excited Yuga became. He grinned with that same wide, crooked smile, like a child being tickled for the first time. Michael leapt, flipped, twisted, struck, then paused mid-motion as Yuga's massive hand shot toward his ankle. He narrowly twisted away, landing low before sweeping his leg out again. Yuga jumped. A full-grown man the size of a wall leapt over his sweeping leg like a boy hopping over puddles. Michael's lips twitched. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Yuga landed and charged, no technique, no form, just raw, bone-breaking power. Michael blocked the first punch, redirected the second, but the third came like a hammer from the sky, slamming toward him. He ducked under it and retaliated with a jab to Yuga's ribs. The blow connected, but Yuga barely noticed. Instead, he laughed. Yuga knew it. You strongest. Michael exhaled, sweat dripping down his temple as he pivoted around Yuga and delivered a series of rapid palm strikes to his back. They echoed like war drums. With each blow, the crowd grew louder, but Yuga remained wild, almost playful. Michael had fought several opponents before. But Yuga was different. It wasn't just his strength. It wasn't even just his durability. It was his energy. Wild. Joyful. Untamed. There was no hate in his fists. Just raw, honest thrill. Yuga wasn't suppressing anything. He was enjoying himself. And that made him dangerous. The more they fought, the more he let loose. His reactions became sharper. Faster. And then, it changed. It wasn't immediate. But Michael noticed it. The look in Yuga's eyes. The shift in his movements. Gone was the slightly clumsy footwork. Gone was the big goofy grin. Now, Yuga's shoulders were hunched. His feet stomped with force that cracked the stone. His eyes gleamed, not with madness, but primal instinct. Yuga's barely tamed forest instincts were beginning to emerge. The years in the wild. The fights with monsters. The need to survive when everything around you wanted to eat you, it was in him. It had never left. Yuga's next punch tore through the air with a scream, not of rage, but of joy. Michael barely blocked it. The sheer force numbed his arm again. Then another punch followed. Then another. Yuga didn't stop. He didn't wait for an opening. He just attacked. Like he was hunting again. Like Michael was a beast of the forest. The arena trembled under the repeated impacts of his feet. Dust burst with every clash. Michael flipped away and launched an attack of his own, twisting midair to bring his elbow down on Yuga's neck. And Yuga responded by slamming his forehead forward, catching Michael in the chin with a sickening crack. Michael stumbled back, blinking stars from his eyes. The crowd roared. Michael spat blood and grinned. Now you're getting serious. Yuga didn't respond. He simply charged again. Michael raised both hands and caught the incoming blow, but the sheer force pushed him back, digging grooves into the stage floor with his boots. He leaned forward and twisted, bringing Yuga down with a shoulder throw. The arena cracked beneath Yuga's fall. But even before the dust could rise, Yuga rolled and came back up with a roar, launching himself toward Michael again. His fists now came in wild arcs, but they weren't clumsy. They were natural. They were real. Michael blocked. But for the first time in a long while, he struggled. Yuga. You really are something else, Michael said under his breath, heart pounding. Yuga grinned, breathing heavily but still wild-eyed. You strong. Yuga happy. This best fight ever. Michael nodded slowly. Yeah. Same here. Michael shifted his stance. Yuga was stronger. That much was clear. Not by a huge margin, but enough that in a contest of pure brute force, Michael would eventually lose. Worse, Yuga had a monstrous defense. His body could tank hits that would break bones and rupture organs in most people. So brute force wasn't the way. But Michael had something else, speed. He exhaled slowly and flowed sideways. Yuga's fist passed through empty air, the wind pressure alone cracking a nearby tile. Michael reappeared on his right flank and delivered 3 quick jabs to Yuga's side before vanishing again. This time behind him. A sharp elbow to the spine. Then gone again. Yuga turned wildly, eyes sparkling with joy and confusion. You. Fast. Michael didn't reply. He was already moving. Already striking. A palm strike to the ribs. A knee to the thigh. A knuckle to the shoulder joint. Flicker. 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 Michael became a blur, an afterimage darting across the stage. His strikes weren't powerful on their own to take Yuga down, but they accumulated. Yuga took them all with gritted teeth and a growing grin, but even he began to slow. Yuga bellowed suddenly, swinging both arms in a wide arc, clearing the air around him like a hurricane. Michael ducked under it and used the momentum to launch a spinning kick across Yuga's chest. The sound rang out like a drum strike. More. Yuga demanded. He stomped forward, and the arena trembled. Michael blurred around him again, not giving him the chance to settle into rhythm. Strike, vanish, strike, vanish. Then, Michael ducked under a swing, placed his palm on the ground, and swept Yuga's legs from under him. For a heartbeat, the crowd froze. The sound of Yuga's body slamming into the arena cracked stone. Dust exploded in all directions. The arena barrier trembled more like it would collapse any time soon. In terms of aftermath, even though the battle was just a contest of strength, it was more environmentally destructive. Yuga rolled up, laughing, even as pebbles clung to his wild hair and shoulders. You move like wind, he shouted. Michael cracked a smile. That's the point. This time, he didn't wait. He blurred forward again, fists jabbing, elbows cracking, knees slamming into Yuga's sides, abdomen, back. The sheer number of hits in a few seconds was dizzying. And slowly. Finally. Yuga staggered. Not from injury. But from momentum. He blinked twice, dazed. Michael appeared before him, arm drawn back, mana flowing through his palm. Let's see if this one knocks you out. He punched forward, straight into Yuga's chest. A boom echoed like a cannon blast. Yuga slid back this time. 2 meters. His heels drew a trench in the stone floor until he finally came to a stop. Michael straightened and exhaled slowly, flicking sweat from his brow. His armor was dust-covered. His breathing heavy. His knuckles throbbed. But he was smiling. Yuga blinked, chest heaving. A small bruise formed where Michael's punch had landed. That was strong, Yuga said finally. He looked down at his chest. Then at Michael. Then. He laughed. Laughed so hard the crowd stirred again, murmurs of disbelief rising like waves. Mike. You real strong. Real strong. Not like chicken. Michael raised a brow. You're really stuck on that chicken thing, huh? I like chicken, Yuga said solemnly. But you not chicken. You. Panther. Michael gave a half laugh, half groan. You know what? I'll take it. Then Yuga stood up straight. Fully. All his height, all his bulk. He slammed his fists together with a dull, meaty thump that echoed like a war drum. Yuga feels something Yuga never felt before. Yuga wants more. Yuga wants more. It was at that moment a terrifying aura erupted from Yuga. In Aurora, there were two major cultivation systems. The Knight system and the Mage system. The Knight path was the more commonly practiced of the two, largely due to its lower talent requirements. Mages were individuals who naturally awakened an ACU point from birth, the internal node that allowed them to sense and interact with mana. In contrast, Knights had to first reach a certain level of strength before they could awaken this same point. For Knights, the first step to accessing supernatural power was to condense a life seed, a unique organ-like construct formed by slowly accumulating mana within the body. Once formed, the life seed acted as a core through which Knights could channel mana to open more ACU points, granting them stronger bursts of power. In the Lionheart Kingdom, the system was largely the same, though ACU points were instead referred to as meridians. The mechanics remained similar. The more meridians a Knight opened after awakening, the stronger they became. Another defining factor of a Knight's potential was their root bone. The quality of one's root bone, its strength and affinity with mana, directly influenced the Knight's physique and growth rate. A superior root bone led to a stronger body and faster cultivation. This brings us to Yuga. Why was Yuga, an ordinary person, so absurdly strong? It didn't make sense on the surface. There was a term people often used, genius. Or perhaps, prodigy. But even those words fell short. They were often thrown around loosely, but some individuals exceeded even those lofty labels. In some civilizations, such people were called holy children. Take Brian's daughter, for example. Before the age of 16, she was already stepping into the king rank. Had she awakened and become an unranked awakener, she would have started with the strength of a rank 3 powerhouse. What would she have become? She was someone for whom the words genius and prodigy were no longer sufficient. Yuga wasn't at her level, but he was special. From birth, Yuga was born with spirit bones that passively absorbed mana, subtly reinforcing his flesh. Even more shocking, all of his meridians were fully opened the moment he was born. Not only that, but his meridians were also larger and sturdier than those of ordinary humans. This level of innate advantage was something only seen in higher races, like elves or high humans. And yet, Yuga had achieved something similar. As a mere human, he was, without a doubt, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. But the most frightening part, his advantages were the foundation of strength. As he grew, his power would scale terrifyingly. His was a physique that was strong in the early stages and monstrous in the later ones. So while he may be far from Brian's daughter's achievement, in terms of potential, he was not any weaker. Now, put aside his strength for a moment. What people might forget is that Yuga has no formal training. Before now, he was just a wild boy who had spent most of his childhood lost in the forest. His strength wasn't the result of any cultivation technique. He had no teacher, no guidance. It was pure accumulation, his body passively absorbing mana from the air, the food he ate, and the wild environment he lived in. And even without trying, by just surviving, he became a monster. Yuga had no idea about the uniqueness of his body. To those around him, he was simply absurdly strong. Unfortunately, or perhaps, fortunately, the first true sign of his body's uniqueness didn't appear during the countless life and death battles he had fought against monsters. It appeared now. In the arena. While fighting heartily against Michael. His blood boiled. His meridians suddenly surged to life, pumping mana through his body for the very first time. His bones trembled with power, as though awakening from a long slumber. For the first time in his life, he felt truly alive. Michael felt the shift. Something primal had awakened in Yuga. The moment his meridians lit up and mana flooded his body, everything changed. Yuga didn't just move faster. He surged with an overwhelming vitality that made the air quake around him. Michael barely dodged the next blow. It wasn't a punch anymore. It was a cannonball. He twisted his torso, but Yuga's fist grazed his ribs, sending him flying across the stage. Michael flipped mid-air, landed on one knee, and skidded across cracked stone. He blinked. Yuga was already in front of him. Michael kicked off the ground to dodge, spinning away, barely missing another devastating strike that cratered the arena floor. The shockwave alone made the surrounding barrier ripple. "He's faster," Michael muttered. "Stronger, too." There was no doubt. Yuga had stepped into a different state. It was terrifying. Michael snapped his hand into a gesture, mana swirling around his fingers. A magic circle appeared mid-air. Bone Spear. With a flick, a jagged spear of bone erupted from the circle and launched toward Yuga. Yuga saw it. And instead of dodging, he roared and punched it. The spear shattered like brittle glass. Michael's lips twitched. What a brute! At the same time, he was shocked. Before today, if someone told him he was going to be cornered like this, he wouldn't believe it at all. Michael raised both hands, drawing two quick circles in the air. Mana Arrow. A series of glowing arrows shimmered into existence, launching like a barrage. Yuga dashed forward, weaving through the glowing streaks with a grin. One arrow struck his shoulder, exploding in a puff of force, but Yuga didn't stop. He loved it. Each spell Michael cast only made his eyes burn brighter. Michael threw another hand forward. Slow Curse. A dark mist flew toward Yuga and latched onto him, rippling over his skin. Yuga stumbled. Just a bit. But the moment passed. He roared and pushed forward anyway, the curse slowing him only fractionally. Michael muttered another curse. His body blurred backward as he etched another circle mid-air. Blind Curse. The moment the spell activated, a thick pulse of dark mana surged forward and struck Yuga square in the face. His charging momentum halted, not because of pain, but confusion. Michael's breathing was sharp now. He didn't waste a second. As Yuga's head turned left, then right, Michael knew the curse had worked. Yuga was blind. Temporarily. But it was enough. Or so he thought. Michael didn't approach. He wasn't stupid. Yuga's raw power was on a completely different level now. Instead, he darted sideways, weaving around the edge of the arena. Even blinded, Yuga still fought like a beast. He sniffed the air. Tilted his head. Then turned straight toward Michael's position. Michael cursed under his breath. You've got to be kidding me. Yuga's body tensed. Then he charged. Not recklessly, instinctively. Michael ducked under the first punch, barely avoiding the wild swing that passed overhead. He rolled, planted his palm, and kicked upward, pushing himself away before Yuga's foot slammed down where he'd just been. A crater exploded beneath the stomp. The blind curse only lasted seconds, and those seconds were running out fast. But Michael had already moved, weaving a glowing magic circle into the air again. The next spell was ready the moment Yuga's sight flickered back. Mana Arrow. Unlike the last barrage, this one exploded on impact. Michael had pumped more mana, overcharging the arrows until they shimmered like condensed stars. The first struck Yuga's chest. Boom. A burst of force exploded, knocking him back slightly. The second hit his leg. Boom. The third, his shoulder. Boom. Dust clouded the arena as shockwaves rippled outward, the sheer magical force enough to make the arena barrier create a screaming sound. But Yuga didn't fall. He stood in the smoke, chest heaving, skin steaming, eyes blazing with excitement. Then he laughed. More. Use more, he shouted. Magic strong. Fun. Michael's eyes narrowed. High humans' greatest advantage was their affinity with mana, their mana pool, and their magic. Michael had always relied on this advantage. Yet, Yuga was tanking his magic. Michael's breath came in quick bursts. Still, he stood tall, trying to calm the pounding of his heart. Then, he stopped. Just like that, his movement ceased. His arms fell to his sides. He straightened, head tilted. And across the cracked arena floor, Yuga noticed. The wild brute blinked and froze in his steps. He tilted his head like a confused animal, sensing something strange. Michael wasn't in a stance. He wasn't readying a spell or preparing a counter. He was relaxed. Yuga blinked again. You tired? He asked, genuinely unsure. Michael chuckled. Not tired, he said. Just wondering. He took a step forward. Are you having fun? Yuga blinked rapidly, then nodded vigorously. Yes. Much fun. Best fun. Michael smiled faintly. Good. Then. I'm sorry in advance. Yuga furrowed his brows. Huh. Michael's gaze sharpened. You asked for it. But if I want to win this, he sighed, flexing his fingers, then I can't keep playing around. His voice wasn't cold, but there was weight behind it. His tone had changed, more serious. There was no anger, no hatred, just purpose. Yuga's smile faltered slightly, the confusion in his expression deepening. But he didn't move. Michael's heart was heavy. The turn of events had caught him off guard. He wasn't arrogant, but he knew the truth of his strength. In this kingdom, where Grand Tier was about to peak, there weren't many who could pose a threat to him. He looked at Yuga, the wild brute. Yuga was here. Pushing him back. Matching him blow for blow. It reminded Michael that invincibility was a myth. There was always someone stronger. Or at least someone with the potential to be. But instead of despair, he felt something else. Excitement. This wasn't discouraging. It was thrilling. However, now he had to stop holding back. Michael took a deep breath and extended his hand toward the ground. A swirl of greenish-black energy spiraled beneath him. It pulsed, then spread, forming a dark, glowing magic circle inscribed with runes. The air grew cold. A low hum vibrated through the arena floor. Yuga's eyes widened as he sensed something unnatural. A figure rose from the circle. A tall, armored figure, a hood over their head, and a massive spear clutched in one hand. The armor on its body was similar to the one Michael had on. Let's turn this into a real fight, Michael muttered. Yuga's eyes gleamed. Friend. Something like that, Michael replied. The crowd had long since fallen into stunned silence. From the very first blow exchanged between Yuga and Michael, the arena had been erupting in gasps and shouts, but that was then. Now, all that remained was a deep, breathless awe. Even the nobles seated in the high balconies, those proud, pampered heirs who usually scoffed at commoners, were no longer sneering. They leaned forward, gripping their seats, forgetting status, forgetting face. Every time Yuga swung and Michael dodged, someone flinched. Every time Michael cast a spell, the crowd braced for the explosion. It was chaos, controlled only by the sheer disbelief of what they were witnessing. And then came Spartan. When the undead warrior rose from the ground like a shadow given form, the Colosseum erupted again. But it wasn't a cheer. It was shock. That, someone cried. Did he just summon someone? What sort of magic is this? Even the commentator, usually so full of flair, was left speechless. At this moment, he was going through a lot. The 4 strongest participants. Why were they all this powerful? Anyone with half a brain could see it. These 4 had surpassed the advanced stage by a wide margin. Their combat power wasn't something you expected from their age. No, not even close. It wasn't just shock or awe that gripped the commentator now. It was fear. His gaze flicked to the arena barrier. The blue-robed officials were no longer visible. But the barrier, one that should have broken under the sheer force of the previous clash, was still intact. That could only mean one thing. Michael turned to Spartan and spoke with a calm authority. Drop the spear. We're throwing hands and spells. Spartan, clad in armor, responded with a bow of the head. Yes, master. The spear clattered to the ground with a resonant clang. Michael took a quick glance at his summon. Spartan's appearance was mysterious, completely concealed under his hood and black armor. Even if his face were revealed, none would suspect anything. In this kingdom, Michael was known as a summoner to some, those who mattered, and all his summons thus far had been undead. Spartan was just another shadow in that line. A single breath passed. Then they moved. Master and summon. 2 high humans. 1 alive. 1 dead. They charged Yuga in perfect unison. Their footwork mirrored each other, movements fluid and calculated. Every punch Michael threw, Spartan followed with a mirrored strike. Their kicks landed within fractions of a second of one another. And when Michael shifted into a magic stance, Spartan did the same, launching a barrage of fire arrows and thrusting up spikes of earth beneath Yuga's feet. The pressure multiplied instantly. Yuga, who had just begun enjoying the battle, suddenly found himself in a whirlwind of attacks. His body twisted and bent at impossible angles to avoid strikes, but now it wasn't just Michael's relentless magic he had to worry about. Spartan fought like a ghost, every blow calculated to land where Yuga was forced to dodge into. And though he didn't show it, Yuga was struggling. Michael noted it immediately. Michael ducked under a wild swing. Yuga roared. And then he lunged. Spartan intercepted. Fists collided. The shockwave rippled out, shaking the arena. The audience gasped. Yuga kicked off the ground, spinning into a low sweep meant to take both of them off their feet. Michael leapt over it. Spartan simply took it and retaliated with a vicious elbow. Fire arrow. A bolt of burning mana struck Yuga's ribs and exploded. He staggered. The crowd felt it. The shift. And then came the commentary. Ladies and gentlemen, the commentator stammered, voice catching in his throat. What we're witnessing is a storm. A storm with fists and magic and fire and madness. He paused, blinking as Spartan launched another earth spike beneath Yuga, causing the wild brute to roll to the side. Sir Mike, his summon. They're amazing. This is a coordinated assault. A combination of martial prowess and magical destruction. Is that summon? Alive, someone muttered. I don't know, came another voice. It's just magic. Right. Most could not tell. Down below, Yuga grunted, taking another blast of mana to the shoulder. He retaliated by slamming his fists into the ground, cracking the arena floor and sending both Michael and Spartan flying back slightly. He panted, eyes blazing. I like friend, he growled. Strong. Michael exhaled slowly. Glad to hear it. He looked toward Spartan, nodded once. They moved again. Mana arrow. Fire arrows. Another barrage of glowing arrows whistled through the air and struck Yuga's torso. Boom. 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 The arena trembled. From the commentator's booth, the stunned voice continued. Never in all my years have I seen this level of coordination. It's like fighting twins. His voice broke. Still, Yuga stood. Bruised. Burnt. Blood trickling down his forehead. But smiling. He threw back his head and roared. The crowd didn't cheer. They watched. Spellbound. Terrified. Mesmerized. Yuga stood tall, but it was clear now. He was near his limit. His chest heaved. The fire in his eyes was still burning, but dimmer now. Steam rose from his battered body, blood and bruises blooming across his skin like battle medals. Michael exhaled slowly. Then he moved. Spartan followed. This time, they didn't explode forward with the same explosive speed. No. They walked. Each step was deliberate. Yuga tilted his head, confused at first, but his instincts flared. He dropped into a stance again, arms raised, feet planted. Then Michael raised his right hand. Blind curse. A dark pulse shot forward and struck Yuga clean in the face again. Yuga staggered. His breath hitched. He snarled and turned, fists swinging wildly. Slow curse. A second pulse of magic latched onto his limbs, dulling his momentum, wrapping around him like invisible chains. Yuga roared in frustration. He could barely move now, every limb dragging like he was underwater. His legs quivered under the weight of the curse. His arms trembled mid-swing. The once fluid movements of a beast were now sluggish. Michael stepped to the side. Spartan darted in. He didn't hesitate. Yuga swung one last time, blindly, but Spartan slipped beneath it and launched himself forward, both arms wrapping around Yuga's midsection. The ground cracked as Spartan tackled Yuga to the floor with the full weight of an armored monster. Dust flew. The earth split slightly beneath the shock of the slam. The arena barrier trembled again, shimmering like water in the sun. Spartan mounted Yuga and began to punch. Each blow echoed through the stadium. The crowd felt it in their bones. Boom. Boom. Every strike was controlled, powerful enough to break stone, yet precise enough to avoid lethal damage. But the shockwaves were monstrous. Each punch cratered the floor beneath Yuga's skull, pressing him deeper into the dirt like a nail under a hammer. Michael didn't interfere. He stood still, eyes sharp, watching until the curses wore off. Yuga stopped struggling. He lay there bloodied, dazed, barely conscious. His fingers twitched. But he smiled. Even now, he smiled. Michael exhaled, stepping forward. Spartan. Enough. The undead knight halted mid-swing, fist raised. Understood, master. He slowly pulled back and climbed off. Michael walked over and looked down at Yuga. You good? Yuga's lips moved. Mike, strongest. Mike, strongest. Yuga faced. Mike, good friend. Big sis. Yuga. Sleepy. And the beast fell unconscious. Looking at his snores. It was more like he fell asleep than knocked out. The arena fell silent for a heartbeat. It's over. The commentator's voice boomed across the Coliseum, loud and filled with awe. Sir Mike Noor is the winner. Cheers erupted like a dam breaking. The tension snapped like a string, replaced by roaring applause, whistles, and deafening shouts that bounced off the stone walls of the stadium. The sound was overwhelming. But down in the heart of it all, Michael was calm. He let out a slow breath, his eyes lingering on the slumbering form of Yuga, mouth slightly open, still smiling even in unconsciousness. His body was battered, but not broken. If anything, he looked satisfied. Michael stepped back. Behind him, Spartan had gone to pick up his discarded spear from the ground. Michael glanced over his shoulder. "That's enough for today." Spartan straightened and gave a sharp, respectful nod. "Yes, master." Then, with no ceremony, Michael lifted a hand and snapped his fingers. A soft pulse of greenish-black light surrounded Spartan's form. The undead mage paused, lowered his head once more, and then vanished. Only the faint imprint of his boots remained in the cracked stone beneath him. Michael exhaled and turned to look around. Now that the battle was truly over, the state of the arena became fully apparent. It was massive, spanning nearly the size of a professional football field. And yet, there wasn't a single patch of it that remained untouched. The once smooth and polished surface was in complete ruin. Cracks ran like spiderwebs across the stone ground. Craters, some shallow, some deep enough to swallow a grown man, littered the field. Entire sections of the arena had been shattered from the sheer force of spells and punches. Dust hung in the air like mist, thick and gritty in the lungs. There were scorch marks from fire arrows, jagged spikes from earth spells that had only partially receded. In the middle of it all was Yuga, lying in a crater of his own, snoring softly. Michael stood at the center of destruction, quiet and composed. And for a few seconds, no one said a word. Then the commentator found his voice again, shaky but reverent. "What kind of power are we looking at here, folks? This is not something you see every day and perhaps in our lifetime. And we were lucky enough to witness it live. We are truly lucky." Michael raised one arm slightly and gave a small wave to the crowd, more to acknowledge them than to celebrate. The cheers grew louder. He didn't bask in it. Instead, he turned and began walking toward the arena's edge, past the rubble, the broken stone, the scorched earth. A few people were already rushing in from the side gates, some heading for Yuga, others waiting for Michael if he needed attention. But he waved them off gently. "I'm fine," he said. As he stepped into the waiting area, one of the event red robe officials, wide-eyed and pale, stammered, "Es Sir Mike, the competition officials. They want to meet you." Michael simply nodded. "Okay. Do I go to meet them or?" "They'll come to you, sir." And he walked on. Behind him, the Colosseum roared, his name now chanted by hundreds. "Mike, Mike, Mike," but Michael didn't look back. There was a reason Michael left the stage before the commentator could even declare it. For one, the arena was in complete ruins. The stage was a mess, cracked, cratered, scorched. And most importantly, its self-repair mechanisms weren't working anymore. It looked like a battlefield more than a dueling platform. Still, Michael felt amazing. He hadn't expected anyone in this tournament to push him that hard. One should not forget that Michael had the power to overpower weaker rank 2 creatures while still being rank 1 himself. And that included other awakeners. That alone should paint the picture of how terrifying his strength already is. It was the same for Spartan. Both he and his summon were easily on the level of strong rank 2 monsters, in this kingdom's terms, that meant grand tier. It had taken both of them working in sync to finally bring down one Yuga. That alone said everything. According to what his detect skill had revealed, Yuga hadn't even advanced to rank 2 yet. And despite that, they had needed to work together just to subdue him. It was a humbling reminder that even among awakeners, supposedly superior, gifted individuals, there were still beings out there with innate talents so ridiculous, so absurd, that they defied common logic. Thankfully, Yuga's strength came with its own limitations. No matter how powerful he was, Yuga was never going to beat Michael in that arena. Still, Michael had been forced to go hard. Not because he couldn't win, but because he'd handicapped himself. He was a necromancer. And he'd chosen to fight with his fists. If he had gone all in from the beginning, if he had truly fought like a necromancer, Yuga wouldn't have even had the chance to lift his head. In Group C's waiting room, the air was tense. The battle between Yuga and Michael had long ended, yet Ren hadn't moved a muscle since it began. His eyes remained locked on the projection screen floating in the center of the chamber. Dust clouds. Explosions of mana and brute force. Ren didn't blink as he mentally replayed every moment. Behind him stood the mysterious figure who had entered earlier. "I told you," the man finally spoke, voice low and even. "You couldn't win, but you didn't believe me." He stepped forward slowly, hands behind his back. "You're powerful. Talented. That much is clear from your perfect realm swordsmanship. But you're far behind that youth." He paused for a breath. "And if you still feel the need to compete, let me remind you, what you saw today wasn't even his strongest summon. That wasn't his trump card. Not even close. You're outmatched. Completely." His tone wasn't cruel. There was no mockery or spite, just cold, objective truth. As if he were simply stating a weather report. If Michael had been present, he would have recognized the voice immediately. The sharp, unmistakable presence. The calm, grounded authority. Grand Knight Vurin. It went back to before the chaos, before Yuga and Michael clashed. Back when the match between Prince Rue and Ren was ongoing. The Lionheart Kingdom had long since been buzzing with rumors about the Duke's competition. Word had reached even the most remote regions, and the capital, the stage of the event, was naturally no exception. But for all the noise, some didn't truly care. That is, until Prince Rue arrived. The moment the Empire's prince stepped foot in the kingdom, everything changed. It wasn't just his status, though that alone was enough to shake the political balance, but what came with him, the reveal of a legendary ruin. The prince whom Duke Evermoon had allied with didn't even bother to attend the finals anymore. Why should he? His plans were dust. The very presence of Rue, for multiple reasons, made any schemes meaningless. Not just because of his bloodline, but because of his personal power. But even so, those who initially dismissed the tournament began to pay closer attention. Grand Knight Vurin, however, had not been among them. Despite being one of the kingdom's most respected figures, Vurin typically didn't involve himself in noble disputes. His allegiance was to stability, not politics. So when whispers of the tournament reached his residence in the capital's core district, he remained unmoved. Even when the matches began and faint pulses of mana echoed through the air, brushing against his senses like ripples in a pond, he paid no mind. Until that moment. A grand tear aura erupted. Fierce, raw, unfamiliar. And with it, a sensation he was all too familiar with. Vurin shot up from his seat, his eyes narrowing. Someone in the capital had used sword chi. That alone warranted attention. He knew how rare people who could use chi were. Even he had to use centuries to grasp sword chi through relentless effort. There were humans in the Empire who lived twice as long and still never touched it. Without hesitation, Grand Knight Vurin moved. He didn't fly, he couldn't, but with a single leap, he vanished from his home, soaring across rooftops like a shadow. Moments later, he landed lightly on one of the tallest pillars outside the Colosseum. From there, he peered in. And what he saw stunned him. Not just the battlefield, but the figures. One of them, tall and calm, exuding a chillingly aura. His presence screamed of nobility, but his blood, it was more than that. Imperial bloodline. Vurin didn't need an introduction to know. That youth was from the Empire. A royal. And the other. The boy wielding a wooden sword. Simple stance. But his every move was honed to perfection. There was no flash, no waste. Just pure swordsmanship. And then, it happened. Sword chi again. Not borrowed. Not faked. Real. His eyes widened slightly. A perfect realm swordsman. In the capital. In a tournament. And so young. It was so absurd. And yet, he could see it clearly. The pressure that boy released, the intent behind every strike, the absolute control, this wasn't some fluke. Whoever this Ren was from the commentator's mouth, he was the real thing. The longer Grand Knight Varen watched, the more intrigued he became. Ren was a genius. Not in the overused sense nobles like to throw around, but a true one. The kind that appeared once in a generation. Every movement the boy made flowed naturally from intent to execution. There was no excessive flourish. No wasted steps. His stance, his footwork, his awareness, it was like watching a sword that had been forged through pressure and time, but not yet quenched. And he was still young. Varen could see it. Ren's sword path hadn't even bloomed yet. It was raw, but it was there. A foundational understanding. Unlike Michael, who was strong and had dangerous summons, Ren walked the single sharp line of the blade. And while the necromancer was undeniably terrifying, Ren was. This was the kind of opponents Varen longed for. He reminded Varen of himself. And that was when the thought struck him. For the first time in his life, Grand Knight Varen entertained an idea he had never once considered. To take a disciple. The thought was so sudden, so strange, that he nearly dismissed it outright. But it clung to him. Was this how his master had felt, all those years ago? He remembered the gruff old man's scowl. His endless criticisms. The brutal training sessions. And above all, he remembered the quiet pride the man never showed but always carried behind his words. Varen had hated him. And loved him more than anyone else in the world. Back then, he was reckless. Arrogant. Sharp like an untamed blade. It was his master who forged him into something more. And now, watching this boy from afar, Varen couldn't help but feel something within him. Their swordsmanship was going to be different from the little he had seen, but in his eyes, Ren was familiar to him back then. That quiet defiance. That unwillingness to bend, even when facing someone far stronger. And just as Grand Knight Varen allowed the thought to settle in his mind, something happened in the arena that snapped his focus back with razor clarity. Ren moved. It wasn't like before. There was a sudden shift in rhythm, like the snap of a string on a lute. The boy was crafting a new move. On the spot. He was creating. And then it snapped. The sword chi burst from his strike. It collided with Rue. The impact sent the prince stumbling. Varen, who was usually expressionless, had a smile on his face. Varen couldn't take his eyes off him. Ren, he said again. He wasn't just interested anymore. He was invested. And for the first time in decades, Grand Knight Varen made a quiet decision. He would speak with the boy. No matter what, he would make Ren his disciple. Varen watched as Ren left the arena after winning. He was exhausted, spent. But victorious. Varen didn't hesitate any longer. He turned from the pillar and leapt back to the outside area of the arena. The chaos of cheers in the building continued, but none of it touched him. Varen had made his decision. He would walk to the other end of the arena, toward the waiting rooms, and speak with Ren directly. Even if the boy refused at first, Varen was sure of one thing. He was going to take that youth as a disciple. That thought had barely finished forming when, ladies and gentlemen, the commentator's voice boomed again, carried by the arena-wide enchantments. We've just witnessed one of the greatest fights this Colosseum has ever seen. The crowd roared. But it's not over yet. Up next is another match. The winner of the next match will be facing Ren Noah in the grand finals. Varen paused mid-step. He turned his head. Then came the names. In just a few moments, the other two of the powerful four, Yuga and Mike Nor, will be facing off. Varen stopped completely. The moment he heard it, he closed his eyes. He knew it well. Varen opened his eyes. I see, he muttered under his breath. So he's here too. If he's here, then no matter how talented that youth is, he can't possibly win. Grand Knight Varen narrowed his eyes. Even he knew he couldn't hold a candle to Michael. How could someone weaker than him hope to succeed? And worse, Ren wasn't even at his peak again. But Varen didn't stop walking. Michael's presence didn't deter him. His goal remained unchanged. Ren was still his focus. Ren didn't reply. Not immediately. But as Varen stood across from him, having just delivered his sharp and clinical verdict, the signs were there. Ren's jaw clenched. His shoulders tight. His fingers, still dusted from his match against Prince Rue, curled slightly at his sides. And on his face, not anger, not fear, but reluctance. A deep, gnawing reluctance that clawed its way up from his gut and showed itself in the stiff lines on his face. It was the kind of expression one wore when faced with an unavoidable truth. Varen recognized it. I know what you're thinking, Varen said, softer now. You want to prove me wrong. That you're not outmatched. Ren said nothing. His gaze fell to the ground for a brief second, then rose again. You want to fight him, Varen continued. You want to face him anyway. Still, no answer. But Varen didn't need one. He could see it in Ren's eyes, that stubborn refusal to yield. It was admirable. It was foolish. It was familiar. Varen let out a small, amused breath. You remind me of myself at your age. Is there a reason why you still want to fight? Ren's silence stretched between them. It was full of unspoken thoughts, clenched pride, and raw, aching realization. After what he'd seen, after the battle that shook the entire Colosseum, Ren couldn't lie to himself. He had thought his fight against Prince Rue was the pinnacle. That surviving, no, winning, against the youth of Imperial bloodline was proof that he belonged among the monsters. That he could stand on the same level. But then Michael fought Yuga. And the truth hit him like a cold wave. He didn't just lose the throne he thought he was close to, he realized he was never even in the palace. Michael wasn't someone he could compete with. And Yuga. That gentle giant he had barely registered as a threat before. That boy could have flattened him with raw power alone. He clenched his jaw harder. Even exhausted, Ren didn't want to show weakness in front of this old man. The reason he hadn't acted out even with everything the man had said was because he had a feeling that this old man in expensive-looking armor could probably kill him with a flick of his finger. This only made Ren further depressed. It was like he was facing monsters left and right today for no reason. Ren asked the only thing his mind could form clearly through the haze of exhaustion and internal crisis. Why are you here? His voice was quiet. Grand Knight Varen didn't respond right away. The man's gaze, calm and sharp like a drawn blade, didn't waver. I asked first, he said simply. Answer me, and I'll answer you. Ren's brow furrowed. That was fair. He let out a breath and finally spoke, voice low. I'm not doing this because I think I can win, Ren admitted, his voice sharper now, more grounded. I'm doing it because this is for my goal. This is probably the closest I can get to my goal, and it's right in front of me. Varen stepped forward once, the metal of his armor clinking softly. And now, your question. He placed his hands behind his back and straightened fully. The pressure that had quietly rolled off him since their meeting became suddenly clear, dense, vast, and absolute. Like standing beneath a storm cloud that hadn't yet struck. You caught my interest. Ren's eyes narrowed slightly. I watched your fight. From start to finish. Ren looked at him carefully now, guarded but not dismissive. Varen's next words came slowly, but with unmistakable weight. I want to guide you. That made Ren blink. I want you as my disciple, Varen said plainly. No flourish. No grand declaration. Just a truth dropped like a stone into still water. Silence fell again. Ren wasn't sure what to say. Varen looked down at Ren, not in condescension, but in clarity. You're not ready for Mike Nor. That's not shameful. But you are ready for more. And I can show you the path, if you're willing to walk it. Ren's lips parted. Then he closed them again. The old man certainly radiated power, but that alone wasn't enough for Ren to accept on the spot. He didn't even know who the man was. Becoming someone's apprentice wasn't a decision to be made casually, especially not with a stranger. Besides, Ren wasn't particularly interested in becoming anyone's disciple to begin with. Right now, his focus was on how he could win this competition and use it to elevate his family's status. It was then that Varen asked him another question. I can tell your reluctance isn't because you want to fight Mike Nor, Sir Varen said, his gaze sharp. From what you've just said, it can only be because of the competition itself. Is there something among the prizes you're after? His words struck deep. Ren hesitated, silently impressed by the old man's perception. He had seen right through him. It was exactly as Varen said. Ren wasn't shaken because someone stronger than him existed. Michael didn't intimidate him for that reason. What bothered him was that someone stronger than him was here. In this competition. This wasn't about testing his limits or challenging himself. He was here for the Viscount title. The money. The whispers of wealth promised to the winner. He didn't care. The Duke's daughter. Marrying her might bring some benefits to his family. That was how little importance she held in his heart. The Viscount title stood above everything else. It was the only thing that truly mattered to him. Ren didn't immediately respond. He stared at the floor, the weight of everything pressing down on him. Varen had cut to the heart of the matter. Yes, Ren finally said, voice low but steady. I'm here for the Viscount title. Varen tilted his head. That's it. Ren blinked. The way Varen said it, like it was nothing more than a fleeting whim, rubbed him wrong. His eyes narrowed. Who are you? Varen didn't answer with words. Instead, he moved. Slowly, deliberately, he reached to his side and drew the sword strapped to his waist. It was simple in appearance. Clean. Polished. But the moment it cleared the scabbard, the air shifted. The blade hummed. A white light began to coat its edge, faint at first, but growing in intensity like a second sun emerging in the small chamber. The vibration pulsed through the room. Not violent, but resonant, deep, and steady. Ren's eyes widened. He knew that sensation. That light. That vibration. The word escaped before he could stop it. For a brief moment, his carefully composed thoughts crumbled. Someone else could wield this energy. No one ever told him, he'd never seen another. He had thought. Did you think it was yours alone? Varen asked, lowering the blade slightly. That you were the only one. Ren didn't answer. His thoughts raced. If other swordsmen were to hear his surprise, they would have laughed at him. Chi was rare, but it wasn't unique. There were sword cultivators in remote sects, hermits in distant valleys, knights who transcended the ordinary. Chi was the mark of one who walked the path of mastery, not privilege. But Ren had grown up with only the barest scraps of knowledge. His background was humble. His swordsmanship self-taught. Even among nobles with greater means, knowledge of Chi was rare. Ren had no one to explain it. No one to guide him. You really don't know anything, do you? Varen's tone held no scorn, just calm observation. Ren clenched his fists. No. He didn't. And that stung more than he wanted to admit. His eyes flicked from the glowing blade back to Varen. The power the old man radiated was immense. It was refined. More than his. Vurin sheathed his sword with a soft, final click. "I'm a swordsman," he said. "Like you. Sir Vurin White, Grand Knight of the Lionheart Kingdom. I say again, boy, I want you to be my disciple." Ren's heart skipped a beat. Grand Knight. The words rang in his ears like a thunderclap. He'd heard them before. And now one stood before him. He was ignorant about things like chi and so much more, but he wasn't so ignorant that he couldn't recognize the peak power of the kingdom. Ren took a step back without realizing it, his throat dry. Panic began to claw at his chest, not fear of harm, but the pressure of realization. He was speaking so casually to a Grand Knight. He'd questioned him. Doubted him. Almost snapped at him. Vurin observed Ren quietly, as if understanding the storm that brewed within the boy. Ren's thoughts spun faster than his pulse. How had he not known? Sure, the man looked powerful, his bearing, his armor, the way he spoke, but this. A Grand Knight. And this one. Wanted him as a disciple. But why? Ren croaked, the question escaping on instinct. His voice cracked slightly, like someone overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of it all. I'm no one. Vurin's lips curled into the faintest smile. Not true. I watched you, he said. Ren flinched. So few even grasp the true basics of the sword. Fewer can wield it. And among them, fewer still can let it flow so naturally. You're not polished. You're not refined. But you're raw steel, boy. You don't need praise. You need forging. Ren's chest rose and fell with short, shallow breaths. He didn't know how to process it. It was then that Vurin struck, while the iron was still hot. Didn't you say you were here for the Viscount title? Ren turned to him, still dazed, uncertain why the old man had circled back to that. You can't defeat Mike Nor, Vurin said plainly, so why not become my disciple instead? He stepped closer, his voice low and firm. If you agree now, I won't just make you a Viscount. You won't be some token noble handed a barren territory. I'll give you wealth, strength, loyal people, lasting prosperity. He paused, letting the words settle like a weight. Think about it. Isn't this the path to your goal, and more? The title you want, and the power to protect it. Ren was stunned speechless. His mind reeled. The title he had fought so hard for. Handed to him. No, offered. Just like that. His instincts screamed to be cautious. This was too much, too sudden. Yet standing in front of him was a Grand Knight, someone who could flatten cities if the rumors were true. Someone who had no reason to lie. And Ren could feel it. This man meant what he said. Ren could feel it. This man meant what he said. His heart pounded like a drum against his chest. He had always told himself the title was what mattered. Not the process. Not the fight. Just the result. If it raised his family, if it gave them land, a future, if it gave them wealth and respect, then it was worth everything. But now, when that goal stood within reach, offered by the hand of a Grand Knight himself, why was he hesitating? Because he wanted to win it with his own hands. No. He clenched his jaw. That wasn't it. Ren had pride, yes, but he wasn't blinded by it. He knew what he was capable of. And more importantly, he knew what he wasn't. Even setting Michael aside, he couldn't beat Yuga. The boy had fought with nothing but his fists, and yet those fists could crush boulders. Ren had tricks, skill. But against overwhelming strength, tricks only lasted so long. He remembered how Yuga's punch shattered the arena tiles. How Michael stood amidst such a monster and beat it. Compared to them, he was only so strong. But such strength wasn't enough. Ren's fingers twitched at his sides. He stared at the stone floor, the weight of everything finally dragging his shoulders down. What was he even clinging to? Stubborn pride. Empty resolve. He looked up at Varen once more. The old knight stood there, calm, waiting. Not pushing. Not begging. Just waiting, like a mountain giving him the choice to climb or walk away. Ren exhaled slowly. Compared to fighting a losing battle, it was better to follow the mountain. Even if he had no interest in becoming anyone's disciple before, after seeing Varen summon that glowing energy, that same resonance he once thought was his alone. How could he not want to learn? He wanted that power. That understanding. More than that, he wanted to protect the title once it was his. And a title meant nothing without strength behind it. Without another word, Ren dropped to one knee. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't grand. But it was real. The moment his knee touched the ground, his voice followed, low, resolute. Varen didn't react immediately. Then he stepped forward and placed a hand on Ren's shoulder. Well said, the Grand Knight murmured. There's much to learn. But you've taken the first step. Ren didn't look up. But for the first time in what felt like days, the storm in his chest quieted. He'd made his decision. And now, he would see where it led. At the same time, a spark lit up in the young swordsman. For some reason, Ren felt the future was brighter. He was still kneeling, the weight of his vow still fresh, when the heavy doors to the waiting room creaked open. Two familiar-looking officials in deep blue robes stepped in, a middle-aged man with sharp features and a scroll tucked under one arm, and a woman beside him, her posture straight and precise. Their expressions were weary and spent. No one truly knew how much they had endured within the barrier chamber, how tightly they held on to prevent the chaos from spilling into the arena and causing mass casualties. If it had only been commoners, perhaps they wouldn't have pushed themselves so hard. But unfortunately, scattered among the audience were nobles, people whose backgrounds demanded caution. Individuals whose deaths would carry consequences far beyond them. They couldn't afford to relax. Their eyes landed on the scene before them. A boy kneeling. An old man standing over him, hand on his shoulder. Recognition hit them like a bolt of lightning. Their gazes shifted from Ren to Varen. And just like that, their expressions snapped into something completely different. Both immediately lowered their heads. Sir Varen, the woman said, voice calm but tight with tension. We didn't realize. You don't need to, Varen said, cutting her off gently. He removed his hand from Ren's shoulder and gestured for the boy to rise. Stand, Ren. Ren obeyed, quickly pushing himself to his feet. His legs felt a bit shaky, but it wasn't from fear. It was awe. The way those officials reacted. As if the mere presence of his new master was enough to make authority crumble. Varen turned back to the blue-robed pair. You may carry on with your business. I'll be taking my disciple with me now. There was no room for negotiation in his voice. The officials didn't even glance at Ren. They kept their heads down and stepped aside with silent compliance. With that, Varen placed a hand behind his back and strode forward, his cloak brushing lightly across the floor. Ren followed. And as he stepped out of the waiting room behind the Grand Knight, he couldn't help but glance back once. The room that once held his anxiety, his doubts, his ambition. Now left behind. His eyes turned forward again. A new path was beginning. And the man walking ahead of him wasn't just powerful, he was majestic. Everything about Varen felt larger than life. Even the mana in the air felt calmer when he passed. Ren didn't speak. He simply walked. Eyes wide. Mind racing. Because somewhere deep inside him, He knew this decision would change everything. The two officials, still bowed, slowly lifted their heads, only slightly, long enough to exchange a glance. Suspicion flickered in their eyes. They were not simple servants. Each held considerable authority within the kingdom's bureaucratic structure. People like them were not easily impressed. Yet, they had just walked in on a grand knight of the Lionheart Kingdom standing beside a kneeling boy, Ren. And Vurin had called that boy disciple. Their eyes met again. One furrowed his brow in thought. The other arched a brow in disbelief. That boy. Ren Noah, right? The man whispered softly to his colleague. The woman gave the faintest nod. Yes. He defeated Prince Rue. For someone who could do that, maybe. This makes sense, the man muttered, almost to himself. He must have had someone behind him all along. The woman's lips tightened. Neither of them spoke further. They didn't need to. Some things didn't require debate, especially when standing in the presence of a man who could shake the kingdom by walking into a room. We still have something to do. Just minutes earlier, after stabilizing the barrier and ensuring the worst had passed, they had exited the chamber exhausted, only to be met with an unexpected voice ringing clearly in their minds. There is no use continuing the competition. End it. Announce Mike Nor as the winner. The voice had belonged to none other than the Duke himself. No messenger. No formal decree. Just a direct order, telepathically relayed to them both. They had exchanged a glance at the time, surprised by the abruptness. Technically, the decision was improper. Ren Noah had not been given a final chance. No duel. No announcement. No closing words. Just dismissal. But they were not in a position to question the Duke's will. If the man wanted the competition over, it was over. Now, all that remained was one final formality: speak with Mike Nor, confirm the Duke's decision, and announce the winner to the public. The crown of victory would be placed on Mike Nor's head. Feeling lighter, more relieved than they had all tournament, the two officials quietly left the room to seek out the mysterious youth who they also felt should have a better background than Ren. As for Yuga, they didn't even know what to think. As for Ren, he had no idea. No idea how close he had been to losing the Viscount title. How close he had come to being cast aside without ever knowing why. Because even before he fought, the Duke had already dismissed him. He had never been meant to win. The choice had been made behind closed minds, delivered silently and with finality. Fortunately, unaware of how fate had turned its back on him, Ren had dropped to one knee. In Group B's waiting room, Michael sat in quiet stillness, waiting for the officials who had said they wanted to speak with him. A part of him suspected it had something to do with his last match, but beyond that, he wasn't sure. Now I just need to beat Ren and my deal with Mage Lien will be complete, he thought. Aside from the Titan potion he wants to use to reinforce his physique against the mana overflow, the other rewards from this competition are mine. He leaned back slightly, gaze drifting to the ceiling. Aside from the Duke's daughter, which I have no interest in, I wonder what else this tournament might offer. More money wouldn't hurt, he mused. Even though I already have more than enough. With the size of my current funds and the chest I've been keeping since my first bandit subjugation mission, I might need to find someone skilled in finance just to manage it. That, or find something absurd to spend it all on. A chuckle almost escaped him, but his eyes narrowed as the next thought crept in. There's also the Viscount title. He let the idea hang in the air for a moment. Then his expression darkened, slightly. Hopefully Ren doesn't end up surprising me like Yuga did. I'd rather not have another unpredictable fight. I just want to get this over with. Win and move on to advancing to the next rank. Just as Michael was about to sink deeper into his thoughts, the door to the waiting room creaked open. Two officials stepped in. Their blue robes swayed as they entered, exhaustion faintly visible on their faces. Still, their composure was intact. Michael rose to his feet immediately. The middle-aged man with the scroll gave a faint smile. "Sir Mike, congratulations on your victory." "Thank you," Michael replied, his tone polite but detached. He didn't care much for praise, but formality had its place. The woman beside the man stepped forward slightly. "We won't waste your time. As of now, you're the last participant remaining. Your opponent, Ren Noah, has forfeited the final match." Michael's brows twitched subtly. So he bowed out before we even stepped into the arena. He hadn't expected that. Ren didn't strike him as a coward. Then again, maybe Ren simply understood the gap between them after seeing Yuga fall. Maybe he didn't want to put up a pointless fight. It could also be because of other things, but Michael didn't dwell on it. If anything, this just simplified things. The man continued, "By default, that places you in first. His Highness the Duke has formally acknowledged your victory. You are to report to the Duke's estate tomorrow to claim your rewards." The woman added, "Of course, if you'd prefer to have the rewards delivered to your residence, that can also be arranged." It was said in passing, as if no sane person would refuse an invitation from the Duke himself. Especially not the winner of such a prestigious event. But Michael's eyes lit up. "Delivery would be perfect," he said, his voice calm but firm. The officials blinked, both clearly surprised. The man cleared his throat, a bit awkwardly. "Of course. In that case, may we have your address?" Michael nodded and scribbled it on the scroll they handed over. After a moment, the man added, "Even so, we suggest visiting the Duke's mansion when convenient. There may be certain matters that pertain specifically to you." Michael didn't flinch. "Understood." He didn't say whether he would or wouldn't. The two officials exchanged glances, but neither pushed further. With nothing else to add, they gave him a respectful nod and turned to leave. As the door closed behind them, Michael slowly sat back down. So that was it. He had won. A strange sense of relief passed through him. This was one of the many things crossed from his list. He looked down at his palm, flexing his fingers. This isn't the end anyway. The Viscount title, the rewards, the recognition. They're just tools. What I want, what I need, is strength. Back in the arena, the atmosphere was still charged with electricity. The echoes of the last match had not yet faded. Excited murmurs rippled through the massive crowd, their voices layered with awe, debate, and the lingering adrenaline of what they had witnessed. All eyes kept drifting back to the shattered remains of the stage, deep cracks across its surface, broken tiles tossed like debris, and scorched patterns where spells had clashed with raw physical force. Children pointed while adults spoke fervently, comparing Yuga's monstrous strikes to Michael's uniqueness. "Did you see that punch? I swear it made the entire barrier tremble. I thought Yuga had it. Who is that Sir Mike, really?" Speculation ran wild. For most of them, that fight had eclipsed anything they'd seen in years. It was the kind of duel that would be spoken about long after the tournament had ended, etched into the collective memory of all who witnessed it. Then, the voice of the commentator boomed across the Colosseum once more, silencing the rising chatter. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced dramatically. "I hope you've all caught your breath, because an important announcement has arrived." Murmurs returned, now tinged with curiosity. "There are two things to relay," the commentator continued, pausing just long enough to stir anticipation. "First and foremost, Ren Noah, the finalist meant to challenge Mike Noor in the final match, has withdrawn." Gasps rang out. He forfeited. The wave of disbelief was instant, cresting through the crowd like a crashing tide. Just as outrage began to brew, the commentator raised his hands for calm. "We do not yet know the precise reasons," he added quickly, but from what we've gathered, it seems Ren Noah is unable to continue the match for reasons he cannot ignore. The vague phrasing sent speculation into overdrive. What kind of reason? Was he injured during the fight with Prince Rue and hit it? Maybe he realized he couldn't win and just bowed out. But among the more grounded, a sense of understanding began to form. Ren's match may not have reached the visual spectacle of Michael versus Yuga, but it had been impressive and undeniably powerful. Some even nodded thoughtfully. He looked fine when he left the stage, but maybe he pushed himself harder than we thought. Yeah. Even that final clash with Prince Rui was no joke. A shame, another muttered. I was starting to root for him. Still, the overall sentiment remained largely respectful. Ren hadn't left in disgrace. He had shown promise. And something about the commentator's wording made it clear this wasn't a normal forfeit. Regardless, the commentator said, his voice picking up again, we still have something to do. He smiled as if about to unveil a grand prize. With no one else left to challenge him, Mike Noor is hereby declared the champion of this tournament. The moment the words dropped, a blast of horns sounded from above. Confetti-like lights sparked into the air from the mages positioned around the Colosseum. The crowd erupted into cheers, some for the conclusion, some in support of Mike Noor, and others simply celebrating the tournament's end. Far above in the noble balconies, several people had varying reactions. The commentator's voice boomed again, rising over the thunder of applause. But that's not all, he announced. With Ren Noah's official withdrawal from the finals, the second-place position, by virtue of advancement and merit, goes to none other than Yuga. Another wave of noise rolled through the arena. Even among the nobles, eyebrows rose. The commoners were even louder, erupting into cheers, whistles, and open-mouthed laughter. The commentator let the reactions settle for a breath, then continued. And in third place, following his loss to Ren Noah, is His Highness, Prince Rue. This time, the cheers were more polite, restrained, especially among the nobles. They didn't know him, but the prince had fought exceptionally well, and despite his loss, he had not embarrassed his lineage. Still, the fact that he stood behind two unknowns, especially a commoner like Yuga, left a bitter taste in many mouths. Some of the nobles clapped half-heartedly. Others remained quiet. The commentator, however, kept the energy alive. Now, he said, leaning forward slightly as if letting the crowd in on a secret. This final announcement may shock some of you. But it is true, and confirmed. A hush fell once more. All other participants in this tournament, regardless of where they placed, will receive a base reward of 100 gold coins. The arena exploded with disbelief. 100 gold. Impossible. Is this real? The commoners were the most affected. Most families survived on 5 silver coins a month, just enough to get by. A single gold coin was worth 100 silver. For many, it was a year or two of comfortable living. And now, the participants of the tournament, even those who didn't reach the semifinals, would be walking away with 100. It must be a joke, a woman in the crowd muttered. That's enough to buy a house. Nonsense. That's enough to build one from the ground up and still have change. My brother was in that tournament. He's rich now. Rich. It's the Duke's will, the commentator continued, this time his voice carrying a solemn weight. For a moment, the crowd was silent again. Not out of shock, but reverence. Cheers rose again, thundering louder than ever. Among the crowd, strangers clapped each other on the back. Children stared in awe. Nobles whispered behind fans and furrowed brows, and commoners. Commoners dreamed. Outside the arena, the streets of the capital were just as alive. Though many had not secured a seat within the Colosseum, it didn't mean they had missed the event. The Duke's tournament was the grandest spectacle the city had seen in years, perhaps decades, and the people of the capital were not about to be left in the dark. Across plazas, courtyards, rooftops, and balconies, the magic of illusion shimmered in the air. Dozens of glowing projections hovered above buildings and open squares, each one showing a live illusionary feed of the tournament inside the arena. The image quality was nothing short of remarkable, sharp and vivid, almost lifelike, and accompanied by amplified sound spells that carried the roar of the crowd, the explosive clangs of battle, and the thundering voice of the commentator with perfect clarity. Some of these illusions were created by freelance mages, charging a few copper coins per head to stand beneath their feed. Others were the work of the Evermoon house itself, Duke Evermoon's personal mages having cast wide-range projection spells across key parts of the capital. For the people, it didn't matter who made the images. What mattered was what they saw. They saw Yuga. They saw Michael. They saw Ren Noah and Prince Rue. And they cheered. At taverns, customers had abandoned their drinks to huddle around a glowing image near the bar. In noble estates, servants and lesser retainers paused their work to stare at open-air illusions in the courtyards. In poorer districts, families had gathered in the streets with children lifted onto shoulders to see the glowing visions crackle above them. Gasps had echoed across rooftops when Yuga punched the stage into dust. Cries of disbelief rang out in alleyways when Michael stood unharmed in the midst of that brute force. And when Ren's blade clashed with Prince Rue in that final exchange, a wave of silence had passed through the capital, followed by stunned applause. One particular projection hovered in a wide courtyard outside the capital's southern market district. The mage who had conjured it, a balding man with a sharp chin and a loud voice. He raised his staff, and the illusion shimmered as the voice of the commentator rang out. All other participants in this tournament, regardless of where they placed, will receive a base reward of 100 gold coins. The words hit like thunder. The crowd froze. And then, chaos. A young woman screamed. An old man dropped his walking stick in disbelief. A pair of teenage boys leapt into the air, hollering at the top of their lungs. 100 gold coins. Are you mad? That's more than my father's workshop earns in 5 years. My brother was in that tournament. He's rich now. Rich. The reactions were more than just excitement. In a world where most citizens lived modest lives and counted copper and silver with care, the idea of receiving 1 gold coin was already a miracle. But 100. That was wealth. That was a future. The news spread like wildfire. From one illusion square to the next, the announcement echoed, and people responded with wild celebration. Fireworks, both magical and mundane, were lit in parts of the capital. Musicians began playing in the taverns. In the better part of the outer city, where cobbled streets were wide enough to fit merchant carriages and the buildings stood taller and better maintained than their surroundings, a particular restaurant buzzed with a different kind of energy. The Velvet Ember. Newly built just 5 months ago, the establishment had already carved a name for itself. Elegant wooden beams framed the structure, glowing softly with subtle enchantments that kept the temperature inside comfortable no matter the weather. Lanterns infused with warm light floated lazily near the ceiling. The restaurant didn't boast a noble's extravagance, but its understated refinement was unmistakable. It catered mostly to wealthy merchants, successful adventurers, and minor nobles who preferred discretion to grandeur. The food was said to be superb, delicate spice blends, rare meats, even imported wines, but that wasn't the only thing drawing attention today. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. At the far side of the second floor, a massive illusionary screen shimmered in the air, broadcasting the live projection from the arena. The crowd inside was silent, not because they weren't excited, but because they were holding their breath. Moments earlier, they had witnessed Yuga's terrifying might clash with the cold control of Mike Nor. Then came the announcement. Second place, Yuga. Third place, Prince Rue. And then, The bombshell. All other participants in this tournament, regardless of where they placed, will receive a base reward of 100 gold coins. Gasps rang out throughout the restaurant. Silverware clinked against ceramic as diners forgot their food. Even the waiting staff paused mid-step. Whispers followed quickly. 100 gold coins. That's insane. My father doesn't even give me a gold coin for my monthly allowance. But didn't I hear the owner has a brother who participated? The murmurs became concentrated, all eyes slowly turning toward the same direction. To the corner booth where a single woman sat, silent, unmoving, her wine untouched. She was dressed plainly but with immaculate precision. A dark maroon blouse, high-collared and trimmed in silver, clung to her slender form. A cloak draped neatly over her shoulders, and her boots bore the fine polish of someone who either cared deeply for her appearance or had the money to ensure someone else did. But it wasn't the outfit that caught the eye. It was the presence. Even seated, she gave off a pressure that made others hesitate to approach. Her hair, raven black and tied in a loose braid, shimmered under the light of the hovering illusion. Her skin was pale, nearly porcelain. And her eyes. Her eyes were like sharpened glass, cold, clear, and painfully observant. Though few in the restaurant had ever spoken directly to her, everyone knew the rumors. The mysterious owner of the Velvet Ember. A woman in her early 20s who had appeared out of nowhere, bought the land outright in a single transaction, and opened one of the most successful businesses in the outer city in less than half a year. No loans. No partners. Some said she had backing from high nobles. But most popular of all was the rumor that she had a brother, an incredibly powerful brother, who would crush anyone that offended her. Most had seen him. And now, they knew exactly who that brother was. The wild, untamed monster of a man who had just shaken the entire capital with his bare fists and taken second place in the Duke's tournament. The moment the commentator's voice had confirmed Yuga's placement, several eyes had darted toward Syrah. She hadn't flinched. She hadn't smiled. She hadn't even blinked. She merely sat still, one leg crossed over the other, hands resting gently on her lap as if none of this concerned her in the slightest. But the restaurant staff knew better. They had seen her lips twitch, just barely, when Yuga's name was called. And to them, that was enough. No wonder she could afford this place. With that kind of power behind her. The whispers faded as the commentator's voice picked up again, but no one could truly focus on the screen anymore. Syrah continued to sit in silence. Her wine still untouched. Her expression unreadable. Only she knew what emotion stirred beneath that calm exterior. Only she remembered what Yuga had been like as a child, before the strength, before the forest, before the world had turned its back on them. She remembered the day they were separated. And now, he was alive as ever. Far stronger than she even estimated. She exhaled quietly through her nose, then finally reached for the wineglass. That fool. He still fought even after telling him to retreat from a battle that was too strong. Fortunately, his opponent was merciful. Syrah thought back to Michael's appearance. The youth was quite handsome. Knowing the competition was over, Michael didn't waste any more time and began making his way home. At first, he considered taking a leisurely walk to enjoy the breeze, but the moment he noticed the way people were starting to recognize him, he changed his mind. The floating illusion screens all around the capital hadn't shut down yet. He didn't know what method was being used, but his face was still being broadcast across many corners. And now, strangers were beginning to turn. Point. Whisper. Troublesome, he muttered under his breath. In the next instant, his figure blurred, vanishing from sight in a flash. Gasps echoed around him as the crowd staggered in surprise. That was him. Its mignor people surged forward in the direction he had disappeared, some laughing, some wide-eyed, some shouting his name. But Michael was already gone. A beat later, he was standing in front of his apartment. To think I'd gain fame first in the land of origin rather than the real world, he muttered. Then his expression shifted slightly. No, maybe it's only in the land of origin that someone like me can become famous. After all, it's only recently that supernaturals have started becoming more public, and even now, people like me still fly under the radar. So Michael thought, completely forgetting that just a few weeks ago, after resolving the monster outbreak in his community caused by demonic supernaturals, he had already started gaining attention online. Especially because of his undead. However, Michael couldn't be blamed for not realizing this. After all, most people only considered themselves famous once being seen in public became a hassle. Back in Aurora, he hadn't felt that way. No one's home. He unlocked the front door and stepped inside, spreading his senses the moment he entered. Aside from himself, there wasn't another living soul in the house. Leah and Ace were gone. He doubted they had gone to the dojo they often frequented. Today felt like a public holiday thanks to the Duke's tournament. The capital was practically at a standstill. Still, Michael didn't dwell on it. After locking the door behind him, he climbed the stairs and headed straight to his room. Once inside, he began removing his armor piece by piece, storing each one in his personal storage space. His spear was already there. What made him chuckle to himself was how little he had actually used it during the competition. Nothing, not even Yuga, had forced him to fight seriously with a weapon. Then again, Yuga was a different story altogether. The youth had fought barehanded, relying solely on his monstrous body to even tank spells. He was a complete outlier. When Michael thought of Yuga, part of him felt an odd sort of regret. Regret that he hadn't been able to use his talent on him. Despite Yuga's ridiculous strength, Michael was nearly certain that at his core, he was still human, at least partially. And that made Michael wonder just how terrifying Yuga could become if he evolved. Michael would need to rely on Gale or Prince to win. The 2-against-1 strategy wouldn't have worked again. In fact, it probably wouldn't have worked at all if Yuga had more training. Too bad he was alive. Too bad he wasn't an enemy. These were the thoughts that had crossed Michael's mind immediately after defeating Yuga. Thoughts he quickly shoved away. He blamed his talent for such twisted impulses. As he finished removing his armor, he lay on the bed, arms behind his head, thoughts still drifting back to the tournament. Putting Yuga aside, he muttered, if I ever run into someone else that unique again, and I have the right to do what I want with them, I'd rather they be alive than dead. His eyes narrowed. The fact that my talent works on me means I should be able to use it on living targets too. I just haven't figured out how. Yet. Maybe advancing to rank 2 will unlock more information. Perhaps something like what beast tamers use, soul contracts with living creatures. If I can mimic that. Forget everything else. My sister. My aunt. They could become strong. But that was a matter for future Michael. The current one. He simply lay back, summoned Spartan to guard his resting body, and with a long breath, returned his consciousness to his original body in Aurora. The first thing Michael did upon returning to the real world was spread his senses. As expected, the familiar tethers to a few of his undead responded immediately, but aside from that, the house was empty. He didn't frown. He didn't even pause. He was used to this. Especially around this time of day. Lily should still be at school, he thought casually, already moving toward the kitchen. And Aunt. He smiled faintly. She wasn't working as a chef anymore, not like back in Woodstone City. That had been a tiring job, one where she poured her soul into long hours and thankless customers just to put food on the table. Now, she owned her own place. Thanks to his means, Michael had built up a solid financial foundation. While he could have used that money for other things, he didn't. Instead, he rented a 3-story building in one of the big districts of the city and gave his aunt the reins. A restaurant. She had cried the day he showed her the keys. She hadn't even asked for it out loud, but he had seen the way her eyes lingered on shops they passed during their walks, heard the wistful tone in her voice when she talked about the dishes she would have made if she had a place of her own. Now, she did. The restaurant had only been open for a couple of weeks, but word had already started spreading. And the best part, she was happy. Michael walked past the couch and glanced at the framed photo on the side table. It was a recent one, Lily grinning awkwardly in her school uniform, his aunt standing proudly beside her in her chef's jacket, and Michael, tall, slightly off-centered, holding a box of fresh vegetables like some overgrown delivery guy. His smile lingered. A lot had changed since they arrived in this new city. He had done so much. And there was still much to be done. For his family. And for himself. Michael didn't spend much time in Aurora. That had been the case for a while now, especially throughout the tournament process. It wasn't yet time for him to shift his full focus back to Aurora. That moment would come soon, very soon. But not just yet. Right now, Michael's main goal was to tie up a few loose ends in the land of origin. Upon returning to the land of origin, he resumed meditating, after once again trying to probe deeper into his talent, seeking something new. As usual, he found nothing. It didn't bother him much. He was just testing his luck, as always. The next day arrived quickly, and a visitor came to Michael's residence. It was a familiar face. It was the middle-aged man who had officiated the Duke's tournament. The man sat in silence, his brows slightly furrowed as he glanced around the interior with visible confusion. The house was modest, but neat. Polished wood floors, clean furniture, and a faint herbal fragrance in the air that suggested someone had aired it out that morning. It was all normal. Too normal. Especially for someone like him. The neighborhood itself wasn't run down either. In fact, it was one of the cleaner districts in the outer city. But that was precisely the problem. This was the outer city. At first, when Michael had casually given him his address the previous day, the official hadn't thought much of it. The name of the street had sounded unfamiliar, but he had simply assumed it was some quiet part of the inner city he hadn't personally visited. Yet here he was, clearly standing in the outer district. And not just on the edge either. This was deep enough that even the guards had paused upon arrival, double-checking the location to make sure they hadn't gotten lost. Strange, the official thought, eyes drifting around. Wasn't this boy a noble's son? So why was he living here? Before the man could dwell too long on the oddity, a faint thump echoed down the stairs, followed by the soft shuffle of footsteps. Michael descended the stairs, now dressed in fresh, clean robes. His black hair was slightly damp from a recent shower, and there was a casual ease in his step as he reached the final step. Behind the official, two armored guards stiffened instinctively, but not out of fear. It was respect. Michael didn't give off the aura of someone trying to be imposing, but to anyone perceptive, his presence was commanding. Also present were two others. Leah and Ace stood in the hallway, both of them looking up at Michael with thinly veiled concern. Michael scanned the group quickly, then raised a brow. "You're here early." The official offered a polite bow as he stood up. "Apologies for the sudden visit. I thought it best to speak with you before the day's obligations consumed your time." Michael walked to the sitting room and gestured. "Then speak freely. You've come this far." The official hesitated, then followed, removing his gloves and tucking them neatly into his belt. "Before that," the man said slowly, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Forgive me for asking, but do you truly reside here?" Michael's brow rose. "Should I not? It's just—" The man cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed. "Given your standing, I simply assumed you were from a noble family." Michael offered a half-smile, one that didn't quite reach his eyes. And what if I told you I wasn't? The official blinked. Surely, you jest. Michael's smile faded. What brought you here? The official straightened slightly, all formality returning to his tone. I've come to talk about your reward. Michael's gaze sharpened as his heart quickened. Please follow me to our carriage outside, Sir Mike. Michael didn't respond immediately. Instead, he gave Leah and Ace a quick glance, an unspoken signal to stay behind and hold the house down. Then Michael turned and stepped out the door. What greeted him made him pause. Parked along the quiet street was a grand carriage, far too grand for the neighborhood it currently sat in. The structure was massive, easily large enough to accommodate 6 grown men within, and built from a shimmering dark wood that reflected a soft silver sheen beneath the morning sun. Gilded trims ran along its frame in tasteful arcs, while glowing runes hummed faintly along its chassis, likely enchantments for mobility and defense. But it wasn't just the carriage that drew attention. It was the steed pulling it. No, calling it a steed felt like an understatement. The beast was enormous, taller than most warhorses, its dark coat glistening with a sheen that almost resembled scales. Its eyes were a deep gold, intelligent and aware, and its legs were thicker than a tree trunk, ending in talons instead of hooves. Michael's gaze lingered for a moment. Monster bloodline, he muttered. It was subtle, but there was no mistaking it. Whatever creature this was, it wasn't wholly natural. The guards near the carriage stood straight, armor polished to a mirror shine, weapons at their sides. When they spotted Michael, they gave short bows in sync. The middle-aged official caught up behind him and gestured toward the open carriage door. Looks beautiful, right? He said, a note of pride in his voice. Michael stared at the carriage a second longer, then stepped forward. The official followed quickly after, and the guards closed the door behind them with a soft thud. Outside, neighbors peeked from behind curtains and gates, some clutching their mouths in shock. Others whispered in hushed tones, unsure if what they were seeing was real. Inside the carriage, the air changed. Michael immediately noticed the shift the moment the doors closed. It wasn't just the soundproofing, though that was excellent. It was the ambience. A subtle coolness lingered in the air, maintained by silent enchantments woven into the ceiling above. Gentle golden lights glowed from the corners of the carriage, casting a soft illumination that gave the interior a warm, welcoming feel. Not too bright, not too dim. Just right. For a moment, Michael saw something he might actually spend money on in this land. Michael turned his gaze to the middle-aged man seated across from him. The official gave a knowing smile. He reached into a side compartment built seamlessly into the carriage wall. With a quiet click, a section of the panel slid open. From within, the man pulled out a heavy, iron-bound box roughly the size of a large briefcase. It was dark oak, reinforced with polished bronze clasps and intricate crestwork carved into the surface, an emblem that bore Duke Evermoon's seal, a crescent moon biting into a ring of stars. The man placed the box gently between them. Michael leaned forward slightly, watching in silence. With a twist of a key, the box opened. Inside, neatly arranged in their own velvet-lined compartments, were 3 items. A rolled-up parchment map, a wooden token, and a bulging black sack. The man didn't speak immediately. He let Michael absorb the sight. This, he said at last, lifting the map carefully, is the territory of Duke Evermoon. He unrolled it across the flat armrest between them, revealing a detailed, color-coded map. Michael's eyes scanned it swiftly. He immediately caught sight of several red dots. "What are these?" he asked, pointing to one cluster. The man in blue robe smiled. "Available Viscount territories. These are yours to choose from." "Yes," the man replied. "As per Duke Evermoon's promise to the competition champion, you are entitled not only to land but to title. And not an empty one. A true viscountcy. With people. With land. with taxes, guards, trade rights, and responsibilities. He gestured again to the map. Each of these marked points represents a viable territory under the Duke's domain. Some are stronger economically. Others are more isolated but rich in natural resources. Some are along major trade arteries. Others near monster lands, if that's more your flavor. And I can pick any. Any, the official confirmed. Well, any that haven't already been promised or contested. But most of these, they're open. The Duke wants you to choose based on what suits you. Michael said nothing. The man let the silence stretch before reaching for the wooden token next. This, he said, is your proof of nobility. It officially marks you as Viscount Mike. Nor Michael accepted the token, turning it over slowly. It was warm. And this, the man finally said, lifting the bag, is 1,000 golden papers as the reward for getting first place. Michael took a deep breath. A golden paper was worth 1,000 gold coins. Instantly, because of the Duke, Michael was 1,000,000 gold coins rich. Such an amount of money. Michael doubted many nobles possessed such wealth. Michael was still digesting the sheer value of what had already been offered. And yet, the middle-aged man was not done. Without a word, the official reached into a second hidden compartment beneath the seat. It opened with a quiet click, revealing another box, this one smaller. Michael's attention sharpened. Inside were 3 items. The first was a vial, long, narrow, and sealed with silver wax. The liquid inside shimmered with an otherworldly hue, a strange mix of green and purple that seemed to swirl on its own. The other 2 items were books. One bound in dark brown leather, thick and weighty. The other was slimmer, wrapped in pale cloth. The man in blue robes didn't wait for Michael to ask. This, he said, lifting the potion with both hands, is Titan's blood. Or as most call it, the Titan potion. Michael's eyes narrowed. Of course he recognized it. This was the very reason he'd entered the competition in the first place. This was for Mage Lien. A man slowly dying from mana overload, his internal circuits cracking under the weight of power he could no longer properly circulate. There were only a handful of known methods to counter such a condition. And the Titan potion was one of them. Michael reached forward and picked up the vial. The middle-aged man introduced the potion to Michael in case he was unaware of its value. To a knight, the Titan potion was a breakthrough tonic, capable of pushing their physical strength through bottlenecks and even into the advanced stages of knight cultivation. For mages, however, it was even more precious. It gave them what they always lacked, physical strength. They were stronger than ordinary mortals but were usually the weakest in physical strength among other supernatural professions. In a world where most spellcasters died not from mana failure but from being struck down in battle before they could act, the Titan potion was a miracle. It made them harder to kill. Let them survive fatal blows. Allowed them to stand longer on the front lines. Michael placed the potion down carefully, like it was sacred. And the books, he asked, already suspecting their value. The man reached for the larger of the 2 tomes and handed it over. The Duke noticed something about you. What stood out to him was your physical strength. He tapped the cover. This manual is called Berserk. It's a mana art designed to explosively increase your physical power for a short period of time. For a knight, it boosts combat capability. For someone like you. He trailed off, eyeing Michael with quiet curiosity. It could be devastating. Michael opened the book slightly, skimming through the pages. Complex diagrams of muscular channels, mana loops, and pressure control methods filled the paper. And the second, he asked. The official passed it to him with a smile. A movement art. Ghost wind steps. It doesn't increase speed outright, but lets you redirect inertia and mana force to create unpredictable shifts in motion. Think of it as vanishing from your opponent's perception for a split second. Michael flipped through the pages. Ghost Wind Steps was elegant, where Berserk was raw and explosive. This one made him unpredictable. A perfect compliment. I'm guessing these aren't beginner manuals, Michael said dryly, eyes still on the text. Not at all, the man replied. They're high-grade mana arts. Michael closed the book slowly and looked up. Michael really felt like robbing him just for the sake of it. The Duke's wealth blinded him. The moment Michael placed the second manual back into the box, the official clasped his hands together. Well then, Viscount Mike Knorr, the man said with a wry smile. It's time to decide where your banner will fly. Michael glanced down at the parchment again, the marked red dots now seeming far more significant than they did just moments ago. Truthfully, Michael said, I don't know what to pick. The man's brows raised. Michael looked up. Do you have any suggestions? The official blinked, surprised at first, then nodded slowly. He had many suggestions, but most importantly, he saw an opportunity. Michael wasn't just any tournament champion. He was the man who might become the Duke's son-in-law. Establishing a good relationship with Michael now might be a ladder worth climbing. Actually, I do, the man said, his voice warm. 3 options come to mind. I'll explain them simply, and you can decide what suits your needs. Michael raised a brow, then nodded for him to continue. The official pointed at one of the dots near the center of the map. It was closer to the main road network, nestled between 2 larger towns. This one, he said, is called Greymarsh. It's heavily populated, relatively prosperous. You'll have access to decent infrastructure, trade routes, and a population that, while not rich, is stable and industrious. If you want to establish political influence or grow economically, this is a solid starting point. Michael stared at it for a second, then nodded slowly. Sounds safe. It is, the man confirmed. Which also means more bureaucracy. Michael didn't look thrilled. The man moved his hand to a different mark, this one further north. Now this, he said, tapping gently, is known as Twin Rocks. Isolated, but beneath the mountains are rich ore veins, mana stone deposits, and untouched land. No one to answer to, and no interference. But you'll have to build from the ground up. Michael's interest rose. And the downside? Harsh environment. Weaker defenses. Bandit raids. And, well, you'll be your own military for a while. Michael nodded. That's manageable. Then the man pointed further west. This one, he said with a hint of hesitation, is called Thornvale. It's remote. Extremely rich in natural resources, trees, herbs, alchemy materials, even magic mine, but Michael raised an eyebrow at the pause. But the official exhaled. It borders the Everlong Forest. Michael froze. The name struck him like a hammer. Everlong Forest. The first place he'd found himself when he arrived in this world. Where he'd fought for his life. Michael's fingers tapped the armrest. I see, he said quietly. The man straightened, then added cautiously, if I may speak freely. Michael gestured. Go ahead. I believe Greymarsh is best for a future noble. A place to grow in power and status without too many risks. Twin Rocks is for an ambitious builder, someone who wants to create their own world. But Thornvale. He paused, then met Michael's gaze directly. Well, it speaks for itself, Michael said nothing for a while. Then, slowly, a thin smile touched his lips. Michael turned back to the map, eyes fixed on Thornvale. I'll take Thornvale, he said. The middle-aged man blinked once, then slowly began nodding with a helpless expression. A bold choice, he said, his tone measured, but undeniably impressed. I'll submit the paperwork today. The Duke will be informed, and arrangements will begin to transfer authority over the region. Michael didn't respond immediately. His eyes were still on the map, still on that little red, on the western border, just shy of the Everlong Forest. There was a reason he had chosen it. A very simple one. Greymarsh was too noisy, too political. It might offer security and convenience, but it came with scrutiny. He'd be under constant watch, and that was something he simply couldn't afford. Not yet. Twin Rocks was tempting, yes. But Thornvale. Thornvale sat on the edge of the unknown. Which made it perfect. Michael wasn't hungry for fame or fortune. He didn't dream of political power or noble influence. What he wanted was control over his own space. A place where no one would question his actions. Where no one would barge in asking questions about rituals, strange energies, or corpses. Because while his undead couldn't be openly summoned in cities without causing panic or outrage, the forest would offer a perfect solution. Anything Michael didn't want the world to see, he could do there. If a powerful undead needed to be trained, bound, or tested, he could march it into the deep woods and do it in silence. If he ever needed to test his spells or push them too far, he'd have the freedom to experiment in the wild, away from the eyes of society. In the forest, he could be whatever he wanted. Thornvale gave him that freedom. The middle-aged man closed the map gently and looked back at Michael with a more formal expression. "Since that's your choice," he said, "I'll begin the transfer process." But he paused, watching Michael carefully. "To be formally recognized, you'll need to meet with the Duke. He must personally grant you the land charter and bestow the title." Michael's lips twitched. He had hoped, really hoped, that he could bypass that part. Avoid the formalities. Avoid the Duke entirely. Avoid anything that smelled like politics, handshakes, expectations, or worse. Attachments. Michael leaned back against the cushioned seat, arms crossed. "Do I have to?" The man gave a patient smile. "It is tradition. Not just for ceremony's sake, but for documentation. The Duke's seal, his public audience, it confirms your rights and prevents future disputes." Michael groaned softly. "I'd really rather not." He meant it. Power and authority didn't tempt him. Titles were useful tools, not aspirations. The idea of standing in a hall full of nobles made his skin itch. Even more so if it meant seeing the daughter of the Duke. He still hadn't decided what to do about that whole issue. Michael sighed. He sighed again. Right now, Michael was even toying with the idea of staying outside the capital. There were too many eyes here. Too many complications. Well, maybe it was just the kingdom princess. However, Michael did like his peace. "When?" he finally asked. The man perked up instantly. "Now, if you're available." Michael frowned. "Now?" "Yes. The Duke made time in advance in case you accepted the reward today." Michael sighed. "Well then," he muttered, standing up and grabbing the 2 boxes beside him. "Let's get it over with." The official opened the door of the carriage for him and stepped aside respectfully. "Shall I have an escort carry those for you?" "No need," Michael said. His tone was dry, but he moved easily despite the weight. Michael immediately made his way home. Once inside, he made his way to his room. He placed the 2 boxes in his storage space. That's better. With the boxes secure, he stepped back outside. The carriage was still waiting, the official seated patiently. Michael climbed in without a word, arms folded as they resumed the journey. "You seem less enthusiastic," the man said after a moment. Michael gave him a look. "Is it that obvious?" The official chuckled nervously. "Just a bit." Michael didn't reply. He stared out the window. He wasn't overwhelmed. He was just unwilling. The carriage rumbled forward as it left the outer city's cobbled streets behind, passing through one of the main roads that cut across the capital. As it neared the towering gates separating the outer and inner city, the guards stationed there didn't so much as glance at the passing vehicle. Not a single hand was raised. No inspection. No pause. They simply stepped aside and saluted as the carriage rolled through without slowing. Michael's gaze narrowed slightly. This wasn't the kind of treatment you received just because you were noble. No, this was the kind of courtesy reserved for those with clout. People who were either feared, respected, or dangerously important. Michael leaned slightly against the window frame. He remembered the first time he crossed into the inner city, when the guards hadn't recognized him. It was only after word got out that he was connected to Mage Lien that the real shift in treatment began. Michael wasn't sure if it was deference or fear. But whatever it was, it cleared paths that had once been walls. Now he was on an official visit tied to the Duke's household. Unless someone was suicidal, of course the gates would open like water to a blade. They continued on, and Michael once again noticed the difference, clear and sharp as ever, between the outer and inner zones. The outer city had dirt and life. But the inner city, it was clean. Composed. Decorative stone lanterns lined the wide marble roads. Fountains bubbled in quiet parks tucked between towering manors. Nobles walked slowly as if time itself bowed to them. Michael didn't look too long. He'd seen it all before. So instead, he turned to the man beside him. "You said you worked directly under the Duke." The official smiled lightly, folding his hands over his lap. "That's right. I'm one of his logistical aides. Anything the Duke considers too minor for himself, but too delicate to leave to just anyone." Michael raised a brow. "So, you're important." "I like to think I'm trusted," the man said modestly. "Though in the Duke's household, importance is relative." Michael tilted his head, watching him more carefully now. "How much power does Duke Evermoon really have?" The man didn't answer immediately. He shifted in his seat and glanced out the window. "Too much." Michael blinked. The man chuckled faintly. "It's not an exaggeration. Within the kingdom, the Duke is a pillar. He has economic weight, a private military larger than most border garrisons, and a personal network of mages, knights. Oh, and yes, he's also a grand mage himself." Michael was a bit surprised. "That strong?" The man nodded. Michael leaned back slightly, digesting that. So the man had political power, military strength, wealth beyond reason, and was a top-tier mage too. All this only reinforced one thing for Michael: the Duke was someone best avoided. He hadn't always felt this way about people in power within the kingdom. In fact, there was a time he didn't think much of them at all. But after his encounter with the princess, that changed. Part of it was her suspicion toward him. The other part was her overwhelming strength. In front of her, Michael had felt like an insect, powerless, exposed. It was a feeling he couldn't shake, one that left a bitter aftertaste. Maybe, if Lucky advanced to rank 3 like he suspected, he'd regain some confidence. But until then, he had no desire to stand out. He preferred to stay under the kingdom's radar, far away from the eyes of its strongest. Of course, with his previous actions, this was a bit too hard to achieve now. However, a man can still have a wish. The carriage turned onto another main road, and the city shifted around them. Michael found himself staring out the window again, and this time, he truly looked. The inner city was huge. It wasn't just wealthier. It was massive. Palatial estates stretched endlessly in every direction, each one surrounded by high stone walls, private gardens, and even artificial rivers or bridges. Despite the fact that it was inside the capital, the inner city felt like a separate kingdom of its own. Michael could only shake his head. Just then, the carriage slowed. Michael looked forward and went still. They had reached the Duke's estate. Michael took in a deep breath. It was not a building. It was a domain. A front gate guarded by 24 knights in polished armor, each standing like statues. A cobblestone path nearly as wide as a road led through a courtyard so large it could host a small tournament. Banners of deep violet and silver hung from towering pillars. The emblem of a crescent moon biting into a ring of stars fluttered in the wind, Duke Evermoon's crest. And beyond it all, the Duke's mansion rose like a palace. No, like a fortress. Michael looked up at it all. His lips twitched. Maybe I'll really stay outside the capital, he murmured again. Michael let his senses stretch outward, slowly, carefully. He probed the knights stationed at the entrance. What he sensed made his brows knit slightly. Each one of those knights wasn't ordinary. Intermediate stage, at least. Several had the steady, compact manner of advanced stage knights, likely captains of the Duke's household guard. Their mana was well contained, their auras faint but sharp. And that was just the gate. Michael exhaled softly and let his awareness retract. The door to the carriage clicked open. Peter, the blue-robed man who'd accompanied him all the way here and made sure Michael remembered his name, stepped out first. He turned back and motioned gently, a practiced smile on his face. Michael followed. Peter led him deeper into the estate when an elderly man soon approached them. The man who approached from within the estate wore a finely tailored black and silver uniform. He was older, with streaks of gray at his temples and a sharpness in his eyes that hadn't dulled with age. His stride was even, and the moment Michael focused on him, his instincts flared. Advanced stage knight. Michael's lips pressed into a faint line. Peter stepped forward, offering a formal introduction. Steward Darnell, this is the winner of the grand tournament. He has accepted the Duke's reward and seeks an audience with the Duke. Viscount Mike Knorr, the steward, was taken back and spoke with a courteous bow. Welcome to the Evermoon estate. I am Darnell. I shall escort you to the Duke's waiting hall. Michael gave a slight nod. Darnell looked Michael over once, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his eyes. Then he turned to Peter. Understood. I'll see to the rest of the preparations personally. Michael didn't say much. He just followed after waving goodbye to Peter. The path they took was almost absurd in scale. Everything about the estate felt like it was built to remind you of power, each step echoing through open-air stone corridors, past manicured gardens and rows of ornamental trees. As they walked, Michael kept his senses half open. Even deeper in, he could sense knights patrolling the estate. Some stronger. One or two. Stronger than Darnell himself. He narrowed his eyes. How many advanced stage knights did this place have? He was starting to wonder if even entering the place with hostile intent would have ended in a single breath's worth of failure. Eventually, they came to a large archway leading into the central estate. Two massive doors stood at its heart, carved with the same moon and star sigil. Before them stood two more knights. But these ones... Michael blinked. Their presence felt deeper. Denser. Peak stage. No, not quite. But close. Very close. By peak stage, with his experience, even without the use of detect, Michael could tell that the levels of these knights were already in their early 20s. With a gesture from Darnell, the doors began to creak open. Inside was a long corridor lined with red carpeting and golden fixtures. It curved gently, flanked by tall stained glass windows that let in slanted beams of colored light. As they stepped into the grand corridor, Michael's footsteps softened against the thick red carpet, yet the silence of the estate pressed down all the same. The air here was different, cool, deliberate. Controlled. Your fortunate Viscount Mike Nor, Darnell said suddenly, his voice low but clear. Michael glanced sideways. To have come at a time the Duke is actually present, the steward continued, hands folded behind his back as he walked steadily ahead. So some even wait months for an audience. Michael didn't say anything. However, Darnell revealed something. He didn't seem aware that the Duke already had plans to see him. Michael also didn't feel lucky. If anything, he felt like he was walking into a den of tigers with a rabbit's soul. The corridor branched at the end, and they turned into a narrower hallway, still well decorated but far less ostentatious. The guards here were fewer, but sharper. Eventually, they reached a tall wooden door, etched with mana runes faintly glowing beneath the grain. The Duke's waiting hall, Darnell said, halting beside it. He turned to Michael. You'll wait here until summoned, sir. If the Duke does not arrive in the next hour, I'll return to update you. The time may be longer, or shorter, depending on his disposition. Michael nodded. Understood. Darnell gave a slight bow. If I may say, Viscount Mike Norm. Michael raised a brow. Never mind, sir. In the end, the steward said nothing. Then, with a turn as crisp as a blade's edge, Darnell walked off, the soft tap of his boots fading into the quiet. Michael stared after him for a second, then slowly pushed open the door and stepped inside. The waiting hall was lavish. It wasn't a place built for comfort. It was built for intimidation. A pair of glass chandeliers hung from the ceiling, glittering like mana crystals. Rich purple drapes lined the walls, and the chairs, no, thrones, were arranged in a circle in a straight orderly line. Michael didn't sit. He walked slowly toward one of the high, arched windows and looked out. From here, he could see the outer gardens. Knights trained there in the distance, locked in drills with wooden weapons that struck like iron. The estate truly was a small world of its own. Michael folded his arms and leaned slightly against the cold window frame. I wonder how the Duke is in person. He muttered the words quietly, more to himself than anyone else, yet they hung in the air like a weight. Everything so far had painted the man as untouchable, powerful, elusive, larger than life. But Michael had met powerful people before. People with terrifying strength. People like the princess. He knew power came in different flavors. Some wielded it like a sword, sharp and direct. Others wore it like perfume, subtle, intoxicating, and dangerous in ways you didn't notice until it was too late. Michael had no idea which one Duke Evermoon was. Michael didn't have to wait long. Less than 10 minutes had passed since he entered the waiting hall before the pressure in the room shifted. The double doors creaked open without warning. Michael turned slowly. An old man stepped through, alone. He was hunched, but not feeble. His back bowed slightly under age, yet every step he took was measured, as if the floor conformed to his rhythm. His robe was deep blue, laced with silver threads that shimmered faintly in the light, and a head of thick, pure silver hair flowed down past his shoulders like a silken waterfall. Michael instinctively stood a little straighter. The man's gaze swept over the hall like a slow tide before settling on him. For a heartbeat, nothing was said. Then the Duke gave a slow nod. Mike Nor, he said, voice like polished stone scraping gently across marble. Michael lowered his head in respect. Your Grace. The Duke didn't respond to the greeting at first. Instead, he lifted both hands and gestured softly, one toward the row of chairs on his left, the other toward the right. Sit, he said. Whichever side you prefer. His voice held no command, no threat. But Michael knew better than to hear it as mere suggestion. He nodded once and moved to the right, choosing a chair a little distance from the Duke's, then sat, neither too close nor too far. The Duke moved slowly toward the first seat at the head and lowered himself into it with surprising ease. The moment he sat, it felt like the room shifted again, the center of gravity moving to him. Even seated, he commanded the space. He didn't speak right away. Instead, his heavy-lidded eyes studied Michael with a kind of curiosity. Yesterday, Duke Evermoon had thought that the tool he had crafted to benefit himself might end up benefiting others instead. To be honest, for a proud man like him, that was a hard pill to swallow. Fortunately, even though things hadn't gone entirely as planned, this youth, this Mike Nor who seemed connected to Mage Lien, had also disrupted the plans of others. That much, at least, was satisfying. But what truly piqued the Duke's interest wasn't the boy's suspected connection to Mage Lien, nor the astonishing power he had displayed in the tournament, power which, the Duke admitted inwardly, was greater than his own. No. It was because of someone else. Someone even he, despite being many times her senior, had to show respect to. Princess Priscilla. A great mage. Yesterday, she had summoned him. The purpose was to reprimand him, but somewhere in the conversation, Michael's name came up. Her response had been casual, but clear: they needn't worry. As long as Mike Nor is there, everything will be fine. That alone made Duke Evermoon pause. The competition hadn't gone the way he expected. From Prince Rui, to Ren, to Yuga, and finally to Michael. Aside from Rui, someone he didn't want to get involved with, and Michael, who was still wrapped in mystery, Yuga and Ren had also shaken the Duke. They made him question whether he was still in the same kingdom he'd ruled for decades. Because how was it that once-in-a-century talents were suddenly looking so common? This wasn't the Empire. Even there, such prodigies were rare. Regardless, Duke Evermoon felt a measure of satisfaction with how things had turned out. Except for one lingering issue. Was he really going to give his daughter to a stranger? Had it been anyone else, the Duke would have found a discreet way to cancel that portion of the competition's reward. But this boy, Mike Nor. With everything the Duke had seen, and all his growing suspicions, he seemed promising. The Duke studied Michael for a moment longer. "I admire your strength," he said at last. Michael inclined his head. "Thank you, Your Grace. But I still have much to learn." Spoken like someone who intends to learn it all, the Duke replied, a faint smile creasing the corners of his lips. "Good. Arrogance is common among the young. Especially after victories." Michael didn't respond. He only offered a respectful nod. "Now," the Duke continued, voice steady. "I know why you're here. You needn't worry. All that is required to claim your title and land is already prepared. The official seal of ownership, the documentation, and everything else you'll need. You'll leave here with it." Michael blinked, momentarily surprised at the Duke's directness. "Thank you, sir," he said. "Don't mention it," the Duke said, waving a hand. "To be honest, I could have authorized all of it without seeing you at all. It would have been easier for both of us." Michael slightly raised a brow but said nothing. "But I wanted to meet the young man who might end up marrying my daughter." Michael choked. He coughed once. Then again. The words had landed like a bolt of lightning in a clear sky. He glanced up quickly, his composure rattled. The Duke's expression remained calm. "Your Grace," Michael started, but he wasn't even sure what he wanted to say. "I'd appreciate it if you kept your daughter to yourself." Never mind the Duke. If Michael had a daughter in the future and someone said that to him, he'd have Lucky and Prince reward them personally. For their audacity. The Duke chuckled quietly, his voice deep and rumbling like distant thunder. "Relax. I'm not making the decision today. Nor am I saying it's guaranteed. But you are the champion of the tournament. The reward was public." Michael straightened slightly in his seat. He had the distinct feeling that if he didn't speak soon, the Duke's next words might very well be the date of his wedding. Perhaps other awakeners would be thrilled at the prospect of marrying the Duke's daughter. After all, this wasn't exactly their original world, and the rewards here were tempting. But Michael was different. Not because he thought better than them, but because, at least for now, he simply wasn't ready to commit to something like this. The Duke's eyes sharpened slightly as he observed Michael's subtle fidget, the glance that lingered too long on the floor. With a faint tilt of the head, he spoke again, calmly, but with unmistakable weight. "You seem uncomfortable, Mike. Nor tell me, do you have an issue with the idea of being with my daughter?" Michael froze. The question was asked without malice, almost gently, but there was steel hidden behind the soft voice, curiosity sharpened by authority. Michael's instincts told him not to say anything foolish. He couldn't exactly reply with what he was thinking. That he didn't want to be tangled in anything remotely close to marriage right now. He hesitated, trying to find a polite deflection, but before he could speak, the tall doors to the hall creaked open once more. A light patter of footsteps echoed as someone stepped in. Michael turned. The first thing he saw was sunlight catching in hair the color of spun gold. A girl walked briskly into the hall, dressed in a soft sea blue dress embroidered with silver thread that shimmered faintly. It seemed to be a special material. The girl couldn't have been more than 17. Her features were delicate and noble, yet carried a youthful vitality. Her long hair swayed gently with each step, tied loosely at the ends with a silver ribbon. Her eyes, though clear, vibrant, sparkled like moonlit lakes, and her skin was like polished ivory. Even by the impossible standards of noble beauty, she stood out. She stopped at the door, curtsied lightly in Michael's direction, then brightened. "Father," she said, her voice ringing like a bell. Before Michael could react, she darted forward and practically skipped across the room toward the Duke. Michael blinked. The Duke's expression softened just a touch as the girl approached. She came to a graceful halt beside him and leaned slightly on the armrest of his chair, her presence like sunlight in an otherwise tense chamber. "I've been waiting all morning," she said. "You said my flame lion would be here today. When is it coming?" Michael's eyes widened. Flame lion. That was a beast he was very familiar with. He'd killed one before, and not long ago. In fact, he still had it. As part of his Undead Legion. He studied the girl more closely now. She didn't seem to notice him staring, already turned back to the Duke with a childish pout blooming on her lips. Michael resisted the urge to rub his temples. He discreetly activated Detect. However, the moment Michael activated the skill, his previously expressionless face twisted in mild surprise. The Duke gave his daughter a faint smile and raised a hand, brushing her golden hair gently. "It will arrive today, Ariane. I've already made arrangements." She lit up instantly. "Thank you." Then she turned again, this time giving Michael a better look. Her expression was polite, curious, but not shy. "You're Mike Knorr, right?" she said. "The one who won the tournament." Michael offered a careful nod. "Yes." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mississippi. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Ariane." She smiled and was about to speak when the Duke interrupted her. The Duke gave a gentle wave of his hand. "Ariane, don't disturb our meeting too long. Why don't you wait elsewhere until your flame lion arrives? It shouldn't be much longer." Ariane pouted just a little, but her father's tone left little room for argument. With a graceful nod, she turned to Michael and curtsied again. "It was nice meeting you, Sir Mike Knorr. I hope we'll speak again soon." She didn't wait for a reply. Instead, she offered her father a quick kiss on the cheek and practically twirled her way out of the room, leaving behind a faint scent of floral perfume and a silence that settled a bit too heavily in her absence. Michael exhaled slowly as the doors closed behind her. The girl was charming, radiant even, but that wasn't what had struck him. It was what he'd seen. "Now then," the Duke's voice cut softly through his thoughts, "you were about to answer my earlier question." Michael met the older man's gaze, then smiled faintly, just enough to ease the tension. "I hope this won't offend you, Your Grace," he said. The Duke leaned back slightly, hands folded atop the carved wooden arms of his chair. "Go on." "It's not that I'm against being with your daughter," Michael said, speaking slowly, deliberately. "But if I were to be with someone, I'd want it to be mutual. I'd want her to choose me. Not to have me forced into her life because of some reward or arrangement." The Duke's gaze didn't waver, but there was something thoughtful in the way his brow creased. He mused. "That's unexpectedly honest. And oddly noble." Michael gave a lopsided smile. "I suppose I'm just being cautious." The Duke's lips curled ever so slightly. "So what do you propose then, Viscount Mike Nor?" "I'd like to spend more time with her," Michael replied, his voice firm. "Get to know her. Let her get to know me. If something comes from that, then fine. If not, at least no one was forced." For a few heartbeats, the Duke said nothing. Then he let out a soft chuckle. "You're a strange one." The Duke would have been a fool not to notice that something had shifted in Michael's demeanor, but what he assumed was the cause was, unfortunately, incorrect. In his mind, Michael had likely been swayed by Ariane's appearance. She was beautiful, after all. Stunning, even. It wouldn't be strange for a young man to fall in love at first sight, at least, that's what the Duke believed. But he was wrong. Not about Michael appreciating his daughter's beauty, that much was true. Just not in the way he imagined. Michael said nothing. There was a reason for his change of mind. A moment ago, when Michael had used Detect on Ariane, he saw something that immediately got his attention. Beast Tamer LV-14, if there was any class often compared to necromancy, it would be the Beast Tamer class. The reason was simple: they shared a surprising number of similarities. Both were typically seen as support classes that relied on external forces for power. Both had contract slots. And both could still hold their own in direct combat. That's why they were considered rare-grade classes. Even if the 4 attribute points per level was not there, these classes were not simple. Even physical-focused common-grade classes would find it difficult to defeat them in close quarters. Of course, a big part of this was due to the assigned attribute points per level. But overall, the two similar classes were in their own class. Michael didn't care much for the Beast Tamer class. At least, not in the beginning. He'd always been naturally curious about it, how it functioned. But that curiosity was just that, curiosity. Idle interest. He was a necromancer. His path was set. But things changed after he began to understand his talent better. Necromancers and beast tamers were often viewed as two sides of the same coin. One dealt with the dead, the other the living. Both relied on external forces, and both could become devastatingly powerful. Michael's talent allowed him to evolve anything connected to his soul. This seemed overpowered in theory, but reality hit Michael with limitations. Because his class only allowed soul connections with undead creatures, his use of this talent was restricted from the start. He couldn't just go around connecting to items, beasts, or even people. He was locked into what his class permitted. And undead, while strong and versatile, came with their own limits. Perhaps it was a bit wrong to say they had limitations, but while there was bound to be something that the dead couldn't do, the living could. And Michael wasn't even concerned about this because he wanted to have living monsters. No. Because if he could gain the method to connect his souls with other things, it was only then his talent would show its true potential. And now, there was a girl with the Beast Tamer class. Even with the resources of Aurora, Michael had never come this close to finding a way to connect his soul to a living being. As for himself, the only reason he could evolve himself was because of that rare soul-nourishing treasure he'd consumed during his journey with Mage Lien. That fruit had tightened the bond between body and soul, allowing him to touch his inner essence more easily. Without it, he might never have been able to evolve himself anytime soon. Of course, there was a possibility that the method used by the Duke's daughter wouldn't work the way Michael hoped, or even work for him at all. And even if it did, it might only allow him to connect to living beings. Still, the very thought of it thrilled him. If he could get the method, it would be great. Michael exhaled slowly. This wasn't just a political meeting anymore. It was something else. Opportunity. Not necessarily romantic, though the Duke clearly hoped for that. If Michael could understand more about beast tamers through her, maybe, just maybe, he could find a way to overcome the core limitation of his class. To bond with the living. He didn't know if it was possible yet, but Detect had shown him the spark. And he wasn't the kind of man to ignore sparks. The Duke was still watching him, that slight smile not quite fading from his face. "You have the look of a man who just realized something important," the Duke murmured. Michael glanced at him, lips tightening faintly. "I suppose I did." Michael looked toward the doors where Ariane had exited. For a long moment, he said nothing. Michael met the Duke's eyes again. "Time. That's all I'm asking for," he said. The Duke's grin was slow but genuine. "Then let's see what time makes of the two of you." The Duke nodded once, as if affirming something silently, then stood up. He adjusted the cuff of his long robe and looked down at Michael with a knowing expression. "I'll have the documents prepared," he said. "The land, the title, all of it. Someone will attend to you shortly." Michael rose politely to his feet. "Thank you, Your Grace." "There's no need for thanks," the Duke replied, already walking toward the exit. The Duke chuckled lowly, then exited the chamber, the heavy doors closing softly behind him. And just like that, Michael was alone. The silence in the hall deepened without the Duke's presence. Michael sat back down slowly, his fingers resting lightly on the armrest. He couldn't deny it anymore, he was intrigued. Not by the idea of courtship, though Ariane was undeniably charming and beautiful. Nor by the title and wealth that came with marriage into nobility. A direct soul connection with a living being. He tapped his fingers absently on the polished wood, thoughts spiraling. If he could get Ariane to share the method, or even just demonstrate it, he might be able to work backward from it. However, now that he thought of it, if this didn't work for him, he had other options. The man now owed him. Not one favor, but several. If Michael made the right request, the old mage might give him a pleasant surprise. Michael's thoughts were still racing when the doors to the hall creaked open again. This time, it wasn't the Duke, but Peter. The man held a sleek, dark leather briefcase in one hand. "Lord Mignor," Peter said with a respectful nod. "I've brought your documents." Michael stood as Peter approached and handed over the briefcase. "This contains the formal proof of your new title, as well as documents outlining the full ownership of your territory," Peter explained. "It's all been signed, sealed, and registered under the Duke's authority." Michael accepted the briefcase. Peter continued, "Should you wish to travel to your territory, simply notify us ahead of time. The Duke requested that he be informed before your departure. He also expressed that you are welcome at any time, and that he'll be expecting you to visit again. I appreciate the hospitality." Peter smiled faintly. Michael hesitated for a second. "Is there anything else I'm needed for?" he asked. Peter paused just a moment too long, long enough to register the subtext. "No, Lord Mignor," Peter said smoothly. "That would be all. Shall I arrange for a carriage?" Michael gave a grateful nod. "Please." Peter turned with a small bow, gesturing for Michael to follow. As they made their way through the estate's finely carved halls, Michael didn't speak. He didn't need to. The silence suited him, allowed him to process everything. The meeting had gone far better than expected. He'd walked in simply hoping to fulfill obligations and maybe deflect a forced marriage. The mansion's main doors were opened for them as they exited. A pair of carriages stood at the courtyard, the Duke's colors emblazoned on their sides. Peter gestured toward one, and a driver quickly jumped down to open the door. Michael recognized that it was the driver that drove them here in the first place. "Back home, Sir Mike?" Peter asked. Michael nodded. "Yes. Home." As he stepped into the carriage, Peter added one last thing. "Have a great day ahead, sir." Michael gave a small smile. The door shut, and the carriage began to roll. Inside, Michael finally allowed himself to breathe fully. The ride was uneventful. Aside from drawing the occasional curious gaze, everything went smoothly, and Michael was soon back home. He had barely settled onto his bed, preparing to sort through the day's events, when a knock echoed from the door. It was Ace. "What is it, Ace?" Michael asked, looking at the young man with a blank expression. "My lord, someone is here to see you again." He identified himself as Master Yuan. Michael's previously indifferent gaze sharpened. "Master Yuan?" "Yes, my lord." "The one who's visited before?" "Yes, my lord." Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no mistaking it, this was definitely that Master Yuan, the personal assistant of Mage Lien. Without wasting a second, he rose from the bed and quickly made his way downstairs. And just as expected, sitting patiently in the living room with his usual composed posture, was the man himself. Master Yuan didn't waste time stating his purpose. He was there to deliver a message. Grand Mage Lien extended his greetings. Michael immediately understood. It was about the Titan potion. Even without stepping outside, his enhanced senses had already picked up on the presence of a carriage waiting nearby. Still, he gave a polite nod and said, "I'll see Mage Lien soon. I won't keep him waiting too long." The moment he said it, he noticed a subtle shift in Master Yuan's expression, a flicker of displeasure, quickly buried beneath practiced calm. Despite the faint tension, Master Yuan remained respectful. In fact, he seemed even more deferential than during his previous visits. It was the same sort of increased respect Michael had noticed in others since today. And Michael had his suspicions why. Master Yuan didn't linger. With a short bow and a murmured farewell, he excused himself and stepped out. Michael headed back to his room. Once inside, he sat on the bed and then reached into his storage space. A second later, a box materialized in his hands. He unlocked the latch and slowly lifted the lid. Inside were 3 items. First, the Titan potion. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that this couldn't be used by ordinary people and the fact he knew it wouldn't have much effect on him, Michael would have had second thoughts of giving this to Mage Lien. Michael stared at it in silence. He then shifted his gaze to the 2 other items in the box. 2 books. Both martial arts. He went through the 2 again. Berserk and Ghost Wind Steps. 1 for strength. 1 for speed. "I can't practice both here," Michael muttered, "but once I master them, they should give a significant boost to my close combat prowess." He returned the manuals and potion to the box, then placed it back into his storage space. With that done, he called out his status screen and focused on his talent. His eyes were immediately drawn to his accumulated points, 3,634 evolution points. Enough to evolve 20 undead to the extraordinary rank. Michael believed this would be more than enough to secure a perfect rating. But he wasn't satisfied. He wanted more. These points weren't enough. He needed to see if he could get more. He had less than a month left before he needed to advance to rank 2. Technically, he could do it at any time, but Michael wanted to time it just right. That was the window he gave himself. In 10 days, without fail, he would advance. For now, he needed to begin searching for materials that could trigger mutated evolutions in some of his undead. The question was whether to seek Mage Lien's help or find them himself in the real world. The latter seemed like a better option. Then there's that, Michael mused. Evolving so many undead to extraordinary rank will definitely draw attention. If I'm not careful, it'll cause a commotion. That meant he needed to be settled in his new territory before then, and at the same time, begin interacting with the Duke's daughter, trying to learn more about the Beast Tamer class from her. Michael knew he couldn't drag this out. Tomorrow, I'll visit Mage Lien, he decided. Spend the second half of the day in Aurora to prepare for advancement, then meet the Duke the day after to inform him of my departure, and try to get closer to his daughter. Having laid out the plan, Michael felt more at ease. He closed his status screen and was just about to begin meditating, then paused. It was still early in Aurora. If he hurried, he might just catch Aunt Mia's food while it was still hot. Just as Michael expected, it was still early in Aurora. There was warm food in the pot, but no one else was home, only him and his undead. Already used to this, Michael quietly made a plate of food for himself. With his current stats, he didn't need to eat every day. Food was no longer essential like it once was. Even if there was a need, it had to be after days of abstaining or after intense exertion. Also, ordinary food that common people ate did little for him. Even monster meat or supernatural ingredients had to be consumed in large quantities or be of sufficiently high grade to make any real difference. Still, Michael ate. A foodie didn't need to be hungry to eat. Besides, enjoying Aunt Mia's cooking was a small way to still feel connected to his family. With his growing power and responsibilities, he found himself drifting, no matter how much he resisted. The bond was still there, but the time spent together was fading. He could sometimes see the sadness in Aunt Mia's eyes because of it. As for Lily, she probably preferred him being busy. Whenever he returned to the original world, Michael always ensured Lily continued her training and that her cultivation stayed on track. He had his worries as a brother. Aurora wasn't as safe as its citizens liked to believe, especially after the demonic supernaturals event. Even now, many clung to the illusion of peace. Michael didn't worry about himself. He had the strength to survive. If that ever failed, then perhaps he deserved death. But his family was different. They were still weak. Though he had assigned undead to quietly guard them, having personal strength was always safer. Unfortunately, gaining that strength was easier said than done. As he ate, thoughts flickered through Michael's mind, eventually circling back to Duke Evermoon's daughter. He wasn't interested in beast taming because he lacked interest in the undead. Necromancy was his foundation, and abandoning it would be foolish. He had come too far, gained too much. Becoming some half-baked beast tamer now would be nothing short of idiotic. That wasn't to say beast taming was useless to him. But to a certain extent, having living monsters could also end up more of a burden than a blessing. For one, where would he even keep them? In the netherworld. Even if beast tamers had some form of storage space for their beasts, he wasn't interested in managing a zoo. His goal wasn't to replace his undead. What he truly wanted was a way to attach his soul to things beyond the undead. That was the key. If he could achieve that, his talent would finally show its full potential. It would grant him flexibility, let him connect to more than just monsters. To people, even. People like Aunt Mia and Lily. Becoming a high human could change everything. With the race alone, Aunt Mia could become a supernatural being. Lily. She could become a supreme genius. Michael hadn't forgotten how Teacher Brian had looked at him, half in awe, half in envy. How the man had confidently declared that there was no way Michael would fail the academy entrance exam. And that was just because of his race. There was another suspicion Michael hadn't let go of. If he found a way to bond with Aunt Mia and Lily, if they became his summons, Would they gain the ability to level up too? He wasn't sure. But it was a fascinating idea. Still, even if he somehow gained the ability of a beast tamer now, he wouldn't use it on them immediately. That level of power and connection came with risk. They weren't experiments. He had two hopeless, untalented youths in mind for that kind of test. After finishing his meal, Michael freshened up and returned to the land of origin, where he immediately began to meditate. Unlike when he first started, when each day of meditation granted at least 0.5 intelligence, progress had slowed. With his intelligence stat already high, especially after the mass level-ups during the corrupted monster ambush, gaining even 0.2 intelligence in a day was now considered good. He currently had 50 unallocated attribute points sitting in reserve, but he wasn't ready to use them, not even with his intelligence just a few points shy of 200. In fact, that was exactly why he wasn't rushing it. For one, he'd naturally reach 200 in a few more days. Using points now would be a waste of something valuable. 2. After every 20-point increase in intelligence, he had a chance to unlock a new skill. But even after multiple milestones, he'd gotten nothing. No new skill. No notification. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. It was disheartening. No wonder the forum post said it depended on luck. And luck. That was one thing Michael wasn't convinced he had enough of. Perhaps, having a powerful talent had already sucked a major part of his life's luck. The next morning came uneventfully. Michael awakened from his cultivation a few hours after dawn, the air around him still faintly thrumming with mana. As he opened his eyes and slowly drew his consciousness back into the present, a subtle chill ran down his spine. Time passed far too quickly when he meditated. It had been a recurring realization, but each time it felt a little more jarring. What had felt like moments to him had already consumed hours. And though it was only due to his current mental limits that he couldn't go on endlessly, the implications of his future growth worried him. One day, when his mental strength grew exponentially, what then? Would he wake up from a cultivation session only to find decades had passed? Would he one day blink? And everyone he cared for had grown old or passed on. It was a terrifying thought. And thinking of Aunt Mia and Lily only made the fear worse. Right now, Michael was at the peak of Rank 1. A Rank 1 Awakener lifespan was estimated at over 200 years. This number would increase drastically once he broke through, perhaps even double as a high human. But Aunt Mia, Lily, they were still ordinary humans. The thought cast a cloud over Michael's morning. He didn't need to be with his family all the time. He understood distance came with growth. But what he did want was for them to be there. Alive. Healthy. Not fragile mortals against a world that had long since left normal behind. Immortality might be a selfish goal, he muttered to himself, pushing off the bed, but making sure the people I love stay alive. That's just basic responsibility. He showered, dressed, and reviewed the plan he'd made the day before. Visit Mage Lien this morning. Head to Aurora afterward to prepare for advancement. The day after, speak with the Duke. Try understanding beast taming through his daughter. Settle into his territory. Everything was laid out. But for today, though, it was just to visit Mage Lien and prepare for his advancement after. Michael left his residence. Leah and Ace were nowhere to be seen. He figured they were probably at their dojo, continuing their training in hopes of becoming supernaturals. The Duke's competition had come and gone. And though it still sent ripples through the capital, the city was gradually returning to its usual rhythm. The citizens moved with more familiarity now, their daily routines no longer overshadowed by the recent spectacle. The only thing Michael found truly annoying were the eyes. They followed him everywhere, from his district to the streets of the outer city. He felt like a walking lantern, drawing attention from all directions. He didn't need to think too hard to understand why. The competition had made him recognizable. No matter how much he had wanted to be low profile, he knew his actions had made that impossible. And now reality was rubbing that fact in his face. He didn't like it. His mood was already cloudy from the morning's reflection, and the constant stares only made it worse. He had no interest in a peaceful stroll anymore. Under the watchful gazes of dozens of curious people, Michael vanished from where he stood. A breath later, he reappeared, at a spot not far from the inner city gate. Michael made his way to the gates while observing the guards. On the surface, their behavior didn't seem much different from before, when he had entered freely, thanks to his connection with Mage Lian. But Michael noticed the subtleties. The way they stood straighter when they spotted him. There was more sincerity in their respect now. It wasn't just Mage Lian's name granting him entry anymore. It was his own. Fame brought power, and power brought respect. Or maybe he had it reversed. Power brought fame. Together, they brought respect. But then again, you could have power and fame and still have people who hated you. The world was a strange place. Its people, even stranger. Michael entered the inner city without issue. He moved with calm, deliberate steps, his black coat fluttering slightly with the breeze as he stepped deeper into the heart of the capital. The contrast between the two sides of the city was immediate. Unlike the outer city, where people openly gawked and whispered without restraint, the inner city's residents were more refined in their curiosity. They didn't crowd or stare blatantly. They didn't point fingers or whisper names aloud. But that didn't mean they weren't watching. No, Michael felt their eyes. In the subtle glances from behind half-lowered fans, the fleeting looks from passing nobles, the quickly averted gazes of guards standing at attention. They knew who he was. They were just better at pretending they didn't. Dozens of gazes lightly brushed against him like phantom touches on his back. Michael didn't slow his steps. His expression was calm but uninviting. It was a look that discouraged conversation, and thankfully, it worked. The streets of the core capital district were pristine as always. The cobblestones were spotless, the air cleaner than most other parts of the city. Well-dressed servants swept dust that barely existed, maintaining an illusion of untouched perfection. Luxurious carriages passed by occasionally, bearing noble insignias and the quiet authority of wealth, symbols that meant everything in this part of the city. Michael took it all in with a quiet gaze as he neared his location. Thanks to his growing relationship with the Grand Mage, he no longer needed to wait or send word through intermediaries like the Golden family. He could still use them, of course, but why bother when he could walk right in? Avoiding extra interaction today was a priority. The court building came into view soon enough. The guards at the entrance stood him respectfully. Michael was a little surprised that they seemed to recognize him even though they weren't the ones he had seen here in the past. Once again, it must be thanks to Duke Evermoon. "Please state your business," one of the knights said as Michael approached, though his tone lacked hostility, just protocol. Michael didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached into his robe and calmly brought out a token. The moment the knights laid eyes on it, their posture shifted. Mage Lian's personal token, one of them muttered under his breath, his composure slipping. Michael gave a small nod. "I'm here to see the Grand Mage." There was a beat of silence. The older of the knights recovered first. He stepped forward, saluted with a closed fist to his chest, and extended his hand respectfully. "Permit me to confirm the token, sir." Michael handed it over without a word. A second later. "Please wait here," the knight said quickly, already turning. "I'll inform the Grand Mage's staff immediately." He vanished through the tall double doors, leaving the remaining knights stiff as boards in front of Michael. They didn't dare to speak. One of them even glanced away nervously when Michael met his gaze. Michael didn't mind the silence. In fact, he welcomed it. A few minutes later, Michael was met with a familiar face. Master Yuan. A familiar face. The old man greeted Michael with a smile that was almost affectionate. It was a little unsettling, but Michael had a good idea why. That warmth wasn't directed at him personally, it was aimed at what he carried with him. There was no reason for Mage Lien to feel fondness toward him otherwise, and Michael was certain the mage didn't swing the other way. It could only be because of the Titan potion he had with him. And he was right. It was exactly because of what he had to offer. So, Sir Mike, Mage Lien spoke in a knowing tone after a brief greeting and offering Michael a seat. Michael couldn't help but mentally shake his head. The old mage didn't even bother to pretend or make small talk. But Michael couldn't blame him. With all that unstable mana roiling inside him that it could kill him, the fact that Mage Lien still had time to greet him at all was already impressive. Michael didn't bother with small talk either. Without a word, he reached into the folds of his robe and brought out the item both of them had been waiting for, the Titan potion. He had already removed it from his storage space before coming since today's visit didn't require guesswork. Mage Lien's eyes locked onto the potion the moment it appeared. His fingers trembled ever so slightly as he accepted it with the care of a priest handling a holy relic. The glass vial shimmered faintly, and the thick liquid inside glowed with suppressed vitality. A cocktail of emotions flickered across the old mage's face. Joy. Relief. Anticipation. But also conflict. Mage Lien was many things, a scholar, a master of arcane arts, a powerful figure in the capital. But more than that, he was a man who had grown old chasing power and avoiding death. But now, due to an issue concerning his life, he was forced to accept help from someone far younger. Someone who had every right to be his junior, but had long since outgrown that title. He felt the weight of the potion in his hands. But more than that, he felt the weight of what it represented. This wasn't just a remedy. This was a debt. And it wasn't the kind of debt one could casually wave off with a thank you gift or a noble favor. In a certain way, Michael had saved his life. Mage Lien knew it. And that knowledge dug a hollow pit into the pride he'd held for decades. It wasn't like before. When they'd first struck the deal for the Titan potion, Mage Lien had seen himself as the one who would benefit after receiving the potion. Now he knew better. The Duke's competition had shattered that illusion. He had seen Michael. The power the youth in front of him held was more than enough to be his equal, if not more. Mage Lien looked at Michael, and for the first time, truly saw him. Not as a junior. Not as a pawn. But as an equal. And that realization changed everything. Because among equals, one could not afford to be casual. He would have to tread carefully now. There was no room for arrogance or manipulation. Mage Lien exhaled slowly and placed the potion gently on the table beside him. I won't waste words, he said, voice quiet and heavy with sincerity. This means more than you know. Michael leaned back in his seat. I'm aware. There was no smugness in his voice. No arrogance. Just quiet acknowledgement. It made things even more uncomfortable. Mage Lien steadied him for a moment longer, then gave a slow nod. Then allow me to ask, the old mage said, folding his hands in front of him, do you have anything in mind you want now? I'll try my best to make it possible if it's within my power. Michael didn't respond immediately. He leaned back slightly, arms resting on the armrest, eyes narrowing in thought. What did he want? Michael knew he could ask for anything. Yet, Michael found that he didn't have much in mind. He wasn't lacking resources, at least, not in the conventional sense. Michael tapped his finger lightly against the armrest. There was one thing, though. A curiosity. A beast-taming method. However, though Michael had the Grand Mage in mind, it was only as a backup. He wanted to interact with the Duke's daughter first. Just as he was weighing whether to ask for the beast-taming method or keep the favor in his pocket for later, Mage Lien suddenly spoke again. "Do you still remember the matter concerning your reward from that corrupted monster incident?" the old man asked, his tone casual but eyes sharp. Michael's gaze sharpened immediately. Of course he remembered. How could he forget? Even now, the mastermind behind the disaster remained sealed in his storage space, waiting to be contracted. The incident had also provided him dozens of rank 2 spirit crystals even he was unwilling to use casually. "I remember," Michael said simply. Mage Lien gave a slow nod. "Then you should also recall that the kingdom wanted to reward you with access to a national treasure." Michael's expression didn't change, but internally, a ripple passed through him. He remembered very well. The reward had felt more like a leash. One wrapped in silk and offered with a bow, but a leash nonetheless. Access to a national treasure was no small thing. But Michael had refused it then, because he understood the implication. If he'd accepted it, he would have essentially been linking himself into the kingdom's grasp. It was a gilded cage. And Michael didn't do cages. Mage Lien chuckled softly. "You refused the opportunity." "It's still a little puzzling, to be honest." The old man leaned back, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "However, you did mention something else, didn't you? You asked me if the value of that reward could be exchanged for rare materials instead. You even said you'd be willing to supplement with your own funds if necessary." Michael's eyes lit up. That was true. Back then, with the aftermath of the battle and his priorities elsewhere, he hadn't pursued the matter. But now he had plans. Now he had a legion to empower. "Yes," he said slowly, his mind already racing ahead. "I'm still very interested in that exchange." Mage Lien gave a satisfied nod. "I thought so. I had the court mages estimate the equivalent value of your provided corpses for high-grade resources you could exchange with. With your reputation now, no one dared object. The princess also approved of it, which was the biggest help." Michael's brows rose slightly. He was conflicted inside. He really did want to be in the mind of this gray being, but it was also because of her he might no longer need to acquire materials for his advancement in Aurora. "I'll have the full breakdown ready the day after tomorrow," Mage Lien said. "By then, the court will have finalized the estimates for each of the available materials, and I'll know exactly what you're entitled to. If you have specific preferences, send them to me by tomorrow night. That way, I can make sure they're included." Michael hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. That gave him some time to think, some time to plan. "All right. I'll compile the list." He stood, but paused before turning to leave. "Also," Michael said, his tone neutral but deliberate, "extend my thanks to the princess." Mage Lien nodded. "Consider it done." Michael nodded. Then, quietly, "I know." And with that, he turned and exited the room. As for their previous conversation, the two wisely did not speak about it. For a matter like that, any time was the right time. Once Michael was out of the room, silence settled like dust. Mage Lien didn't move for a moment. He simply stared at the door, his aged eyes thoughtful and faintly tired. Then, slowly, he turned his gaze to the Titan potion resting on the table. He picked it up with reverence, cradling it in both hands. The glass was cool, but he could feel the turbulent power swirling inside, the dense vitality. A heavy sigh left his lips. "This favor is too much," he muttered. But then he glanced down at his own trembling fingers, faint shudders caused not by emotion, but by the instability within. The swelling mana. The cracked foundation. The looming threat of internal collapse. Mage Lien's lips tightened. In the face of death, pride held little value. He pushed aside the chair, moved to the inner chamber of his office, and sat cross-legged on the array-inscribed floor. With a flick of his finger, multiple layered formations activated around him, barriers, silencers, anti-surveillance spells. He exhaled deeply, composed himself, and muttered a mental chant to stabilize his consciousness. Only when he was sure that his mind and spirit were anchored did he finally uncork the vial. The moment the seal broke, a thick mist rolled out, and the room's temperature shifted. Mage Lien didn't hesitate. He drank it all in one breath. At first, nothing. Then, everything. His body seized. A tidal wave of raw power surged through him, rampaging through his bloodstream, slamming into every organ, nerve, and cell. It felt like his insides were being reforged with fire and lightning. His heartbeat roared like a war drum, and veins bulged across his face and neck. The mana that had been unstable in his core suddenly met its match. No, more than that. It was being tamed. The wild, swollen torrents of unstable mana were drowned out by a stronger force. Not suppressed, but harmonized. The Titan potion didn't destroy or overwrite, it reinforced, strengthened, and anchored. Mage Lien gritted his teeth as his bones creaked and groaned. His skin pulsed with faint glowing veins. Then, slowly, the pain receded. The violent tide became a calm sea. Sweat poured from his brow, soaking into his robe. His face was pale, yet steady. His breathing leveled. Mage Lien's eyes opened, clearer, sharper than before. There was still the look of age. But now, beneath it, a newfound vitality. It worked, he whispered, voice hoarse with disbelief. Then he laughed. A quiet, tired, relieved laugh that filled the chamber with a long overdue release of pressure. Now, his life was no longer in danger. After calming himself and directing his senses inward, Mage Lien began to assess the state of his body, and what he found left him momentarily speechless. Not only had the Titan potion stabilized the uncontrollable mana surge within him, it had reinforced his entire physical structure. His previously fragile mana veins, strained to the brink by the two souls magic fruit he had consumed weeks ago, were now sturdier, wider, and more elastic. What had once seemed like a fatal mistake had become a catalyst for evolution. The Titan potion didn't just fortify his body to contain vast quantities of mana, it enhanced the very foundation of his physical strength. He flexed his fingers and slowly rotated his arm, eyes narrowing in thought. The difference was clear. His body now held a strength mages weren't meant to possess. Though not truly on the level of a Grand Tier Knight, he was certainly beyond an advanced tier. In some ways, he could be called a pseudo-Grand Tier Knight, a shocking feat, considering his class. Very few mages could claim such physical might, and even fewer had the durability to match. The increase in strength wasn't just a luxury. It was survival. The Titan potion hadn't merely healed him. It had granted him power, durability, and extended longevity. In battle, where spell interruption and close-range assaults were lethal for most mages, this newfound sturdiness could mean the difference between life and death. Mage Lien looked down at his hands, steady, unshaking. It was a miracle potion. No more than that. It was a turning point. Mage Lien took a deep breath, letting the sensation of stability wash over him. For the first time in weeks, the throbbing pressure behind his eyes had faded. His thoughts were no longer cluttered by the constant effort of controlling mana that threatened to tear him apart from within. Now, it was as if the storm had passed, and in its place stood an unshakable mountain. He rose slowly to his feet, marveling at how light he felt, how fluid his movements were. The subtle aches he'd grown used to ignoring were gone. Mage Lien remained still, breathing steadily as the weight of everything washed over him. And then, inevitably, his thoughts drifted back to Michael. The boy, aside from helping him, also had no idea of what he'd done. Winning the Duke's competition had been more than what it was on the surface. It had been a critical moment in the political chessboard of the continent. Mage Lien's gaze dimmed, his fingers drumming slowly against his thigh. A single misstep. That was all it would have taken. Had Michael lost, had Prince Rui won, the Empire would have used it as a foothold. By marrying the Duke's daughter, the prince wouldn't just have claimed a noble title, he would have gained a binding tie to the Lionheart Kingdom's noble line. With that, and the Empire's subtle pressure, they could have lobbied for subtle integration. Their claim would have been legitimate. After all, it was a recognized competition. An open invitation. A fair event, on paper. And that was the loophole. Mage Lien's eyes narrowed. All of this scheming had started because of a single thing, an ancient ruin. A legendary site uncovered by the old king, one that could change the fate of a nation. Coincidentally, or not, the revelation of the discovery of that ruin matched Duke Evermoon's competition. Fortunately, by winning the competition, by standing tall in the arena, Michael had severed the Empire's creeping hand at its wrist. Mage Lien chuckled darkly to himself, the sound low and rough. The boy really has no idea, he murmured. He once again helped the kingdom and doesn't even know it. Mage Lien slowly pushed himself to his feet, still adjusting to the renewed strength coursing through his limbs. The soft hum of the mana ray beneath his feet faded as he deactivated the formations and moved toward the shelves lining the room. There was much to do. Duties never paused, even after near death. As he began returning to his responsibilities, a soft mutter escaped his lips, almost unconsciously. It seems like the potion didn't just stabilize me. It increased my lifespan. There was no small amount of satisfaction in his voice. For a mage at his stage, time was the greatest currency, and the rarest. More time meant more opportunities to refine his foundation, deepen his comprehension, and, perhaps, just perhaps, touch the peak of the grand tier. He wasn't there yet, but the Titan potion had pushed him further than decades of effort ever had. Now, he stood infinitely close to the late stages. Given a dozen years of uninterrupted cultivation, he estimated he might begin brushing against the threshold of the peak. For an old man like him, that meant everything. He allowed himself a smile. No wonder the princess is fond of him. It wasn't just power. It wasn't just talent. Michael was something else, something that didn't come around often. Even Mage Lien, hardened by experience spanning centuries, found himself appreciative. Yes. Even he had grown somewhat fond of the boy. There was something magnetic about him. Dangerous, yes, but undeniably compelling. And just like the princess, he too had begun to wonder about the boy's origins. Where did someone like that come from? What kind of background could produce a being like Michael? The princess might know. She certainly acted like she had some inkling. Unfortunately, he couldn't directly question her. Michael was in a good mood as he walked through the clean, stone-paved streets of the inner city. The sky above was a rich blue, dotted with drifting clouds, and the late afternoon sun cast warm hues over the capital. Every step he took felt lighter than the last. His recent meeting with Mage Lien had gone better than expected. Much better. The conversation had left a surprising weight off his shoulders. He hadn't exactly forgotten about the matter of exchanging corpses for rare resources, but he also hadn't placed much importance on it. With everything else going on, it had simply faded to the back of his mind. A useful opportunity, sure, but not one he thought would bear fruit so soon. Now, with the princess's approval and Mage Lien's support, it was all but confirmed. Michael exhaled slowly, letting the breeze wash over him. The land of origin had always felt surreal to him, too real for a game, too fantastical for the real world. But moments like these reminded him that it wasn't just a fantasy. It was his reality. The materials for his advancement were vital, not exactly for himself, but for his undead. The result of their evolution and advancement to rank 2 depended on it. Since his undead were the very foundation of his power, anything that concerned them naturally concerned him. Mutated undeads were significantly stronger than those who evolved through normal means. Despite his growing wealth in both the land of origin and Aurora, Michael couldn't afford to provide rare materials for all 105 of his undead. What he could do, however, was prioritize. And for now, that meant focusing on the ones he considered more important, his named undead. Lily, Beginning, Prince, Lucky, Fade, Ghost, Spartan, Blue, Purple, and Gale. The first two, Lily and Beginning, had been the reason he discovered that his talent could channel external materials into the evolution process. Still, that method came with a caveat: the materials had to be special. Rare. Extraordinary. At least. That was what he assumed for now. Michael wasn't entirely certain if the requirement was ironclad. It was something he intended to research more about it when he had the opportunity. At present, though, his priority was clear: he needed to gather extraordinary materials for 8 of his undead. 2 of them, Prince and Gale, were already rank 2. That left Lily, Beginning, Lucky, Fade, Ghost, Blue, Purple, and Spartan. Once these 8 advanced, then, and only then, would he start considering the next stage for Prince and Gale. Among the 6, however, it was Lucky's advancement that excited Michael the most. If everything went according to plan, he might soon have his first rank 3 undead. A terrifyingly powerful one at that, assuming he could acquire the right materials. That was why Michael's conversation with Mage Lien had left him in such a good mood. In Aurora, he might struggle to access what he needed due to the limited privileges of someone of his status. In the land of origin, however, his influence stretched farther. Here, he wasn't a background player, he was at the top. In this part of the world, at least. Which meant that if he wanted something obscure, rare, or tightly controlled, he had a far better chance of acquiring it here. Still, Michael didn't plan to rely solely on origin. Aurora was where his body truly existed. He couldn't afford to bet everything on the exchange. That was why he had decided to prepare his advancement from Aurora's side first. There, he could research what materials suited his path, assess what was realistically attainable through official channels, and only then would he consider which items were worth sourcing through Mage Lien's offer. If something proved difficult to obtain in Aurora, or outright restricted, he would try his luck here in Origin. And by then, he'd already have a carefully curated list. "I'll send it by tomorrow night," Michael muttered under his breath, repeating the deadline Mage Lien had given. He veered off the main road, passing a group of armored knights moving in formation. They saluted casually as he walked by, recognizing him. Michael returned the gesture with a slight nod. It didn't take long for Michael to return to his residence. The moment he stepped out of the inner city, he used his inhuman speed to avoid drawing attention, vanishing from sight before anyone could approach him. Reaching his home, he used his key to unlock the door, only after confirming through his senses that no one was nearby. He entered, shut the door behind him, and made his way straight to his room. Without wasting a second, he summoned Spartan to guard his body, then lay down on the bed. A moment later, in Aurora, a pair of green eyes snapped open. The first thing Michael did was reach for his phone. It was close to noon in the land of origin. Here in Aurora, it was just a little before 9 a.m. Michael pushed himself off the bed, rubbing his eyes briefly before rising to his feet. He walked barefoot across the tiled floor and stepped into the hallway. The house was quiet, too quiet, but not unfamiliar. His senses confirmed it. Aunt Mia was out, no doubt already at her workplace, and Lily was likely at school. That left only a few undead lingering in the shadows of the house, idle and still. He ignored them. Stretching his arms with a quiet yawn, Michael moved into the kitchen. On instinct, his thumb was already swiping across his phone, logging into the Supers Association forum. There was food in the pot. It was still slightly warm, so Michael didn't bother reheating it. Balancing his phone in one hand, he scooped out a modest portion and began eating directly in the kitchen. The quiet of the house, the gentle hum of an air conditioner, the tapping of his spoon against the plate, it all created an odd sort of calm. As he ate, Michael's eyes flicked back to his phone. Thanks to the Supers Association forum, Michael's knowledge of the supernatural world was anything but shallow, even though he hadn't yet enrolled in an Awakener Academy. He didn't bother scrolling through the forum's front page. Instead, he navigated straight to the private chat feature and opened a conversation with the site's integrated AI assistant. With the attributes of his most valued undead in mind, Michael began drafting a message. For Fade and Ghost, both of whom leaned toward stealth and assassination, especially Fade, who had near-perfect assassin potential if nurtured properly, he asked if there were any known materials with strong concealing properties. For Blue and Purple, who showed signs of developing illusion-type abilities, he inquired about any natural treasures or materials that possessed inherent illusion properties. For Lily and Beginning, he focused on durability. He requested a list of materials that were known to greatly enhance physical resilience, defense, or regeneration. As for Spartan and Lucky, he hesitated. Michael wasn't sure what kind of materials would suit either of them. In the past, he'd assumed his unique talent made failure and evolution impossible. Now, he was no longer so sure. If the wrong external material interfered with the process, it could very well lead to failure. For Spartan, he could try to get the same thing he gets for Lily and Beginning. But for Lucky, he really didn't have anything in mind yet. After weighing his thoughts, he summarized everything into a neatly worded request, looking for materials with the following properties: concealment or stealth enhancement, illusion-type attributes, high durability and defense boosting. Please limit suggestions to those accessible to a level 1 member. I know the system registers my rank, but I'd rather not see things I can't get. He hit send. Then leaned back, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Now he just had to wait for the site's AI to compile its suggestions. It didn't take long. Less than 30 seconds after he sent the message, the AI assistant began typing back. Processing request. Matching filters to known database. Cross-referencing level permissions. Michael finished his last bite of food, wiped his mouth with a nearby towel, and leaned on the counter as the list began populating in real time. Results: 27 materials found matching your parameters. 1. Shadowweave fungus, a rare, cave-dwelling fungus known for its mana-masking spores. Often used in stealth gear or assassin-class augmentations. Harvestable in regions with dense ambient mana. Estimated market cost, $28,000 per piece. 2. Ghostroot resin, a thick sap found in old ghostwood trees. Increases ambient mana dampening and weakens enemy perception fields. Cost, $12,000 to $18,000 per gram. 3. Mirror lotus petals, illusion-type material. Produces layered image fragments when infused with mana. Cost, $46,000 per piece. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. He kept scrolling. 4. Iron leaf bark, natural armor-like properties. Cost, $6,500 per piece. He stopped there for now, eyes hovering over the list. A few things already stood out. With his wealth, he could afford all of them in small quantity. Ghostroot resin and iron leaf bark, for example, looked like what would be suitable for Fade and Beginning, respectively. Shadowweave fungus was good too. Also, if it was within his power, nothing was stopping him from using multiple materials at once. Lily, who used multiple pieces of equipment to evolve, proved this. The mirror lotus petals intrigued him too. Michael kept scrolling. 17. Vital moss, a rare moss that feeds off energy. When refined, can produce mild regeneration-type enhancements. Cost, $19,000 per piece. 18. Dust silk threads, naturally occurring fibers from a rare mana-spun cocoon. Cloaking properties that adapt to nearby shadows. When refined, can be infused into gear to grant low-grade invisibility under certain light conditions. Cost, $22,500 per strand. 20. Mind Veil Sap, sap drawn from the Mirage Willow Tree. Grants passive mental cloaking and can interfere with weak detection abilities. Cost, $31,000 per bottle. Michael tapped the screen. Dusk Silk Threads. That was a maybe, for Ghost or Fade. It synergized with what he wanted, and the end price wasn't absurd. If he combined it with Shadow Weave or Ghost Root, it might create a stealth core unlike anything seen in early ranks. As for Mind Veil Sap, it looked useful for blue or purple. Then came the next block of entries. 21. Abyss Amber, hardened mana stone found in mana-dead zones. Increases mana resistance and is often used in armor or undead shell enhancement. Cost, $26,800 per shard. 22. Glimmer Quartz, crystal that amplifies illusionary effects, often used in projection-type spells. Ideal for creatures developing Mirage-type mutations. Cost, $27,000 per crystal. 23. Stone-hard resin, thick sap that hardens into a rock-like shell over time. Used to reinforce armor. Especially effective when fused with iron-based materials. Cost, $30,000 per unit. 24. Hollow core shell, shell of a hollow beetle. Naturally resists sound and energy detection. Cost, $44,500 per shell. Michael nodded slowly. Abyss Amber and Stone-hard Resin 2. He imagined the two combined might make Lily and Beginning virtually unbreakable at rank 2. Glimmer Quartz, that one was definitely for purple and blue. Michael soon made a list. Final shortlist, for Fade and Ghost, Shadow Weave Fungus, Ghost Root Resin, Dusk Silk Threads, Hollow Core Shell for blue and purple, Mirror Lotus Petals, Glimmer Quartz, Mind Veil Sap for Lily and Beginning, Iron Leaf Bark, Stone-hard Resin, Abyss Amber, Vital Moss. It was a good start. Enough for now. Michael shut off the screen. His mind had already begun sorting combinations, potentials, and fallback options. Michael memorized each name carefully, repeating them mentally as if etching them into stone. He intended to add them to the material list he'd submit to Mage Lien tomorrow night. Hopefully, the kingdom's reserves had these items and even better alternatives hidden away. Michael washed the plates he used to eat, the rhythmic sound of water splashing against the ceramic providing a sense of calm. His mind, however, was still occupied with the growing list of materials he'd need for his undead. The knowledge he'd gained from his conversation with Mage Lien was reassuring, but the urgency of his preparation still hung over him. With everything to consider, time was a luxury he couldn't afford. Once he was finished, he returned to his room. But before he could focus on shifting his consciousness back to his body in the land of origin, his phone vibrated, breaking his concentration. Michael glanced down and saw it was a group text message. The notification indicated it was from the group created by the teacher in charge of the Awakeners tied to Bright Academy, the school his sister Lily attended. Curious, Michael tapped the message and began reading it. The content was brief but impactful. The date for the upcoming college entrance exams has been set. The exams will start 10 days from now and will last for 3 days. Part of the exams will be public. The latter part caught Michael off guard. Public. Why would the exams be broadcast? He wondered if it was an attempt by the Federation to allow the general public a glimpse into the world of the supernatural. With a soft sigh, Michael pocketed his phone and shifted his focus to the task ahead. There was a lot to do in the coming days, and now more than ever, he needed to stay focused on the materials he was gathering for his undead and his own preparations. Michael sat cross-legged on the bed. He took a slow breath, letting the calm settle over him before reaching into his storage space. With a flicker of mana, a small, cloudy white crystal appeared in his palm. It wasn't a rank 2 spirit crystal, those were far too valuable. They took time to refine, time to absorb. This one was unranked. Perfect for quick absorption. He still had a few rank 1 crystals as well, but those two he had been saving, for Lily, mostly. She would be able to use them soon, and he hadn't felt much need for them himself. Michael stared at the crystal for a moment longer, then clenched his fingers around it. "I'll get my intelligence stat to 200 today," he muttered. There was no dramatic surge of light, no burst of mana, just a soft pulse. Energy flowed into him. His body accepted the spirit crystal's contents eagerly. Michael closed his eyes, breathing evenly as the energy coursed through him. Once the energy was almost entirely absorbed, he allowed his breathing to slow. His fingers relaxed. The crystal in his hand crumbled to ash. Only then did he shift. Not because he wanted to stop his meditation, but because something else made him do so. It also wasn't because of the exhausted spirit crystal. "Your mana is overwhelming. You have gained the skill, telepathy, basic mastery, proficiency, 2 fan tram, the ability to transmit thoughts or information directly from one mind to another without using physical senses." This was the description of the new skill Michael gained when his intelligence stat reached 200 points. For a moment, he almost wanted to cry. Finally. After all this time, I actually gained a skill. At first, he was more excited about the fact that he'd gotten a skill at all, any skill, than the nature of the ability itself. But once the initial rush faded, he blinked at the notification. Telepathy. His expression shifted into something halfway between intrigue and mild suspicion. He wasn't sure if this was going to be useless or powerful. He muttered the word under his breath again, testing how it felt on his tongue. It sounded exotic, mystical even, but vague. He reread the description. The ability to transmit thoughts or information directly from one mind to another without using physical senses. Michael frowned. No cooldown. No mana cost listed. No range either. He tried to activate it. Nothing happened. Or maybe something did. He closed his eyes and focused. "Hey, you." He thought the words firmly, directing the mental signal toward the undead human standing silently beside his bed like a loyal sentinel. A second passed. The undead's head shifted, just slightly. Its gaze turned toward him. "Yes, Master." Michael's own eyes widened slightly. "Did you hear that?" he asked aloud. "Yes, Master." Michael blinked. "So you did feel something." Michael felt incredible. One should know that what he used to communicate with Spartan just now wasn't through the connection they shared as necromancer and undead. Just like how he could command his undead without speaking, it now seemed he could extend that silent communication to others as well. "I just wonder if it has a similar limit." With his undead, distance mattered. If they strayed too far, the link between them weakened. His other skill, share senses, also became useless past a certain range. But telepathy. It felt different. Broader. Freer. Michael tilted his head, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He couldn't help but wonder, what exactly were the limits of this skill? One thing that caught him off guard was the energy it consumed. Unlike his other abilities, telepathy didn't draw on mana. Instead, it tapped into something subtler, his mental energy. It reminded him of meditation, in a way. Perhaps, like meditation, the only limit was himself. Michael closed his eyes, curiosity flaring. He wanted to try something. Michael took a slow breath, then exhaled through his nose. His mind settled into a calm, focused state. He first wanted to see how far he could extend his awareness, his senses. He reached inward, not to draw mana, but to stretch his perception beyond his body. It was a difficult thing to describe. It started as a tingling at the edges of his consciousness. Then it grew. 5 meters. He could feel the space around him in fine detail, the contours of his room, the faint static in the walls. 200. 500. 1,000. It wasn't sight, sound, or touch. It was awareness. Like he'd become a still point in the middle of a rippling lake of presence. His perception pushed farther, buildings, distant movements, people walking on the street beyond the district, unaware of the invisible light brushing past them. 1,500 meters. At this point, the mental strain kicked in. A subtle burn along his temples. But not overwhelming. 2,000 meters. Michael's breath caught slightly. He had never tried to reach this far before. He pulled back gradually. The radius of his awareness contracted until it settled close to his body once more. Michael opened his eyes slowly. Not bad, he muttered. His mental range had always been impressive thanks to his high intelligence, but now he was reminded he was still a newcomer in the world of supernaturals. He was strong. Michael knew that much. But even without leveling up, he understood something else. A more experienced version of himself would easily outclass the current one. That was fine. That was the future Michael's problem. Right now, this Michael was simply excited to try something new. Michael took another slow breath. He wasn't done yet. This time, instead of simply expanding his awareness, he focused on something more: connection. He spread his senses again, letting that still lake of awareness ripple outward. Within the radius, 1,000 meters, 1,500, 2,000, he focused on the traces of life. He honed in on the closest one. A woman on the third floor of a nearby apartment, talking to someone on a video call. Her voice didn't reach him, but her presence did. Michael narrowed his focus and whispered mentally, "Can you hear me?" There was no reply. He tried again, a bit firmer this time, directing the thought like a beam of pressure. "Can you hear me?" The woman paused mid-conversation. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. She glanced around the room, muttered something to her caller, then shook her head. Michael quickly pulled his mind back. "She definitely felt that," he whispered. He tried again, this time aiming toward a young man walking briskly down the sidewalk, headphones in. Michael pushed just a bit harder. The man slowed. His head jerked up. He looked around, confused, yanked out an earbud, then shook his head and kept walking. Michael sat back, mind buzzing with possibilities. So far, the results were mixed. The message wasn't perfectly received, but the presence was definitely felt. With higher proficiency. Maybe clarity would come too. Michael exhaled slowly. All right. Range is real. Clarity depends on focus. Proficiency probably expands both. He leaned back, smiling slightly. It wasn't perfect. But it was something. He thought about how this could also help him better manage his horde of undead. With this new skill, directing and coordinating them, especially across distances, might become significantly easier. A faint smile touched his lips. With telepathy, he had taken another step forward. Another step closer on the path to becoming a true necromancer, a powerful one. After Michael was done with whatever he needed to in Aurora, he returned his consciousness back to the land of origin. His last thought in his original world was envisioning how after getting to his territory, he might have more than enough free time on his hand to be wherever he wanted, just like back when he had just awakened. Back in the land of origin, he was just about to continue meditating, normally this time without a spirit crystal, when he heard a knock. The thing was that it didn't come down from his room door. It came from his front door. Spreading his senses out, Michael also found the signature of the person outside unfamiliar. A knock came again. Michael decided to check it out. Before making his way downstairs, he unsummoned Spartan. Michael moved through the house with calm steps, the faint creak of the wooden stairs beneath him barely audible. The knock came again, polite, measured. Not the kind of wrapping that suggested urgency or threat. But still, it was early, and Michael wasn't expecting visitors. When he reached the door, he pulled it open without much fanfare. Standing just beyond the threshold was a young boy, no older than 12 or 13. He wore a blue uniform of simple but neat fabric, and a cap with a small silver pin holding it to one side. His hands were clasped in front of him, posture straight, and his expression was respectful. But what caught Michael's attention immediately was the insignia embroidered onto the left side of his chest. A crescent moon and stars. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Duke Evermoon's crest. The boy bowed lightly. Sir Mike Knorr, I presume. Michael didn't reply right away. His eyes lingered a moment longer on the boy's outfit, not because it was impressive, but because he finally recognized what it meant. In this part of the land of origin, even servants had ranks. He hadn't known that at first, back when he had only just arrived in the capital. A servant was just a servant to him. But the nobles here had taken even menial roles and turned them into structured positions. The boy standing before him was a level 1 attendant, the lowest of the servant ranks. Essentially, an errand boy. Trained in manners, speech, and posture, but still lacking authority or influence. Yet Michael took him seriously. Because of that crest. Speak, Michael said evenly. The boy gave a slight nod and retrieved a sealed parchment from his coat, extending it with both hands. A message from His Grace, Duke Evermoon, the boy said formally. You are cordially invited to a private auction taking place later tonight at the Dawn Vale estate. His Grace extends his personal request for your company. Michael took the scroll, fingers brushing the smooth wax seal. A formal invitation. A private auction. Michael asked, even though he was already piecing together what this could mean. Yes, sir, the boy said. Attendance is restricted to select guests. His Grace believes you may find some of the wares aligned with your interests while also desiring your presence. Michael arched a subtle brow. Anything else? Michael asked. The boy hesitated, then added, the auction will be hosted tonight. A personal carriage will arrive for you this evening if you wish to attend. Michael nodded. Understood. With a short bow, the boy turned and left, not expecting anything further. Michael shut the door slowly, holding the scroll in one hand. A private auction. And he was invited personally. He unsealed the parchment with a flick of his thumb, unrolling it as he walked back towards his room. The handwriting was elegant and sweeping. A professional scribe's work. The message repeated what the boy had said, but included a few more details. Location. Time. Dress code formal, but not restrictive. There would be refreshments, entertainment, and unique goods with magical properties. Michael tapped the scroll against his palm. There were 2 reasons he cared about this. 1, the auction itself. He was always hunting for rare materials for his undead. If the auction really did offer something magical, something unusual, it was worth going for that alone. Michael's gaze darkened slightly with amusement. Progress was progress. He had been meaning to get closer to the Duke now. Not because he liked the man or wanted to become a noble lapdog. No. The real reason. The Duke's daughter. Ariane Evermoon. If this auction gave him an excuse to see her again, so be it. Also, even if it didn't, he could subtly inform the Duke he'd be seeing her tomorrow without appearing out of the blue. Michael tossed the scroll onto the table and exhaled softly. Looks like my schedule just got interesting. However, Michael now had to prepare for the night. Robes are more comfortable. And depending on the design and fabric, they can pass as formal wear too. But should I get a suit instead? Michael wasn't a fan of formal dressing. Never had been. But even he understood the importance of appearances, especially at an event hosted for nobles in the capital. Even if it was a private auction and no one ended up sparing him a glance, he couldn't risk looking underdressed. He sighed. A suit it is, then. With that, he placed the invitation scroll into his storage space and stepped out of his residence, locking the door behind him. The outer city had its share of tailoring shops and ready-to-wear vendors, but none of them could match the style, material quality, or craftsmanship of the inner city. And more importantly, the outer district catered to relatively common folk. With Michael's current wealth and the image he wanted to present at the auction, only the inner city could meet his standards. As he walked through the increasingly refined streets, his mind drifted elsewhere. Should he get something for the Duke's daughter? He wasn't sure if she'd be at the auction, but there was a good chance he'd run into her sometime tomorrow regardless. It wouldn't hurt to be prepared. Gifts could be a good conversation starter, or, at the very least, a way to stay in her good graces. "What does a girl like?" he mumbled. There was a long pause. "Damn. I'm hopeless." He shook his head, amused at himself, and picked up his pace. He'd figure it out. Hopefully before he made a fool of himself. Evening arrived quickly. Michael had already finished his preparations and was simply waiting for the Duke's carriage to arrive. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. When the sound of wheels rolling down the cobbled street reached his ears, he stepped outside. The breeze was cool, and the lamps lining the district cast a soft, flickering glow across the semi-dark streets of the outer city. Tonight, he was dressed well. His long black hair, smooth and glossy, had been pulled into a low ponytail tied with a silver band. A few stray strands framed his sharp features, and his emerald green eyes gleamed beneath the soft glow of the lanterns. Calm. Sharp. Majestic. His outfit was a masterpiece tailored that same day in the inner city, and paid for entirely in gold coins. A deep obsidian suit trimmed with muted silver lines clung to his frame perfectly. The inner shirt beneath the jacket was a dark wine red, subtle yet refined. He wore no visible jewelry, save for a black onyx ring with a small green gem on his right middle finger. Even his shoes gleamed with recent polish, stitched leather wrapped around quiet soles designed to absorb the sound of footsteps. He looked like he belonged in the high circles of the capital who was trying to look simple. Michael walked toward the elegant carriage without hesitation. The door was already being held open by a man in formal attire. "Sir Mike Knorr," the man greeted, bowing slightly. Michael gave a curt nod in return and stepped inside. The carriage's interior was no less luxurious than the outside, plush velvet seats, and a faint aroma of aged wood and clean air. As the carriage pulled away, Michael leaned slightly against the window, watching the outer district fade behind him. He didn't feel nervous. Not exactly. But there was a quiet anticipation in his chest. An auction. This was the first time in his 2 lives he was attending one. He wondered how auctions worked in the land of origin. And even if it wasn't for this, well, there was still the Duke's daughter. The ride was smooth. Soon, the scenery changed. The outer city gave way to the inner capital, buildings grew grander, cleaner, older in a good way. Then the carriage slowed. Michael leaned slightly forward. They had arrived. The location was a secluded estate at the edge of the inner city, one of the older noble domains where events like this, quiet, exclusive, and drenched in subtle influence, often took place. Through the open curtains of the carriage window, he saw the private grounds of the Dawnvale estate unfold like something out of a royal brochure. The entire entrance was lit with gentle blue lanterns that cast a cool, almost ethereal glow over the scene. A cobbled courtyard opened before a towering mansion. Dozens of carriages were already parked in a sweeping arc around the estate's drive, sleek, ornate, all clearly belonging to nobles or powerful merchants. Gold-rimmed wheels, silver-trimmed doors, house emblems, and rare steeds. Michael's gaze swept over them briefly. Every single guest here tonight could likely buy a city block in the outer city with pocket change. And they were all here for a private auction. His own carriage came to a smooth stop near the back of the line, but as Michael reached for the handle to step out, the driver turned halfway in his seat and cleared his throat softly. "Sir Mike Nor," he said, "His Grace, the Duke, has requested that you be brought directly to his personal carriage." Michael blinked. "Oh." He adjusted his cuffs, composed himself, and gave a short nod. "Very well." With a tug of the reins, the carriage curved away from the parking line and was guided around to a section near the front of the estate, far closer to the estate's side entrance. There, standing like a shadowy colossus among the sleek rides, was a larger, heavily reinforced obsidian black carriage adorned with the Evermoon family crest. Two armored knights in silver-plated gear stood at the front, one on each side of the driver. Their gazes followed Michael's carriage calmly, without alarm, but definitely with awareness. When Michael's carriage halted beside the Duke's, one of the knights gave a crisp nod and approached. "Sir Mike Nor," the knight said, voice even and practiced. "His Grace is awaiting your presence inside." Michael stepped out of his ride, brushing off a faint bit of invisible dust from his sleeve. He didn't feel overwhelmed. He didn't feel flattered either. He felt curious. The Duke had sent someone to personally fetch him. Michael wondered if the Duke truly just wanted some company or it was because of something else. Either way, Michael was ready. He walked across the short distance, heels making soft clicks against the ground, and paused beside the Duke's carriage. The door opened smoothly from within. "Sir Mike Nor," came a strangely familiar voice. "Hello, Sir Mike," the young princess greeted cheerfully. Michael blinked once. Ariane Evermoon sat with a soft smile on her lips, dressed not in a gaudy gown, but in a sleek silver and midnight blue outfit that blended elegance with mobility. Her long hair was loosely braided over one shoulder, a moon-shaped pin glinting near her temple. She looked less like nobility tonight, and more like someone who chose to be here, not someone forced by status. "Princess," Michael greeted calmly, bowing slightly as he stepped inside. "I was told His Grace would be here." "He'll be joining us at the venue," Ariane replied, still smiling. "But he asked me to welcome you personally. Said it would be good for us to become familiar." Michael took the opposite seat, his expression unreadable. However, within him, Michael couldn't help but suspect he's been set up. Ariane's eyes twinkled as the carriage began to move. "You're not disappointed, are you?" Michael met her gaze with a faint smile. "I wouldn't dare say that aloud." She laughed, light and genuine, before turning her gaze to the window for a moment. The city lights painted soft reflections on the glass. "Have you ever been to a private auction like this before?" Michael asked, shifting the conversation. Ariane turned back to him and nodded. "A few. Not often. Most are terribly boring, truth be told, but tonight should be different." "Different how?" She shrugged lightly. "Well, it's not hosted by my father directly. He's just sponsoring part of it. The actual goods come from several parties. Mercenaries, traders, even adventurers returning from outside the kingdom. That's why the items can be unpredictable." "Unpredictable." Michael raised a brow. "It can be anything," she replied. "Enchanted jewelry, forbidden grimoires, beast remains, cursed items, relics from ancient ruins. Whatever can be smuggled into the capital and deemed valuable enough for trade." Michael's gaze sharpened slightly. "So they don't screen the goods?" "They do," she said, brushing a loose strand of hair from her cheek. "But discretion is key. Nobles don't mind buying risky items as long as they can say it was part of a collection or research." Michael leaned back against the seat, absorbing her words. "Sounds like a gamble." "That's what makes it fun," Ariane said, then paused. "Do you enjoy these sorts of things?" Michael paused, his gaze distant for a moment. It's my first, anywhere, really. Ariane raised a brow, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes. Anywhere. He gave a faint, unreadable smile. Let's just say I don't exactly have a long history with noble gatherings. She steadied him for a second, then simply nodded, as if sensing there was more behind his words but choosing not to dig. Well, she said, her tone light, you're in for a strange evening. Everyone at that estate is either powerful, wealthy, or pretending to be both. Just try not to look too bored. Michael chuckled under his breath. No promises. Ariane's laughter was soft, genuine. It made the carriage feel a little less like a noble prison and more like a shared moment. Good. Because something tells me this auction isn't going to be the quiet kind. Michael's fingers tapped once against the window frame. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. No, Michael admitted with a small grin. It just felt like the right thing to say. Ariane let out a soft, melodic laugh, the kind that lingered in the air. One might expect Ariane to resent whoever won her father's political competition, or even resent her father himself. But in truth, it was neither. Using one's daughter as a political tool wasn't uncommon in the world of nobles. Girls born into noble houses often grew up knowing they might be sold off one day. Some even prepared for it. Sons inherited the property and titles. Daughters strengthened alliances. That was just how it worked. What made Ariane different, what kept her from feeling bitter, was the simple fact that she knew her father loved her. That love dulled the sting of feeling like a bargaining chip. But would a loving father offer up his daughter in a political marriage? Yes. In noble society, absolutely yes. Most traditional nobles, like Duke Evermoon, viewed love for their daughters as finding them a powerful, secure match. That, to them, was the best kind of affection, even if it was mixed with personal ambition. So no, Ariane didn't hate Michael. She didn't even dislike the idea. Ever since she was young, she had only hoped for one thing. If she didn't fall in love with someone first, then whoever her father chose had better be strong and handsome. Yes. Ariane was a little shallow when it came to appearances. And Michael. Let's not even talk about how he looked like he was sculpted by the gods themselves. He was powerful, one of the strongest in the kingdom, and just so happened to meet her personal standards without even trying. She didn't have a crush on him. Not yet, at least. But she found him agreeable. It was like how, in the modern world, a girl didn't need to be in love to find a man attractive if he dressed well and was financially stable. Michael was like that, except his strength was more appealing than his wealth. All in all, she was satisfied with him. At the very least. He wasn't Yuga. She'd seen that match too. And for more reasons than one, she was deeply relieved. The carriage rolled smoothly along the stone-paved road, the noise of hooves and wheels dulled by the expensive construction of its frame. For a moment, there was a comfortable silence between the two. So, Ariane finally said, her voice light but curious, if this is your first auction, what exactly are you hoping to find tonight? Michael tilted his head slightly, considering the question. Anything interesting, actually. Michael glanced sideways at her as the estate loomed closer. What about you? Ariane tilted her head. Me? He gave a small nod. You said the auction might be interesting tonight. Any reason in particular? Or are you just playing host? She looked thoughtful for a second, then shrugged lightly. Nothing in particular. But, her voice dipped, a flicker of genuine interest in her eyes, it would be great if I saw a rare beast species I could tame. A flicker of light passed through Michael's eyes. At last, an opening to steer the conversation towards something that genuinely intrigued him. Are you a beast tamer, princess? I didn't mean to eavesdrop, Michael added lightly, but I recall your conversation with the Duke yesterday about a flame lion. I've seen one before. There. Majestic creatures. Ariane's eyes immediately lit up. Her posture straightened ever so slightly, and her earlier composed elegance gave way to something far more honest, excitement. "You've seen one?" she asked, her voice rising with interest. "Where? Was it a wild one or tamed? Male or female? Was its mane flared? Did it roar?" Michael blinked at the sudden barrage of questions, then let out a small laugh. "I wasn't expecting an interrogation." She flushed slightly, but didn't look away. "Sorry. I just really like magical beasts. Especially flame attribute ones. They're temperamental, yes, but full of pride." Michael found himself amused, but also mildly puzzled. "I've encountered a pride of them before," he said, then paused, his gaze narrowing slightly. "But Princess, didn't you receive a flame lion yesterday? From your father, I assume." His tone was casual, but his eyes flicked toward her face, searching. "Or am I mistaken?" Ariane's cheerful expression faltered in an instant. She blinked once, then twice. Her smile faded, and her brow furrowed in quiet annoyance. But her next words weren't directed at Michael. "No," she said flatly. "You're not mistaken. I received it." Her jaw tightened, and a visible tension crept into her posture as she folded her arms across her chest. "That beast, the one my father had delivered to me, wasn't the one I asked for. I'd specifically gone to him a week ago and told him I was ready to contract a new beast. Something younger, something I could bond with properly." He smiled, patted my head like I was still 12, and said not to worry. That he'd find the perfect flame lion for me. She shook her head, her tone growing sharper. "Do you know what they brought me yesterday? An old male. Not just old, ancient. The poor thing looked like it had been through a dozen wars. Scars all over its body. And don't get me wrong, he was strong, an early advanced stage beast, strong enough to make seasoned tamers hesitate. But he was dying. You could see it in his eyes." Michael raised a brow, silent as he listened. "The problem wasn't his strength," Ariane continued. "I wouldn't have minded a challenge. I've failed to tame stronger beasts before. But that lion. It shouldn't have even been brought to me. It wasn't a partner, it was a relic. An elder. It deserved rest, not another master." She exhaled sharply, visibly trying to calm herself. "It wasn't until later that I found out the truth," she said, her voice low now, as if the walls might be listening. "Apparently, my father told one of the stewards to get her a flame lion. No details. No context. That steward outsourced the request to some beast handlers outside the capital, ones used to supplying the Duke's personal zoo." Michael blinked. "Zoo?" Ariane nodded bitterly. "Yes. My father has a private collection of rare monsters. Some are gifts, others trophies. Some alive, some not. The handlers thought the lion was meant for that. So they brought the grandest one they could find." She leaned back against the carriage wall, crossing one leg over the other, arms still folded. "It was a misunderstanding, supposedly. No one thought to clarify the beast was for me. Not until it was already delivered, standing proudly in the courtyard with its wounds half healed." Michael was quiet for a long moment. Then he asked, "What did you do?" "Gifted it back to my father." Michael blinked, then gave a small chuckle. "That's one way to say, thanks, but no thanks." Ariane tried to hold back a smile but failed. "I told him he could add it to his collection. It's not the lion's fault, after all. He deserves a place where he can rest in peace." Michael nodded, respect in his eyes. "Wise choice." Silence lingered between them for a moment. The steady hum of the carriage wheels filled the quiet, accompanied only by the soft jingling of reins outside. Michael didn't rush to fill the space. He leaned slightly back in his seat, watching Ariane out of the corner of his eye. Then, casually, almost like an afterthought, he said, "If you still want one." "A flame lion, I mean. A young one. Not too powerful. Something you can raise yourself." Ariane glanced at him, curious. Michael didn't look at her directly as he continued, his voice smooth, almost indifferent, almost. "It would be better if I can see how you tame beasts. How you form that connection." Ariane blinked. "You want to watch me tame a beast?" "I'm just saying," Michael replied with a faint shrug, "it's only now that I've become curious. It's not every day you meet someone who speaks about magical creatures like that." A beat passed. Then Michael's tone softened just a touch. "But if it's not something you can do, if that's beyond you, then I apologize for asking." Ariane straightened, a spark of pride flashing through her eyes. "No," she said firmly. "It's not beyond me at all." She leaned forward, hands clasped together over one knee, the earlier irritation forgotten, replaced by a low burning excitement. "I'd love to show you, actually. It's rare anyone even asks how beast tamers do what we do. Most nobles either don't care or assume it's some fancy bloodline ability." Michael quirked a brow. "Isn't it?" "It's not at all," she said, grinning. "True beast taming takes more than just a family name." She paused, eyes narrowing in thought. "But some knowledgeable people also don't realize that even if you do learn the method, it doesn't mean you'll succeed." Michael nodded, filing the information away. "So the knowledge isn't that secret?" "Not really," Ariane admitted. "It's like swordsmanship. The basic forms are known, but how many people actually master it? It's the same with taming." Interesting, Michael thought. However, just as Michael was about to say more, a voice from outside the carriage came. "Your Grace, your Ladyship," the voice called respectfully, slightly muffled through the thick wood. "We've arrived." Ariane perked up, smoothing a strand of hair behind her ear. "That was faster than I expected." Michael, on the other hand, simply sat still for a moment. He exhaled softly. So this is where the evening truly begins. The carriage door opened with a gentle click. Ariane descended first, her steps light but confident. Her silver and midnight blue outfit shimmered faintly under the lanterns, turning more than a few heads. And when Michael stepped down behind her, silence rippled through a nearby group of younger nobles. Some recognized him. Most just saw a stranger with an aura that screamed danger. Calm. Unapproachable. Eyes like polished emeralds and a presence too sharp for someone without a title. He didn't care. "Let's go," Ariane said, casting him a glance over her shoulder. "Try not to act too interested. It makes the shark circle." Michael offered the faintest smile. "Don't worry." Together, they walked toward the estate entrance. As they passed through, Michael glanced once at Ariane. "I'll hold you to your promise," he said. Ariane gave a half-smirk. "To show you how I tame a beast." "No," Michael replied, his gaze flicking forward. "To make this evening interesting." Ariane laughed. The estate courtyard was already bustling when they arrived. Carriages of all shapes and coats of arms lined the circular drive, and attendants in black uniforms moved swiftly to help nobles dismount, check their invitations, and direct them toward the grand entrance. As Michael and Ariane approached, more than a few eyes turned their way. Conversations dipped and murmurs followed in their wake. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Everyone knew the Duke's daughter. And tonight, she'd arrived with someone unfamiliar, but no less striking. Whispers stirred. That's Duke Evermoon's daughter. And the one beside her. Mike Nor. The one from the arena. He's the one who beat Yuga, right? Michael ignored them all. Ariane, by contrast, wore her confidence like perfume, subtle but unmistakable. She nodded politely at a few acquaintances, offered a short smile here and there, but otherwise didn't stop. She didn't need to. The guards at the front entrance stepped aside immediately when they recognized her. But before the two could step into the main auction hall, a servant in formal blue attire, his breast marked with the distinct insignia of House Evermoon, approached swiftly and bowed. "Your ladyship." "Sir," he said, straightening. "You're to follow me. A private room has been prepared on the Duke's orders." Ariane arched a brow. "Father's not here." The servant shook his head. "He was earlier. He's presently in the company of one of his close friends. A separate chamber. He asked that you be shown to your room in the meantime. You'll be called when he's available." Michael said nothing. Ariane didn't seem bothered. She simply nodded. "Lead the way." They followed the servant past the main hall. A few guests took notice, some with curiosity, others with veiled judgment. Not everyone got a private room at events like this. It was reserved for a very specific few. Their room was located on the second floor, with a view overlooking the central auction chamber. It wasn't a large space, just enough for 4 or 5 people, but it was elegant. Deep blue drapes, a small crystal table set with refreshments, and padded chairs arranged in a half-circle facing a wide viewing pane. Once the servant bowed and left, closing the door quietly behind him, Ariane sighed and took a seat. "Well, this is better than standing shoulder to shoulder with sweaty merchants," she muttered. Michael remained standing, his gaze sweeping the room once before settling on the viewing pane. Below, the seats were filling quickly. Nobles, traders, scholars, and even a few mercenary leaders had shown up. The air buzzed with anticipation. Ariane reached for a glass of wine. "Don't worry. We can still go down if something catches your eye." "I'm fine here," Michael replied, finally sitting down beside her. "Besides, this view gives me a better sense of the room." Michael smiled faintly. Down below, a chime echoed through the chamber, signaling the start of the auction. A man in a fine burgundy coat stepped onto the central platform and raised a hand for silence. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said smoothly, voice carrying without strain, "thank you for honoring us with your presence tonight. The 9th Moon Auction welcomes you. Let us begin." The auctioneer gave a shallow bow, his polished shoes gleaming under the lamplight. "Tonight," he continued, "we have a total of 10 lots. Each carefully vetted and sourced." A ripple of amusement passed through the room, followed by the soft clink of glasses and rustling fabric as nobles leaned forward in interest. "The 10th and final item," he added, pausing just long enough to stoke anticipation, "is a special listing. Even we only confirmed its arrival an hour ago." The murmur that followed was a bit louder this time. From their room above, Michael turned to Ariane. "Do you know what it is?" She shook her head, lips pressed lightly together in thought. "No. My father might know, but he didn't mention anything." She leaned back, swirling her wine slowly in the glass. "That's not unusual, though. Auctions of this level always have a wildcard lot. Something to bait the curious, the ambitious, or the foolish." Below, the auctioneer clapped once. "Let's not delay further. First item of the evening." The auctioneer's voice rang out crisply through the grand hall. At his signal, a pair of elegantly dressed attendants entered from opposite sides of the platform. They were striking, tall, graceful women in form-fitting black and gold dresses that shimmered subtly under the lamplight. Their steps were practiced, poised, and just seductive enough to stir murmurs in the crowd. Each pushed a small wheeled pedestal draped in crimson velvet, atop which rested a glass case glowing faintly from within. Ariane arched a brow and let out a quiet hum of amusement. "Ah. So they're using the distract with beauty method tonight." Michael's lips twitched. As the women stepped aside, revealing the contents of the case, the auctioneer gestured toward it with a flourish. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "our first item of the evening, a fire core, harvested from a peak advanced tier beast." That drew a few appreciative murmurs. "A rare find," the man continued, "as not all magical beasts are capable of condensing a true core. The core remains intact and radiating. It can be used in high-tier alchemy, artifact forging, or even absorbed for breakthroughs, though that last method carries certain manageable risks." He let the silence stretch for effect. "The starting price is 500 gold coins. Minimum increment, 20 gold." A moment passed. Then the first paddle was raised. 520. Michael leaned back in his seat, unimpressed. Ariane sipped her wine and gave a lazy wave of her fingers. "It's a good item," she murmured, "but not for us." Michael nodded. He didn't gain power like ordinary supernaturals did. And even if he needed cultivation resources, he could buy them in Aurora. The bids continued to climb. As for the Duke's daughter, a monster core shouldn't be something she could lack. 560. 600. 640. Michael glanced down briefly. "Let them fight over it." "Oh, they will," Ariane said, smirking. "It's always the first item that draws the shallow sharks. They want to mark their presence. And the truly valuable items, they come later," she said, setting down her glass. "When the pretenders are worn thin." The fire core sold at 760 gold to a rotund man in yellow robes who looked far too proud of himself. The attendants wheeled the pedestal away with practiced grace, and soon, the second item took its place. "Next," the auctioneer said, his voice rising slightly, "we present a blade forged by the renowned smith Avil Drone of the Sunfire Principality." That name drew genuine reaction. Even Ariane raised a brow. "Avil Drone," she murmured. "Now that's impressive. His work rarely circulates in the kingdom." Michael didn't react outwardly. "Avil Drone forged this weapon 31 years ago," the auctioneer continued, as an attendant removed the silk cover. "The blade has since changed hands 6 times. And now, it finds its way to our humble chamber." Gasps followed as the weapon was revealed. It wasn't adorned in jewels or magic inscriptions. No, it was painfully simple, sleek black steel with a gently curved edge and a faint sheen that made it look wet. But its presence, it commanded the room. Starting bid, 1,200 gold. The room didn't hesitate. Paddles flew up like it was a reflex. Even Ariane leaned forward slightly. "Now this is a real auction," she whispered. The bidding reached 2,000 gold before slowing. A scholar with ink-stained fingers and a white-furred mantle clinched the final offer. Michael didn't bid. But he did commit the look of the blade to memory. 1 silver coin was roughly equivalent to $1 in Aurora. That meant this trade was worth over $150,000. A substantial amount, by any standard. The third item was a scholar's curiosity, an ancient scroll sealed in glass, supposedly taken from a tomb deep beneath the sea. The fourth was a set of beast claws said to retain their poison even after death, mounted on a chain. The fifth was a palm-sized silver box, locked, and no one knew what was inside. It drew laughter, then curiosity, and finally a massive bid from an older woman in green robes who claimed to feel destiny in her bones. Michael's only comment during that was a deadpan, "Expensive gamble." Ariane chuckled. "That's half the fun." The sixth item was perhaps the most visually stunning, a harp carved from what was said to be the horn of a skystag. The strings shimmered with threads of light and, according to the auctioneer, could mimic the voice of any singer it heard. It was bought by a young noblewoman with tear-streaked makeup and an entourage of maids. Michael watched her briefly, wondering if she'd bought it for nostalgia or heartbreak. Item after item passed. each one more extravagant or mysterious than the last. And though none of it interested Michael personally, he had to admit it was entertaining. Not just the auction, but the quiet space he shared with Ariane. There was something about the soft lighting, the distance from the crowd, the occasional brush of their shoulders when they leaned forward to whisper remarks. It wasn't romantic. At least, not to Michael. But it was comfortable. At one point, Ariane had smiled at him, wine glass in hand, and said, "If you ever find yourself bored at the capital, you can visit me. My father's estate is large enough. Just send word in advance." Michael had only nodded with a small smile. He hadn't promised anything. But he didn't dismiss it either. Then came the seventh item. The seventh item was rolled in under a thick, gray cloth. Unlike the earlier displays, it wasn't set on a pedestal. This one came on wheels, and its shape was unmistakable. Ariane's lips thinned into a frown the moment she saw it. "Oh," she said softly, the mirth gone from her voice. "It seems the trade has shifted from what to who." Michael didn't need her to explain. He understood immediately, and a faint crease formed between his brows. Slave trade. He hadn't seen it since coming to this world, hadn't even heard of it, at least not in Aurora. But here, in the heart of a noble gathering, behind velvet curtains and gold-tipped wine glasses, it had apparently reared its head. His gaze sharpened. The auctioneer's voice carried again, but this time with a touch more caution, almost as if he knew this would provoke mixed reactions. "Our next offering," he said, "is exceedingly rare." Michael's eyes narrowed. The cloth was pulled back, and what was revealed silenced the room. Inside the cage stood a figure, tall, lithe, and completely still. No chains bound her limbs. She wasn't hunched, nor did she cower like a beaten servant. She stood upright, proud even, her back straight and chin raised. Her clothing was minimal and foreign, clearly not of local make. Her skin was dark with a faint shiny glow, her hair long and silver blonde, cascading down her back like liquid moonlight. But it wasn't her beauty that stole Michael's attention. It was her ears. They were long. Unnaturally so, elegant, sweeping back at a sharp angle and twitched faintly. Michael's breath caught. "An elf," he muttered. Michael's mind reeled. He was well aware that there were myriad races in the universe. But even after 2 months since his awakening, he hadn't met one yet. Not until now. This was the first time since his transmigration that he was faced with another intelligent race. A real, living, breathing elf. And she was in a cage. The room had gone utterly still. Even the soft murmurs and clinks of glasses had died away, replaced by a thick, collective silence. The auctioneer took a slow breath, letting the tension steep before he continued. "Yes," he said, his voice deliberate. "You are correct to guess. This is a pure-blooded dark elf." Gasps, then sharp whispers, spread like wildfire through the room. "Now, before anyone grows too unsettled, allow me to clarify her presence here. This one was not captured on a hunt, nor bought from a slaver ship. She was found after a failed assassination attempt on a noble lord." The auctioneer raised both hands, gesturing for silence. "Let me remind you," he said smoothly, "that dark elves are a mythical race rarely seen in the kingdoms of men." He turned slightly, allowing the light to catch the silver hair of the girl in the cage. She didn't flinch or blink, merely stared at the crowd with cool, dispassionate eyes. They are born attuned to the shadow. Their bodies are lean, but their strength is deceptive, muscle density, bone structure, reflexes, and nerve response all outclass even trained humans. From birth, they are simply more. This one, he said, has been measured at the peak of the advanced stage in terms of energy and physical readings. But let me be very clear. That only applies when using human standards. Michael's eyes sharpened. Dark elves, even at the same level, are naturally superior. Their bodies age slower. Their minds process faster. Their mana flow is cleaner, more instinctive. This girl before you may be listed as advanced stage, but in practical combat, she has already overwhelmed 2 advanced tier knights during her attempted assassination. The room stirred again. A few nobles leaned forward, eyes narrowing with greed, interest, or concern. And yes, the auctioneer added, his tone dropping lower, her presence here is no accident. She was captured after a failed assassination attempt on a noble lord. Why wasn't she executed? A voice called from the floor. The auctioneer smiled faintly. Because the noble saw an opportunity. Rather than kill her, he wanted to make a profit. Michael sat silently, arms folded, his gaze fixed on the girl in the cage. The assassin had failed, and now she was being sold to the highest bidder. He didn't agree with it, but he also understood the logic behind it. Power had its rules. Consequences followed action. Even so, seeing another race, one he'd only read about, brought a flare of curiosity. And something deeper. Possibility. This world just got a little bigger. He turned to Ariane beside him. Is this your first time seeing one? The Duke's daughter didn't answer right away. Her expression had relaxed, she no longer frowned. It's not, she said, voice quieter now. Michael's brows lifted slightly. Ariane met his gaze, swirling the wine in her glass. I saw sea folk once, 3 years ago. My father hosted a delegation from the coastal duchies, and one of them had a bodyguard who wasn't entirely human. Gills on the neck. Fins down the arms. Very graceful. Michael absorbed that. So races like this aren't myths. They're just rare, she replied. And most of them live far beyond the reaches of the Empire. We only ever see them under very specific, and usually political, circumstances. She gestured lightly to the cage below. This is unusual, but not unheard of. Slavery is frowned upon in the central provinces, but the outer lords. Let's just say their ethics are more fluid. Michael nodded slowly. So you're not bothered? Ariane shrugged delicately. She tried to assassinate a noble, Sir Mike. Whether I like the system or not, she's reaping the consequences. The law would have executed her. Instead, she's being auctioned like a magical beast. A beat passed. I'd argue she's lucky. Michael didn't comment. His gaze returned to the elf. Ariane followed his gaze, then tilted her head slightly toward him. You know, she said in a calm tone, if you're interested, you could try bidding. Michael blinked, surprised. For her. She's strong, Ariane replied. You heard the auctioneer. If she really did defeat 2 advanced tier knights, then she's worth far more than half the people here. Michael didn't immediately respond. The idea hadn't occurred to him. Owning someone, buying them like an object, was something he instinctively pushed against. But from a pragmatic perspective, she was valuable. A powerful bodyguard. Still, he hesitated. Even if I bought her, he said quietly, I'd have to worry about her loyalty. She's not a magical artifact you can just wield. Ariane gave a soft smile. You wouldn't need to worry. For situations like this, a master-servant contract is always prepared by the auction house. It's magically enforced. If she refuses or breaks the terms, she'll suffer backlash. Lethal backlash. Michael narrowed his eyes. You've seen this kind of contract before. Of course, Ariane replied, her tone neutral. It's standard in high-tier slave auctions. Especially for creatures, monsters, and races with volatile personalities. It's not just about ownership, it's about control. Safety. That part didn't sit well with him. But still. It was a dark elf. Michael even had a slight suspicion that she was of a high race comparable to his own, which only made her more valuable. A race with potential, one he'd never even seen until tonight. If she really was that strong, and if he could find a way to eventually earn her true loyalty, past the contract, it could be more than worth it. Michael leaned forward slightly, gaze still locked on the girl in the cage. He had a decision to make. Michael turned his attention back to the stage. The room below them remained silent, but not with disinterest. The real tension wasn't among the common audience. It was up here, behind the tinted glass of the private balconies. These were the bidders. The auctioneer waited until the anticipation had fully settled. The bidding, he said, will begin at 5,000 gold coins. Minimum increment, 100. Even Ariane let out a slow whistle at that. That's 500,000 silver. $500,000 in Aurora's terms. Michael said nothing, calculating quietly. In sheer numbers, that was the price of a manor. Or a city block. But for a living, breathing, combat-ready dark elf. An assassin who'd overwhelmed advanced stage knights and come out on top. Maybe not overpriced. 5,000, a clear voice rang from one of the eastern chambers. A moment later, 5,100. 5,003. 5,400. The numbers climbed with sharp efficiency. The bidders weren't wasting time or posturing. They wanted her, and they had the money to back it. Michael's hand hovered near the signaling gem embedded in the armrest of his chair. One tap would raise his bid by the minimum. A second would double it. He watched the elf's face. Ariane noticed. "You're thinking about it," she said quietly, almost amused. The bidding had reached 5,900. Then, for the first time, a pause. Silence stretched like drawn wire. The auctioneer lifted his hand slightly. "Do I hear 6,000? Michael tapped the gem. Just once. The bidding crystal embedded in the balcony wall lit up faintly. The number shifted. 6,000, the auctioneer announced, a flicker of intrigue in his voice. From room 11. Every eye turned toward their balcony. Michael leaned back in his chair. Ariane gave him a sideways glance, her smile returning. "Well then," she said, "you're in it now." The hall buzzed with tension. As soon as Michael's bid rang out from room 11, the price reached a psychological threshold. Most casual bidders dropped out immediately, either out of budget or sense. But not all. 6,100, came the voice of a man from room 4. Confident. Arrogant. Michael's finger hovered again. 6,002, he tapped. 6,3. 6-4. The battle was no longer fast, but it was persistent. Ariane sipped her wine calmly, but her eyes followed the numbers with interest. Then, just as Michael raised the bid to 6,800, the hall shifted. A gruff voice cut through the air with deliberate volume. Room 11, the man from room 4 spoke again. "Surely this noble one can give this face and let it end here." Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Ariane stopped mid-sip. Her gaze flicked sideways. Did he jest? As if to confirm his audacity, the man added smoothly, "I am Vayne Calidor, third son of Marquis Calidor. I assume even room 11 wouldn't wish to offend a major house over one slave." A few nobles murmured from the audience below. It was a subtle threat. Michael remained silent. But before he could respond, Ariane stood. Her voice was crisp, clear, and carried weight. "Marquis Calidor's son. Are you threatening the Evermoon household?" The air froze. Michael turned to her, briefly surprised by how fast she'd acted. Below, the auctioneer went still. The attendants held their positions. Even the girl in the cage finally blinked once. The silence that followed was deafening. Room 4 went quiet for a full beat. Then the voice returned, but more restrained now. My lady, I meant no offense. I did not realize the Evermoon household had such direct interest. He was trying to backtrack, but the tone had changed, neither fully apologetic nor defiant. A coward's middle ground. Ariane's expression remained neutral, but Michael could sense the heat behind her calm voice. Ariane was angry because someone had tried to use status to pressure the person sitting beside her, and in front of him, no less. She sat down again, but this time without her usual grace. That man's face is too thin for such a thick ego. Michael didn't reply. His eyes returned to the bidding crystal. 6,900, he tapped again. The tension snapped. Room 4 didn't bid again. The silence stretched for 10 heartbeats. Then the auctioneer raised his hand. No further bids. Going once. He looked around the chamber. Going twice. Still nothing. Sold. To room 11. A final chime echoed through the chamber. Michael leaned back in his seat. He hadn't just bought a powerful asset. Michael leaned slightly toward Ariane. What now? She didn't hesitate. Now. You wait. Someone will bring her to here. Probably one of the auction staff. Michael nodded. Ariane set her wine down and folded her hands across her lap, tilting her head toward him with a casual smile. You'll need to sign the ownership contract once she arrives. They'll also confirm the transfer of funds and imprint the slave seal, unless you request a delay. Michael raised a brow. Delay. Ariane nodded. Some buyers prefer to hold off until they have better containment or transport arranged. In your case, she gave him a once-over, eyes twinkling faintly. I doubt that's necessary. He didn't rise to the tease. Down below, the auction resumed. The auctioneer cleared his throat, his voice steady but subtly charged with anticipation. And now, for our 8th item of the evening. Something extraordinary. The lights dimmed slightly. The attendants wheeled out a new pedestal, this time carrying a heavy black iron box covered in intricate, rune-like engravings. Michael tilted his head, brow furrowing slightly. The moment the latch was undone, a wave of invisible pressure erupted from the box like a thunderclap. Michael's eyes widened faintly as a pulse of crimson aura flooded the hall. The walls shook ever so subtly. Ariane's face paled and she instinctively sat straighter beside him, her glass still in hand but unmoving. Gasps echoed throughout the hall. The auctioneer didn't lose composure, though even his voice was a notch tighter. Contained within this sealed relic is the blood essence of a peak grand tier poison wyvern. This essence was extracted from a slain wyvern in the Ashen Wastes nearly 6 years ago by one of our top warrior groups. It has been refined and sealed to preserve its purity. Suitable for high-grade pill crafting, advanced alchemy, and, most notably, for bloodline infusion. Murmurs rippled. Particularly favored by those walking the path of bloodline knights or attempting to awaken draconic affinities, the auctioneer added. This essence has been appraised by 3 guild-verified alchemists and confirmed to still retain 70% of its original potency. This was what it meant to the others in the hall. To Michael, it was different. Ordinarily, he might not have cared much about a drop of monster blood, no matter how rare or potent. But the situation had changed. This wasn't just any material. This was a perfect fit for his undead. More specifically, isn't this really suited for Lucky? Okay, maybe it was a bit of a stretch to say it was perfectly suited for Lucky, especially with Gale around. In Michael's mind, wyverns were like the lesser cousins of true dragons, still dangerous, still powerful. Gale, as a griffin, also had wings. Infusing it with the blood essence of a poison wyvern could potentially enhance its flight capabilities or even awaken a new trait. But the problem was obvious, their attributes didn't align. The wyvern was poison-aligned. Gale, on the other hand, was a wind-type creature through and through. Fusing the two might cause a mutation. Whether that would be beneficial or disastrous, no one could say. Now, Lucky was a different story. It didn't have wings, but it was poison-aligned. If any of his undead had a natural compatibility with the essence, it was Lucky. In the end, the blood essence was valuable to both. Whether it went to Lucky or Gale, it wouldn't be a loss. Michael's eyes stayed locked on the box at the center of the platform. He was getting that treasure. One way or another. The starting price was soon stated. 50,000 gold coins. Minimum increment, 5,000. The murmurs returned, but this time, laced with awe and apprehension. This wasn't just a valuable item. It was a test of wealth. Michael didn't move. He watched as the room recalibrated. 50,000 gold coins was no casual bid. And still, the first paddle rose. 55,000, called a deep voice from room 2. Another quickly followed. 70,000. The bids climbed like steps to a distant summit. 75. 85. When the bid reached 95,000, there was a noticeable lull. The auctioneer, professional as ever, gestured with poise. Do I hear 100,000? Michael leaned forward, just enough for the signaling crystal to activate beneath his fingertips. A soft chime echoed. 100,000, the auctioneer announced, this time unable to fully mask his surprise. Room 11 enters the bidding. The room shifted. A collective breath seemed to hold. 100,000 gold. That was over 10 million silver coins. They weren't just shocked by the number. Duke Evermoon's daughter. She's rich. So fierce with her bidding. But despite the awe, confusion lingered. Why would the princess need something like that? The essence's greatest value lay in high-grade alchemy and as a cultivation resource for bloodline knights, two fields that had little to do with Aerie and Evermoon. The misunderstanding stemmed from earlier, when she had spoken in room 11. Most attendees assumed she was the one bidding. They had no idea someone else was in that room. A quiet beat passed. 105, came the call from room 8. There, a youth with a brooding expression leaned forward, his sharp eyes locked onto the veiled balcony of room 11. Leonard Vale. A bloodline knight. And a distant relative of the queen. Michael had faced him before, in the second trial of the Duke's competition. Leonard had entered that tournament not for fame, but for proximity to Ariane. He believed she could be a stepping stone to greater power. He hadn't won. But never had he imagined she would block his path to power. Now, she was doing just that. Or so he thought. The irony gnawed at him. And it made his blood boil. Michael's finger moved without hesitation. Room 11 again, the auctioneer called. Back and forth it went. 115. 120. 125. Michael didn't flinch. 130,000. That number hung like a guillotine. Even with his noble background, Leonard Vale was already approaching his financial limit. His expression twisted. 130,000 was more than just a bid, it was a slap. And yet, he didn't want to give up. The blood essence of a poison wyvern, while far too potent for him to consume directly, could still be alchemically refined into pills, powerful ones. With the right expert, he could extract every last drop of value from it. With that essence, his current plateau would no longer be a wall. He could reach Grand Tier. Without it, his bloodline offered a chance, but not certainty. With it, certainty. Desperation bled into his features. He leaned forward, breathing shallow. Then, clutching onto the last scraps of noble pride, he activated his balcony's voice crystal. Room 11, I'm Leonard Vale, Leonard's voice rang out, brittle and forced. "Princess Ariane, I beseech you. Please allow me this item." Michael raised a brow but didn't speak. Ariane blinked, tilting her head slightly as Leonard continued, "I will owe you a favor. One I swear upon my house." But his tone lacked humility. It sounded like a demand poorly disguised as a plea. And it was poorly aimed. Ariane's lips curled slightly in amusement. She didn't even glance at Michael before replying, her voice calm and clear. "You seem confused, Sir Leonard." A pause. Then she added with just enough coolness to sting, "Nor do I need favors from someone like you." Her words landed like stone in a silent pond. Leonard's face turned an ugly shade of red. The room stirred, some smirking, others murmuring quietly. Room 8 went dark and silent. Michael didn't even glance his way. 135, he called next, voice calm. The auctioneer took one last look across the room. "Any more bids?" No response. Going once. Twice. He struck the final gavel. Sold. Room 11 claims the poison wyvern blood essence. The chamber buzzed once more. Michael leaned back in his chair, eyes flicking toward Michael. Finally exhaled, the tension leaving his shoulders like a sigh escaping his bones. And then, the numbers hit him. 6,900 gold coins for the Dark Elf. 135,000 gold coins for the wyvern essence. The total was 141,900 gold. That was 19 million silver coins. And in Aurora terms, he mentally crunched the number. Roughly $19 million. Spent in a single night. Even for a capital auction, that was insane. Not many nobles could do that without feeling pain. Yet here he was, leaning casually in his chair, a rare blood essence secured and a deadly assassin about to be delivered. Michael's lips twitched faintly. Guess this is what it means to be rich in both lives. It wasn't just about the money, it was what the money brought him. The wyvern essence wasn't just a rare item. It was power. Possibility. A future for his undead that most necromancers could only dream about. And the Dark Elf. A living weapon. A trump card. He had walked into this auction with no real goal beyond curiosity. He'd walked out with two of the most valuable assets in the entire event. Every damn coin. Even so, he couldn't help but let out a quiet snort. "Almost makes me feel broke again," he muttered under his breath. Michael leaned back, gaze sweeping the still buzzing hall. He'd spent more than some lords earned in 5 years. He didn't feel regret. Only anticipation. Ariane shifted beside him, her voice soft but curious. "With the nature of the 7th and 8th items, I can't help but wonder what the 9th and 10th are." Michael nodded faintly, his mind already stirring. The wyvern essence alone had been a top-tier treasure. And yet, there were still 2 more items to go. What could possibly match, or exceed, that? Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long. The lights dimmed again. The auctioneer raised a hand, and his voice cut clean through the murmurs. "Esteemed guests," he said with a calm, resonant tone, "our 9th item is quite special." He snapped his fingers. An attendant rolled out a velvet cushioned stand. On it sat a scroll sealed in a black jade casing engraved with silver runes. Michael's brows lifted the moment he saw it. The air around it shimmered faintly. The scroll radiated restrained pressure, like the silent weight of a mountain waiting to fall. "A single-use artifact," the auctioneer announced. "This is a consumable scroll that unleashes one great tier spell." A stunned silence overtook the hall. Great tier. Michael's mind locked on that phrase. This wasn't just impressive, it was absurd. In Aurora, Great Tier was the realm of rank 3 awakeners. In cultivation terms, it was equivalent to king rank magic. A one-time scroll that could replicate that kind of power. That was a kingdom-level weapon. He had no idea why something of this level could appear there. For a moment, Michael became tense. The auctioneer didn't rush. The magic within is of the fire element. Michael leaned forward slightly, unable to stop himself. This was more than precious. It was overkill in scroll form. He didn't even need to hear the rest to know the price would be astronomical. But he was already intrigued. Ariane gave him a quick glance, her tone dry but tinged with respect. If you buy that too, you might actually become the most dangerous person in the city. Michael didn't reply. He was thinking of how valuable something like that would be in the chaos of the world. Or in dealing with something far beyond his current power. It was a final move. However, Michael already had a suspicion he wouldn't be able to compete for this one. And he was proven right the moment the auctioneer spoke. Starting bid, 500,000 gold coins. Minimum increment, 50,000. Then came the first bid, loud and confident. 1 million gold coins. It came from room 5. Michael could only chuckle bitterly. He had never claimed to be the richest in the room, but that didn't stop the sting of watching something powerful slip through his fingers. Even the rooms that had previously competed with him on earlier bids were silent now. They knew better. This was what they'd really come for. So that was the main course all along. Michael exhaled slowly. I really hope Lucky evolves as expected. If he really does reach rank 3. No, with his race, he might not even need to reach rank 3 to fight like one. That thought gave him comfort. Even if he couldn't claim the scroll. He had already had something just as terrifying. And unlike a one-time spell, Lucky would only grow stronger. 1 million gold coins. The voice echoed with confidence from room 5, the same that had begun the bid on the poison wyvern blood essence. No hesitation. No pause. Just raw wealth. The air shifted. Murmurs rippled across the auction hall like a breeze through dry leaves. Then came the second blow. 1,200,000, came another voice, sharper, colder, from room 3. Michael raised an eyebrow. That room had been silent for most of the auction. 1,500,000. This time from room 1. A deep, commanding voice. The kind of tone used to issue orders on a battlefield. 3 rooms now. Each bidding like they had bottomless pockets. Each pushing the number with quiet, vicious precision. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy, expectant. Even the nobles who couldn't afford to participate leaned forward in their seats, eyes gleaming with excitement. This is insane, Michael muttered. And yet, the moment he said it, 2 million, called room 15. Michael's eyes snapped toward the direction of the bid. Room 15. Another voice echoed from room 9. This humble bidder requests room 15 to give some face. I am from House Greymont. Surely such a noble house doesn't need to bid further. Michael's eyes rolled almost instinctively. How many of them were going to use that same weak threat disguised as etiquette? But before the auctioneer could speak, another voice cut in, sharp and unmistakably irritated. If you're poor, then shut up and leave. If you want it, bid. Don't hide behind face. The entire auction house froze for a beat. That voice. That was Duke Evermoon. His thoughts froze. It had taken him this long to realize the Duke's presence. He'd been wondering if Duke Evermoon had left earlier or was simply staying hidden. Turns out, he'd never left. So the Duke's been here this whole time. For this. Michael thought, eyes narrowing. The crowd buzzed. A few voices whispered the Duke's name with reverence and fear. The Duke's tone was as clear as glass and twice as cold. The room that had spoken, room 9, immediately fell silent. A single verbal slap from a duke was enough to shut down even the most arrogant noble houses. A slow, almost smug grin played at the edge of Ariane's lips. Fathers had enough of the posturing. Michael sat back, nodding slowly. Can't blame him. And yet, inwardly, Michael sighed. Even the Duke was bidding now. 2,100,000, called room 3 again. Then room 5. 2-3. 2,500,000, came the thunderous bid from room 15. The hall shook, not literally, but the weight of the number struck every listener like a hammer. Some nobles gasped. Others fell silent, their expressions stiff. Michael simply exhaled. Yeah. I'm definitely not in the right tax bracket for this one. He glanced at the crystal embedded in his seat. Not even worth considering. I swear, he muttered to himself, this place wasn't built for a poor man like me. Ariane laughed softly beside him. You've done more than enough tonight. If you bought that scroll too, people would riot. Michael offered a dry chuckle, but his mind was already racing through the conversion. 2,500,000 gold coins. That was over 250 million silver coins. Or in Aurora terms, $250 million. For a one-time use item. Sure, it was powerful. And the scroll. It hadn't even been sold yet. Do I hear 2,600,000? The auctioneer asked. No one answered. The weight of room 15's bid had cracked the spirit of every other contender. Going once. Going twice. 3 million. The voice wasn't Duke Evermoon's. It came from room 3. The air changed again. Even the auctioneer flinched slightly, not expecting the sudden surge. Before the silence could settle, 3.4, came the comm call from room 1. 3.6, room 5 snapped next, unwilling to let go. 4 million, room 15. It was the Duke again. 4.5 million gold coins, room 3 fired off. The auctioneer looked ready to drop the gavel. He glanced toward room 15, waiting. Nothing came. He waited 5 long seconds, counted them carefully with flicks of his fingers. Then the gavel fell. Sold. For 4,500,000 gold coins, to room 3. A roar erupted across the auction house. Some gasped, others cheered. But most. They stared in stunned silence, unable to fully process what had just happened. A single-use item. A scroll. Sold for 450 million silver coins. Michael exhaled slowly, as if releasing the last lingering hope of ever affording something like that. He leaned back in his seat, watching the glowing crystal within reach of his hand. It hadn't even flickered once during the entire bidding war. I wasn't even a participant, he murmured. Good, Ariane said lightly. If you'd even tried to bid, I might have elbowed you unconscious. Michael chuckled softly. For my own good, I assume. For your financial survival, I presume, she corrected. Michael's gaze returned to the auction floor, where the attendants were clearing the pedestal. They did so with reverent care, as if handling a divine relic. He found his fingers twitching. Whoever room 3 was, they now possessed a weapon of mass destruction. However, Michael figured that for something of this level to appear, and for other competitors to remain calm, it suggested that others already possessed similar items. The waters of this world were indeed quite deep. Michael's thoughts turned practical. 5 million gold coins. He did the math in his head. That was 450 million silver. And in dollar terms, Aurora's conversion rate was roughly 1 silver coin to $1. So, yes. $450 million. Gone in seconds. The kind of number that should belong in international trade agreements or black budget military projects. He let out a low whistle. And I thought I spent big. Ariane raised a brow. You did spend big. Just not this crushing big. Fair point. This auction wasn't even over yet. The lights dimmed again. The auctioneer stepped forward. Michael's brows lifted slightly. Ariane straightened. If the 9th item was a great tier scroll, what in the hell could possibly be worth more? They were about to find out. The auctioneer let the anticipation hang for a breath longer before raising his hand. And now, he began, voice calm but resonant, for our 10th and final item of the night. An attendant rolled out a golden stand. On it sat a single object covered by a glimmering silk cloth. The audience leaned forward in silence. In this world, there are many powerful items, forged artifacts, relics of magic and might. But the rarest of all, the auctioneer continued, pacing slowly along the edge of the stage, are those untouched by man. He stopped beside the stand. Natural treasures. A wave of understanding swept through the room. The cloth was pulled away. A large fruit was revealed, its surface pulsing faintly with vitality, glowing softly from within. Its skin shimmered with a spectrum of light, like sunlight trapped inside. Miracle fruits, the auctioneer said. Born in places saturated by elemental energy or nourished by the world's spirit veins, and protected by nature itself. Some miracle fruits purify the marrow and blood, allowing a mortal to step into the path of a cultivator. Some heal grievous wounds that even peak-tier elixirs cannot mend. And some grant what the heavens rarely allow. He paused, savoring the silence. Then he spoke. This is the longevity fruit. The words dropped like thunder. Michael's eyes narrowed. He had some experience with miracle fruits. Take the soul magic fruit, for example. Not only had it significantly increased his mana, but it was also the reason he'd gained a deeper connection to his soul. It had also allowed him to perceive the very appearance of his talent, something he figured shouldn't be possible with his rank yet. The auctioneer continued. When consumed directly, this fruit can increase the lifespan of any living being by 300 years. It matters not your race, rank, or cultivation stage. It works on all. He let that sink in before continuing. Moreover, if refined into a pill, successfully, the effects may amplify further. Depending on the alchemist's skill and the quality of the refinement, the resulting pill can add another 100 years, at the very least. Now the room was truly silent. Not even whispers. But the auctioneer wasn't done. And perhaps most astonishing of all, mortals can consume this fruit with no adverse side effects. In fact, in rare cases, they may lead directly to the intermediate cultivation stage. For the powerful, this was a treasure to extend their reign. An opportunity to gain even greater power if they could. For the weak, this was a miracle. Michael exhaled slowly. A fruit that could rewrite someone's fate. This was priceless. This was indeed the main show of the auction. Tonight's final battle was about to begin. The auctioneer let the weight of his words linger before finally announcing. Starting bid is 5 million gold coins. Minimum increment is 100,000. A ripple of tension shot through the hall. 5 million. That wasn't just more than the scroll. It was more than what the scroll had even sold for. Michael felt the air change. He leaned forward slightly, watching the crowd, watching the tension coil like a spring. A bid was called. 7 million. Gasps erupted. Someone had jumped the bid by 2 full million coins in one move. The auctioneer, a professional to the bone, couldn't help but flinch. 7 million gold coins, he confirmed. Room 7 enters the bidding. Michael blinked. That room hadn't participated in anything all night. It made sense, though. For a treasure like the longevity fruit, there were people who would wait all night for just one moment. 7.2. Another voice followed, room 1 again. The commanding voice that had joined in for the scroll. 7.5. 8 million. 8.5. The bids were rising fast now, rolling like thunder. Unlike the earlier items, no one tried to posture or bluff. No pleas for face. No hollow threats. Only pure, clean competition. Michael sat back, listening to the numbers climb. 9 million. 9.5. 10 million. 10.5. 11.3. The air grew taut. Attendants didn't dare breathe too loud. Even Michael felt his heartbeat rise, not because he could bid. Not even close. But because watching this unfold was like witnessing a battle between giants. 12 million. 12.8. Michael's gaze swept the veiled rooms. Who were these people? Then it happened. 15 million, came the call from room 7. A long silence followed. The crowd was frozen. This time, even the other bidders paused. The auctioneer looked around. His voice rang out again. Do I hear 15.1? 15.1. Still silence. 15.1. Silence again. 16 million. Room 15. Michael's brow twitched. That voice. Unmistakable. The calm power behind it. Duke Evermoon had entered the fray again. The auctioneer took a visible breath, tension threading through his shoulders as he confirmed, 16 million gold coins from room 15. The other bidders hesitated. 17 million. That was room 7 again. Michael's gaze sharpened. 17.5, the Duke answered immediately. Then room 7 again. 18. 19. The Duke didn't stop. He didn't even flinch. And room 7. 21. 21 million. Gasps echoed. A noble in the front row dropped the goblet in his hand. Michael's eye twitched. That's over 2 billion silver coins. The auctioneer, ever the professional, swallowed and raised his voice. 21 million gold coins. From room 7. Do I hear more? He turned toward room 15. 22 million. The Duke didn't hesitate. Michael didn't even blink. He just whispered, does this guy have a dragon's hoard lying around? Ariane didn't reply. She was focused, lips tight. But even she hadn't expected this much. It was only now she knew her father's real intentions tonight. Maybe trapping her together with Michael was just a side thought. Going once. Going twice, 23 million. A beat passed. Then, for the first time, the Duke hesitated. 1 second. 2. Then came the response. 25 million. The auctioneer's mouth twitched. He looked ready to scream. Instead, he raised the gavel high. Going once. The hall was deathly still. Going twice. Michael found himself holding his breath. To room 15, for 25 million gold coins. A sound like thunder echoed, not just from the gavel, but the collective exhale of a room that had forgotten to breathe. Michael let out a low whistle. I don't think anyone's sleeping tonight after that. Ariane shook her head slowly. It's a good thing the auction is over. Anything else would feel pointless. And just like that, the final item was cleared from the stage. The auctioneer offered a deep bow. Esteemed guests, thank you for your presence. Tonight's event has come to a close. May fortune favor your paths. Michael turned to Ariane, arching a brow. So, what now? Ariane stretched lightly, the tension in her posture slowly easing. Now we wait. Wait. Michael echoed, slightly confused. She gave him a look, half amused. You think it ends just because the gavel dropped? No. We wait for the items to be delivered. And the payments to be made. Ariane spoke again, her tone casual but tinged with curiosity. By the way, do you need to head back to your residence or the bank to get your money? If you do, I can lend you some golden papers now, you can pay me back later. What do you think? Michael gave a faint smile. There's no need, Miss Ariane. I have enough money with me. He didn't actually have anything on him. But inside his storage space, he had everything he needed. All it took was a simple motion, reaching into his inner coat, as if retrieving something. Michael watched as the auction staff moved into action. They approached various members of the audience, especially those who had purchased something, and politely guided them away. At the same time, some people raised their hands, calling to be escorted elsewhere as well. According to Ariane, they were heading to the auction house's standard post-event store. It's just a normal one-time shop, she'd explained. They sell moderately rare items. Things any capable person could buy elsewhere if they looked hard enough. Michael gave a nod, only half listening as he watched the movement below. It didn't take long before a soft knock came at the door of their private room. Michael glanced toward the door just as it creaked open. A young woman stepped inside, an auction staff member. She carried a small stack of papers in hand and a polite, professional expression on her face. The moment she stepped in, her eyes immediately locked onto Ariane. She bowed deeply. Greetings, Lady Evermoon. I've come to confirm the identity of the winning bidder for the Dark Elf Assassin and the Poison Wyvern Blood Essence. Then she turned slightly toward Michael, her expression shifting just a fraction. Surprise flickered in her eyes. She hadn't expected anyone else in the room. But for some reason, she also felt the youth in front of her looked a bit familiar. Before she could speak, Ariane cut in with a small smile. Oh, the items weren't for me. The woman blinked, momentarily stunned. She looked between Ariane and Michael again, once, then twice. Then her gaze lingered on Michael, confusion now obvious in her eyes. She tried to recover her professional poise, bowing slightly to him as well. My apologies, sir. I wasn't informed there was another guest in room 11. Michael waved it off calmly. No issue. The staffer quickly shook herself free of the confusion and returned to business. Very well. May I confirm your identity, sir, for the record? It was then it clicked to the staff. So this was Mike Knorr. No wonder he looked familiar. After all, she had watched bits of the competition a few days ago, but she never expected to see him now. Her gaze shifted between the two people in front of her and a suspicious thought came to her. However, she didn't dare to speak of it. Your items will be delivered shortly. We ask that payment be confirmed before the transfer. Of course, Michael replied smoothly. The woman bowed once more, cast one last curious glance between him and Ariane, and stepped out. Once the door clicked shut, Michael leaned back slightly inside. It shouldn't be long before the next knock came, and with it, the delivery of 2 acquisitions. 1 blood essence. And 1 dark elf assassin. As he waited for the staff to arrive, Michael subtly reached into his coat, his fingers brushing against the invisible boundary of his storage space. With practiced ease, he withdrew the exact amount of golden papers he needed, plus a little extra. A golden paper was worth 1,000 gold coins. With his huge purchase, Michael needed nearly 150 of them. Leaving the golden papers in his coat, Michael waited. Fortunately, he didn't need to wait for long. The knock came. 2 attendants entered. One held a polished wooden box, its surface engraved with flowing patterns of ancient beast script. The other guided something far more attention-grabbing, the dark elf assassin. She was tall, graceful even in chains, her ashen skin marred by cuts and grime. Her silver-white hair spilled over her face, partly concealing crimson eyes that stared ahead with dull fury. She was barefoot, dressed in a tattered black outfit, and bound in glowing magic chains that shimmered with blue runes. The chains wrapped around her limbs, neck, and even her waist, each link humming faintly with suppressive power. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. He could tell with a glance that those chains were no joke. The elf, in her current state, probably couldn't overpower a well-fed adult man. The attendant with the box stepped forward and handed it over with both hands. "This contains the poison wyvern blood essence, sir. We advise great caution. Even sealed, the energy within is volatile." Michael took it, feeling a faint vibration even through the reinforced wood. He nodded and carefully placed it aside before turning his attention to the dark elf. Before he could speak, the attendant in charge of the dark elf spoke as he brought out a scroll. The man unfurled the scroll. It was bound in silver thread, its parchment a strange, translucent material that shimmered faintly in the light. Runes pulsed across its surface like a heartbeat. "This," the attendant said clearly, "is the master-servant contract." Michael's gaze sharpened. This scroll is a rare, high-grade binding tool. Upon activation, it establishes a soul-level contract between the signatory and the bound target. Once linked, the servant is unable to directly or indirectly harm the master. Any attempt, even through deception or suggestion, will be met with automatic backlash. He paused, then added solemnly, "The servant must also obey any direct command issued by the master. Absolute obedience, unless the command is physically impossible to carry out." Michael raised a brow. "And if the servant refuses?" "The contract enforces obedience with soul pressure. And should the master ever desire it," the attendant turned the scroll slightly, revealing a black rune shaped like a dagger. "They can use this seal to end the servant's life instantly. A single thought is all it takes." Ariane's expression remained unchanged, but her eyes flicked thoughtfully toward the elf. Michael, meanwhile, frowned slightly. It felt extreme. "Does she know?" he asked quietly. "She does," the attendant replied, stepping aside to reveal the elf fully. The dark elf didn't move. Her crimson eyes met Michael's without fear, but they lacked submission too. Cold, resigned defiance. There was a sharp intelligence in her gaze, even through the grime. She knew what was coming. The attendant held the scroll out again. "You need only place your blood on the top sigil. The scroll will do the rest." Michael didn't move immediately, his eyes lingering on the elf. Then he asked, "What's her name?" The attendant hesitated. Her original name was Lyra. Michael gave a slow nod. Then, without a word, he took a pin from his sleeve, pricked his thumb, and let a drop of blood fall onto the top sigil of the scroll. The effect was immediate. The scroll pulsed. The rune pattern surged to life, crawling like vines across its surface. A second set of runes, the ones below, flared next. Lyra hissed softly as a sharp pain hit her chest. A faint glow appeared beneath her tattered top, centered just above her heart. A mark began to form. The contract had taken hold. Michael felt a strange warmth at the edge of his soul, like something had clicked into place. It wasn't deep. It wasn't mutual. But it was there. "It's done," the attendant said, rolling up the now silent scroll and handing it to Michael. "The contract is now active. She is yours." Michael nodded. Just as Michael tucked the contract scroll away, the staff member from earlier returned with a folded sheet and a courteous smile. "Sir Mike Knorr," she said, stepping forward. "Your total comes to 141,900 gold coins." Michael nodded and handed over the bundle he'd readied, 142 golden papers, each worth 1,000 gold coins. "Balance is correct," she confirmed after a quick count. "Would you like your change returned, or should we mark it as a donation to the auction guild?" Michael blinked. 100 gold coins. Not much by the scale of tonight's bidding, but still. Also, sir, if you're interested, we have a list of high-value items that didn't make it to tonight's stage. They're available for private purchase. Would you like to take a look? Michael raised a brow. Beside him, Ariane chuckled. They always save a few things for those who still have some coin to burn. Michael tapped his fingers on the armrest, then shrugged. Sure. Let's see what the backroom has to offer. But first, free the dark elf. The staff froze for a moment at Michael's words. The one holding the remaining scroll hesitated. Sir. By protocol, the restraints must remain until she is escorted out of the premises under your supervision. For safety. Michael gave a calm nod, then gestured toward the magic chains. They're unnecessary now. She's bound to me. She's not a threat, Michael continued, his voice steady. If anything goes wrong, the contract will handle it. And if she doesn't, I will. Remove the bindings. The staff shared a quick, silent look. One of them stepped forward, fingers brushing the glowing runes on the chain. With a swift series of gestures, the chains flickered. Then unraveled with a soft hiss of fading magic. The dark elf, Lyra, staggered slightly as the weight vanished. She straightened after a heartbeat, rolling her shoulders stiffly, her crimson eyes never leaving Michael's face. Michael's eyes narrowed faintly. It was subtle, barely noticeable to an ordinary observer, but he felt it. The moment the chains fell, something in her shifted. Her presence grew denser. The way mana clung to her skin changed. Slightly sharper. Slightly stronger. Like a blade that had just tasted air again after too long in its sheath. She wasn't back to full strength. But she was already recovering. The staffer gave a small bow. As you wish, sir. The restraints have been removed. She will follow your commands by contract now. Good, Michael said, waving his hand. Now go fetch that list. Yes, sir. With a final nod, the staff exited, quiet and efficient. The door closed once more, leaving the three of them in the softly lit private room. Ariane leaned her chin on her palm. You didn't have to do that. I know, Michael replied. But I wanted to. Just as Ariane opened her mouth to respond, another knock came at the door. Michael's eyes flicked toward Lyra. Open it, he said. The dark elf blinked, seemingly surprised by the sudden command, but her body moved before her thoughts could catch up. The contract compelled obedience, but not with pain, yet. She stepped forward, still barefoot, her lithe form quiet as a shadow as she pulled the door open. Michael didn't focus on the doorway immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and turned his senses inward. The change was subtle, but real. A thread of warmth pulsed gently at the edge of his soul. Like a thin, invisible tether that reached outward, connected to her. His eyes snapped open, the faintest smile tugging at his lips. So it really was soul-linked. It wasn't a full bond, nothing like a pact of equals, but he could feel her existence now. This means that might be possible. Michael's heart skipped once. He tried to suppress the thought, but excitement flickered anyway. Michael turned to face the open door. Standing there was a man in servant robes, the crest of House Evermoon stitched in gold on his chest. He bowed deeply. Apologies for the intrusion. I come bearing a message from His Grace, Duke Evermoon, to Sir Mike Norm. Michael's brows rose slightly. For me. The servant nodded. Yes, Sir Mike Nor. Ariane sat up straighter. Father sent you. He did, my lady. What for? The servant said nothing more. Instead, he reached into his robes and withdrew an envelope. Michael accepted it slowly. He glanced once at Ariane, then broke the seal and unfolded the letter. Just one line, written in the Duke's steady, elegant hand. Get out. Take my daughter with you. Immediately. That was it. No explanation. No signature. Michael blinked once. Then again. Ariane leaned closer. What does it say? Michael didn't answer right away. Because the moment he finished reading, he felt it. Something shifted. The warmth in the air cooled just slightly. Like a breeze slipping under a door before a storm. His instincts screamed in warning. Lyra stiffened. Her crimson eyes narrowed. Ariane noticed too, though she didn't yet understand. Sir Mike, he folded the letter and stood up in one smooth motion. Time to go, he said calmly. Just as Ariane opened her mouth to respond, her brows suddenly creased. Her gaze swept to Lyra, then to Michael. Something in her posture shifted. She didn't voice her concern, but her eyes said enough. She'd noticed. Michael, on the other hand, had already risen. He turned slightly toward the case containing the poison wyvern blood essence. I'll step out for a moment, he said. You two, stay calm. Without waiting for questions, he picked up the case and walked out. The hallway outside was quiet. Oddly so. No staff. No footsteps. Even the faint chatter from other rooms had vanished. Michael paused, his eyes narrowing. He slowly scanned the corridor. Then he looked up, then back toward the hallway curve. He took a breath and knelt, placing the case gently on the floor. With one hand on the latch, he opened it and pulled out the vial containing the poison wyvern blood essence. Just holding it sent a faint numbness through his fingers. Even sealed, the essence radiated a venomous chill. Michael didn't hesitate. He slipped the vial into his storage space, then reached in again, this time drawing out a heavy amount of gold coins. Quietly, he stuffed them into the now empty case and closed it again. If anyone was watching, they'd think the case still held the original treasure. Michael stood, gave the hallway a glance, then turned and stepped back into the private room. Both girls looked up immediately. You took your time, Ariane said, but her voice was more wary than playful. Michael gave a casual shrug. Just had to check something. She tilted her head. Did you see anything? Michael paused for a breath, then answered honestly. No. It wasn't a lie. He had tried to spread his senses outward before he entered the room, but no matter how he focused, they didn't extend past 3 meters. That wasn't normal. His range might not be overly vast, but 3 meters. That was a cage. Michael didn't speak further. He didn't need to. The tension that had crept into the room didn't need to be explained. It didn't take a genius to know something was wrong. Michael walked over to Lyra and handed her the case without ceremony. Hold this. The dark elf blinked. Her crimson eyes flicked to the polished case, then back to him. She took it cautiously, the metal cool in her hands. For a moment, she didn't speak. Then, almost grudgingly, she said, Understood. Ariane frowned. You're giving that to her. Just like that. Michael glanced at her. It's not an issue. Ariane stared. That's a case for a priceless blood essence, not something you hand off like a bag of coins. Michael shrugged. It's just a container. Besides, I doubt she'll run off with it. Ariane's lips pressed into a line. She didn't push the issue, but her gaze lingered on Lyra for a long moment. Ariane studied the dark elf more closely. Compared to the forest elves, whom many revered for their grace, wisdom, and harmony, dark elves were tainted. Their reputation was infamous, earned over centuries of war, betrayal, and bloodstained traditions. It wasn't just rumors. Dark elves had natural inclinations, violent instincts, emotional intensity, and a darker affinity with mana. Some called it corruption. Others said it was simply their nature. Ariane had grown up hearing tales of what dark elves were capable of. Forest elves were united, a proud and peaceful race. But dark elves were fragmented, tribes divided by ideology, bloodlines, and ambition. Many of those tribes embraced cruelty as strength. Others reveled in their feared image. Ariane didn't know whether to be impressed or concerned by Michael's lack of caution around the dark elf. Yes, the contract guaranteed obedience, but still. His casual attitude toward someone with such a dangerous reputation was unsettling. Then again, it wasn't really her business. Her thoughts were more occupied with something else. The letter her father had sent. What exactly did it say? Unfortunately, the Duke hadn't addressed it to her directly. She had no right to pry, not officially. But curiosity gnawed at her, and just as she was about to ask Michael outright, hoping to confirm her suspicions, he spoke first. Michael's gaze remained steady as he turned to Ariane and Lyra. "We're leaving," he said plainly. Ariane blinked. "Now." "But something's wrong with the auction," Michael cut in. His tone wasn't panicked, but there was a firm weight behind the words. "I don't know what exactly." He didn't need to say more. Both girls felt it too. Ariane adjusted her dress as she spoke. "You think someone might make a move?" "I'd be shocked if no one did," Michael said, stepping to the door again. He didn't sense anything directly, but his instincts screamed louder now. He didn't trust coincidences, especially not when they involved things like Great Tier Scrolls and miracle fruits. He glanced over his shoulder. "Both of you, keep close." We moved together. Lyra remained emotionless, holding the decoy case in her arms without complaint. There was a gleam in her eye now, an alertness she hadn't shown before. She was recovering quickly. Ariane followed without much resistance. Michael pushed the door open fully. The hallway beyond was still eerily empty. They stepped out, all three falling into step, Michael in front, Ariane close behind, and Lyra taking up the rear with silence. Michael's eyes scanned every shadow, every corridor bend. And then, he stopped. His foot froze mid-step, his entire body suddenly on edge. Behind him, there was no sound again. He turned his head. Ariane and Lyra stood exactly where he left them, but something was wrong. Very wrong. Their eyes had gone blank. Rolled back, whites exposed. Their bodies were rigid, almost statuesque, like puppets whose strings had been cut mid-movement. Michael's breath hitched for a moment. He stepped back toward them swiftly, eyes narrowing. A quick check of their pulses revealed that they were alive. But they weren't here. Michael's mind worked rapidly. An illusion. He swept his senses through the area. There was no visible change. But still, they were mentally incapacitated. Michael's gaze darkened. He didn't recognize the illusion technique used, but if it was subtle enough to slip in undetected, it wasn't some street-level parlor trick. "Why wasn't I affected?" he muttered under his breath. He clenched his fists slowly. The only explanation that made sense was his intelligence stat. At his level, it was extremely high. And illusion-type attacks were spiritual. Mental. The higher one's mental resistance, usually governed by intelligence or willpower, the harder it was to ensnare. If the caster wasn't much stronger than him, it would take significant effort to pull him into such a trap. A chill still slipped down his spine. That meant someone was already here. Someone powerful. Not wanting to take any risks alone, Michael immediately summoned Spartan. The figure of his armored undead materialized in a silent burst of dark mist. Michael's lips had barely parted to issue a command, when a voice pierced into his mind like a hot needle. "What's another Grand Tier doing here? Shit, this one's mentally strong. Damn it." The voice was raw, annoyed, almost panicked. Michael's body tensed. He didn't recognize the voice. Before he could react, it fell like a curtain. No sound. No warning. One moment he was standing in the corridor. The next, he was falling through endless shadow. It wasn't physical. It wasn't real. But it felt real. A beat later, Michael landed on something cold. Stone. He looked around and saw he was in an opening with 7 paths opened in front of him. But there was another issue. He was not alone. A faint flicker of movement caught Michael's eye. There were 6 others standing nearby, disoriented, cautious, but very much present. Some were already glancing at the paths, while others focused on each other like assessing threats. One of them turned, and Michael's gaze locked onto a familiar face. The old Duke of Evermoon. The aged noble looked wearier than before. His once sharp features were drawn tight with concern. Upon meeting Michael's eyes, he gave a wry, bitter smile, as though apologizing with his expression alone. Michael opened his mouth to speak, but someone else beat him to it. A calm, measured voice echoed from his right. Newcomer. The speaker was a middle-aged man with long streaks of gray in his hair, dressed in simple but elegant robes. His eyes, however, were anything but simple. When Michael met his gaze, he felt the heavy weight of time itself behind them, like this man had lived far longer than his appearance suggested. The man gestured casually toward the 7 paths. Welcome to a grand illusion. Quite the work of art, isn't it? Michael blinked. What? The illusion, the man continued, like he was explaining the weather. We're trapped. A puzzle type. However, something like this isn't formed on a whim, though. It takes time, planning. The caster must have laid the foundation long before today. Michael's eyes narrowed. Then it's the auction. Someone scoffed nearby, an older man with a sharp voice. Of course it's the damned auction. Who else would have access to us all at the same time? Another shook their head. Not necessarily. It could be opportunists. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Or worse, some hidden faction using the auction as cover. Michael listened but kept his gaze steady, scanning the others. They were strong. He could feel it. Even without sensing their levels directly, their poise, calmness, and readiness said enough. But what confused him was how unbothered they all were. He gestured toward the space around them. You're all being awfully calm for people whose real bodies are currently vulnerable. The middle-aged man gave a small chuckle. What would you have us do? Panic. That won't help. Besides, I'm familiar with this kind of illusion magic. He tapped his temple lightly. It's range-based. Meaning whoever cast it. They're in here too. Michael's gaze sharpened. They're inside. He asked. The man nodded. Correct. The technique doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Everyone within the radius at the time of activation was pulled in, including the caster. That's the flaw in illusions this deep. The Duke finally spoke, his voice low and weary. In other words, we're not the only ones navigating this puzzle. Michael frowned, putting the pieces together. So if we solve it before they do, we win, the middle-aged man said simply. And if they do first, or if we die in here, well. He shrugged. Let's just say our bodies on the outside won't be waking up again. Michael's hands clenched by his sides. The rules were clear. Solve the puzzle before the enemy. Find the way out. Michael stepped forward slightly, scanning the 7 paths ahead, each one leading into darkness, each one emanating faintly different auras. But before he could take a closer look, the middle-aged man beside him turned and stared more intently at Michael. His brows furrowed slightly. You. This appearance, is it your real form? He asked. Michael blinked. What? I mean, is this truly how you look? You're not an old man hiding behind some youthful face, are you? The man tilted his head, eyes squinting like he was looking for a disguise. No. This is me. The man didn't look entirely convinced. Before the man could probe further, a voice chuckled from a short distance away. Come now, your highest, the speaker said with a half-smile. You haven't been in the kingdom long, have you? That's Mike Nor, one of the strongest young talents in the kingdom. Some even say he might become the Duke of Evermoon's son-in-law. Michael gave the speaker a sharp glance, but said nothing. The middle-aged man's eyes flicked between Michael and the Duke, who simply closed his eyes with a weary sigh. So you're the one causing a stir in the capital, the man said with renewed interest. I had heard rumors, but I assumed they were exaggerated. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Spartan scratched his head. Well, his helmet, in confusion. What was he supposed to do here, he wondered. He turned to look at his master. Michael soon learned the identities of the others trapped in this strange space. For one, they were all nobles, proof enough that this attack was likely targeted. But if that was the case, why was he also implicated? Aside from Duke Evermoon, he could see only two other faces that stood out sharply. The man who had revealed Michael's name was a marquis, and the middle-aged man, whose presence felt heavier than anyone else's, turned out to be none other than the second prince of the Lionheart Kingdom. Michael's instincts told him this prince was on the same level as Duke Evermoon, perhaps even slightly stronger. The remaining figures were still powerful, but less so. To Michael's perception, they were all approaching the peak of rank 1, a realm of strength that would be considered strong in this corner of the land of origin. The lowest noble rank among them was a count, followed by a marquis, then a duke, and finally a prince. All of them were, in one way or another, figures of considerable wealth and influence. This only made Michael more certain this attack wasn't random. But the part he couldn't quite understand was why he'd been included at all. Was it purely because of his strength? Thinking back to the voice he'd heard just before he was pulled under, commenting on his strong mind, it started to make sense. This spell must have been crafted to ensnare both specifically targeted individuals and anyone in the vicinity whose power surpassed a certain threshold. Put like that. Then among the 6 nobles here, some likely weren't on the list of intended victims either. Michael exhaled slowly, his mind still turning over the implications. Then, as the thought settled deeper, he raised his voice just enough for all of them to hear. Before I was dragged here, he said, I saw other people falling under the illusion. But they're not here with us. Why? At that, the second prince's eyes sharpened, their depths glinting with curiosity. He steadied Michael a moment longer before answering. Interesting. His voice was thoughtful, almost absent-minded. I had wondered why you resisted as long as you did. Your mental defenses are unusually high for your age. He tapped a finger lightly against his chin. As for your question, yes. I can sense it now that I've settled my own perception. This spell has multiple layers. Layers. Michael echoed. The prince inclined his head. Correct. I suspect everyone within range was affected. But they were sorted. He swept his gaze over the others, each one watching him intently. Sorted. A marquis repeated, his voice clipped. Based on strength, the prince confirmed. Mental resistance, cultivation level, soul resilience, some combination of all 3. His expression was grave but faintly impressed as he looked back to Michael. Most people fell into the outermost layer. A simpler illusion, less dangerous, easier to maintain in large numbers. But this. He gestured around at the cold, dimly lit hall and its 7 yawning tunnels. This is the inner layer. The deepest. reserved for the true threats and the prime targets. Michael's mouth tightened. So his instincts had been right all along. So, he said slowly, anyone who made it into this space either was marked beforehand, the prince finished for him, or possessed enough power that the spell treated them as a priority. He tilted his head again, studying Michael's face as if memorizing it. In your case, he went on, it was likely both. Most likely the latter. Michael's jaw clenched. It made sense. However, there was something that also bothered him. And coincidentally, someone else just happened to share his worries. A voice, trying to stay calm, cut across the gloom. Then explain this, the lone count said, his tone tight with frustration. If this was about mental resistance, why didn't my defenses work? Michael's eyes shifted to the man. He was tall, with a neatly trimmed beard and pale blue eyes that tried, and failed, to hide unease. Even now, one hand rested at his temple. The question mirrored what Michael himself had been wondering. The enchanted earrings on his were supposed to guard against mental tampering. Yet they'd done nothing. The Count's voice grew harder. I wear a mind ward necklace. It has resisted illusions before. So why, you misunderstand, the second prince interrupted gently. He didn't sound mocking, only weary, like a teacher forced to repeat a lesson too many times. He lifted his hand and gestured vaguely in the air, as though tracing unseen runes. Most mental artifacts are designed to counter direct, aggressive attacks on the mind. Forcible intrusions. Shock illusions. Spirit shattering. He glanced around the group, voice deepening. But this is not that. What is it, then? Someone snapped. A parasitic field, the prince said simply. Slow. Patient. It does not strike in a single moment. It seeps. Creeps along the edges of your awareness until your mind accepts it as part of the environment. It also doesn't matter if you realize later if the spell duration is enough. Michael felt the chill of realization slide through him. The prince continued, almost contemplative. You all noticed it, didn't you? We did not arrive here at once. Some of us were taken earlier. Some, like this young man, he nodded at Michael, almost slipped free. That is why this illusion is so effective. It is not a hammer striking the door of your mind. It is mist. It seeps in under the frame, through the cracks. By the time you realize you are breathing it, it is too late. He let that sink in. And when you think of it this way, he concluded, his voice low, you understand something else, too. Whoever planned this did so with knowledge of precautions against mind magic. What I don't know is if this is an assassin attempt or a robbery attempt. Either way, they're quite good. Michael exhaled slowly, feeling the knot in his chest tighten. He hadn't wanted to admit it, but the prince was right. If this was the work of opportunists, it was the most methodical improvisation he'd ever seen. If it wasn't, then this was a conspiracy planned with painstaking detail. The Count looked down at his trembling hand, then clenched it into a fist. The silence stretched just a little too long. Then Duke Evermoon stirred, his tired eyes sharpening as he lifted his head. There is something, he said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. The Duke let out a slow breath. Just now, I tried to reach out, to sense my body. A tense hush settled over the group. A Marquis frowned. And I cannot move, Duke Evermoon went on, his voice low and steady. But my perception was not entirely severed. The prince's brow furrowed. You could sense the room. More like a lingering echo. For a moment, no one spoke. Then the prince slowly closed his eyes, as if testing something unseen. He stood there, motionless, for several breaths. Then he opened his eyes again. He's right, the prince murmured. I hadn't noticed. But there's a tether. He looked thoughtful, a flicker of cautious intrigue crossing his face. This spell is not as complete as I first assumed. The Count's head snapped up. What do you mean, Your Highness? The prince's gaze returned to the 7 dark tunnels yawning before them. It is powerful, yes. Subtle, yes. But there are flaws, imperfections at the edge of the casting. Either the one who designed this was rushed, or their resources were not as limitless as we feared. He fell quiet for a heartbeat, clearly thinking. Then his expression tightened. But even if that is true, so what? His tone was grim again. Even if this spell is flawed, we are still bound by it, he continued. We cannot wake our bodies by force alone. The tether isn't strong enough for us to pull ourselves out. That much is obvious. So, what are you suggesting? Duke Evermoon inquired. Though his face remained calm, inside he wasn't. To be honest, he had thought his plan for the night was perfect, but he had miscalculated. And now it seemed that not only had he put himself in danger, but his daughter and Michael as well. For a moment, he regretted ever coming for the miracle fruit, and, perhaps even more, regretted his own caution in using Michael as a bodyguard for his daughter under the guise of simply wanting company before he returned to her side. The second prince didn't immediately answer. Instead, he stepped forward, studying the 7 tunnels with new focus. I am suggesting, he said at last, that rather than wasting time debating what we cannot change, we concentrate on the one option available to us. Michael felt his jaw clench. Finding the way out. Exactly. The prince gave him a cool, steady look. Illusions this advanced are built around anchors. Conditions. If we navigate this puzzle faster than our enemy, we can disrupt their control. However, it is also because of lack of sufficient strength. Brute force also works. His gaze grew distant, calculating. I recommend we split into pairs. It will be faster. But whatever you do, do not wander alone. If you die here, you will die outside. Before the others could react to that suggestion, Michael spoke up, his voice level but edged with skepticism. Is this truly the only method? He asked, turning to face the second prince fully. The prince arched an eyebrow. The only method worth considering. Michael's eyes narrowed. Then there is another. A brief silence fell. The prince's mouth curved in something between a frown and a reluctant smile. I suppose there is. Michael didn't look away. Please say, Your Highness. The others stirred, some frowning, some intrigued, but the prince held Michael's gaze for a few moments before sighing. Very well. He gestured idly with 2 fingers, as though sorting thoughts in the air. This illusion is woven around our perception. It traps the mind, our awareness of ourselves. That is why most can't move or think clearly enough to break it. When you think about it, this is how most illusions work at times. But he tilted his head slightly, his expression turning clinical. Because the casting was flawed, because we can still sense our bodies in some fractured way, there is theoretically another path to freedom. Michael's voice was soft. Which is? The prince's eyes grew colder. If our perception can be jolted. If something breaks the illusion's hold so violently that the mind reasserts itself over the false environment. A marquis shifted uncomfortably. You mean? Pain, the prince said simply. Intense, overwhelming pain. A sufficiently traumatic stimulus from the real world can snap your awareness free. The Duke's expression darkened. That's assuming there is anyone outside this spell to do the inflicting. Exactly. The prince's tone was flat. And there isn't. Michael could feel the heavy silence closing in around them as everyone digested that. So, in theory, he said slowly, if someone outside were to injure our bodies, we would wake. In theory, the prince confirmed, his eyes steady. But in practice, every living soul within the auction house is likely under some layer of the same illusion. Even the staff. No one remains to cause that stimulus. At this point, it truly did seem they'd be forced to act according to their enemy's design. But Michael was unwilling, deeply unwilling, to leave his survival to a gamble, to bet everything on a stroke of luck to escape this illusion first. The second prince's words echoed through his thoughts again. And as they did, something clicked. Michael's eyes sharpened. Slowly, deliberately, he closed them and turned his awareness inward. He focused, not on the illusion, not on the others around him, but on the body he knew should be lying somewhere beyond this false darkness. It didn't take long. Unlike what Duke Evermoon had described, a faint echo, a vague impression, Michael found he could sense his body and the surrounding space with surprising clarity. He realized, with a distant sort of wonder, that this must be the result of his intelligence stat. But like the Duke, he still couldn't move. His body remained a prisoner. There was something else. Something he hadn't expected to feel. A presence. A connection, deep, familiar, but blurred as though seen through rippling water. Michael's heart kicked once against his ribs. He focused, following that tenuous thread with every ounce of his will. And then, very softly, he breathed the name. Yes, Master. It was just an instinctive command, born from the haze of urgency. But what happened next made Michael seriously wonder if, should his undead ever turn against him, it would simply be the end of him. It felt like Thor's hammer had slammed straight into his stomach. His entire world lurched. For a split second, every sense, sight, sound, touch, fractured into white-hot shards of pain. His vision exploded into a wash of blinding light. His breath fled his lungs in a hoarse, strangled gasp. The illusion collapsed. Michael's awareness snapped back to his body so abruptly he nearly vomited. He barely registered the cold stone floor beneath him as he doubled over, retching dryly. He could feel it. The real floor. The real air. Gasping, he forced his head up. His hand was clutched to his abdomen where Spartan had struck him, and even through the agony, part of him noted with grim gratitude that the armored undead had shown restraint. If that was restraint. Because if there'd been even a hint more force behind the blow, he wasn't sure he'd be alive to appreciate it. But at least, he was free. And, he realized, painfully sucking in air, he wouldn't have to endure another strike. In the illusion space, the moment Michael's awareness left, something subtle shifted in the atmosphere. The second prince's eyes snapped to the empty space where Michael had stood a heartbeat before. His pupils contracted, just slightly, and then he let out a slow exhale through his nose. Well, he murmured. It appears he found his own way out. A marquis's mouth fell open. What? What just happened? The Count, who had been gripping his own arms as though to reassure himself he was still real, looked around wildly. Did he die? No. The prince's tone was as cold and precise as ever. If he had, the illusion would have reacted differently. That was a severance. A clean one. He glanced at the Duke, whose face was momentarily blank with shock. He succeeded, the prince continued quietly. He managed to forcibly reassert his awareness. Which means... The Duke's eyes regained focus, and for the first time since the illusion had begun, there was a glint of something like hope in them. But how? Another Marquis demanded. He was here one moment, and the next, he was not, the prince said flatly. Which tells us he leveraged the tether we sensed earlier. He must have had some means of applying stimulus to his body. The Count swallowed. But we don't. Silence fell again. At last, one of the Marquises shifted uncomfortably, his gaze darting between the empty space where Michael had vanished and the second prince's impassive face. Not if he escaped, the Marquis said slowly, perhaps he will attempt to free us as well. His tone carried a thin thread of hope, but it was hesitant and uncertain. The prince's eyes flickered to him. "Perhaps," he said. "But I wouldn't wager your life on it." "You don't think he will?" "I think," the prince replied, voice cool and flat, "that any man with sense will use his freedom to ensure his own survival first. And if he has that much sense, he will stay far away from this place." He looked back at the tunnels, his gaze distant again. No one argued. Duke Evermoon finally exhaled a long, quiet breath. Even he, who had more cause than the rest to believe Michael might help them, did not look convinced. Their connection was cordial, yes, but brief. It couldn't be said to be strong at all. And besides, though no one said it aloud, every man in that space was thinking the same thing. If he did return, if he chose not to help, but instead to strike at them while their bodies were unguarded and defenseless, it would be so very easy. They were all powerful, respected men, yes, but here, caught in this trap, they were nothing but prizes waiting to be claimed. Eventually, the second prince drew in a measured breath and straightened, as if to banish any further speculation. His gaze swept across the group, steady and authoritative. "Enough," he said quietly. "Whatever he intends, we can do nothing about it from here. And speculation will not get us free." He turned back to the 7 tunnels that waited in the gloom. "We proceed as discussed," he continued. "There is no guarantee that standing still will spare us. If this is a contest of progress, then delay only benefits our enemies." One of the marquises looked reluctant. "Splitting up is our best chance," the prince cut in firmly. "We must cover ground quickly. No fewer than 2 in each group. Should one fall behind or become compromised, the other may relay warnings or attempt rescue." He paused, as if daring them to protest. When no one did, he inclined his head. He gestured to the tunnels, 3 on the left, 4 on the right. "Duke Evermoon," he said, voice measured, "you will accompany me." The old duke nodded slowly. Of all of them, he looked the least surprised to be chosen. "The rest of you, pair yourselves as you see fit," the prince continued. Michael did not linger on the floor long. He couldn't afford to. He forced himself upright, one hand still clutched to his bruised abdomen. His vision pulsed in and out of clarity as he drew slow, ragged breaths. Ariane and Lyra were still behind him. They were both still standing exactly where he'd left them, eyes open but vacant, staring at nothing. Michael's jaw tightened. He straightened fully, ignoring the tremor in his muscles, and lifted a hand to Spartan. "Carry the elf," he ordered, voice hoarse. "I'll take the girl." Spartan bowed silently and moved to obey. Michael did not wait to see it done. He made his way and bent over Ariane, one arm sliding beneath her knees, the other supporting her shoulders. She did not react as he lifted her, she didn't even blink. The instant Ariane was secure in his arms, Michael turned without hesitation. Spartan followed, the dark elf's limp form slung effortlessly over one armored shoulder. They did not meet any resistance. Not a guard. Not a staff member. Not a single flicker of movement. Every living soul in the building was still deep in the illusion's grasp. And Michael had no interest in waiting to see if that would change. He crossed the threshold, boots striking the polished stone of the corridor, and without slowing broke into a run. Step after step, the halls blurred around him, shadows and lamplight smearing into streaks of dim color. At the main doors, he didn't even pause to open them properly. He simply shifted his weight, braced Ariane tighter, and kicked the great panels wide with a thunderous crash. Cold night air slammed into his face. And then he was gone, past the threshold, past the courtyard, sprinting across the moonlit gardens and vaulting the outer wall in a single smooth motion. Only when they had put almost 1,500 meters between themselves and the auction hall did Michael finally stop. He stopped because something was wrong. Michael lowered Ariane carefully to the grass, bracing her limp form against one knee. Her head lolled back. Her eyes, previously half open in that vacant stare, had fluttered fully shut. He frowned. "Miss Ariane." Michael called out softly. There was no response. He shifted her gently in his arms, feeling her pulse at her throat. "Spartan," he called without looking up. His armored undead stepped closer and eased Lyra's limp body to the ground beside Ariane. Michael turned his gaze to the dark elf, noting that she too had slipped into the same deep, unresponsive state. His eyes narrowed. When he'd carried them out, both women had been in that dazed half-awareness, staring blankly, but clearly still conscious on some level. Now that nothing, Michael slowly straightened, his gaze flicking back the way he'd come, over the gardens and rooftops toward the distant glow of the auction house. He thought carefully, ignoring the cold breeze that tugged at his hair and the ache still throbbing in his ribs. It must be the illusion's range, he decided at last. It made sense. Whatever subtle mechanism had been keeping their minds partially bound had collapsed the instant they were carried too far from its core. Michael's gaze lingered on Ariane's peaceful face. He turned to check Lyra again, same pulse, same breath, same limp stillness, and let out a slow, steady exhale. For a moment, he considered going back to help the others. But just like the second prince had said after noting Michael's escape, Michael also thought that any man with sense will use his freedom to ensure his own survival first. Still, Michael could not help but glance back toward the estate once more. Even now, the place looked deceptively serene. Candlelit windows, fluttering banners, the faint hush of the wind across the tiled roof. As if it were any other night. "Though I can't be there in person," Michael murmured, "it's not like I can't do anything." He could spread his senses back to the auction hall. But even as the thought formed, he felt a twinge of wariness. If the spell was clever enough to catch him once, it might be clever enough to use that link to draw him back in. And if that happened, if he stumbled right back into the same trap he'd just clawed his way out of, it would be the height of stupidity. He had already considered that possibility. But if he couldn't go? He turned his gaze to Spartan, standing silent sentinel over the two unconscious women. There was nothing stopping him. The undead had been untouched by the illusion, his mind shielded by death itself. Michael's jaw set. Illusion magic, it seemed, had no effect on the dead. Or rather, no effect on the undead. As for how he would use Spartan to investigate the way ahead, it was simple. Michael would rely on his newly awakened skill, telepathy. This ability was partially tied to the range of his spiritual senses. He reasoned that if he focused carefully through his undead while keeping his own body beyond the illusion's reach, he should be mostly safe. However, before attempting any of that, he intended to scout the grounds around the estate. Who knew, maybe the opposition wasn't inside the auction building at all, but waiting outside. If that was the case, defeating whoever had cast the spell could end it at the source. Perhaps the real threat was beyond those walls, and Michael was willing to try his luck. And if he decided the danger was too great to tackle alone, he already had a plan. He'd simply leave this mess to Mage Lien and let the capital's own powers clean it up. Michael drew in a slow breath, feeling the night air cool against the sweat on his skin. He reached inward again. The connection unfurled in his mind like a taut string of thought, linking his awareness to Spartan's empty, obedient consciousness. Telepathy. "Spartan," he projected, not bothering to speak aloud. His mental voice was clear and cold. "Yes, Master." "Circle the estate. Look for any signs of magic, rituals, anything. If you see something, call to me." There was a brief pause, as though the undead was processing the order in his own way. Then, "Understood." The armored figure shifted as he turned away from the unconscious women. In a smooth motion, Spartan began moving back toward the estate, his footfalls silent on the moonlit grass. Michael watched him go, his eyes narrow. It was a crude plan, nothing elegant about it. Just a simple, cautious probe. He looked down again at Ariane's pale face, then at Lyra's still form beside her. He would wait here a while. However, a beat later, Michael decided to do more. He summoned several more of his human undead, each clad in armor. As he studied the 5 figures now arrayed before him, a thought struck him for the first time. How many consciousnesses could he connect to with telepathy at once? Michael had quite a number of human undead. And no, it wasn't as though he'd gone on a killing spree. For one, he couldn't have done so in Aurora. There were far too many people more powerful than him there. And while it was possible in the land of origin, provided he planned it well, Michael wasn't a killer by nature. Most of these corpses came from the unfortunate souls the Hunters Guild had offered him as part of various tasks, bandits, fugitives, and the like. Not all of them had been good people. In one way or another, they all had blood on their hands. And Michael, someone who now operated in ways that might earn a frown from others, was willing to do what needed to be done, so long as it didn't cross the lines he refused to break. This was how he'd acquired his human undead. All of them were high humans. The fact he could summon them proved it. Most times Michael never bothered to evolve an undead if he couldn't at least summon it first. Unfortunately, since he'd been saving his evolution points lately, not all his undead had been fully strengthened yet. But they were still summonable. When one thought about it, Michael was rather fortunate. Thanks to evolving as a high human, which had boosted his mana reserves, his magic capabilities, his affinity for elements, and more, he could maintain a large undead retinue in the netherworld. In the days he'd spent in the land of origin, armed with overwhelming mana and a series of trials and errors, he'd managed to accomplish something he'd once assumed would only be possible after entering an academy. That didn't mean he no longer needed ritual methods for summoning undead. It wasn't always a matter of simply contracting creatures weaker than himself to guarantee success. Take, for example, the taboo mind-controlling tentacle monster currently sealed in his storage space. Its rank was far too high. So was its level. And because the creature was so rare, Michael wasn't about to risk reviving it lightly. If he failed 3 times, that would be the end of it. That wasn't something he was willing to chance, at least not unless he became so strong he could easily surpass the creature at its peak. And that probably wasn't going to happen anytime soon. Strength didn't necessarily equate to combat power. Besides, there was no need to rush. Michael took a slow breath and focused. One by one, he reached out, extending that thin, silvery thread of mental contact, until all 5 undead were linked to his awareness. The experience was strange. He could feel them. Each mind was like a vacant vessel, perfectly receptive, never resisting. And even with all 5 connections active at once, it wasn't hard. In fact, it barely felt like any strain at all. He blinked once, surprised. This was telepathy at basic mastery. He'd assumed that connecting to more than 1 or 2 undead would quickly become exhausting, that the skill would have built-in limits based on its level of refinement. But it seemed he'd been wrong. If there was a ceiling, it wasn't something imposed by the skill itself. It was imposed by him. Michael shifted his focus experimentally, sending a brief pulse of thought to each undead in turn, Spartan, the 5 new ones standing motionless before him. They all responded at once, acknowledging his call without hesitation. A slow sense of amazement settled in his chest. So the real limit wasn't the skill's mastery. It was the same factor that determined how far he could send his spiritual senses in the first place, his intelligence stat. The range of his telepathy had already proven to rely on how far his perception could stretch, rather than any arbitrary cap. And now, it seemed the number of concurrent connections was the same. As long as his mind could handle it. There was no limit. Michael's lips curved faintly. Interesting. This was still just the beginning, too. If this was how telepathy felt at basic mastery, he could only imagine what it would become at intermediate or advanced mastery. Or, he allowed himself to think, at perfect mastery. A skill that could evolve alongside his mind, unshackled by anything but his own potential. And perhaps one day, he wouldn't even need to stand in the dark, directing his undead by halves. He could be everywhere at once. Michael drew in another long breath, feeling his heart slow to a steady, purposeful rhythm. One by one, he gave the 5 armored undead their first command: circle the grounds. If you find anything at all, report to me. 6 silent minds answered as one. He felt no fear from them. No doubt. Only obedience. As the undead dispersed into the darkness, Michael closed his eyes, extending his perception along each thread of connection. At first, all he sensed was that same quiet blankness, the emptiness of minds waiting for command. He pressed further against the link, testing it, half expecting to see through his undead's eyes. Michael's brow furrowed. He couldn't see through them. Couldn't feel what their bodies felt either, as they were undead. They were not capable of physical feeling. He'd known this limitation before. Telepathy seemed like it was nothing more than thought. Michael thought of another skill of his, sharing senses. If he invoked it, he could link his perception to a single undead as though it were his own body. He couldn't control the body, but he could see what it saw. If it was a living subject, he'd feel what they felt. As Michael tested the edges of this mental connection, he couldn't help but wonder, could telepathy accomplish the same thing? It felt like it should be possible. After all, if the number of connections depended on the strength of his mind, perhaps the same was true for the depth of each connection. He focused, drawing in a long, steadying breath. In his mind's eye, he reached not just a Spartan but through him, willing his senses to flow along the thread of connection. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. A rush of strange, blurred impressions. A darkness that wasn't his own. It wasn't clear. It wasn't as vivid as sharing senses. But it was something. Michael's heart thumped once, hard. A grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. So telepathy could almost replicate sharing senses, after all, if he pushed it. He suspected if his skill was stronger, or if his mind was more practiced at this, he might be able to see everything Spartan did as though it were his own eyes. And if that was true, then this skill's potential was far beyond anything he'd first imagined. Even as the blurry black and white vision pulsed and faded, Michael felt a surge of quiet satisfaction. He might not have been able to stride back into the auction house himself. But he wasn't powerless. Michael drew in a slow breath, feeling the night around him, and focused all 6 threads of his will into a single, silent command. Find something, anything for me. The 6 minds acknowledged as one, and Michael felt them scatter in all directions like silent shadows. At first, he kept his perception steady, content to let the faint, half-formed impressions drift back to him. But then, less than a minute later, something changed. It began gradually, so subtle he almost missed it. The blurred darkness behind Spartan's senses, barely distinguishable from the night, started to sharpen. Edges clarified. The vague sense of shape became the clean outline of a hedge. The shadows deepened into gradations of black and gray. Michael's eyes snapped open. He wasn't using sharing senses. He hadn't activated it at all. But the vision continued to grow clearer, the world resolving itself in stark detail. His pulse climbed, just a little. He could see everything Spartan saw, just as vividly as his own eyes. This isn't sharing senses, he thought, stunned. This is. He hadn't cast another skill. Sharing senses wouldn't even work with the distance between him and his undead at the moment. Then a realization settled over him like a stone dropped into still water. This was not him. Michael's mind stirred and he called out his status to confirm something. Telepathy, intermediate mastery, Proficiency, 0 fan tram, the ability to transmit thoughts or information directly from one mind to another without relying on physical senses. At this level, the skill transcends simple mental communication, enhanced sensory convergence. The user can perceive the world through the senses of any connected creature with full clarity, as if occupying their body personally. No longer limited to partial impressions or flickering shadows, vision, hearing, and even the subtleties of spatial awareness are perfectly replicated. Directed perception, the user may choose which senses to share or suppress for each connection, allowing them to filter overwhelming input. Projected illusions, the user can project real or false sensory information into the mind of a connected target, shaping what they perceive as reality. Through this, the undead, or any linked subject, can be made to see or hear things that do not exist, facilitating deception or enhanced coordination. As expected, the skill had leveled up without him even realizing it. This was now the fastest he had ever advanced the skill to the next mastery. Why is it like this, though? Michael couldn't help but wonder if it had something to do with his deliberate attempt to push beyond the simple scope of telepathy. Michael lowered his gaze to the two women resting beside him. Their breathing was steady, their pulses calm. Neither stirred. They were safe, at least for now. Michael shifted his focus back along the connections, watching through Spartan's eyes as the undead stalked around the perimeter of the auction hall. Everything appeared in perfect clarity, every blade of grass, every ripple of disturbed air. Black and white, the entire world rendered in stark contrast. The vision of the undead was different from his own living sight, but somehow more precise. There was no color. No warmth. Through the eyes of the dead, the world was a place of pure shapes and motion, a landscape reduced to essentials. He guided Spartan to a low wall at the estate's edge and peered over it, scanning the cobbled street beyond. He switched perspectives without effort, shifting his awareness to another undead slipping between hedges on the opposite flank. The transition was smooth, like blinking. Michael's lips curved faintly. He felt like this was the true power of telepathy for a necromancer. Not merely communication, but omnipresence. He could be anywhere, everywhere, all at once. And this was only intermediate mastery and his current limit. He let his focus drift across each thread in turn, gathering impressions, cross-referencing angles of vision. There were no ritual circles in the grass. No hidden mages crouched behind walls. He began to feel a cautious relief. But he wasn't done yet. Michael was ready to return to the auction space. Since there wasn't a problem outside, it could only mean there was a problem inside. Michael shifted his perception back through Spartan's eyes. The undead stood just beyond the courtyard. "Move forward," he commanded. Spartan obeyed without hesitation. Step by step, the armored undead began crossing the cobblestone drive that connected the main entrance to the carriage park. It didn't take long for Michael to see that the illusions reached far beyond the auction chamber itself. Figures dotted the wide drive in eerie, frozen stillness. A footman with one hand raised to adjust his cap, mouth half open in what must have been a greeting, locked in place like a statue. Two people in long coats stood beside an opulent carriage, caught in the middle of a conversation. One of them was holding a ledger, the other gesturing toward the hall. Neither so much as blinked. Farther along, a coach driver sat slumped over the reins, head bowed as if in exhausted sleep, his horses standing motionless beneath the flickering lanterns. Yes, even animals were not spared. Michael felt a chill stir the back of his mind, even though he knew the cold wasn't real. He guided Spartan onward, every step echoing in the perfect hush. Past the first carriages. Past the frozen attendants. Spartan reached the point where Michael's own footprints scuffed the dew-damp cobbles, wide strides, a trail of crushed grass and splintered boards from when he'd crashed bodily through the gates. Beyond lay the grand entrance hall, lit by lanterns. Spartan, he projected, letting his mind sink fully into the undead's perception, enter. The armored figure stepped forward without pause, passing through the threshold. He crossed the wide vestibule. Everywhere Michael looked, people were frozen in place. And then, one after another, 5 other armored figures appeared behind Spartan. The rest of Michael's undead had arrived, moving in perfect silence, their heavy boots leaving no mark on the immaculate marble floor. For a moment, Michael simply let them stand there, arrayed in a loose semicircle. He could feel the weight of their attention, an emptiness waiting to be filled with command. "Search everything," he ordered at last, his mental voice as calm as it was cold. "Every room. Every corner. If there is any active spell work, any hidden presence, I want to know." 6 silent minds accepted the order as one. The 5 undead fanned out in a practiced pattern, each taking a different doorway, vanishing deeper into the building. Michael let his awareness settle back through Spartan's senses. The grand vestibule stretched out before him, empty but for the frozen figures. He studied them for a long moment. And then, unbidden, a thought flickered through his mind, quiet, insidious. A realization he hadn't allowed himself to consider until just now. Technically, he thought slowly, I'm the only one here who can move. His gaze swept across the silent hall, the rich tapestries, the gleaming columns, the extravagant displays of wealth. Some of the items that had been wheeled in for the auction were still arranged on their pedestals and velvet-draped tables. Nothing stopped him from simply walking over and taking them. And the longer he stood there, the harder it became to dismiss the thought. The Great Tier Magic Scroll. An item powerful enough to match the abilities of a Rank 3 Awakener or a King Rank Cultivator. Or the miracle fruit that could grant 300 years of life. And more than that, it could also strengthen the body and refine the flesh to elevate an ordinary man to something almost transcendent. Michael exhaled slowly, feeling his pulse tick up in his throat. He didn't think he was a saint. Everything here. Technically, it's all accessible to me. A dozen arguments tried to surface in his mind at once. That it was theft. That it was reckless. That taking something now could bring consequences he couldn't foresee. But another part of him logically pointed out the truth. Nothing was stopping him. No one would even know unless he chose to tell them or admitted it if he was suspected. His undead moved through the halls, searching. On the other end, Michael stood, feeling the weight of the choice settling over him. Would it really be theft, he thought, if every witness was trapped in a dream? The thought refused to leave him. It settled in the back of his mind like a seed, quietly taking root. Michael drew in a steadying breath. In the end, Michael decided to put the thought behind him. This was the capital. He might be one of the stronger individuals here, but he still wasn't at the top. Not even close. There were people in this city who could shatter his life with a single word if he overstepped. If he got greedy here and it put him in serious trouble, it wouldn't be worth it. He could survive a lot, but crossing the wrong power in the capital could end him before he even understood what he'd done. Michael let out a long exhale, steadying the restless spark in his chest. It wasn't worth it. But even so, if he saw something that he liked, something he truly wanted or needed, he wouldn't pretend he was above taking it. That, at least, he decided he could live with. Call it a consolation fee. If this absurd mess had forced him to risk his life and had given him a chance to pluck something valuable from the ruins, he wouldn't feel guilty about accepting the compensation. A small, wry smile ghosted across his lips. He was many things, but naive wasn't one of them. His undead continued their silent search, their minds linked to his like a constellation of empty vessels. Michael let the thought settle and then fade, replaced by a colder focus. One thing at a time. He shifted his focus fully into Spartan, feeling the familiar dissonance of inhabiting an unliving perspective. Black and white clarity unfolded around him, every shadow crisp as a blade's edge. Spartan moved deeper into the auction hall, past the lavish displays and the unmoving crowd. Room by room, hall by hall, Michael's other undead pressed on, methodical, relentless. He felt their progress like distant heartbeats in the dark. One in the western wing had begun descending a servant's staircase. Another slipped through a side corridor lined with locked doors. A third passed a tapestry. But it was Spartan who drew his attention most. Michael directed him toward the broad archway at the end of the main hall. Beyond it lay a descending passage. The basement. Every estate of this size had a vault or storage chamber, and the auction house was no exception. Spartan soon reached the landing. Michael guided him forward, passing row after row of crates and locked cabinets. And then, just beyond the furthest row, he saw them. 6 figures. They stood in a loose semicircle, robes pooling around their feet like shadows congealed into cloth. One of the robed figures stood over a shallow copper basin that steamed faintly in the cold air. The others were focused on the array drawn across the floor, its lines intricate as a spider's web. Their faces were hidden beneath hoods, and though none of them turned to look, Michael felt the conviction in his bones. These were no victims of the illusion. They were its architects. Michael watched through Spartan's cold, unblinking gaze. 6 robed figures. So they were here all along. Michael studied them carefully. Though none moved, he could see the subtle rise and fall of their chests. The rational part of his mind immediately whispered that he should strike now, end them before they could react, and shatter the spell anchoring the entire building. But Michael didn't move. Instead, he took a long, slow breath, centering himself. This room. His gaze shifted from the ritual array to the racks of crates and shelves lining the walls. He saw strongboxes with iron locks, velvet-lined stands bearing artifacts half-wrapped in protective silk, chests bearing the wax seals of noble families. This must be where they kept the auction stock. Michael felt a quiet, almost amused resignation. Even in a crisis, part of him was still thinking about what he could salvage. But he wasn't reckless enough to turn his attention away from the 6 figures entirely. Michael slipped his perception into the other 5 undead scattered throughout the building. One by one, he directed them to converge silently on the vault. It didn't take long before the last of them slipped through the archway and came to stand beside Spartan. Good, he thought. If they so much as flinch, I'll know. 6 undead against 6 humans wasn't a guarantee of victory. He had no illusions about that. Any one of these robed figures might be a mage more powerful than them. But a surprise assault from 6 high humans, all leveled up to at least level 15 thanks to the dimensional cracks of Aurora, was strong enough. The 6 would have to be ready for an attack to effectively defend it. And right now, they didn't look ready for anything but holding their spell in place. Michael let his awareness settle across all 6 perspectives, taking in every angle of the room, every corridor leading out, every hidden corner behind the crates. It was a strange thing, feeling like he stood in every spot at once. Like he was a single mind inhabiting 6 silent bodies. His fingers twitched against his knee in the real world. This is what omnipresence feels like. But he didn't indulge in it long. He refocused. Michael turned his attention back to the treasures in the vault. He didn't feel like leaving empty-handed. Not after all this. But he also wasn't going to leave these 6 alone to continue whatever they were doing. Stand watch, he commanded silently. His mental voice echoed across the 6 minds. If they move, kill them immediately. 6 wordless acknowledgments rippled back. He felt the tension in his chest loosen by a fraction. Only then did he allow himself to consider his next move. Michael steadied his thoughts. Through the undead's eyes, the vault was laid bare to him in precise detail. The peculiarity of the undead's monochrome vision, while there was no warmth or color, mana itself seemed almost visible. Wherever enchantments pooled or spells were anchored, the air turned translucent, wavering like heat above a forge. And in that cold, colorless view, it was surprisingly easy to distinguish which items were inert, and which radiated some active power. He swept his perception across the vault, cataloging every glimmer of mana. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, Michael was met with disappointment. If this was truly the auction's main vault, it seemed like most of the truly valuable goods had already been moved out or set aside somewhere else. His gaze settled somewhere else. The auction treasury. Probably a lot of it. Michael was quiet for a moment, considering. But the longer he stared at the coffers, the less appealing it felt. If he was going to take something here, it needed to be worth the risk. A single enchanted artifact with unique utility. A scroll or relic that he couldn't simply purchase later. Gold was. Just gold. And if he was being honest, he wasn't desperate enough to rob a treasury chest in the capital city over mere coins. If he was going to do it, he would do it big, and be sure it was something no one could easily trace back to him. Besides, he thought with a small sigh, if I'm going to settle for gold coins, it won't be for a little. The coins, while no doubt abundant, were almost underwhelming. Sure, they were valuable, but they lacked the spark of a truly remarkable find. He wasn't a petty thief. The Great Tear Scroll and the Miracle Fruit were far more appealing, but they came with a higher price tag in terms of risk. Not just in terms of consequences, but in their potential value, not only to him, but to others. The scroll could be a game-changer. If he could get his hands on it, it might bring him closer to real power in this world. And the Miracle Fruit. While he didn't need it, someone close to him could benefit immensely from its life-extending properties. Unfortunately, in the end, Michael settled for his previous decision. It was an easy enough line to draw in his mind, and it calmed the restless instinct that had been scratching at him since he entered this place. His attention returned to the 6 robed figures. Through Spartan's eyes, Michael studied each figure in turn. It didn't take long for him to identify one as the leader, the one with the basin. Then, with a single silent pulse across the link, Michael commanded his undead to strike. The 6 armored figures moved as one. The nearest undead seized the first robed mage by the skull and twisted. There was no surprise, only a dull crunch as the man's neck snapped cleanly. Another undead caught a second by both shoulders and jerked hard to the side, the impact breaking bone. A third robed figure fell limply under a crushing blow to the base of the neck. The fourth and fifth died almost in the same heartbeat, one throat crushed under a mailed fist, the other's skull caved in with a punch. Only the leader remained. Michael's awareness flowed like water through the 6 bodies. Spartan advanced, iron gauntlet outstretched. In one swift motion, he clamped onto the leader's arm and wrenched it backward until the shoulder joint tore with a soft wet pop. The man's breath hitched, an instinctive bodily reaction, even without consciousness, and his body spasmed in place. A second undead took hold of the opposite arm and did the same. Soon his limbs were left dangling uselessly. Michael then turned his attention to the ritual circle on the floor, and when he saw it was still running, a slight sense of relief came to him. Good, he thought. Michael didn't want any complications, this was related to his actions just now. Michael flexed his hands in the real world, feeling a quiet satisfaction settle into his bones. Transporting the bodies would be simple enough. He would have Spartan and 2 others carry the corpses. The leader he would take alive. There were questions that needed answers. Why this place? Who ordered it? What purpose did the illusion serve beyond mere theft? Michael truly didn't like the feeling of his life being in danger, which made him quite resentful. And after the answers came, he would kill the man. And raise him. Raise him as an undead. Because whatever else he felt, Michael could not deny the simple, ruthless truth. 6 robed figures had held him and every other rank 2 powerhouse in this place completely helpless. That power was too valuable to waste. Unique abilities like this, ritualists who could cripple an entire building without spilling a drop of blood, were rarer than most treasure. They would be. He searched for the word. No matter how little he liked the idea of filling his ranks with the dead, making everything so messy aside from gaining more evolution points, he wasn't blind to the benefits. Bring them to me. Another command was sent. One by one, Michael directed his undead to gather the bodies. One undead hoisted a limp corpse over broad shoulders. Two more flanked the leader, gripping him firmly by the upper arms. The leader's head lolled to the side, mouth opening in a wet gasp, still caught halfway between awareness and the spell's haze. This amused Michael, as it confirmed that if he himself was deep within the range of the illusion spell, it would capture him again. To be free again, he'd need another dose of Thor Love Hammer. 6 acknowledgments rippled back, as silent and inexorable as the tide. And in the vault beneath the auction house, 5 undead left, leaving the steaming basin and the still pulsing ritual array behind them. Michael waited. Soon, 5 undead approached him. 2 carried limp corpses across their shoulders like sacks of grain, arms swinging loosely. Another held a body under each arm, gauntlets sunk into the robes. The last 2 had the leader between them. They came to a halt in a neat line before him. Up close, Michael could see how fragile the robed man looked, pale and clammy, blood leaking slowly from both ruined shoulders. Michael frowned at this. His gaze only relaxed when he saw that the man's clothes soaked it all. He was worried about leaving an obvious trace. Michael's eyes were still fixed on the man. He was unconscious. Just like the Duke's daughter. Just like the dark elf. Once removed from the spell's reach, awareness slipped away. But unlike them, he had no intention of leaving this one in peace. He stepped forward and steadied the man's slack face for a moment, considering. Words, he suspected, wouldn't reach him. Not in this state. So Michael chose the simplest method. He drew back his hand and struck the man across the cheek, once, sharply. The man's head snapped to the side, but no sign of waking. Michael's lips pressed into a thin line. This time, knuckles met skin. A bright red welt bloomed across the cheekbone. A low groan escaped the man's throat. Michael's brows lifted a fraction. Promising. He reached out, pressing his thumb into the hollow beneath the jaw, hard enough that he felt the pulse flutter, then hammer. A body never ignored pain for long. The robed man sucked in a ragged breath, eyes fluttering. Michael waited, thumb still pressed to the nerve. Slowly, like a man clawing his way out of deep water, the leader's eyes opened. Unfocused. Bloodshot. But awake. For a moment, confusion warred with fear on his bruised face. Then, with visible effort, he lifted his gaze and met Michael's eyes. Michael inclined his head faintly. "Good evening," he said, voice soft and cold. "I see you're finally joining us." The man's lips parted, but no sound emerged beyond a wet gasp. "Don't waste energy trying to cast," Michael continued calmly. "Your arms are broken. Your channels are likely disrupted. And if you try to bite your tongue or trigger a failsafe, I assure you, I'll know." The last part was a bluff. It had just occurred to Michael, and he figured he should say it, as he really didn't have much experience in this aspect. The man swallowed convulsively. Michael felt a flicker of grim satisfaction. Michael turned, nodding to the undead who held the leader upright. "Hold him," he ordered. 2 blank helmets inclined in unison, gauntlets tightening just enough to pin the man's shoulders without crushing them further. He paused to glance over the row of bodies, all limp in death. It was an odd thing, how little revulsion he felt now. Perhaps he'd simply grown accustomed to the sight. As for why Spartan was absent, Spartan remained behind in the vault because of the ritual array. Michael knew when he was ready, when he had hopefully wrung whatever secrets he could from this wretch, he would give the final order. The array would be smashed. The spell would hopefully collapse. And everyone affected would wake. But not yet. Michael stepped closer, lowering his voice to something almost intimate. "Who sent you?" The man's throat bobbed. His eyes flickered sideways, as if searching for a means of escape that didn't exist. Michael sighed. "I can wait," he murmured. "But I assure you, it will be worse for you if I have to." The man shivered. A strangled sound crawled up his throat, half a whimper, half a word. Michael's hand fell to the man's cheek, almost gently. "Try again," he said, his tone colder than the wind around him. The man's cracked lips moved again, and this time, words scraped out, hoarse and ragged. "Theft." Michael's brows rose a fraction. The man swallowed, a tremor running through his body. His voice was little more than a whisper. "And assassination." Michael tilted his head slightly. "Assassination? Of whom?" The robed man only closed his eyes, as if the effort of speaking had drained the last of his strength. Michael steadied him in silence. His gaze drifted over the man's bloodless hands, the torn fabric at his shoulders, the subtle rise and fall of his chest. "Who hired you?" he pressed, his voice low but urgent. The man's jaw clenched weakly, but no further sound came. Michael sighed through his nose, and without warning, drove his thumb into the dislocated joint of the man's shoulder. The body lurched against the undead's grip, a strangled groan tearing free. "Answer me." Still, the man's eyes remained shut. His breathing turned shallow, each ragged inhale more labored than the last. It didn't soften Michael's expression. He leaned closer. "Speak," he demanded again, his voice softer, colder. The man's eyelids fluttered, just enough that Michael saw the glimmer of regret behind them. A memory flashed through the man's mind in that instant. A conversation, quiet and tense. One voice saying the payout would be worth it. Another said it was too risky. And the man's own doubts. His own reluctance. "I should never have come," he thought. "I knew it was too dangerous. Too many variables." His breathing hitched. Too many unknowns. Like him. No words. No plea. Michael had killed him. He didn't need to press more to know it was futile. The last word dissolved in a ragged exhale. The man's head lolled forward, chin touching his chest, and did not rise again. Michael watched for a long, silent moment. In that stillness, he felt the faint, sour taste of disappointment. So many answers, just out of reach. He drew back his hand, flexing his stiff fingers. "I suppose that's all you had left," he murmured quietly. He reached up, brushing the blood from his knuckles on the man's robe. Then he straightened, his voice taking on a calm, hollow timbre as he addressed the undead holding the corpse upright. "Lay him down." They obeyed, lowering the body gently to the floor. "If you won't tell me who sent you," he thought, "then you'll serve me another way." Of course, it wasn't now. Michael had other things to do. With a wave of his hand, Michael stored the 6 corpses in his storage space. After that, he also dismissed the 5 undead around him back to the netherworld. Michael then reached back through the thin thread of telepathy still anchored in the vault below, sinking into Spartan's cold, steady awareness. The armored undead stood exactly where Michael had left him, motionless among the rows of crates and the flickering ritual lines that still pulsed faintly across the stone floor. "Spartan," Michael projected, his voice a calm whisper in the undead's mind. "Destroy the circle." There was no hesitation. Spartan moved, iron boots scraping softly as he stepped forward. He lifted his gauntlet foot and brought it down hard in the center of the array. A brittle crack split the air, then another. The intricate runes fractured under the impact, spreading jagged fissures across the entire design. Mana sputtered like a dying flame. A moment later, the glow winked out entirely, leaving only the cold darkness of the basement. Michael felt the last traces of the spell sever like taut strings snapping all at once. He drew in a slow breath, then released the link, dismissing Spartan into the netherworld with a flick of thought. The armored shape dissolved into darkness, leaving behind only empty stone and the quiet stink of copper and burned oils. For a moment, Michael wondered if it had worked, if all those frozen in place above had returned to themselves, as he considered the risk that some other failsafe or hidden ritual still lingered unseen. But there was no more time to linger. He turned, glancing at the two unconscious figures slumped a few paces away. The Duke's daughter, her face pale against her hair, and the dark elf woman, her breathing steady but shallow. Michael exhaled and stepped closer. He bent, scooping the first woman carefully into his arms, then shifted the second woman across his shoulder. Neither stirred. Satisfied they were secure, he straightened and began to walk. His boots clicked steadily. Michael was careful to keep his stride measured and silent. Even with the spell broken, he couldn't quite convince himself he was safe. The two women he carried were dead weight against his shoulders, their shallow breathing the only sign they still clung to life. Soon he stepped into the parking lot, but the sight he was met with made him pause. Michael's brows drew together. He'd expected to see people regaining their consciousness, but this wasn't it. What Michael was met with were bodies. Dozens of them. All lying motionless where they had stood. Michael's lips compressed to a thin line. He shifted the dark elf slightly over his shoulder and walked forward with deliberate caution, his boots whispering over the cobbles. Here and there, a low groan told him some still lived, trapped in the fog between sleep and waking. But not all. He stopped by a man in a fine green robe whose cheek was pressed flat to the ground. There was no blood. No visible open wound. But his chest did not rise. Michael's frown deepened. He turned his head and scanned the parking lot again, more carefully this time. And now he saw it, the subtle difference. Some of these people were merely unconscious. But some were dead. A memory immediately came to him, one of the second prince. If you die in the illusion, you die in truth. Michael's gaze swept the scene again, lingering on the lifeless shapes scattered across the flagstones. So that was what had happened. For a moment, Michael felt a twisted satisfaction that he had been right to force himself free, wrenching his mind back to reality with pain. And he'd survived because of it. A quiet exhale slipped past Michael's lips. Rest in peace, he murmured, though there was no particular emotion behind the words. He looked down at the women in his arms. At least these two were alive. That was something. He turned away from the rows of bodies and resumed walking. Michael didn't slow again until he reached the tall double doors of the auction house. He shifted his grip on the women, adjusting Ariane's weight in his arms and the dark elf across his shoulder, and stepped inside. The air in the hall was thick with the faint scent of candle wax and cold stone. Michael had barely taken 3 steps into the entry corridor when he felt it, a slight movement against his chest. Michael looked down, just as the Duke's daughter stirred weakly in his arms. Ariane's lashes fluttered, her expression tightening with confusion before her eyes finally opened. Her eyes were clear and alert despite the pallor of her face. Michael could see the moment her thoughts caught up to reality. First, recognition. Then, realization. Her gaze darted to the dark elf draped over his shoulder, then back up to meet his. And finally, an unmistakable flicker of mortified outrage. "Why," she began, her voice rough and soft all at once, "are you carrying me?" Michael raised a brow, studying her calm but slightly flushed expression. "You were unconscious," he said evenly. "Consider this a courtesy." Ariane seemed about to argue, but she caught herself. Her eyes narrowed instead, searching his face for something she didn't seem to find. She exhaled shakily and turned her head away. This was the first time she had been so close to a man aside from her father and brothers. The worst part was he still hadn't let her go. Michael had no idea what was going through Ariane's mind when he felt a second movement. This time, against his shoulder. Michael turned his head slightly to look at the dark elf woman, Lyra. Unlike Ariane, she did not stir or lift her head. But her breathing had changed, steady, deliberate, controlled. Michael studied her in silence, and he knew she'd been awake for longer than she let on. She was still pretending, her eyes closed, her body limp. Strange woman, he thought. He didn't bother calling her out. It wasn't as though she was a threat in her current state, and part of him suspected she simply didn't know how to act yet. After all, one day she'd been a free assassin. The next, she'd failed her mission, been captured, enslaved, and purchased by a stranger who carried her around like baggage. Even for someone trained to adapt, that was probably a lot to digest. Michael resumed walking down the wide hall, boots echoing off the high ceilings. It occurred to him, watching Ariane finally lift her head to take in their surroundings, that their gradual awakening told him something important. That, aside from pain, anyone freed from the illusion would, given time, regain consciousness naturally. And judging by Lyra, it seemed the stronger someone was, the faster they woke, though there was clearly a limit to how much difference strength alone could make. That was good to know. He adjusted his grip one last time and made for the inner doors. Michael had barely reached the threshold of the grand vestibule when Ariane drew a slow, steady breath. "I'd appreciate it," she said carefully, her voice cool and tight, "if you would set me down now." Michael halted. He looked down at her flushed face, her eyes fixed on the opposite wall rather than meeting his gaze. For a heartbeat, he simply stood there, struck by the belated realization that perhaps carrying a duke's daughter around like a sack of flour wasn't the most dignified arrangement. He felt a flicker of something embarrassingly close to awkwardness, though his expression, mercifully, remained as impassive as carved stone. "Ah," he said finally. "Understood." He bent at the knee, lowering her carefully until her boots touched the polished marble. Ariane adjusted her clothes with a prim efficiency that suggested she was determined not to think too hard about any of this. When she looked up, her gaze had sharpened. "What happened, Sir Mike? I remember seeing myself in some sort of space. Wait, was that an illusion? It must be, but everything after that is a bit blank." Michael studied her face for a while. Evidently, this princess was quite knowledgeable. Michael inclined his head slightly. "The short version," he began evenly, "is that I was fortunate enough to recognize the illusion early. I managed to force myself out of it, without," he added silently, mentioning that he'd done so by nearly dislocating his own rib. "And once I was free, I began searching the premises. It didn't take long to locate the source of the spell." Ariane's eyes widened a fraction. "And the perpetrators?" Michael shook his head, his tone regretful but calm. "Gone by the time I reached them. They left no trace worth following." Technically true, though he neglected to mention why they'd left no trace. He gestured vaguely toward the entrance. "As for why you were out here," he continued, "I carried you both outside for your safety. In case there were any lingering enchantments or traps in the hall. Now that the array is destroyed, I was returning you. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode." Ariane took this in slowly. Michael couldn't help but feel a small flicker of satisfaction at how cleanly the lies fit together. In fact, he was rather impressed with himself. Ariane released a quiet, measured sigh. "I see," she said after a moment, though he could tell she was already filing away questions for later. Her gaze shifted past him, to the dark elf still slung across his shoulder like a silent burden. Michael's expression didn't change. But as if sensing she'd become the subject of discussion, the dark elf finally shifted. Her breathing changed, no longer the feigned, measured rhythm of someone pretending. Slowly, Lyra lifted her head. Her eyes opened, pale, expressionless silver, and fixed on Michael. He met her gaze calmly. Lyra studied him in silence for a moment, as though weighing whether to resume her charade. Then, with a quiet exhale, she shifted her weight and spoke in a low, almost indifferent voice. You may put me down as well. Michael blinked. Then he sighed inwardly. Well, that saves me the trouble of pretending I didn't know. Wordlessly, he set her down, releasing her as she slid gracefully to her feet. Unlike Ariane, Lyra didn't bother straightening her clothing or looking away. She merely inclined her head once, cool and composed, and then stepped aside without a word. Michael decided that was good enough. He was just turning back toward the main hall, ready to move on and be done with all of this, when Ariane's voice stopped him. He paused, glancing over his shoulder. Ariane looked faintly unsettled. My father, she said carefully. We should look for him. Michael's brow creased slightly. Duke Evermoon. A memory surfaced. Room 15. He didn't particularly care for politics or titles, but Duke Evermoon was somewhat, just somewhat, of an acquaintance. Michael gave a small, accepting nod. Very well, he said. We'll check room 15 first. Ariane looked faintly relieved. Lyra, standing beside her, only watched in silence, her expression unreadable. Michael didn't spare her another glance. He turned back to the hall, boots echoing across the cold marble, and started forward again. If there was any more chaos to clean up tonight, he intended to get it over with as quickly as possible. He had no intention of staying any longer than he had to. It didn't take long for them to find the hallway of private suites. Room 15 was near the end. Michael slowed, letting Ariane step up beside him. Her breathing was a little uneven, but her face was composed. He lifted a hand to knock. The voice was deep, resonant, and calm. Ariane startled faintly at the suddenness of it. She shot Michael a glance, but he wasn't surprised. Neither was Lyra, whose gaze remained fixed steadily on the door. They had both already sensed the presence within. Michael pushed the door open and stepped through. The room was illuminated by the soft, golden glow. And at the center of it all stood Duke Evermoon. His eyes rested on his daughter with a smile on his face. In his hands, he held a small, lacquered box carved with delicate swirling sigils. Michael's gaze flicked to it, and lingered a heartbeat too long. He knew, without needing to ask, that it was the miracle fruit. And in that moment, just for an instant, the thought of robbing the old man came. Michael pulled his gaze away, forcing the thought back into the darkness where it belonged. The Duke turned fully to face them, his pale eyes measuring each of them in turn before finally settling on Michael. For a moment, there was only quiet. Then he inclined his head, just a fraction, but with the unmistakable gravity of a man unaccustomed to offering thanks lightly. You have my gratitude, Sir Mike, he said calmly. Ariane's brows shot up, her gaze darting from her father to Michael. It wasn't the gratitude that surprised her, but the ease, the familiarity of it. Almost as if they'd spoken before. Perhaps even come to some sort of agreement. Her lips parted, a question forming, but she bit it back, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully instead. Michael only inclined his head again, his expression polite, controlled. I did what I could, Your Grace. The Duke steadied him in silence for another heartbeat, then his gaze flicked to Lyra, who stood motionless near the door. He seemed to take in her presence without surprise before returning his attention to Michael. Were you able to capture any of the culprits? It was the question that finally made Ariane realize. They met inside the illusion. That was the only explanation. Her father's certainty about Michael's role. And if he'd met Michael there, then he must have seen at least some of what had transpired. Michael kept his gaze on the Duke, voice steady. Unfortunately, no, he said evenly. By the time I reached the ritual chamber, it was already too late. They left nothing worth following. Technically true, he reminded himself again. The Duke's expression didn't change, but there was a flicker of something. The evening unfolded just as Michael had suspected. Once the spell was broken, people began to awaken. The stronger ones regained consciousness first, while the weaker took longer. Michael also managed to meet some of the people he'd spoken with in the illusion, though one of them was in a rather troublesome situation. It was the Count who had shared the same worries with Michael about why their mental defense tools hadn't worked. Apparently, he had died to a trap inside the illusion. But whether it was due to a flaw in the spell or simply how it was designed, his mental defense tool only activated when he was attacked in reality. So yes, the tools had been functioning, but the spell was simply too unique. When Michael learned this, he was once again grateful he'd chosen to take that hit to his stomach. If he hadn't, he'd be like the Count, unconscious and needing to pay exorbitant fees for a rare high-tier healer. At least the Count had family and connections. Michael only had strength, and whatever connections that strength happened to bring, and even those were rather shaky. And even if they hadn't been, the idea of entrusting his life to another person, even in a body that wasn't his original one, was profoundly unsettling. The basement of the auction house was silent. Michael stood with the other 5 nobles in a loose semicircle around the shattered remains of the ritual circle. The manager of the auction, an older man whose face had the pinched look of someone who would rather be anywhere else, hovered a few steps back, wringing his hands. Duke Evermoon was there, as composed as ever, the lacquered box now tucked under one arm. Next to the Duke stood the second prince, middle-aged in appearance, his bearing effortlessly regal. As I said, Michael repeated evenly, his gaze on the broken runes, I reached this place after I freed myself from the illusion. By that point, the perpetrators were already gone. The array was still active, but there was no sign of anyone nearby. One of the nobles, a tall, narrow-faced man in black velvet, shifted restlessly. And you destroyed it yourself. I did. There was no point in leaving it intact. The second prince's eyes lifted to study him, their dark depths unreadable. You're certain it was safe to do so? If I hadn't, Michael said quietly, everyone who hadn't yet awakened would have remained trapped. Or died, eventually. A subtle hush followed that. Duke Evermoon spoke into it, his tone measured. Sir Mike did what most of us could not. Sometimes, risks are necessary. Fortunately, it turned out well. Michael glanced at him sidelong. The auction manager finally found his voice, clearing his throat as he looked around at the ruined circle. Then it is confirmed the attackers left no trace. No, Michael said, and let a faint edge of finality into his tone. Nothing. He paused, surveying the broken lines carved into the floor, lines that only a few minutes ago had almost killed them. The silence stretched a few moments longer, heavy with the chill of the basement's damp air. Then the second prince turned. His gaze settled on the auction manager. You there, the prince said, voice quiet but edged like a blade. Explain how this could happen in your establishment. The manager blanched. He bowed hastily, palms pressed together. Your Highness, I assure you, the spell was beyond anything we anticipated, beyond what you anticipated. The prince's brows lifted just enough to look amused. You host the wealth of half a slightly weak kingdom beneath this roof, and you didn't anticipate someone might attempt to seize it. The manager swallowed, sweat standing out along his hairline. Your Highness, if you would permit me time to investigate further, time, the prince repeated mildly. Time, when a dozen nobles nearly died. The manager's face had gone a sickly gray. Michael kept his expression impassive. He had no intention of rescuing the man. He was a victim after all. Duke Evermoon cleared his throat softly, but the second prince ignored him, stepping forward with an air of casual menace. Perhaps, the prince continued, a generous contribution to the royal relief coffers would help smooth this unpleasantness. That, more than the words, made it plain to everyone present what this was. It wasn't an inquiry anymore. It was leverage. The auction manager looked like a man trying not to faint. Of course, Your Highness. Whatever sum you feel appropriate, I will have my retainers draw up the details. The prince inclined his head just enough to be polite, though there was no warmth in his smile. One of the nobles coughed discreetly into his glove, failing to hide a smirk. Another looked away, lips pressed tight to hold back laughter. Even Duke Evermoon looked faintly exasperated, though he made no comment. Michael only watched the exchange in silence, thinking that for all the chaos tonight, some things never changed. Power was power. And someone would always find a way to profit from it. He liked this, though. Michael only hoped that what he'd receive was worth tonight's situation. A few minutes later, Michael looked at the briefcase handed to him by the manager. Inside the case, nestled in orderly rows, were rectangular slips of embossed parchment. The manager's voice came out thin and a little shaky. 5,000 golden papers, Sir Mike. As a token of gratitude for your decisive intervention. Michael's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he felt something jolt to a halt. 5,000. One golden paper was worth 1,000 gold coins. That meant 5 million. For the first time in a long while, he felt a genuine flicker of surprise. He managed barely to keep it from showing on his face. This was a fortune. In that quiet moment, he couldn't help the small, dry thought that crawled into his mind. If I'd had this an hour ago, that great tier scroll would have been mine. A ripple of understanding passed through the room. Michael knew exactly why the manager's hands were trembling, why his voice wavered as he asked, "Is there anything else you require, Sir Mike? Any further compensation, or perhaps an item you had your eye on? It would be no trouble." Michael studied the man's pallid face. He knew exactly why the manager was offering so freely. He'd realized that Michael's intervention tonight hadn't just saved the nobles and the customers. It had saved him. Had the second prince died in that illusion, Michael's eyes shifted sideways, landing on the prince, who was now engaged in a low, affable conversation with Duke Evermoon. It would have been hard for most people here to live to see another dawn. Not the manager. Not his staff. Probably not even their families. Michael exhaled slowly. A part of him did feel a slight, sour regret. So much money, and none of it had come in time to shift tonight's bidding in his favor. But all the same. He inclined his head, his voice calm. "There's one thing," Michael said. The manager stiffened, as though bracing for a demand he couldn't meet. "Anything you require, Sir Mike." Michael's gaze drifted briefly to Lyra, who stood behind him with her head lowered in silent composure. Then he looked back at the manager. "Do you have any master and servant contract scrolls remaining?" The question seemed to catch the manager by surprise. His brows climbed a fraction. "Master and servant. Yes, of course. We keep a supply of them for special transactions." "You require more?" "I do," Michael replied evenly. The manager inclined his head and motioned to one of the clerks waiting near the wall. The young woman practically scurried away to retrieve the item. While they waited, Michael's thoughts drifted. The master and servant scroll. Now he had confirmed it. He could use his talent on Lyra. Even if he later doesn't use the scrolls due to their nature, it was not a bad thing to have some with him on hand. Because it meant he'd uncovered another way to extend his evolution. That alone was worth more than any sum of gold. A quiet rustle of parchment pulled him from his thoughts. The clerk had returned, arms laden with a small velvet box. She set it gingerly atop a nearby table and opened it, revealing 3 rolled scrolls bound in silver clasps. 3 master and servant contracts, Sir Mike, the manager said carefully. "If you wish more, I can have them fetched." "This will do." Michael stepped forward, lifting the first scroll. A few minutes later, everything had finally, mercifully, been settled. The nobles dispersed with their guards in tow. Even the second prince eventually turned away from his predatory negotiations to issue a perfunctory farewell. Michael had no intention of lingering longer than necessary. He walked side by side with Duke Evermone along the broad corridor that led to the parking lot. At the carriage bay, Duke Evermone stopped. He turned, his gaze settling calmly on Michael. "You have my thanks again, Sir Mike." His voice was low, measured. Michael inclined his head, expression polite but distant. "I did only what was necessary." "Perhaps. But necessity alone rarely moves men so quickly." Duke Evermone lifted a gloved hand and gestured to the lacquered box tucked under his other arm. "I expect we will meet again. My daughter will no doubt have questions of her own." Michael suppressed the faintest sigh. "As you say." The Duke smiled slightly, then seemed to remember something. "Before I forget, His Highness the Second Prince asked me to pass along a message." Michael's stomach immediately tightened. He said, "When you are free, he would appreciate a meeting." Michael closed his eyes for just a moment, feeling the dull beginnings of a headache. Before, he would have been thinking of excuses. But things were different now. Too many things he'd done, too many ripples he'd left in his wake. Avoiding the kingdom's political circle completely was optimistic, at best. He drew a slow breath and opened his eyes again. "I understand," he said evenly. Duke Evermone inclined his head, apparently satisfied. The old man seemed ready to turn away, but then he paused. His pale eyes settled thoughtfully on Michael's face. "When you find the time," he said, his tone softening a fraction, "you should visit." "Soon," Michael said, voice calm. "I have some matters to discuss with Lady Ariane, in any case." That, rather unexpectedly, made the Duke's expression warm, almost indulgent. "Good," he said simply. "That will please her." Michael wondered if he regretted saying it already. The Duke stepped closer, resting a gloved hand lightly on his carriage door. Before he climbed in, he turned back once more. "One last thing," he added, lowering his voice. "The carriage that brought you here tonight, it will remain at your disposal. I've already sent instructions. Use it to return wherever you please. There's no sense in you having to hire passage after all you've done." Michael blinked. He dipped his head once, measured and polite. "Thank you." Duke Evermone steadied him for a final heartbeat, and then, with no more words, climbed into the carriage. The door shut behind him with a quiet finality. A moment later, the Evermoon crest glided past, the carriage wheels whispering over the stones as it disappeared into the night. Michael stood in the cold air a little longer than he needed to, feeling the weight of the long evening in his shoulders. When he finally turned away, Lyra was waiting behind him in silent composure, her expression the same unreadable calm it had been all night. He exhaled once, slow and quiet. "Come," he murmured. And together, without another glance at the auction house, they walked to the waiting carriage that would carry them home. The next day came in a flash. Michael's residence, though it didn't exactly become lively, felt distinctly more alive. There were now 4 occupants. 2 humans, 1 high human, and 1 dark elf. At a glance, the first 3 could have passed for the same race, though Michael's own appearance was simply too striking. But Lyra, her presence was something else entirely. Her looks alone were enough to make the 2 inexperienced youths in the house nearly turn into simpering fools. Unfortunately for them, this cold beauty was exactly that, cold. Michael didn't care either way. He hadn't brought her here because he was in need of a companion. For now, he was content to give her time to adapt before he needed her. That day, Michael decided to postpone his planned visit to Duke Evermone's estate in light of the events from the night before, pushing it off to either tomorrow or the day after. He spent most of his time in Aurora, checking on the orders he'd placed for the same materials he'd once handed off to Mage Lien that night, while arranging for a few new things to order for both himself and his undead. Thanks to Lyra's sudden presence, Michael also had Ace and Leah, his two young aides, purchase some clothes for her, most of which were designed to conceal her figure. They hadn't stopped at clothes either. Ace and Leah had also brought back a few simple things Lyra might need for day-to-day living: a plain wooden comb, a small polished mirror, a set of soft towels, basic toiletries, and a couple of pairs of sturdy indoor slippers. A woven basket with brushes and a jar of salve for her hair sat neatly on the corner of the table in the guest room they prepared for her. Nothing extravagant, just the bare essentials to make sure she had what any ordinary person would. The day passed without incident but was surprisingly full. The following morning, however, the peace was broken by a servant boy dispatched by Mage Lien to inform Michael that the materials he'd requested were available, and that he should visit whenever he was ready to discuss the quantities and final pricing. Michael didn't hesitate. He went straight to meet Mage Lien, and together they launched into a negotiation session. To his quiet satisfaction and slight headache, the trade had apparently been influenced by the second prince. It was in a good way, true. But still, this growing web of connections. Michael just wanted to level up in the land of origin. The materials Michael had requested included shadow weave fungus, ghost root resin, dusk silk threads, hollow core shell, mirror lotus petals, glimmer quartz, mind veil sap, iron leaf bark, stoneheart resin, abyss amber, and vital moss. They were all valuable resources, each with a staggering price tag even back in the original world. Shadow weave fungus, a rare cave fungus used in stealth gear for its mana-masking spores, $28,000 per piece. Ghost root resin for dampening mana and disrupting perception fields, $12,000 to $18,000 per gram. Dusk silk threads granting low-grade invisibility, $22,500 per strand, and hollow core shells resistant to detection, $44,500 each, were all chosen to advance Fade and Ghost. For blue and purple, the illusion-focused insects, Michael selected mirror lotus petals that produced layered image fragments, $46,000 each, glimmer quartz for amplifying mirage effects, $27,000 per crystal, and mind veil sap for mental cloaking, $31,000 per bottle. Finally, to reinforce Lily in beginning, his giant undead, he purchased iron leaf bark for natural armor, $6,500 per piece, stoneheart resin that hardened into a rock-like shell, $30,000 per unit, abyss amber boosting mana resistance, $26,800 per shard, and vital moss for mild regeneration, $19,000 per piece. In Aurora, an Aurora dollar was roughly equivalent to a silver coin in the Lionheart Kingdom, and 100 silver coins made up a gold coin. All the negotiations with Mage Lien had been conducted in gold coins, but even when measured in silver, the prices were a far cry from what these materials fetched in Aurora itself. Not that Michael minded. He had money, millions, in fact, and money was meant to be spent, especially when it involved strengthening himself. The negotiation itself took the better part of 2 hours. Mage Lien was precise and meticulous in listing out each batch of material, the quantity available, and the individual rates. For shadow weave fungus, Michael took 5 pieces. Ghost root resin he secured at a fair rate, 4 grams of the purest grade. Dusk silk threads he ordered 6 strands, and hollow core shell he bought 2, mindful of their rarity. The illusion materials for blue and purple, mirror lotus petals, glimmer quartz, and mind veil sap, he accepted in smaller quantities, enough to guarantee future enhancements but not so much as to exhaust his funds entirely. The largest share of the purchase was for Lily and beginning. Dozens of pieces of iron leaf bark, several units of stoneheart resin, and multiple shards of abyss amber would be required to reinforce 2 giant undead shells. Vital moss, too, he took in ample supply. Alongside these carefully selected materials, Michael also took the chance to acquire several other supplies from the kingdom's available inventories. He didn't bother scrutinizing every last detail, he simply reviewed the compiled lists Mage Lien's people had prepared and ordered whatever additional resources he could reasonably afford. By the time he finished, the scribes had added a secondary ledger of purchases to his record, not nearly as costly as the first but still significant enough to make most aristocrats pale. By the time Mage Lien's scribes had tallied everything up, each rare component counted, weighed, and noted in duplicate ledgers, Michael was unsurprised to see the total cresting into 6 digits. 124,000 gold coins. 124 golden papers. Not quite enough to be ruinous, especially not after the fortune he'd earned at the auction, but enough to make any ordinary noble blanch. Mage Lien, for his part, didn't look particularly concerned. He merely inclined his head with professional calm. "I've prepared an itemized record," he said, sliding the thick ledger across the table. "You can remit the payment now or over the next fortnight, whichever suits you." Michael reached for the ledger without comment, flipping through the pages. Every figure matched what he'd calculated in his head. 124,000 gold coins. In silver, that translated to 12,400,000 silver coins. And in Aurora dollars, one Aurora dollar being roughly as silver, $12.4 million. Michael closed the cover and set it aside. "I'll pay in full a day before the delivery. It will be brought to my residence right. Or..." Mage Lien's eyes glinted faintly with a trace of amusement, as though he'd expected that exact question. "Indeed," he said, his voice low and precise. "The materials will be delivered directly to your residence in sealed crates. My people will handle the packaging and the escort detail." He lifted a hand and gestured to one of his aides, who quietly began taking notes. "However, someone will be sent to collect the payment the day before the delivery. That will give you time to prepare the funds without undue inconvenience. And the delivery itself, when should I expect it?" Mage Lien set aside his ledger, folding his hands atop it with a look of mild gravity. 5 days from now," he replied. "That will give us sufficient time to finish preparing everything to your specifications." Michael's mind ticked through the timeline automatically. That was comfortably within the 10-day window he'd set for his rank advancement. Michael drew in a quiet breath, exhaled, and met Mage Lien's eyes without blinking. "That is acceptable," he said. Mage Lien inclined his head again, a slight smile creasing the corners of his mouth. "Then we agreed." Mage Lien's smile lingered a heartbeat longer, faint but edged with something thoughtful. He glanced down at the ledger, then back up, studying Michael's face as though weighing how much to say. "To be perfectly candid," he murmured, "this trade, substantial as it appears in gold, is still rather modest in real value compared to what you have already contributed." Michael tilted his head slightly, expression unreadable. "The hundreds of Grand Tier undead corpses you delivered to the kingdom's hands." He paused, then continued. "I was instructed to inform you that the kingdom intends to prepare something in acknowledgement. A gesture more fitting than coin." For an instant, Michael's first instinct was to refuse. To say he needed nothing else. He wanted no more ties, no more obligations. His mouth actually started to form the words. And then, very deliberately, he stopped himself. Because the truth was unavoidable. He was already too entangled. A viscount under Lionheart's rule. A known name in the capital's circles. A figure the second prince and a great tier princess have personally expressed interest in. He was in this, whether he liked it or not. Better to accept whatever came with open eyes, and keep control of the narrative himself, than to pretend he could remain uninvolved. Slowly, he let the tension ease from his shoulders. "I see. Help me thank the kingdom," he said finally. Mage Lien inclined his head, accepting that as consent. Michael exhaled, feeling the smallest flicker of wry resignation. Now that he'd made peace with it, curiosity began to stir. He couldn't help wondering what the kingdom considered an appropriate gesture. It would not be anything common, he was certain of that. The day passed in a flash. But the day after his meeting with Mage Lien, Michael was met with a surprise. A servant arrived in the late morning bearing a letter sealed with the Evermoon crest. The handwriting inside was elegant but pleasantly direct. It was Ariane's. She invited him to a private tea the following afternoon, phrased in a tone that balanced politeness with the barest hint of personal warmth. She wrote that she hoped he was recovering well after the unfortunate events at the auction and expressed gratitude again for his assistance. The letter continued in neat, flowing script. If you are still interested in the subject of beast taming, I have arranged permission with my father to grant you access to one of the monsters kept in the estate's private collection. Consider it a small gesture of thanks. Michael's eyes narrowed faintly, the corner of his mouth twitching as he read on. Incidentally, she added, Father ordered a new flame lion almost immediately after the incident with the last one. I confess it feels rather amusing, since I rather hoped you would be the one to acquire it for me yourself. But perhaps next time you will have the chance to redeem your reputation. Michael let the parchment rest against his palm, feeling a reluctant huff of amusement escape him. It was remarkably convenient. He had already planned to visit the Evermoon estate soon. Now, he didn't even have to risk looking over eager by sending a letter himself. A perfectly timed invitation. He set the parchment aside and leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. Yes, this worked well. Better still, the time she proposed, early afternoon tomorrow, fell neatly within the margin he'd already set aside for a meeting. Michael decided he'd rather not look as though he'd simply thrown on whatever was at hand. After all, whatever else the meeting was, casual or not, it was still taking place in the residence of a duke. So, later that afternoon, he left the estate behind and set off toward the inner city. The carriage rattled over the broad avenues of the capital. Michael sat back with his arms folded, watching the rows of storefronts and tiled roofs slide past. The next day arrived in a quiet hush. It was time for his meeting with the Duke's daughter. Michael called Ace and Liao over. Go to the outer city ride center, he instructed with an unhurried tone. Find something respectable enough. And make sure it's ready by the time I'm dressed. The two young men bowed in quick, earnest agreement and hurried out. Michael returned to his room and lingered for a moment in front of the mirror. He exhaled, shoulders settling. Aside from the tea with Ariane, there was another reason he'd planned this visit. He intended to see the Duke himself. A few days ago, when he had been granted his territory, the Duke had told him to inform him when he was ready to travel there in earnest. With his rank advancement looming, Michael saw no more reason to wait. The further from the capital he was, the more freedom he'd have to focus on what truly mattered. And his territory was, by every definition, his own domain. A place where no one would question him or would be in without his consent. That alone made it worth the effort. As the last of his preparations fell into place, Michael picked up a small case, a gift for Adrian, a pack of chocolates he got from his world, and stepped out of his residence. The carriage Ace and Leah had arranged was already waiting in front of his house. It had an elegant look but no crest. It was good enough to hold a rich face, so Michael was satisfied. The ride through the capital was smooth, the carriage gliding over the polished cobbles of the inner city with only the occasional lurch as it crossed a drainage grate. Michael sat back, one hand resting idly atop the little box on his lap, gaze turned to the tall stone facade sliding past the window. Soon enough, the orderly grid of villas gave way to the broad, gated estates of the noble quarter. High walls and wrought iron fences lined the roads, each property bearing its own subtle display of wealth and lineage, engraved plaques, carefully pruned trees, guards in crisp livery standing at their posts. It wasn't long before the Evermoon estate came into view, a sprawling manor of pale stone and banners embroidered with the Duke's sigil stirring gently in the early afternoon breeze. The carriage slowed to a dignified halt in front of the main gate. 2 guards in Evermoon colors stepped forward, crossing their halberds to bar the approach. Michael opened the door and descended to the cobbles without hurry, adjusting the fall of his robe across his shoulders. One of the guards inclined his head with measured politeness but did not lower his weapon. "Your business, sir." Michael met the man's eyes calmly. "I am here by appointment," he said. "A meeting with Lady Ariane." For a beat, the guard's expression remained impassive. Then, as though only just recognizing something, he straightened and looked more closely at Michael's face. "Forgive me," he said quickly, his tone shifting to seriousness and a hint of great respect. "Would you be Sir Mike Nor at once?" Both guards stepped back and lifted their halberds clear. "Of course, Sir Mike. You are expected." The nearer guard gestured to another uniformed attendant who had appeared behind the gates. "If you would permit, my lord, he will escort you to the reception hall." The guard cleared his throat, glancing past Michael to the elegant carriage waiting at the curb. "If you prefer, Sir Mike, you may enter the carriage again so you don't have to walk the distance on foot. The drive circles directly to the hall." Michael regarded the man for a moment, the offer clearly well meant. But he only lifted a hand in a small, polite refusal. "That's quite all right. I'd rather stretch my legs," he said evenly. The guard bowed slightly, seeming relieved not to have erred by insisting. "As you wish, my lord." He gave a quick signal to the coachman, who promptly dipped his head in acknowledgement and began guiding the carriage away, leaving Michael alone at the threshold. The attendant in Evermoon livery stepped forward at once, offering a shallow bow. "If you'll follow me, Sir Mike," Michael nodded once, then fell into step behind him. The walk through the estate grounds was quiet but far from dull. Neatly raked gravel paths wound between sculpted hedges. A pair of peacocks picked their way along the grass at the base of a marble staircase, their tails sweeping low behind them. Michael couldn't help but wonder if the Evermoon family was a lover of creatures or if this was caused by the influence of Ariane. Either way, the estate was beautiful. The attendant led Michael through a hushed vestibule and down a hallway lined with tall arched windows. At last, he stopped before a set of double doors. "My lady is waiting inside," he said quietly. Michael inclined his head in thanks. "I won't keep her waiting." With that, he stepped forward and pushed the doors open. Inside, the reception hall was bright with the soft gold of afternoon sun. Ariane Evermoon stood near the tall windows, her hands folded neatly before her. She wore a simple but elegant pale blue gown, her dark hair coiled in a low twist at her nape. She looked up at the sound of his entrance. A small, genuine smile touched her lips. Michael stopped a few paces from her and inclined his head with polite gravity, though the corner of his mouth curved faintly. "Lady Ariane." For a heartbeat, the room was very still, sunlight pooling between them, dust motes drifting in the warm air. Then, at last, Ariane gestured gracefully to a low table laid with a silver service and a pair of chairs drawn up opposite each other. "Thank you for coming. Shall we sit?" Michael exhaled the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "Yes," he said quietly. "Let's." They settled into the chairs, the polished table between them gleaming with fresh linen and a small vase of white lilies. Ariane rested her hands lightly on her lap, steadying him with a calm, curious composure that always seemed to disarm people before they realized it. "I'll admit," she said after a moment, her voice warm with wry amusement, "I rather thought you might take longer to arrive." Michael gave a short, soft laugh, the sort that never quite reached his eyes. "I pray I never see the day I make a woman wait for me." The words left his mouth before he could reconsider them, and for one flickering instant he thought perhaps he'd spoken too lightly. Especially because only yesterday, when he'd returned to Aurora for a few hours, he'd caught his younger sister watching some noisy, melodramatic series. He hadn't meant to overhear. But his hearing was sharper than most. and he'd very distinctly heard the same line blaring out of her room while she swooned. Ariane's brows lifted just a fraction, and he felt a faint heat crawl up the back of his neck. But then she laughed, soft and clear, and the tension slipped free. "A dangerous vow," she said lightly, her eyes glinting. "If more men held themselves to such standards, the world would be very different." She reached for a small silver bell resting beside the vase and gave it a single, musical ring. Almost immediately, the door opened, and a maid in evermoon colors entered with a quiet curtsy. "Bring the tea leaves, please. And the sugar, milk, and hot water," Ariane said gently. "I'll prepare it here." The maid dipped her head again and disappeared, footsteps soft across the tiled floor. Michael rested his hand lightly atop the small gift box in front of him, watching her in the streaming afternoon light. He supposed, if nothing else, this was proof he'd stepped well and truly into the ranks of people for whom every conversation was half courtesy, half game. But today, for once, he didn't mind it. Michael waited just long enough for the quiet to settle again, then shifted the little box forward across the table. "I brought you something," he said, his voice even but pitched a touch lower. Ariane's eyes flicked down, curious. She didn't immediately reach for it. Michael lifted a hand in a faint, reassuring motion. "Just a treat," he clarified. "Nothing more." That seemed to satisfy her. She inclined her head, the light catching on the delicate twist of silver pinned above her ear, then drew the box closer. It was unremarkable in appearance, a plain but finely crafted wooden case in the local style, polished smooth and inlaid with a small brass clasp. Though the content was far from a local product, there was nothing that hinted the chocolates themselves had been carried from another world. Only Michael knew where they truly came from. He watched as Ariane undid the clasp with careful fingers and lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in neat rows, lay the smooth, wrapped dark squares. She drew in a faint breath, just enough for her composure to shift a fraction. "Chocolate?" she asked, her tone warming with polite surprise. In a manner of speaking. He allowed the corner of his mouth to curve. "It's a little different from what you may have tried. I thought you might appreciate the novelty." Ariane steadied the contents for a heartbeat longer, then closed the lid again with a soft click. "I do appreciate it," she said quietly, looking up to meet his gaze. "Thank you, Sir Mike." He inclined his head once, the gesture as measured as everything between them so far. "It's nothing," he murmured. "Only something sweet to balance all the other concerns of the day." From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the maid returning with a small tray, steam rising from a polished kettle, bowls of sugar and milk arranged in careful order. Ariane turned to oversee the preparations, her face composed once more. But Michael caught it before she looked away entirely, the tiniest, genuine smile that had nothing at all to do with courtesy. Michael let his gaze rest on the gleaming tabletop a moment longer, then shifted it back to Ariane as she began arranging the tea things with precise, graceful motions. He had the sudden, unexpected thought that she might be the only person in this entire kingdom he actually found pleasant to talk to. Even Mage Lien, who he'd known longer than anyone here, who he trusted in a careful, measured way, didn't come close. Perhaps that was because he and Mage Lien had always had a business between them. No matter how familiar they grew, there was an invisible ledger running beneath every conversation. A tally of favors, trades, obligations. But Ariane. He didn't know quite what this was. He was still interacting with her because he wanted something from her. He knew full well he might never seek her out again once he got what he wanted. Yet here, in this bright quiet hall, watching her pour hot water into a delicate pot, he felt something simpler. He liked her presence. He couldn't decide if it was the way she spoke or how she looked. Maybe it was both. Maybe it didn't matter. Michael couldn't really tell and summed it up to a matter of simple admiration. As the tea began to steep, a light, floral scent drifted into the quiet space between them. Ariane rested her hands on the table's edge, fingers elegant and still. After a moment, she lifted her gaze again, studying him with that calm, level look he was coming to recognize as her way of testing someone's honesty without ever seeming to. "Do you like tea, Sir Mike?" she asked, her tone neither teasing nor overly formal, just curious. Michael blinked once, then let out a breath of something like a laugh. "I like anything," he said honestly, "so long as it doesn't taste like medicine." "I like anything," Michael said honestly, "so long as it doesn't taste like medicine." Ariane's lips curved into a small smile. "That is a reasonable standard," she said lightly. She reached for a slender spoon and stirred the pot once, watching the steam curl up in a delicate plume. Then, almost as though the question had been inevitable, Michael tipped his head a fraction to the side. "And you?" he asked, his voice pitched just enough to carry a thread of curiosity. "Do you like preparing tea yourself?" His gaze flicked briefly to the polished service and the measured, practiced way she handled each piece. Michael couldn't quite shake the sense that her making tea herself, rather than having the maid do it, felt like something significant. Some gesture he wasn't sure he deserved. Ariane stilled, her fingers resting lightly atop the porcelain lid. Her lashes lowered for a moment as though she were considering how honest she wanted to be. "Most of the time," she admitted, "the servants do it. That's simply custom. But sometimes I prefer to do it myself," she went on calmly. "When I'm in a good mood." She let that sit between them a heartbeat longer before the corner of her mouth lifted, soft and self-aware. "And today, it seems I am." Michael didn't look away. He let himself smile back. Suddenly, the sound of a knock interrupted. Ariane turned her head slightly, her expression smoothing back to the composed graciousness she wore so effortlessly. "Enter," she called gently. The door eased open and a maid stepped through, her hands folded neatly over the front of her apron. She dipped into a respectful curtsy before speaking. "My lady," she said, her voice pitched soft and deferential, "the steward asked me to inform you that the creature prepared for you by the Duke has arrived." "Really?" Ariane questioned with delight. "Yes, my lady," the maid confirmed. "The steward wished to know if you have any further orders." For a moment, Ariane looked faintly thoughtful, as if deciding whether to interrupt their tea to inspect it immediately. Then she gave a small, serene nod. "Have them place it in the garden," she said. "Tell the handlers I will be there soon." The maid dipped her head once more. "At once, my lady." She turned and slipped back out, the door closing behind her with a muted click that left the room quiet again. Ariane watched the door for a breath before her gaze returned to Michael, her eyes bright with something that looked a little like anticipation. "It seems," she said lightly, "that you will have the opportunity to watch me attempt a taming sooner than I expected." Michael felt the corner of his mouth curve. He inclined his head in a gesture that was half courteous and half genuine amusement. "I would be honored to witness it," he replied, his voice even. "It isn't every day one has the chance to watch a princess tame a monster." Ariane's expression warmed, a small spark of pleased amusement flashing in her eyes. "I'm glad you think so." She rested her fingertips briefly against the edge of the table before she continued, her tone turning thoughtful. "After I've finished, assuming everything goes as it should." She paused, her lashes lowering for a moment as if she were weighing how it would sound. "I'll escort you to my father's collection." Michael's brows rose slightly, but he didn't interrupt. "There are many creatures kept in the Duke's private menagerie," Ariane went on, her voice steady but tinged with a note of quiet excitement. "Since you seem so interested in beast taming, perhaps you'd like to see them for yourself. And if you feel inclined." Her gaze lifted to meet his again, level and inviting. "You could attempt it as well." Michael regarded her across the polished table, struck for a moment by how easy Ariane was making it for him. He let out a quiet breath, his tone low and sincere when he answered. "I would like that very much." They lingered a while longer, the tea cooling between them as their conversation drifted between harmless subjects. It wasn't a long talk. Ariane set her empty teacup down with a soft clink and looked across the table. "Well," she said, her voice still carrying that calm warmth, "I think it would be a shame to keep them waiting much longer." She turned her head slightly and lifted a hand and rang her bell. Almost immediately, the door opened again and two maids stepped through, each dipping into a quick curtsy. "Please help tidy this," Ariane instructed the first, her tone gentle. Her gaze shifted to the second maid. "And this?" She laid her palm lightly atop the small wooden box of chocolates Michael had given her, her fingers resting there for a heartbeat before she lifted them away. "Take it to my room. Place it on the low cabinet near the window." "Yes, my lady," both maids chorused softly. While they moved to obey, Ariane rose smoothly from her chair. Her gown whispered across the polished floor as she looked down at Michael, her expression bright but composed. "Shall we?" she asked. Michael stood and inclined his head. "Please lead the way, Lady Ariane," he said simply, all the while appreciating how far he'd come in adopting the mannerisms of this world, though he had to admit they tended to slip when he was back in Aurora, leaving him feeling awkward more often than not. He wondered what else he'd have to deal with in the future with dual identities. Ariane gave a small, approving nod, and together they stepped out into the corridor. The air in the hall felt pleasantly cool against the faint warmth of the afternoon. Michael and Ariane walked side by side down the wide passage, passing tall arched windows spilling pale light across the tiled floor. For a time, neither of them spoke. It was not an awkward silence, but rather one that felt unhurried, like both of them were content to let the moment breathe. At last, as they rounded a corner where the corridor branched toward a set of wide glass doors leading to the gardens, Ariane cast him a sidelong look, her expression thoughtful. "Sir Mike," she began, "if I may ask, what do you understand about beast taming?" Michael met her gaze calmly. He could have spoken about beast taming as he knew it, from the perspective of the awakening system, with all its classifications and techniques that didn't exist here. But in this land, he had no desire to risk overstepping and revealing knowledge that would sound impossible. Or worse, suspicious. So he inclined his head a little and gave her an answer that felt safe, if modest. "I know it requires subduing a beast to do one's command." Ariane regarded him for a heartbeat. She smiled faintly. "That's not an unwise way to think of it," she said, her tone warm. "Many assume it is only about dominance, about proving you are stronger and forcing obedience. But there's more to it," she went on. "At its heart, there are really two primary paths in taming. We call them the master-servant bond and the master-subordinate bond." Michael's brow lifted slightly, though he kept his expression composed. "They sound the same," he observed carefully, "but I take it they are not." "No," Ariane agreed, her mouth curving faintly. "They are not." She slowed her steps, as if to give the explanation the proper gravity. "The master-servant bond," she began, "is simpler. You subdue the creature, bind it to your will, and it obeys. But that is all it does, obey. It can protect you, fight for you, carry burdens. But it grants you nothing else. No growth, no shared power. Think of it as your contract with that dark elf." Michael nodded slowly in understanding. "And the other?" he asked. Ariane's eyes brightened, a flicker of something almost like pride in her voice. "The master-subordinate bond," she said, "is different. More dangerous, but also far more valuable. In that bond, you do not simply command a beast. You become linked to it, in spirit and strength. When it grows stronger, so do you. Its essence nourishes your own. In this way, beast taming is not merely the art of commanding monsters, but of gaining personal strength through external means." Michael listened intently with quiet recognition. His necromancy class system worked almost exactly that way. He commanded his undead, yes. But when they grew in might, their essence bolstered his own. A complementary strength, one that expanded him rather than simply orbiting him. He drew in a slow, careful breath, masking the flicker of revelation in his eyes. That is fascinating, he said, his tone neutral but genuinely meant. I hadn't realized there was such a distinction. Also, how is the second method dangerous? He asked. Arian glanced ahead as they neared the glass doors, the bright garden visible beyond the panes, before speaking again. In the process of taming, the risk is minimal if the beast is properly subdued. But afterward, that is when the danger truly begins. She turned her gaze back to him, steady and direct. If your bonded creature perishes, she said, the backlash strikes you in return. The more powerful the beast, the more severe the consequence. For some, it can be crippling. For others. She let the implication hang between them. Michael's steps slowed just a fraction, though outwardly he remained composed. Inside, though, he felt a cool thread of understanding settle into place. So it was like his necromancy. If one of his stronger undead were ever truly destroyed, he would suffer. A backlash proportionate to the gap between their strength and his own. Put plainly, this master-subordinate bond sounded like a mirror of the same truth. The more you relied on external power to elevate yourself, the more you risked falling if it was ever stripped away. I see, he murmured after a moment, his tone soft but thoughtful. It makes sense that such a bond wouldn't come without consequence. It is the price, Ariane said quietly, for building strength that is not solely your own. Ariane's gaze softened and continued with a smile on her face. These are the two paths to beast taming, and each has its advantages and its failings. Michael inclined his head slightly, signaling for her to go on. The master-subordinate bond, she said, has the greatest advantage of all. It can strengthen the tamer. Every time your beast grows, a portion of that growth becomes yours. But the drawback is equally severe. There is a limit to how many creatures you can sustain this bond with. It taxes your spirit. Her expression turned thoughtful. And, of course, there is always the risk of backlash if the creature falls. Ariane continued. By contrast, the master-servant bond has none of those dangers, she said. You can subdue as many creatures as your means allow. No backlash if they fall. You simply command. She smiled faintly, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. But of course, there is a price for that safety as well. A beast taken this way will never share its growth with you. You will remain as you are, no matter how many powerful servants you command. You can build an army and remain unchanged yourself. Michael could see the simplicity of it. And which do you favor? He asked quietly, genuinely curious. Ariane's gaze lifted to meet his. Some say, she murmured, that the true path to beast taming lies in mastering both. Do you agree with them? I don't know, she gave a vague response and added, but to me, only if you can grow with your beast can you be called a genuine beast tamer. The conversation filled Michael with more anticipation. It had also revealed things to him, pieces of theory he hadn't fully considered before. The master-servant bond of the beast taming system looked a great deal like his connection with Lyra. He realized it now, he couldn't level her up. If not for his own talent, her only value to him would have been her strength, and nothing more. However, the master-subordinate bond, the universal system of awakeners, was steeped in mystery. Or rather, it was the mark of origin itself that was so enigmatic. After all, it was necessary to awaken the mark of origin first. It was the seed that birthed one's class and the universal system. It was also the reason awakeners could access the fantastical world known as the Land of Origin. On the system panel, this was simply called a gift. Michael had always been curious about that tab, especially when he discovered on the forums that it was possible to have more than just the mark of origin listed there. Unfortunately, his authority level was far too low to research such mysteries in depth. Perhaps when he advanced in rank, that would change. The Mark of Origin created the Awakener system, of which the status screen was merely one part. And though the status display didn't show everything about an Awakener, it revealed almost everything else. For Michael, it showed not only his own information but also the details of his undead. He reasoned it must be the same for beast tamers. But then, why had Lyra remained unchanged after he contracted her? If his talent had been anything less, it would have seemed as though nothing at all had happened. Michael had long suspected that something was missing, and now, after hearing Ariane speak in such detail about beast taming, he thought he finally understood. It was the master-subordinate bond. Perhaps if the connection between him and Lyra deepened, if it grew to the point where they could influence each other, the Awakener system would recognize her as something more than a follower. Perhaps then she would gain the ability to level up. It was only a theory, but Michael felt a quiet, steady confidence that he was right. After all, the tamed monsters of beast tamers were not simply granted to them at birth or upon awakening their class. Like the people of this world, they had to be subdued and bonded before they could level up. Before being tamed, they were simply creatures that grew by natural means. But after being tamed, and recognized by the Awakener system, they could grow through leveling. This, he suspected, was the recognition Lyra lacked. It was the reason she remained, in every measurable sense, simply normal. In fact, most people would probably see Lyra as a valuable asset, some Awakeners included. But not Michael. What was special about Lyra, aside from her race? Her strength, perhaps. But for someone like Michael, who could easily acquire 10 forces equal to her power, that strength held little meaning. Only her race could capture his interest. Fortunately, he could evolve her. Yet even if her roots were strengthened to a terrifying degree, she would still need to advance through natural effort. She wasn't like monsters, whose potential, once increased, directly translated into greater strength. She was more like Spartan and his other undead humans, who, even after evolving into high humans, became more unique but did not gain new levels, simply because they had never been bound by such limits. At most, a higher race meant fewer obstacles to accumulating power. Evolving them only made the future smoother. But unlike Lyra, they could at least level up. Even if she evolved into a higher race, she would still be unable to grow through the system. Her usefulness to Michael would only diminish over time. Michael found himself hoping to replicate Ariane's method for himself. And as for why he was so certain she used the master-subordinate bond, it was simple. According to Ariane, true beast tamers were the ones who walked that path. He still remembered clearly how, the first time he had used detect on her, the system had called her beast tamer. This was its recognition. If it were merely the master-servant method she relied on, the system would have labeled her as something else, perhaps beast binder or beast controller. Ariane should be the real thing. And if she could do it, hopefully he could too. Ariane lifted her hand to the handle and pushed the glass doors open. Warm daylight spilled across the threshold, carrying with it the clean, slightly sharp scent of trimmed hedges and fresh earth. Michael followed her out into the garden. It was a broad, walled expanse. Pale gravel paths wound between shaped boxwoods and flowering shrubs. Along one side, a line of young trees cast delicate, lacy shadows across the lawn. But it wasn't the garden itself that drew his attention. At the center of the grass, ringed by a careful distance of armored handlers, lay the creature he'd come to see. Even resting on its haunches, the flame lion was massive, easily twice the size of any natural feline. It looked similar to the ones he killed a few weeks ago. Just younger and less aggressive. But the lack of aggressiveness did not seem to come from a naturally docile nature, but from weakness. Michael wondered if something had been done to the beast by its handlers for it to be this way. The beast's head lifted as they approached. Its eyes opened, slitted pupils gleaming, the irises a molten red. Michael felt the animal's gaze fall on him. Ariane did not hesitate. She moved forward with a calm, composed grace, stopping just outside the handler's reach. Michael's gaze flicked toward the creature, and almost without thinking, he activated Detect. Flame Lion, LV-15. To Michael, this was nothing. And Lionheart, though. A beast like this would be no small matter. They'd need a large, well-coordinated team of intermediate-tier superhumans to take it down safely. Or at minimum, an advanced-tier human. But Michael could do it with a punch. Maybe not even that. Just a flicker of mana would be enough to shatter this creature's defenses. The flame lion watched him, its molten red eyes wary but dulled, too exhausted or too beaten down to summon much defiance. Michael could see the faint tremor in its limbs, the way its sides rose and fell with the effort of steady breathing. He tilted his head slightly, observing the handlers with a glance. Perhaps they'd worn it down too far. Or perhaps this was how they preferred it, subdued to the edge of breaking so their lady's taming attempt would be smooth. As they closed the final steps to the grass, the handlers straightened in unison. 6 men in polished half-plate bowed low at the waist, the evermoon sigil gleaming against their breastplates. 2 others, clearly beast handlers rather than guards, inclined their heads more cautiously, one of them keeping a gloved hand on the looped chain around the flame lion's thick neck. "My lady," the foremost guard greeted, his voice smooth but edged with respect. "Everything is prepared as instructed." Ariane inclined her head with composed approval. "Thank you." The handler's eyes flicked to Michael. Recognition showed in a few of their faces, though none dared to comment. They offered him a polite bow, but not the deep obeisance they gave Ariane. Michael gave them a faint nod in return, then let his gaze drift back to the creature at the center of it all. It was impossible to pretend he wasn't curious. The beast looked far too weak for what he knew of its kind. He glanced at Ariane, lowering his voice a notch. "If I may," he murmured, "why does it look so spent?" Ariane didn't look away from the creature. For a moment, she simply watched the slow, shallow rise of its flanks as it breathed. Then she spoke, calm and matter-of-fact. "It's drugged," she said. "A tranquilizing infusion, administered in small doses over the past day. It's not ideal. But these creatures are notoriously volatile. If it were at full strength, there would be no safe way to bring it here alive." Michael understood immediately, logistics were logistics. "So it's conscious," he said, "but too weakened to resist." She turned to look at him fully. "It will recover after the taming is complete. But in this state, it is much less likely to attempt to kill me in the first moments." Ariane lifted her gaze to one of the older guards standing nearest the handlers, a man with a narrow, withered face and a faint scar across his cheek. "Captain Varys," she called softly, "you're familiar with this process. Have you prepared the materials?" The man inclined his head. "We have, my lady. Everything is as you requested." He gestured to one of the handlers. Without a word, the handler turned and strode to the edge of the lawn, where a covered iron table stood waiting beneath a small awning. Michael watched as the man grasped the handles and rolled the table forward. Its wheels grated softly against the gravel until it came to rest a few paces from the flame lion. When the handler folded back the covering, Michael finally saw what they'd been preparing. Laid out in precise rows were bundles of dried herbs tied with twine, a glove, 2 stoppered glass bottles, one pale green, the other thick and black, brushes, a small brazier with cold coals, and a shallow bronze bowl. A thin-bladed knife gleamed at one end, set neatly atop folded cloth. Michael arched a brow, but before he could ask, Ariane stepped forward and began gathering items with smooth, practiced motions. Her voice carried over her shoulder as she worked. "Beast taming, the real way, requires bonding of spirits. Spirit bonding is not something that can be accomplished through force alone," she explained. "The master-subordinate bond requires a union of essence. Spirit," she added calmly, "or what some call soul. Michael's interest sharpened. Soul. Of course. He'd suspected as much. Ariane laid the herbs carefully in the brazier and uncorked one of the bottles, tipping a small measure of black liquid onto them. A bitter, resinous scent drifted into the air. It is nearly impossible to sense a creature's spirit, much less draw it to you, she went on. That is why this ritual exists. The reagents help thin the veil. She set the bottle aside, picked up the slender blade without hesitation, and drew it smoothly across the side of her palm. Michael watched, saying nothing as bright blood welled and fell in slow droplets into the bronze bowl. Ariane didn't even flinch. Once the flow was sufficient, she placed the knife aside and reached for a small vial, the second bottle, the one filled with deep pale green liquid. A health potion. She poured it over the cut, and in the space of a heartbeat, the wound sealed as though it had never existed. Only then did she turn to Michael. This is the first step, she said quietly. The circle must be fed with the binder's own life. Michael inclined his head slightly, steadying the brazier, the bowl, the flicker of flame starting to catch in the herbs. Ariane did not linger to admire her handiwork. After a while, she took the bowl of mingled blood and resin-soaked herbs and walked a short distance away. The handlers, on the other hand, instinctively tightened their grips on the chains, though the flame lion barely moved. Michael followed Ariane with his eyes. When she reached a clear patch of grass, she set the bowl down and knelt. One gloved hand dipped into a shallow satchel at her belt, drawing out a flat, bone-handled brush tipped in bristles stained the color of old ink. Without glancing back, she spoke. The next step is the circle, she said. Everything begins there. Michael tilted his head slightly. And you draw it yourself. Ariane nodded. Always. She unscrewed the stopper on the bowl. A dark, almost syrupy liquid slid down the inside as she tilted it carefully. You don't need to understand what you're doing in this part, she went on evenly. Many beast tamers never truly do. She set the bowl beside her knee, dipped the brush into the mixture, and lifted it again, letting a single viscous drop fall back into the pool. If the steps are correct, the rest will follow. Her hand moved, sure and unhurried, sweeping the first curved stroke across the grass. A faint shimmer passed over the wet line as if the air itself recognized it. Michael watched, studying each precise motion. Ariane's brush glided on, completing the first ring, then spiraling outward into nested loops and branching glyphs. Every few seconds, she paused to refresh the brush in the bowl, then resumed without breaking her rhythm. Minutes slipped past in near silence, the only sounds the quiet rasp of bristles and the flame lion's labored breathing. When at last she set the brush aside, the finished circle glowed faintly in the grass, an intricate, spiraling lattice of signs that seemed almost alive. Ariane stood, brushing her gloves clean. She exhaled once, a slow breath of composure returning. And that, she said, turning back to Michael, is the second step. Ariane didn't wait for comment. She lifted her chin and gestured to Captain Varys. Bring it, she said simply. Captain Varys then gestured to the two handlers. None objected. Yes, my lady. Two of them stepped forward with cautious deliberation. Together, they guided it forward. Its paws dragged slightly in the grass, claws scoring faint grooves in the soil as they coaxed it into the center of the circle. The closer it drew, the more the runes reacted, subtle motes of bluish light drifting up. When at last the handlers eased it into place, Ariane raised a hand. Her gaze swept over them. Release it. Then step back. My lady, one handler began nervously. If it recovers, it won't, she interrupted gently, but with no room for debate. The binding will start the moment it stands alone. Michael felt the air grow a fraction heavier. The handlers exchanged a look. Then, as one, they let go and backed quickly to the edge of the warded grass. The chains clinked as they fell slack around the lion's broad shoulders. For a moment, nothing moved. Ariane lifted her right hand, palm open over the circle. Michael felt the subtle shift before he saw it, like the garden itself taking a long, measured breath. Then her mana flowed. It was almost invisible, a gentle ripple in the air, a hush that pressed against the skin. The lines of the circle brightened, igniting in smooth, steady pulses of pale blue-white. The glyphs flared in sequence, each ring catching light and passing it on to the next in a widening cascade. The flame lion stirred weakly, its head lifting a few inches as though sensing the sudden tension in the space around it. But the beast was too far gone to do more. Ariane's expression never wavered. With her hand still outstretched, she closed her eyes and exhaled. The last step, she murmured so softly that Michael almost didn't catch it, is to call it to you. Ariane let her mana pour steadily into it. Nothing else seemed to happen at first. Then Michael felt it. A pressure, delicate but insistent, brushing the edges of his senses. A quiet pulling sensation, tugging on something that wasn't flesh. Perhaps it was the spirit. Soul. Whatever one chose to call it. The flame lion shuddered where it lay. Its broad shoulders flexed once, twice, and its molten gaze turned sluggishly toward Ariane. Even half-drugged and barely conscious, something in it recognized the pull. Michael watched, keenly aware of how still everything else had become. Not a single guard shifted. Not one of the handlers so much as breathed too loudly. The circle's light brightened another shade, soft blue washing up over the lion's fur in rippling waves. Tiny sparks slipped free of the glyphs, drifting in the air before dissolving into the creature's hide. Ariane lowered her hand a fraction. Her eyes opened, calm and steady. If it accepts, she said quietly, though she did not look away from the beast, this will bind us. If it resists, the circle will suppress it until it exhausts itself. Now it depends on who lasts longer. With the magic ritual, I have an advantage. But if the creature you want to tame is far stronger than you, even if for some reason you reached this step, if it resists, everything fails. Minutes passed. The flame lion trembled again. Its nostrils flared on a labored breath. For a moment, Michael thought it might try to rise and break the circle with raw instinct. But then, slowly, its great head sank to the grass. The blue glow of the circle steadied, no longer pulsing. Ariane let out a long, unguarded breath. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. The luminous patterns in the grass began to fade, leaving behind only damp, dark lines where the mixture had soaked into the blades. Ariane smiled. Her eyes lifted from the flame lion to Michael, and for a moment, all the quiet composure that usually wrapped around her fell away, replaced by something simple and glad. It accepted, she said cheerfully. The handlers let out a collective breath of relief. Michael heard the faint clink of armor as some of them shifted their weight. Even Captain Varys's stern mouth eased by a fraction. Ariane glanced back at the lion, her expression warm, almost tender. I was worried, she admitted in a lower voice, that it would fight me to the end. They usually do. She took another slow breath, as if savoring the fact that it was truly done. Then she straightened, and that bright, unguarded smile softened into something steadier but no less pleased. Her gaze returned to Michael. I've wanted one of these ever since finding out about its existence from Father, she confessed with a little laugh. Michael inclined his head, a small smile on his face. You made it look effortless, he said quietly. Ariane's smile turned rueful. She lifted her gloved hand, steadying the faint smudges of drying blood and ink across her palm. It never is, she murmured. But there was no mistaking the light in her eyes. For all her composure, she looked happy. Utterly, honestly happy. Michael watched her for a moment longer before lowering his gaze to the flame lion. The great beast lay still, eyes closed, its chest rising in slow, steady breaths. But something was different now. The wariness in its posture was gone. Ariane turned again toward the handlers. It needs to rest, but I want it strong enough to walk tomorrow. Yes, my lady, Captain Varys said, already signaling two of the men. Ariane stepped aside, giving them room to approach. Once they were occupied, she walked over to Michael, her pace unhurried. Michael studied her quietly for a moment before asking, "Are you tired?" She gave him an almost amused look. "I'm exhausted," she admitted. "Spirit rituals take more than just mana. I feel like I ran multiple circles around the estate." Michael chuckled softly. "Then let's return to the waiting hall. You should get some rest. Besides," he offered a light smile, "we can have tea and some light conversation." Ariane considered it for a moment, then gave a small nod. "That sounds wonderful." She turned to Captain Varys once more. "Keep it under observation. If it shows signs of agitation, inform me immediately." "Yes, my lady." Ariane gave one last glance toward the resting flame lion before following Michael across the garden path. They walked side by side in comfortable silence, the cool breeze tugging gently at their clothes. The midday heat had softened, giving way to a milder calm. Back in the waiting hall, the scent of citrus and spice still lingered from the earlier tea. Ariane rang her bell and ordered another set of tea-making materials. A servant refreshed everything wordlessly, setting it down between them before retreating again. Soon, another tea-making process ensued. It didn't take long. Ariane sank into her seat with a muted sigh and sipped from her cup. Michael, meanwhile, couldn't help himself. "I've been wondering," he said after a pause, "how many tamed beasts do you actually have?" "Two," Ariane said, setting her cup down. "The flame lion makes 3. Michael tilted his head, impressed. "That many already?" Ariane smiled slightly, then clarified, "Normally, it's not meant to be there at this point." Michael raised a brow. "Oh. My first tamed creature isn't a monster," she explained. "It was just a normal animal. It barely burdens my spirit at all. A cat I bonded with when I was first starting out. She's old now, so she's mostly sleeping." She continued, "That's why cubs or younglings of monsters with powerful bloodlines are so valuable. You bond with them early while they're still manageable. And as they grow stronger, the bond holds. Even if you end up being weaker than them in the future, it's only beneficial. The feedback you get from such growth carries you too. There's even a term for tamers who specialize in that kind of strategy," she said. "They're called heritage breeders." Michael blinked. "Heritage breeders." She nodded. "It's not official, but among the community, it's common. Families who dedicate themselves to raising rare or powerful beasts just to tame their offspring. Sounds like a mix of beast farming and bloodline cultivation," Michael mused. "That's exactly what it is," she replied. "And it works. Some of the greatest tamers in history never fought a beast above their tier. Instead, they raised entire lines of bonded monsters through careful breeding, taming the descendants at just the right time." Michael tilted his head thoughtfully. "So it's like a legacy." Ariane's smile deepened. "That's the foundation of every serious beast-taming house. Control the bloodline. And each generation gets stronger. Unfortunately," Ariane added, "this path is almost exclusive to beast-taming families." Michael looked up. "Why?" "Monopoly." She shook her head. "Not entirely. It's not some guarded secret passed in whispers. The knowledge is there." She looked up again, meeting his eyes. "But it's not a simple thing. Raising beasts takes more than just money. It demands time before you see any return. And most importantly, it requires a bloodline valuable enough to justify spending a lifetime breeding it." A few minutes passed in comfortable silence. Well, Ariane said with a stretch of her arms, I feel rested now. She turned her gaze toward Michael, eyes gleaming with quiet anticipation. If you're still interested in trying your hand at taming a beast, we could head to my father's zoo. I already requested permission. Michael set his cup down. And you're sure your father won't truly mind? She waved a hand casually. He won't. Michael chuckled. Ariane rose to her feet, smoothing the front of her gown with practiced grace. Come, she started. It's not far. Just behind the inner courtyard. Father has a small private enclosure meant for small, harmless beasts. The real beasts are in the deeper holdings, but for a beginner like you. Michael arched a brow, amused. Beginner. Her lips curled. Sure. I know you're strong. Michael and Ariane exited the waiting hall together, guards trailing discreetly behind. The path to the zoo wound past hedges trimmed into sharp spirals, marble statues, and a small koi pond rippling with enchanted water. The moment they stepped through the ruined iron gate of the Evermoon Zoo, Michael felt the atmosphere shift. The garden-like tranquility was still present. Magic barriers, he noticed. Ariane nodded lightly. Of course. Every enclosure is warded. Some beasts emit instinctive pressure, just their presence can unsettle weaker minds. This helps suppress that. And, most importantly, it prevents escapes. Michael's eyes flicked around as they entered further. Transparent barriers shimmered faintly, tracing the edges of each beast's pen. He could sense at least a dozen different life forms nearby, some subtle, others pulsing with steady power. A short, older man in a green robe approached. His eyes lit up as he saw Ariane. My lady, he greeted with a quick bow. Michael returned the man's nod, his attention already drifting to the surroundings. Dozens of small enclosures dotted the wide garden, each housing a different creature. Some fluttered or stalked or slept quietly, but Michael's gaze paused when he noticed a shadowy figure perched on a tall wooden stand not far from him. Strangely, this creature was free to roam around. It looked like an owl, but not quite. Its feathers were a shade darker than black, edged in a faint violet sheen that caught the light like oil. Its eyes were silver. Its talons clutched the perch tightly. Michael narrowed his gaze and activated Detect. Mutated Owl, LV-10, Ariane followed Michael's gaze and raised a brow as she noticed the peculiar owl. Her steps slowed until she came to a stop beside him, eyes steadying the creature with a faint frown. This one is unfamiliar, she murmured. Master Elric. The old man in the green robe stepped forward at once, hands folded neatly behind his back. Yes, my lady. Where did this owl come from? Ariane asked, her tone curious. Elric glanced at the bird, then back to her. Ah. That one was brought in 2 weeks ago. A border patrol captain donated it, said they found it after a skirmish near the Mistpine Glade. It was injured, but healed quickly. Before this, we assumed it was a common night owl, but its regeneration ability was clearly that of a monster. Ariane tilted her head. It mutated. We believe so, Elric confirmed. It likely ate something. We've been keeping it under observation since, but it hasn't shown any aggressive tendencies. Intelligent, though. It watches everyone who comes near. Ariane hummed softly. Fascinating. Michael's eyes flicked to her. May I? She gave him a slight smile. You want to try taming it? I want to see if it reacts. Michael eyed the owl again. It wasn't large, perhaps a little bigger than a hawk. He stepped forward slowly, not raising his hand, not making a sound. The owl's silver gaze tracked him instantly, unblinking. For a brief moment, Michael thought he saw something shimmer in its eyes, like stars reflected in still water. He paused a few paces away, letting the silence stretch. Then, the owl shifted. It didn't take flight, but it leaned forward ever so slightly. Its head tilted in an eerie, unnatural arc, as though peering straight into his soul. Two things drew Michael's interest to the owl, its mutation and its appearance. But mostly, it was the mutation. This was the first time, aside from his undead that evolved using materials, that Michael had seen another creature with the mutated suffix. It caught his attention instantly. "They say you're smart." "I wonder how true that is," Michael muttered, staring at the owl. A moment later, he activated telepathy and connected his mind to the mutated owl. For a heartbeat, the connection was silent. Then, like a tumbling whisper, a voice curled through Michael's mind, high-pitched, curious, and strangely innocent. "Oh. What's this?" The voice was soft, almost sing-song. "A two-legged one. But not like the others. No, no, no. Too cold. Scary. But fine. Ah. Why do I like staying near this one?" Michael blinked, caught off guard. The owl's eyes glittered like twin moons, wide and unblinking. "You're the prettiest one I've seen in days," the voice chirped again, followed by a mental giggle. "And the one behind you, oh, she pretty too. But not for me. Not for me." Michael's brows lifted slowly. Of all the things he expected, a childlike stream of rambling wasn't on the list. He tried speaking through the link. "Can you understand me?" "Understand? Understand what?" Yes, yes, yes. I understand." "What are you?" Michael asked instead, fascinated now. The owl blinked. "I'm me, silly. That's what I am. I used to be something else. Smaller. Then I ate a shiny. Shiny made me big." Michael tried steering the conversation, asking, "Do you want to leave this place?" The owl leaned back, fluffing its violet-edged feathers as if in thought. "Maybe. Maybe not. I like the air here. But if you give me good food, I'll go with you." Shiny food. Michael had no idea what the creature was saying. But he quite liked this one. A soft voice spoke behind him, tinged with amusement. "Do you like this one?" Michael turned his head slightly. Ariane stood just a step behind, watching him with curious eyes. He looked back at the owl, which had now tilted its head the other way, blinking slowly as if trying to decipher the question itself. After a pause, Michael nodded. "Yeah. I do." To be honest, Michael didn't particularly care what kind of monster he could tame. He had never planned to become a half-hearted beast tamer. His interest in the craft came purely from curiosity, rooted in his talent, not ambition. Not once had he envisioned building a living army of beasts. He was simply exploring the field, trying to understand its mechanics so that if the day came when he needed it, he wouldn't be ignorant and helpless. If someone told him right now there was a method to attach his soul to an inanimate object, he'd approach it with the same interest he held for beast taming. After all, who wouldn't want to know what an epic-grade stick looked like? Ariane's gaze lingered on the owl for a moment longer before she turned back to Elric. "Is there any issue with taking this one out?" she asked. Elric gave a thoughtful pause before shaking his head. "No, my lady. Aside from being a bit unusual, it's not the most special creature in the enclosure. As long as you have the Duke's permission." "We do," Ariane said smoothly. "Then there's no problem," Elric replied. "In fact, the Duke informed me beforehand that you and your guest would be visiting. You're free to take any of the creatures in the outer ring." Michael raised a brow at that. Ariane didn't seem surprised. Elric added with a small smile, "As for transporting it, just grab it." Michael blinked. "Grab it?" Elric nodded. "Yes. That one's surprisingly docile. It lets most people hold it without a fuss. It doesn't bite. It doesn't claw. It just stares a lot. Ariane turned to Michael with an amused glint in her eye. Well, go on then. Give it a try. Michael hesitated for a breath, then stepped forward, cautiously extending his hand toward the owl. It didn't flinch. If anything, it seemed to lean closer, eyes still glinting with eerie curiosity. Pretty hand, the voice chirped in his mind again. Warm hand. Touch. Michael reached out and gently rested his hand beneath the owl's talons. With surprising ease, it stepped onto his forearm, light for its size, its claws gripping just enough for balance. Well, Michael murmured, glancing back at Ariane. That was easy. Ariane smothered a laugh behind her fingers. Seems like it's already claimed you. Michael shook his head faintly, his lips twitching. He was, however, glad that everything was going smoothly so far. Now, the only real issue was whether he could successfully tame the beast through the master-subordinate magic ritual contract. Ariane's eyes lingered on the owl for a few moments longer, a flicker of anticipation in her gaze. Let's head back to the garden, she said suddenly, turning to Michael with a bright smile. You should try taming it immediately. Her voice carried a spark of excitement that was almost infectious, more excited than even Michael, at least on the surface. But deep inside, Michael felt anticipation beneath his calm expression. Why wait, she added. Michael gave a small nod. No reason at all. Without further delay, they thanked the old man Elric and turned to leave the enclosure. Guards fell into step behind them as they retraced their path through the estate. The afternoon sun slanted through the gardens, casting golden light across trimmed hedges and warded stone paths. Soon, they approached the clearing where the flame lion still rested. Michael looked down at the owl still perched calmly on his forearm. Its feathers shimmered faintly in the light, and its silver eyes scanned the space ahead with lazy interest. I hope all goes well, Michael murmured under his breath. Ariane clapped her hands lightly once they arrived at the garden. Bring back the table from earlier, she called to the handlers. The men moved without delay, swiftly retrieving the tools and setting the table exactly where it had been before. Without waiting, Ariane immediately began recreating the taming solution. Her fingers moved deftly. Michael stood off to the side, watching with quiet interest. The owl on his arm blinked slowly, its head swiveling as it watched her too. Only when the solution reached the final stage did Ariane gesture to Michael. Michael stepped forward without hesitation. Ariane handed him a thin blade. Just a little. Michael took the blade and, with a clean motion, made a shallow cut across the side of his palm. Blood welled up immediately, dark red and warm. He let it drip into the center of the basin, where it hissed and merged into the ritual fluid. Without flinching, he accepted the small glass vial Ariane held out next. Though he did not need it, Michael still dabbed a bit of the potion onto his palm. The skin cooled and sealed rapidly. Michael glanced at the bowl as the blood settled in. Then he asked, shouldn't I be the one preparing the ritual? Ariane gave a soft chuckle. Not necessarily. The only crucial part where the beast tamer is needed is during two moments, the blood sacrifice, which you just did, and the spirit binding stage that comes next. Michael looked thoughtful. All right, he said at last, his voice calm. Let's continue. Michael watched as Ariane soon went in to draw the magic ritual circles. When it was completed, the entire formation lit up with a soft glow.